Thank you for watching and supporting our channel. Don't forget to subscribe. And if you enjoy any of the comics, feel free to let us know in the comments.
Dave looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and said, "How's your experience in training with the old baldy?" Ivy put down the food on the table and replied, "He is kind to me and he is good at explaining things I need to learn. He helped a lot and now my strength is at the level of top-tier Saint Emperor." She said it proudly and Dave saw how happy she was. "By the way, I heard from Uncle Ronan that you had already woke up, so I brought you food and drinks." Dave smiled and replied, "I have no energy to move right now." Dave acted like he was weak right now and Ivy believed him as she heard he had been sleeping for a long time. Suddenly, she decided to feed him as it was also her sign of thanking him for what help he did to her. She sat on his bed, and she couldn't help but blush as it was her first time being in someone's bed even though she was just sitting on it. She immediately uses the spoon to scoop the food and tells him, "Open your mouth." Dave smiled and opened his mouth. Ivy looks into Dave's eyes and her heartbeat is racing so fast because he is so handsome, and he is very attractive. His eyes feel like sucking her soul and she cannot help but be mesmerized by his handsome face. Dave is already handsome but because of evolution, he is more handsome than ever, and his body is even more attractive. She didn't notice that she was staring at him, and she forgot to put the spoon in his mouth. "Do you like me?" Dave said and Ivy replied. "Yes," Ivy unconsciously murmured and then she suddenly realized what happened. She was stunned and she didn't expect that she would say such things. She dropped the food on the floor, and she immediately said, "Why did I say that?" Her face is red like a tomato in shame, and she wanted to run outside as she was ashamed to face him but Dave holds her hands and kisses her lips. Ivy was stunned and wanted to get away from him, but Dave's strong body is stopping her from getting away. She was resisting but Dave's kisses aroused her desire. She stopped resisting and let him do anything. Dave didn't use any of his lust skills, but they have just been carried by the heat of the moment and Ivy is also attracted to him. Ivy almost lost hope when she was locked in the dream, but Dave showed her that there was still hope and she secretly admired him without him knowing. After 5 minutes of kissing, Dave removes her clothes slowly and he lets her lay on the bed. Dave admired the sight right now and her beautiful body is making him aroused. Ivy saw how he looked so she shyly replied, "Don't look at me like that." She covered her breast with her hands, but Dave removed it and said, "Well, you are beautiful so I can't help it." He kissed her lips again then his hands caressed her breasts. Ivy moaned and she felt that her desire was getting stronger by his touches. Dave's hands roamed around her body until it reached her wet cave. He put his fingers inside her cave and Ivy moaned loudly as she was feeling intense pleasure. After seeing that she was ready, Dave removed all of his clothes and Ivy saw how massive his thing was. "So big," she unconsciously said and Dave replied, "Well, it will get bigger later so be prepared." Ivy was shy and nervous as it was her first time doing this, but she steeled her heart as she wanted to be one with him. Dave put his dragon in front of her cave, and he asked her, "Are you ready?" Ivy nodded and spoke. "Please be gentle with me." Dave smiled and then pushed his dragon slowly into her cave. Ivy felt pain and blood could be seen coming out from her cave. Her virginity is now taken by Dave and she doesn't regret giving it to him as she is the only man she sees to be her man. Back then, when she was left with Ronan alone, she asked about Dave to him, and she learned that he had many women by his side, and they love him dearly. Ronan trusted her and he already knew that Dave planned for her to be one of his wives so he already says some things to her. She was stunned when she first learned it, but she knew that it was normal for a strong and handsome man like him to have many wives. It means that he is a good man, and he has many good qualities. Dave let her adjust herself and then Ivy said to him, "You can now move." Dave nodded and slowly thrust his hips and Ivy moaned as she could feel his thing inside her. She moaned and the pain slowly disappeared and was replaced by pleasure. Dave continues to move, and he is trying to be gentle to her as he knew that it was her first time and he is secretly helping her by releasing lust energy to her so she does not feel pain. Pluck. 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 Dave saw that she was enjoying it so he is now moving faster, and he is also feeling the pleasure of her narrow cave. He basically hasn't had sex for 3 years, so he is now releasing his desire to her. Dave is plowing her for 30 minutes and he decided to stop when he saw that she was already tired. It was her first time, but she lasted that long, so she was really a different woman. He shoots all of his loads in her cave and Ivy sleeps on the bed with a satisfied smile. Dave caressed her hair and decided to lay next to her as he had now clones to do jobs for him. While the main body is resting after the session, Alpha or Dave's first blood clone already went back to the spirit world. All of Dave's companions and familiars are inside the Tower of Trial and they don't have a clue about what is happening in the spirit world. The attack is sudden, and no one is prepared for it. Alpha didn't disturb them as he didn't want them to worry because some of their relatives are in the spirit world. Alpha directly enters the space tunnels dug by the space worm members and enters the spirit world. The destination of the tunnels is random, so he appeared in the forest first. He didn't hesitate and used his teleportation skill to go to the White Tiger Empire. He appeared above the empire, and he scanned the whole surroundings to detect where Elizabeth was. His strength is now at peak of immortal, and it was the limit this world can hold. Dave was different, as he can get stronger and surpass immortal and would not get ejected from the mortal plane. After scanning the place, he detected where Elizabeth is, so he disappeared and teleported to where she is right now. In a room, the Emperor and the Empress are looking at Elizabeth, who is lying on the bed unconscious. They are full of worries about her, and they already asked for the help of other doctors, but they cannot look for a solution to her condition. Her face is pale and some of her skin is turning black as if there is poison on her body. They were stunned when a demon appeared in their empire, but luckily, Elizabeth appeared in time, so the inhabitants of the empire are safe. Elizabeth faced the demon woman and they were on par at first, and they thought that Elizabeth could defeat her. But something happened when the demon immediately stated that she was just toying with her, and then it immediately used her real powers and Elizabeth was put in disadvantage and was punched to her stomach. After she was punched in her stomach, a black energy corrupted her body and she suddenly felt weak and cannot move. The demon was about to kill her completely, but an attack appeared behind her and she was blown away. The demon was stunned and saw a middle-aged man, and she can feel that he is strong. She exchanged blows with him, but he is always countering her moves and she feels that he is not using his full power, as if he is suppressing it. She didn't expect that there is a strong human that can threaten her, so she wanted to escape and join the force of Garland, but she was punched by him and that punch injures her badly. She was about to get captured by him, but she used her forbidden skill and escaped from the man. Many watched the fight and the Emperor sighs in relief to see that the demon was defeated, and they thanked Lucas. They didn't expect that he would help and save their daughter's life. Lucas didn't chase the demon as he cannot detect her energy, so he focuses on helping Elizabeth. He was not a doctor, so he called her mother Stella, but she also didn't know the cure as it was her first time seeing this kind of condition. Stella said that maybe she needs a week to look for solutions to help her. Lucas and Stella left the Empire as they went back to the Dragon Empire to prepare if an attacker would also appear. The Emperor looks at his daughter and his eyes are teary as he feels useless. "It's my fault for not being strong. I let my daughter do dangerous things while I am just sitting on the throne and commanding everyone." The Emperor was full of regret as he only now realized that he was a bad father because he chose to do his role as an emperor. He takes the happiness of his daughter that she can experience as a woman because she was assigned as the guardian. His wife immediately hugged him and spoke. "It's not your fault and no one wanted this to happen, so don't blame yourself. I knew that she likes to be the guardian of the empire and she wanted to honor the words of father." The surroundings are full of emotions, but then they heard a clap behind them. Clap. Clap. Wow, what a scene. The Emperor and Empress saw a handsome man behind them and realized that he was Dave. Dave. The Emperor greeted him and he felt awkward because of what Dave said. Dave ignored him and directly got near Elizabeth. They let them get near her as they knew he would not do bad things to her, and his father is their savior. Dave looked at the weak Elizabeth and scanned her face. Elizabeth's real face is now in front of him, and she was a truly beautiful and enchanting woman. Her face is beautiful, and her hair is gray. Her looks are one of the best looks he has ever seen, but he didn't have time to appreciate her beauty as he detects something on her body. He used his ancestral eyes and saw that a demonic energy infiltrated her body and slowly corrupted and damaged her organs. The demonic energy was already mixed into her blood, so it was hard to cure. He can use his sex purification, but he was only a clone and even it was not set on the absolute command. He knew that he must not trespass the line as his only role is to follow the original body's command. Since he cannot use that, the only thing he can do is to use blood magic. Since he can manipulate and control blood, he can expel the corrupted blood on her body, but it would need a great effort to accomplish that. He looks at the Emperor and Empress and said, "I can cure her, but I need to have focus, so please leave us for now." The Emperor was stunned and immediately replied, "Really? Please help my daughter and I promise to do anything in exchange." He was desperate now and he didn't care to doubt him as he knew that Dave and Elizabeth are close. He saw that Elizabeth changed when she met Dave and she looks more happy and motivated than before. He trusted Dave, so all he could only do was to follow his words. He looked at his wife and she nodded at him, so they left the room to not distract him. After he saw that they had already left the room, he casted a barrier for them to not disturb him as he knew that what he will do is hard. It was his first time using blood magic, so he needs full concentration. After preparing all the things he needs to do, he lifted her clothes on her stomach to see where the demon hit her. He applies some sort energy in his fingers and puts his fingers in her stomach to create a small hole. After he did that, black blood came out from her body and then Dave controlled the flow of her blood to expel the corrupted blood. The process is hard as he needs precision in controlling Elizabeth's blood. Dave is sweating but he endures it, and in just 5 minutes, all the corrupted blood has already been expelled from her body, but he saw that her face is getting paler. He realized that her body cannot keep up the regeneration of the blood that is lost, so she needs blood transfer. Dave didn't hesitate and immediately controlled his blood and transferred it to her carefully. His face is plain as it doesn't cost him that much to transfer his blood as he can regenerate fast, and he was only a clone. After 2 minutes, he saw that her face color is getting brighter, and her condition is now stable. He sighs in relief as he now completely cured her. He saw that she was now comfortably sleeping, and he estimated that she needed more rest. He decided to leave for now as he still had a mission to do. He removed the barrier and went out of the room. When he opened the door, he saw that the Emperor and Empress were waiting outside. They were stunned to see him leaving the room and they asked, "How is she?" Dave smiled and replied, "Her conditions are now stable, but she needs more rest, so don't disturb her. I still had things to do, so please take care of her." After that he disappeared from the place in an instant and the Emperor didn't even see how he moved. The Emperor wanted to thank him, but Dave leaves instantly. He immediately enters the room and sees that Elizabeth looks more comfortable right now. He sighs in relief as he finally sees that his daughter is now okay. Alpha appeared in a small village and saw many children playing happily. The adults are fishing while some are farming. This place is not included in the border of White Tiger Empire. Alpha disguised himself as a 12-year-old villager and scanned the village. His height was reduced to 8 feet tall and he changed his looks into mediocre. He saw that the strongest in this place is only Body Refiner and most of them are all mortals with no powers. As he was scanning everyone, he saw an old woman bringing many fruits on her hands. The old woman looked at him and said, "Can you please help me to carry these fruits in my house?" Dave nodded and helped her to carry the fruits. The old woman smiled, and she walked slowly towards her house. The house was close, and it only took them 3 minutes to get there. The old woman opens the door and tells him to get inside. Dave goes inside the house and the old woman also follows inside. As he had just entered the room, a hand immediately grabbed his neck and lifted him in the air. It was the hands of the old woman and she was now showing her sinister smile. Dave acted scared and shouted, "Please let me go." The old woman smirked and replied, "Heh, let you go? I need your blood and soul to heal myself." She was about to crush his neck, but she suddenly saw that her hands dropped on the ground. What? She doesn't have time to react as her hands were severed in an instant and then a hand was on her neck and lifting her body up. The situation is now reversed, and she saw that the boy in front of her a while ago is now a tall and handsome man. Dave smiled and said, "Well, the demon named Shay, acting like an old woman to abduct people and absorbs them silently." When he extracted the blood from Elizabeth's body, he used his eyes of truth and saw that the blood was the blood of a demon named Shay. He also uses this blood to trace its origin. So he appeared in this village and detected an old woman with the same blood as the one he extracted. He realized that Shay is not completely massacring this place to heal herself fast, as she was wary of being noticed by the man who defeated her a while ago. She felt ashamed to be defeated by a human and she wanted to heal herself and strengthen herself to get her revenge. She first rested for a day in a secret place to recover her energy and then she plans to absorb human souls and body to recover from her injuries. She needs a lot of sacrifice, but she cannot create a huge commotion so as not to alert the one hunting her. She had just appeared in this village and she saw her first target, Dave, but she didn't expect that she would become the target. She wanted to escape from her but his hands were strong and she realized that the youngster in front of him was an immortal. She was shocked and realized that she cannot escape from his hands. "Who are you and how did you know my name?" she asked him as she already was curious about him. Dave smiled and replied, "Well, my name is Alpha and on how I know your name and where are you is a secret. You didn't do anything bad to me. But you did a great mistake." He paused and gripped her neck tightly then continued, "You hurt my master's woman and it was an unforgivable sin." He used his skill memory reader to see her memories but suddenly, she screamed loudly. "Arg, please Lord, give me more time." She screamed but her soul instantly exploded and she died immediately. Dave didn't expect that she would die because there is a restriction in her soul so that if someone tried to read her memories, she would die instantly to stop them from seeing her memories. He didn't know what happened next as he didn't have a system, but the original body who was lying on the bed suddenly heard a notification in his head. "Congratulations to the host for killing a hero of the 9th demon of Sloth Lord, Lasita, ding. The system absorbs the demon lord's blessing, Lasita's luck will reduce, ding. You collected divine energy." Dave was stunned when he saw the notification. He was with Ivy on the bed, but he watched everything happen in Alpha's eyes. Demon Lord Lasita? Divine energy? He was confused as it was the first time he heard about the divinity energy. He wanted to make the demon a part of his undead army, but her soul was destroyed so it was no use. "Host, since you killed the hero of one of the demon lords, you will get the divine energy they bless to their hero. Blessings is just sharing their divine energy. Divine energy is needed to attain god level like demon lords." Dave was stunned and he now knew that since he reached immortal, he can now learn many things. System, what's the realm after immortal? He was curious about it for so long, but the system always says that his level is not enough to know. But now, he reached the peak of this world, he was not eligible to know it. Answering the host, the immortal level of this world is equivalent to quasi-immortal in a higher plane. Next are true immortal, golden body immortal, imperial immortal, imperial lord, imperial king, imperial emperor, imperial saint lord, imperial saint king, imperial saint emperor, true saint. Dave was stunned as even though he was prepared for this, there are still many realms he needs to reach and surpass. The true saint is the limit of the immortal plane, and he knew that even a cough of a true saint could kill him in an instant. Looks like going into immortal world is not easy if you didn't have a good background. Dave realized that the demon lords literally surpassed true saints, so he still needed to get stronger. He must take steps one at a time, and he believes that he will reach and surpass that level someday. Dave cleared his thoughts and looked at his storage space and looked for that divine energy. He saw that it was shaped like a star and its color was gold. The system said that he needs it to reach godhood, so he was determined to collect more. He cannot use it and it is not useful to him for now, so he just stores it and uses it someday if he needs to. Suddenly, he heard a notification in his head. Ding! You gained sin points, wrath plus 10,000, 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 next wrath plus 10,000. Dave was stunned and he didn't need to ask who is angry with him right now. He was sure that it was the demon lord Lasita, as her luck decreased and she would surely notice that her hero died. His sin points are 0 because of the evolution, but now, in just a minute, he already had 150,000 sin points, equivalent to 15 billion sin points before the update. It was still rising, so he was sure that she must have been so angry with him that she would kill him instantly if she saw him. Luckily, they cannot enter the lower plane, so he is safe for now. After collecting his thoughts, he commanded Alpha to hunt the other demon, as he must collect many divine energies. Black Turtle Empire. The place is in chaos as explosions could be heard from time to time. There were many body pieces on the ground, and it looked like they met a tragic end. The buildings are collapsing, and blood could be seen anywhere. This place is the outer place of the empire, and the only one remaining standing is the inner place where the royals, nobility, and the castle are located. The other people also evacuated inside, so the place is getting chaotic. This place is protected by a strong formation that is created by its founder, and the demon cannot break it easily. Boom! Garland, who is floating in the air, punched the formation, but it didn't create much damage. TSK, give up, you weak humans. Remove this formation and I promise to not kill you. Garland fought against the Guardian and the Holy Beast of this empire, but he instantly killed and sucked the soul of the Guardian while the Holy Beast was using his shell to protect and lessen the damage to the formation. The Holy Beast uses his technique to cover the inner place using his shield, but it would not last for too long. Meanwhile, the Emperor of the Empire, Tyrone, looked devastated and didn't know what to do. Their Guardian died without even injuring the enemy, and some of their strong individuals also died instantly. Many people also died because the demon can forcefully collect their souls. Their Holy Beast is using their remaining powers to protect them. He didn't know what to do, as it was his first time encountering this kind of situation and their empire is about to be destroyed. He was not prepared for this because he was mourning in his room because his son died yesterday. He didn't know how he died, as his condition got better after Dave gave his son the cure, but when he visited him in his room, he stopped breathing and died mysteriously. He was about to prepare for his son's funeral, but a demon appeared and killed many of his people in an instant. Hey turtle, just give up. If you remove this formation, I promise to let you live and I will make you my pet. Garland looks at the turtle in front of him, who is using his shield to strengthen the formation. He cannot break the defense of this turtle and he is starting to get irritated. He knew the turtle could not keep this for long, but he was hungry to eat more souls. The giant turtle looked at him but didn't answer. He is trying to do everything he can to protect the empire his master built. His master died because of the war that happened 500 years ago, but he keeps his word to protect this empire till the end. He is just receiving the attack of the demon in front of him, and he was prepared to die. Garland saw how motivated the turtle to die, so he decided to get serious. Since you didn't want my offer, I will show you how weak all of you are in front of us. Demons. Garland's body suddenly turned into 15 meters tall, and his mace is covered by black energy. His aura continues to grow and everyone near him explodes as the energy he is releasing is tyrannical. He swings his mace toward the formation with all of his strength. He was sure that it was enough to destroy the formation and kill everyone inside it. The people who are inside the formation were shocked by his attack and they cannot do anything to stop it. All they can do is watch and meet their demise. Garland saw the look of despair in their eyes, and he was having fun of it. He swung his mace, and he already gave his best attack to not waste any more time. The holy beasts of the Black Turtle Empire closed his eyes and murmured, "I will finally be going to meet you again, Master." The turtle already accepted his fate, but he felt sorry as he cannot protect them anymore. Garland was excited to hit the formation, but something suddenly happened. A huge space portal blocked his attack and all his attacks vanished and devoured the space. What? Garland was shocked, but he suddenly felt a space interruption again in his back, but he was late to dodge. Boom. Garland was blown away because all of his attacks were transferred behind his back by the space magic. Cough. Garland coughed blood and his body is full of injuries. He didn't expect that someone would use his attack to damage his body. "Who are you? Show yourself," Garland shouted as he was angry right now. The turtle also didn't know who saved him. He. What is the feeling of being injured by your own attack?" Alpha appeared in the air, and he was looking down at Garland, who was on the ground. "What? Is that Dave?" Tyrone, who was watching inside the formation, was stunned. The people also recognized him, and they didn't expect that he would show up at this kind of time. Garland saw how young and handsome he was, but he didn't dare to underestimate him as he can use space magic. Space is one of the superior magic and is hard to learn. He also detects that his power is at the level of immortal. He was the youngest person he saw to reach immortal, and he was stunned to learn that there is a kind of genius living in this weak world. Dave scanned him and saw that his name is Garland and a peak tier immortal. His bloodline also grants him to be giant or reshape his body size. Garland stands up and his injuries suddenly healed in an instant. TSK, a genius appeared in a mortal world. "Why don't you follow me and serve my lord? I promise that he can make you stronger and give you the resources you need." He tempted him as he was sure that if he brings a genius to his lord, he will reward him. Dave smirked and replied, "Hey, I don't care about your demon master, don't worry, I will make him my slave if I ascend in the celestial plane." Ding. You gained sin points. Wrath plus 1000, 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 Wrath plus 1000. Garland didn't expect the young man in front of him to be arrogant and dare to disrespect his master. "You fool, I already give you a chance, yet you wasted it. I will show you the power of my lord he granted to me." He suddenly activated his demon bloodline. Suddenly, his body turned 60 meters and his aura was constantly rising. With ancestral eyes, Dave can see that his physical strength is exploding. He just watched him transform as he was not like Aaron, who would punch the enemy while they were transforming. He will just treat it as a sign of respect before they die. After 2 minutes, he finished transforming and his strength is 3 times stronger than before. He looked at Dave and sneered. "See how I become stronger? If you just had cherished my offer, you would also have this kind of power." Dave smiled and replied, "Strength? Where? You just had continuously shouting and getting bigger, but you are still weak." Garland replied, "Hey, let's see where your arrogance will be after I destroyed you." He punched him and he was confident in his strength right now. Dave didn't dodge and he punched him too. Garland sneered when he saw him punching at him too. Boom. The smoke is intense, and the people cannot see what is happening. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, the smoke dispersed, and they saw a giant demon lying flat on the ground while his arms were destroyed. Above his head, a young man is standing on it while he is crossing his arms on his chest. Hey, so this is the power you were boasting about? Tyrone, who was watching, didn't expect that Dave could defeat the demon who almost destroyed their empire. The turtle who was watching was also stunned, as he would have thought that a genius like him would appear in this world. He looks like Lucy and maybe he was one of his descendants. The people who were also watching were shocked by the result and they cheered. "We are saved, haha, serves you right, demon." Luckily, young Master Dave appeared and saved us as expected of a person that comes from the Alexander family. People cannot contain their excitement as they finally saw that the demon was defeated effortlessly by Dave. Ding. You gain sin points. Pride plus 1000, 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 Pride plus 1000. Sin points continue to be received by the system. Showing off could give him sin points from Pride, and he was actually their savior. He ignores them as he looks at the unconscious demon in front of him. He only uses his physical strength, but he was knocked out by him in just a punch. "My physique is really strong after the evolution," Dave murmured as he was amazed at how strong he was right now. He remembered that he was only a clone, so the main body should be stronger. Suddenly, the body of Garland reverts to its normal height. Then Dave takes his body inside his space storage. He had plans for him later, and he already learned his lesson from that female demon. He then looks at the turtle, who looks near to death. He could see that he already expends all of his life force to protect the empire. "You are really loyal to protect this trash empire," Dave said to the turtle as he applauded his loyalty. The turtle is not offended by his words, but he was even thankful for his help. He looks at him and replies, I cannot thank you enough for saving the empire my master built. It's sad that I cannot protect them anymore. He then looks at the people inside the formation and his eyes are sad. He knew that he cannot live anymore because he just tried to remain strong until his last breath to protect the empire. He didn't regret using all of his life force to protect them. Dave saw how sad he was, but he didn't feel any pity for them, and he didn't care about their stories. All he does is do the things he wants, and he doesn't care about the problems of others except if it will also affect him. Suddenly, he detects a familiar aura appearing behind him. He smiled and looked at his back and saw his father, Lucas. Lucas is looking at him with a shocked and proud face. He tapped his shoulders and replied, "Let them arrange their things here, we don't need to interfere." Dave was stunned, but he nodded as he was sure that his father must have a reason. Lucas smiled, then looked at the turtle in front of him and tossed a pill to his mouth. The turtle was stunned, but he just swallowed it as he didn't know what to do. "That pill was invented by my mother, and it can recover some of your life force. Just rest for months and you will be okay." The turtle was stunned as he didn't expect that there is such a kind of pill. "The NKY, ooh," the turtle replied while he found it hard to speak to show his gratitude for his help. Lucas then looked at Tyrone and said, "We will talk later." Tyrone nodded and he can now finally sigh in relief. Lucas looks at his son and signs at him, and Dave nods as they both disappear from the place. Tyrone looks at their departing figure and murmured, "I will never really try to offend the Dragon Empire." His worst nightmare. Lucas had a terrifying son who could easily decimate his whole empire. He didn't know why both of them helped his empire, but he would not forget the grace and help they did for his empire. The main body, who is still in bed, heard the notifications. "Congratulations to the host for killing a hero of the 10th demon of Sloth Lord, Lupercio, ding. The system absorbs the demon lord's blessing, Lupercio's luck will reduce, ding. You collected divine energy." Dave smiled as he now had 2 divine energies. He realized that he must look for other heroes of demon lords and kill them to collect divine energies. He felt that this must be life, as he was just resting with a beautiful woman while his clones would do the work. In Alexander's mansion, Dave and Lucas are seated in a chair while drinking tea. They are the only ones in the places and the ambience is relaxing. Lucas sipped the tea and then put it on the table. Lucas looked at his son and said, "So where is your real body?" Alpha was stunned, but he smirked and asked, "How did you know?" He didn't expect that his father would notice that he was just a clone. Lucas smiled and replied, "Don't you know that I have special powers to detect it? You are also my son, so I can recognize you immediately." Dave remembers that he still never saw his father's real stats. Since he was now immortal and his power is on par with his father, he can now possibly see it. He scanned him using his ancestral eyes, and what he saw stunned him. All he saw were question marks, and he still hadn't seen anything at all. "What? How?" He was amazed and looked at his father with astonishment. Lucas smirked and said, "Trying to scan me? I didn't expect that you had an eye scale. You are really my son, hee. But you can still not see my real strength because my powers already surpassed the limit of this world. My strength has already surpassed immortal, but I sealed my powers to the immortal to not ascend into the immortal plane. Same goes for my father and mother, who are restraining their strength. We also cannot use our other skills, and we only use normal skills. If we ascend, our strength would be unleashed, and we can now use our full power." Next, Dave now realized that his father, Grandpa, and Grandma had a secret technique to fool the mortal plane and continue to gather and strengthen themselves without ascending. He still didn't know many things about his family. He cleared his thoughts and looked at his father and said, "My main body is in the beast's world and doing some business." Alpha replied, as he is his father, and he won't hide where his real body is. Lucas looked at him and asked, "I know that you had many questions, but it was not the right time. By the way, I don't care how you reach this strength at such speed. And I know that you are a smart kid, so I will trust that you will not let yourself be in danger." He was proud of the achievements of his son, and he will always support him. He believed that he may be the son of luck, so his strength explodes at such speed. He didn't want to ask what happened to him, and he trusted his son's skills. Dave smiled and replied, "Don't worry, father, even death is afraid of me." Lucas smiled and he likes his confidence, but he remembers something. "Are you not curious why I helped the turtle to recover?" "The truth is, I am ready to save them anytime. But I didn't expect that you would defeat that demon in an instant." Dave asked. "Yes, father, I am curious, so why?" Lucas replied, "Well, the founder of our empire, my grandfather, told us to maintain the balance of this world and as long as possible, don't let. He said that we must maintain the peace in this world, and something serious would happen if one of the holy beasts in this world die. Any holy beast of an empire died." Dave was stunned, so he asked, "And what would be the possible things to happen?" Lucas shook his head and replied, "I don't know, but we trust my grandpa, and I am sure that there is a secret that this world is hiding. He is the only one who knows about it, and he didn't tell anyone about it." Dave was stunned by what he learned today, as he didn't expect that there is such a secret hiding behind this world. He was curious about it, but he still had many things to do and to manage, so he would set it aside for now. Lucas looks at his son lovingly and replied, "Son, since you are already strong enough, maybe it's time for us to ascend. I don't want to leave you, but I need to ascend. I am also sure that it would not take you long before you also ascend just like us. Please nurture someone who could be the next guardian before ascending." Dave already prepared for this as he knew that they are just waiting for him to be strong so that he will be the one who will protect the Empire. Dave is not against protecting the Empire as he could create clones to handle it while he is still doing his other plans. He didn't want to be tied up with guarding the Empire, but he respected the dedication his father put to make the Empire safe, so he will also protect it. Dave smiled and said, "When are you going to ascend?" Lucas smiled and replied, "Maybe tomorrow. Me and your grandpa and grandma still need to prepare for our accession. I am sure that the news of you becoming an immortal is now known to every part of the world and no one would dare to attack our empire even if we left this world." Dave nodded as many saw his strength and how he easily defeated the demon, so many would fear his strength and some would worship and admire him. The main body right now is receiving lots of sin points because of what he did. The news spread fast like a virus, and no one expected that a 15-year-old boy would become immortal easily. Well, he is now 18 years old because of the time difference between the different worlds and domains. Alpha left the mansion and told Lucas that he will see him tomorrow when they are going to ascend, as he still had something to do. Alpha uses the token the main body has given to him, then enters the space world and goes to an empty field. The space world is large like a planet, and he still hasn't roamed every part of this place. The system told him that it will continue to expand as long as he gets stronger. He took out the body of Garland and he is not breathing anymore. He took him because he wanted him to become one of his undead, and he cannot make it undead if he didn't have their soul. He didn't try to look for his memories as his soul will explode like what happened to the demon woman. Demon lords are cunning, so they will surely do everything just to keep their secrets. He locked his soul so that he can still resurrect him. He looks at Garland's body and then starts to use his undead magic. Since he reached immortal, his mana exploded, and he can now make an undead without draining rapidly on mana. Garland's body is suddenly covered by dark energy, and it soothes every part of his body. In just a minute, Garland opens his eyes and then stands up. He immediately looks at Alpha and kneels on the ground. Master Dave already removed his memories as he knew that it was useless to ask about the Demon Lord. Another immortal is added to his troops. The main body decided to check what was happening inside the space world, and he wanted to introduce Ivy to everyone. He also wants to personally send his farewell to his father tomorrow. He let Hathor handle the matters inside the Black Turtle Empire while he was waiting for news from Beta, whom he commanded to infiltrate the Dragon Empire in the Beast's world. The Beast's world is huge, and it would take Beta a lot of time to reach other places, so he just patiently waits. Omega, on the other hand, is roaming many clans to collect sin points and treasures. He looked at Ivy and said, "Are you ready?" When he told her that he had his own world inside him, Ivy was shocked, but it only made her amazed at his excellence. Yes, Ivy nodded, and she was still nervous as Dave will introduce her to his other companions. Dave holds her hands and then enters the space world with Ivy. He appears inside the mansion because he detected that all of them are there. He saw the ladies talking while some were playing video games. On the other hand, Draco, Blizzard and Francia are eating at the table and being served by number one. "Hey," Dave said, and everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at him. "You are back," Lena said, and the other ladies immediately went towards him and hugged him. Dave hasn't seen them for 3 years because he was practicing. He thought that they were practicing at the Tower of Trials, but Lena said that they decided to take a rest because they suddenly realized that their power got stronger miraculously. Dave remembers that the system said that everyone connected to him, like his companion who had his mark and subordinates, will also be blessed and receive a power-up when he evolved. What shocked him the most is all of the ladies are now low-tier immortals. He was working hard and practiced in the domain with Monk Kasai for 3 years, but the ladies easily reached immortal because of his evolution. Blizzard and Draco also reached immortal, and both of them are mid-tier immortal. Even so, he was happy for them, and the stronger they are, the better. He doesn't care even if they become stronger than him, as he wants the best for them. He also discovered that their skills also evolved, and it was now stronger than before. The ladies and his familiars are confused about what happened, so they decide to wait for Dave, as he is the only one they think could cause them to strengthen like this. They were already used to this kind of miracle, as Dave is unpredictable and he showed them many things that amazed them. "Ah, finally I can relax," Dave sighs as he closes his eyes while his whole body is soaking in a hot spring. Behind him are all his companions, and all of them are naked. All of them are bathing in the hot spring except for his familiars. No one is shy as they already saw each other's bodies. The hot spring is relaxing. Dave designed it like in his previous life, and the ladies like it so much that they always go there to relax. When Dave went inside the space world, he told the ladies about Ivy, and they were not surprised about it. Dave always brings new women every time he goes on an adventure, so they are already used to it. Ivy is a kind and beautiful lady, so everyone easily likes her. They talked to Ivy and Ivy is now comfortable with them. She was now part of the family so everyone accepted her warmly. Belle suggested going to the hot spring to relax and talk about their adventures. Everyone agreed that it is the place that is a good place to relax. Dave told them about his adventures in the beast's world and he also decided to talk to them about what happened in the spirit world. He told them about his practice for 3 years and about the demons who infiltrated the spirit world. They were stunned by his crazy adventure, but what amazed them the most is he is now a peak-tier immortal. He also told them about the sudden strength they received. He told them that everyone who is connected to him also received blessings. He also tells them about the ascension of his father and grandparents. They decided to also meet them before they ascended. Dave remembers that he still hadn't introduced some of them to his father. "So Dave saved you from being caged inside a dream?" Sophia asked as she was curious about how they met. Ivy nodded and her face was shining when she remembered their first meeting. "He saved me, and I was also attracted by his looks and charisma." The ladies talked to Ivy and asked her many questions about her. Ivy is now close to the ladies, and it was different from her expectation. She never expects they are living in harmony and treat each other like sisters. She also saw a lot of interesting things in the space world. There is also a thin rectangular-shaped device that she first saw in her entire life that could do many things like calling someone and playing video games. As she discovers this, her curiosity about Dave grew more intense and she felt that he is unpredictable. Meanwhile, Dave, whose eyes are closed because he wanted to relax, suddenly feels someone holding his cock. He was stunned but he smirked as he already knew who it was. He opened his eyes and saw Susan sucking his cock while she was under the water. She signaled for him to not talk so he closed his eyes again and pretended nothing was happening. An immortal can last for a long time under the water so it's not a problem for her. Susan is the wildest of all of his women, but he likes her attitude so much. Dave felt the pleasure of her while she was giving him a blowjob. Suddenly, Rose, who is talking with Lena, asked something. "Did you see Susan suddenly disappear?" Lena looked at her surroundings and didn't see her. Other ladies also tried to look for her but didn't see her around. Olivia looked at the hot figure of Dave and saw him relax. She noticed a bubble floating near him and then went near him. Dave smirked as he realized that they are now noticed but he didn't care. Olivia looked below and saw Susan sucking his cock and didn't care about her. "Hey, you are greedy." The ladies realize what is happening and they are angry as while they are busy talking to Ivy, Susan is making her move on Dave. Susan emerges from the water and looked at them with a smirk and replied, "First come first serve, so wait for your turn." She hugs Dave and inserts his cock into her cave. "Ah hee hee, I miss this." Dave smirked and said to the ladies, "Don't worry, I will not let anyone leave here unsatisfied." He then starts their long session of love. 3 days later, Dave spent his time with the ladies and he also taught them some techniques and spar with them. He also started to train Draco and decided to bring him with him when he goes on an adventure because it was now the right time for him to be used in the wild. He let Draco be spoiled and enjoyed his time because he was just a child, but now that he realized that there are still many things hidden from the dark that could possibly harm them, he needs to prepare everyone for them to protect themselves in case he was not on their side. Blizzard, on the other hand, will be in the care of the ladies as they don't want her to go with Dave as they treat her like their baby. Dave is not against it as she can still get stronger by going to the Tower of Trials. 3 days inside the space world is just a day in the spirit world, so it was now the time for his father and grandparents to ascend. He waved his hands and created a huge portal for everyone to go outside. In a secluded place, Lucas, Stella, Lucio, and the Emperor of the Dragon Empire are standing near a statue. Behind them are some figures whose strength is Saint Lord, Saint King, and Saint Emperor. There are also 8 old men near Lucio and talking to him. The Emperor was overwhelmed as he knew that all of the people here are strong as hell that could kill him in just a sneeze if they wanted. He was shocked when Lucas told him some things about the Empire as he didn't have any knowledge about it. He knew that even though he is the Emperor, the true ruler of the Empire is Lucas as he is the one who knows all the things and managed the Empire and kept it safe. The Emperor of the Dragon Empire is doing paperwork in his room when he receives news about Dave being immortal. He was happy as he was his son-in-law, and he knew that his daughter is safe with him. The sudden attack of demons caught them off guard, but he didn't worry about the safety of the Empire because of Lucas. His daughter sometimes visits him and talks about how good Dave treats her and she always gives him some treasures. He saw the huge changes in his daughter, and she was now more mature, but she was still his little girl. At first, he was not in favor of Dave as he had many women, and he was afraid that he would forget to take care of her precious daughter, but he was wrong as Dave treats them the best. She also helps him to strengthen himself as he is now a saint because of her help. She gave him some scrolls and potions that could help him expand his talent. He stopped getting stronger because he had low talent, but his daughter gave him new hope. He knew that all of them came from Dave, so he was grateful to him. He wanted to boast about it to his other friends, but he suddenly received a summon from Lucas, so he went to the mansion of the Alexander family. Lucas rarely summons him, and if it happens, it means he has something important to announce. He learned many things from him that shocked him to the core, but he managed to compose himself as he was the emperor of the empire. Even though he learned many shocking things, he composed himself and started to talk with him about his plans. He didn't expect that the empire had such a past, and there are many strong individuals hiding in the empire silently. Luckily, he treats his people with kindness and he didn't offend some of them who are blending into the crowd. When he learned that Lucas and the others are also ascending, he was worried about the safety of the empire, but Lucas said that Dave is enough to keep the empire safe, and he will also leave some of his trusted subordinates to assist him in managing the empire. Lucas also said that he must announce Dave to be the new guardian of the empire and not tell anyone about their ascension. A day later, in the backyard of the Alexander mansion. "Hey Lucio, long time no see? I thought that you are already dead, haha." A man with a long beard put his arms on Lucio's shoulder and said sarcastically. Lucio is standing near to his wife Stella, who is busy talking to Lucas and arranging some things. Lucio smirked and punched him in the chest, and the man was blown away. Boom. Hee, you haven't changed at all, Eric, Lucio said as he looked at the man he had just punched was now already standing up as if nothing happened. "You are still brutal, Lucio." Eric smiled and replied, "Hey, don't create chaos here," a thin old man said, and behind him another 6 old men appeared. Stella stopped what she was doing and replied to them, "Hey old fogies, behave in our mansion or I will beat all of you." An old man named Uriel replied, "Stella, you are still fierce as ever, no wonder Lucio is tamed by you." Lucio's face was red and replied, "Shut up Uriel, hey, it's our first time meeting again, so don't fight," a man named Fox said, and everyone nodded as the last time they saw each other was 400 years ago. Lucas looks at the old men who had just appeared, and it was his first time meeting them. He knew that all of them are the immortals who were created by his grandpa Lucien, who is the founder of the Dragon Empire. They are all his grandpa's students, and they all go into seclusion and will only come when something bad happens to the empire. They are cultivating when they receive news from Lucio that they are now going to ascend. Lucio is their leader, and they are only waiting for his signal before they ascend. They didn't know the reason why it needed Lucio centuries before he decided to ascend. They immediately went towards him and asked what happened when they were in seclusion. Lucio explained what happened to them, and he introduced Lucas to them as it was their first time seeing him. They secluded themselves from the world, so they didn't know anything that happened for many years. They were stunned by what they learned, but they already knew the extraordinariness of the Alexander family. Lucas achieved immortal at such a young age, but his son is more monstrous. A 15-year-old immortal is crazy for them, but it is not impossible if you have that bloodline. They are now all waiting for him before they start to ascend. For now, they start talking about what they experienced and remembering their memories when they were only teenagers. Suddenly, a huge portal appeared in front of Lucas and the others. Uriel analyzed the portal and murmured, "I didn't expect someone would be this good at using space magic." He is specialized in using space magic, but he cannot use it efficiently as it is hard to comprehend. The other old fogies nodded as they were amazed that someone in this world can be efficient in using supreme magic like space magic. Lucas saw the portal, but he smiled when he saw the one who came out from it. Of course, it was Dave, and after him, dozens of gorgeous girls appeared, and their beauty was stunning. What shocked them the most is all of them are immortal-level powerhouses, but they are all young. The old fogies look at Dave and scan him, but they cannot see any power coming from him. They felt that he is only a normal person, but they knew that if they cannot see the power of others, it means they are a lot stronger than them or they are using an artifact. Dave and his companions appeared in front of everyone. Dave went near Lucas and his grandparents to greet them. "Hello, everyone." Lucas, Stella and Lucio nodded to him, and they felt proud when they thought how Dave is now an immortal at such a young age. Dave introduced the ladies behind him to them one by one. Everyone was stunned, and Lucas was more shocked because he didn't expect that his son would be this crazy to have many companions. All of them are top tiers in terms of looks and posture. He is not against it, and he felt that his son must be really now a grown-up man. He felt that time surely flies fast as Dave was just a baby, but now, he is an immortal at such a young age. The ladies are shy to face Dave's family at first, but they are easy to approach, and Stella keeps talking to them. The old fogies introduced themselves to Dave and even gave some gifts to him. Some decided to give their precious treasure to him as they are pleased to see him. He was a generational talent, and he is also the grandson of their leader Lucio. They talked about many things, and the emperor felt that he is out of place because everyone here is strong. They eat and celebrate their reunion for 2 hours until Lucio decides that it was now the time. Lucio looks at everyone and asks, "Shall we go?" The old fogies nodded and they looked at the surroundings and felt nostalgic as they are now leaving the place where they were originally born to ascend to a higher plane for a new adventure. Lucas looked at his father and said, "You should go first and I will follow you after I talk to my son." Lucio nodded and then held Stella's hand, then looked at Dave. "See you later, my grandson." He smiled and then released his aura. After he did that, the other old man and Stella also released their aura, and the sky above Alexander's backyard turned black. Dave was amazed and Lucas said, "That is the will of this planet, and now since they released their aura, they will going to be expelled from this world and be teleported to the immortal plane gate. In that gate, there are many strong people who were assigned by other clans to receive their clan or family members who had just ascended. Everyone can also join clans or sects if they are a solo cultivator and they met the requirements. Since our clan is well known and strong, I am sure that someone is waiting for us and will guide us towards the main branch of the Alexander family." Dave nodded and then he saw a huge light suddenly covering Lucio, Stella, and the other old men. Stella waved at him while Lucio smiled at him, then they suddenly vanished in a matter of seconds. Lucas saw that everyone had already ascended, so he looked at his son and said, "I will wait for you there and I hope you continue to take care of yourself. You are the only thing your mother left for me, so you must take care. Also, don't disappoint your companions and love them dearly." Dave nodded and looked at his companions with a smile, then looked at his father again and said, "You also take care of yourself, father. Do not worry about me because your son is a careful and cunning one." Lucas smiled and laughed. "Ha, that's my son." He then patted his shoulder and said, "See you then." He also releases his aura like what others did. Suddenly, Dave felt a strong energy come out from his father and his eyes almost popped out because that energy is on the other level. It was different when Lucio and the old fogies released their full aura. His father's aura is definitely above them and he saw that everyone is not affected except him. He realized that his father wanted him to know that he still had a long way to go and not to be overconfident even though they are in the same realm. Lucas waved to everyone, then a light covered him and disappeared in an instant. Dave looks at the sky and the dark clouds dissipate. He sighs and murmurs, "Goodbye, father." Dave is now seated with the Emperor of the Dragon Empire inside the Alexander's mansion. He is now the real master of the mansion, so the responsibility will be on him. There are also 5 men standing behind Dave. They are the ones Lucas assigned to take care of the mansion and help the Emperor in case something happened. They are loyal to Lucas and all of them are peak tier Saint Emperors with Lucas's help and training. Dave didn't need to worry about managing the mansion and he could leave a clone if he wanted. He is talking with the Emperor about their plans and the Emperor said that tomorrow, he will publicize Dave becoming the new guardian of the Empire. Dave is okay with it as he now has more free time because his clone could do the things he needs to do. The ladies on the other hand take a stroll inside the Empire to relax and enjoy themselves. They all rode behind Draco's back and everyone who saw Draco felt scared and amazed. It was the first time Draco appeared with his massive body, but everyone knew that only Dave had a black dragon, so they felt reassured that it would not harm the Empire. Everyone in the Empire is talking about the news of the demon's attack and the majestic appearance of Dave, the young master of the Alexander family. The news spread like a disease and some believed it while some said that it was just a rumor. In a certain bar inside the Dragon Empire, a man wearing a black robe with a hood is sitting on the table while listening to the people around him. His face cannot be seen, and no one cares about him. "Hey, did you hear how young Master Dave defeated the strong demon who almost destroyed the Black Turtle Empire?" a man said, and everyone suddenly looked at him. Another man suddenly replied, "Yeah, I also heard that from my friend and I thought at first that it was just a joke, but everyone is talking about it everywhere. Yeah, I heard that the demon is on par with the Guardian, but young Master Dave defeated it with ease." An old man suddenly interrupted and then everyone talked about it. "I cannot imagine that at such young age, he will reach that level as expected from Master Lucas's son. He really a blessing to the Empire." The Emperor also said that everyone must come to the royal capital tomorrow as he will announce something. Everyone is excited when they are talking about it. On the other hand, the man wearing a black robe was stunned by what he heard. He stood up and paid his bills, then went outside. He walked in a narrow alley and then looked at his surroundings to see if someone was following him. After checking no one was behind him, he took out a token and crushed it. Suddenly, his body disappeared and vanished from the place. The man appeared inside a majestic place where many people were sitting. There is also a man sitting on the throne in front of him. He looks majestic as he wears gorgeous blue robes and he looks like a 40-year-old man. The man wearing a black robe removed his hood and revealed the face of a handsome man with black hair and eyes. The man bowed his head and replied, "Clan leader." The man's face is full of admiration when he is looking at the man in front of him. The clan leader looked at him with a smile and said, "What did you discover?" The man replied, "I gathered much information that many had changed in the spirit world after 500 years. I learned nothing about the 10 immortals of the Dragon Empire and that Lucian Alexander. I only learned that there is a 45-year-old guardian of the Empire named Lucas Alexander and he had a 15-year-old son Dave Alexander." The clan leader replied, So they must have already ascended and left a descendant to protect the empire. The man nodded and said, that is also my speculation, but what other things I learned from them shocked me. The clan leader's face suddenly changed and asked, what is it? The man said, a demon appeared and it almost destroyed the Black Turtle Empire, but the son of that Lucas defeated it easily. That boy is only 15 years old, and based on my intel, the power of the demon is surely an immortal level. I could not imagine the horror of being an immortal at such a young age. The clan leader was stunned, and the other officials were also alarmed about his news. They knew the man in front of them, and he is good at collecting reports and news. He always brings accurate reports because his eyes are special. The clan leader closed his eyes for about a minute and no one dared to talk, so they just waited for him. After a minute, he opened his eyes and said, I didn't expect that demons are now targeting the spirit world. A genius appeared at the same time. The clan leader thinks for a while and then says to his people, stay low-key for a while and we will not make our move first. Let's see whose clan will perish first. I know that you all waited 500 years for this, but the situation is not as easy as I expected. Everyone nodded and then continued to manage the things they needed to do. A day later, in the royal capital, many people were going towards the plaza as the emperor had to announce something and everyone was required to attend. No one knows what it is all about, but the emperor's order is absolute, so they must obey. Millions of people are now waiting for the emperor to appear. There are a lot of soldiers managing everyone to maintain order. No one has the guts to create chaos here as the punishment is severe. What do you think the emperor will announce? A woman asked her friend. The other woman shakes her shoulder and said, I do not have a clue. Everyone is curious about what the emperor will say to them. Their waiting didn't last for long as a majestic carriage appeared, and it was going towards the stage. The door opened and the emperor appeared in front of the crowd. The emperor walks towards the stage and looks at everyone. Greetings my people. Everyone bowed their heads and shouted, greetings to the emperor. The emperor waved his hands to make them raise their heads. He prepares himself and then speaks. I call you here to announce something. He paused then continued. Our guardian Lucas Alexander decided to pass the role of being a guardian to his son Dave Alexander from now on. He will be our new guardian, so everyone must respect him, or you will be punished if you slander his name. The people were shocked and the place became noisy. Wow. I didn't expect that young Master Dave is now the guardian. Yeah, he is so young, but he is strong enough to defeat the demon. I didn't expect that Master Lucas would give his position to his son this early. Shut up. You do not have a qualification to care about their decision. As they were talking, a huge portal appeared in front of everyone. Everyone looked at it and they saw a handsome man appear in front of the emperor. He wore gorgeous white clothes, and he had a beautiful sword on his waist. His shining blue eyes make everyone starstruck, and he looks like an immortal who went to the mortal world. Everyone recognizes him as he is the boy who is renowned as handsome playboy in the empire. Their new guardian, Dave Alexander. Everyone is looking at the handsome man in front of the emperor. His face is calm like water, and he doesn't look like a teenager. Dave nodded at the emperor and then looked at the crowd whose faces were still shocked and amazed. Dave coughs to silence the crowd. Everyone becomes quiet and waits for what he will say. Dave smirked then spoke. I don't need to introduce myself as I knew you all almost know me. I know that everyone is still confused about what is happening, but my father wanted to rest and enjoy life, so he passed the role of being the guardian to me. I may be young, but I can kill everyone here if I wanted to, and I am not kind like other people, but you are lucky to be a people of this empire, so be assured for your safety anyone who tries to attack or create chaos in my empire will burn into ashes with my own hands. Dave waved his hands and then he suddenly disappeared in front of everyone, leaving them speechless. No one would expect that he would say things like that, but they felt his exit was cool. Everyone cheered and they felt blessed to have a new strong guardian. The emperor announced that today is a special day, and they can enjoy their day and eat the foods he prepared for everyone. Meanwhile, Dave, who had just disappeared, appeared inside his space world while receiving sin points for his grand entrance and exit. He is now laying in the lap of Susan while she is caressing his hair. He now has more free time as his clone could do the work for him. Phoenix Empire. Sitting on his throne, the Emperor of the Phoenix Empire, Dunce Nirvana, is looking at the reports he received from his men. Dunce's face changes every time he reads the reports. I didn't expect Dave to grow that fast. I feel like he was just a kid a year ago. He sighs as he feels that he is getting old. He treated Dave like a son and he is in favor with him for his daughter, but he cannot let his daughter face danger, so he had no choice but to separate the two. He loves his daughter so much that he already tried everything he can to cure her, but it was to no avail. As he was thinking, a man suddenly entered his room. Master. Dunce looked at him and realized that it was his butler. He was confused why he looked like he was in a hurry and didn't have time to knock on the door. If someone did that to him, he would punish them, but his butler is loyal to him and he treats him like his brother. What happened? He asked and he had a bad feeling about it. The butler replied while panting. There is a chaos in our south border. A man appeared and claimed that they are now reclaiming their land. He is arrogant and kill many people who tried to stop him. His strength outmatched our elite troops and now they even hostage our people. Dunce was stunned and hurriedly asked, did he say his identity? The butler nodded and replied, he didn't say his name but he said that he is the holy son of the Thunder Clan. Dunce was stunned when he heard the name of the clan. So they are now emerging, huh? As an emperor, he had a bit of knowledge about the ancient clans who were hiding in their domain because of the tyranny of the Dragon Empire. After the brutal and destructive fight 500 years ago, the first emperor of the Dragon Empire rewarded them with some of the lands from the other clans. Now he understands that since 500 years already passed, the clans wanted to return and gain their foothold. He was ready to give back their lands if they wanted, but what they did is so much for him to accept as that holy son killed his people. He cannot let anyone act tyrannical inside of his empire. He closed his eyes for a minute then opened it to look for his butler who was waiting for his response. Dunce's face changes into a serious one then declares, summon everyone and we will go to war. The butler's face was shocked but he smiled afterwards because he knew that the emperor had his pride and won't back down easily. Noted south border of Phoenix Empire. A handsome man looking at everyone kneeling in front of him with an arrogant face. He wore gorgeous clothes and he released a strong aura that matches the aura of a saint lord. He is sitting on a throne while observing everyone. The people kneeling had many injuries and their hands were tied. They look miserable but their faces calm and their pride is still on them. You will pay for this. Our emperor will kill you for sure, a man kneeling said, who is the commander of the soldiers of the Phoenix Empire. The handsome man who is the holy son of the Thunder Empire smiled with disdain and replied, I am waiting for him for you all to see how I will make him kneel in front of me. The holy son, all of you peasants doesn't have a right to talk to me. Cut his tongue. He stood up and went near his men to command him to cut the tongue of the commander. The lackey of the Holy Son immediately acted but the commander was not afraid as he trusted that his liege will save his other brothers. Even when he dies, he just wants to save his fellow brothers who are captured together with him. He was about to self-destruct to give time for his men to escape but something happened. Just as the lackey was about to get near the commander, his head suddenly separated from his body and fell to the ground. What? The Holy Son was stunned, and he didn't even see how his men died. From his gathered reports, the Phoenix Empire doesn't have a strong person except for their guardian who is an immortal. He was not scared about the guardian of the Phoenix Empire because their clan leader is also an immortal. Even though he is just a saint lord, he can fight someone who had a cultivation above him, so he was full of himself. The clan leader gave the mission of reclaiming their land to him, so he was doing his best to satisfy the clan leader. Clap. 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 Everyone heard a clap, and they looked at the direction of the sound. They saw a handsome man with long red hair sitting at the throne behind the Holy Son and looking at everyone with amusement. As expected of a person with a title of commander. You are ready to self-destruct to save your men. What a beautiful sight to see. The commander was stunned, but when he saw the young man, he was stunned and recognized him. Young Master Dave appeared in front of everyone without them knowing. He was resting inside his space world when Alpha, who is traveling, said that he detected many space interruptions near the Phoenix Empire. Dave realized that the ancient clans are about to emerge. He doesn't care about them, but when he learned that someone attacked the Phoenix Empire, he immediately went there to check the situation. He was bored and didn't know what to do, so he decided to join the chaos. He was curious about the Holy Son, but when he saw his strength, his eagerness to fight disappeared and was replaced with disdain. The Holy Son is only a Saint Lord, and he can crush him with just his finger. Dave smiled and clapped his hands again. The captured soldiers whose body is full of injuries immediately healed and they feel that they went back to their normal state. The Holy Son's eyes constricted as he never saw that kind of spell in his entire life. He may look young, but he is already 30 years old. Still, it was young for cultivators as they can live longer than normal people. Dave didn't use healing magic, but he used time manipulation. He reversed time on every soldier's body so they went back to their normal state. He is now more efficient in using his skills. Dave scanned the Holy Son's information and saw that his name is Yuri from the Lightning Clan. He was adopted by the clan leader, but he saw some information that Yuri might not even know. Yuri is an illegitimate son of the clan leader, but he is hiding it from everyone as it will destroy his reputation. Who are you? Yuri asked nervously and his previous arrogant face disappeared. Dave smirked and replied, well, the Holy Son Yuri is near to piss on his pants. Haha. Dave teased him and it was effective as Yuri was angered by his words. I said, who are you? BTCH. Yuri shouted in anger, but then he realized something. How could the man in front of him know his name? He was confused and wanted to ask him, but he only saw him looking at him with amusement. Attack him. He immediately commanded his men, but no one moved. He looked at them and shouted again, I said attack him, did you not hear me? He saw his soldiers sweating heavily but no one was moving. Little he did not know that they couldn't move because of Dave. Dave stands up from the throne and walks towards Yuri. Yuri realized something wrong was happening to his men, so he decided to fight him. He dashed towards Dave and his body suddenly was covered by a purple lightning. His speed was amplified 3 times and his strength elevates. He appeared in front of Dave and punched him. Purple lightning punch boom. Yuri smiled when he saw his punch land on Dave. "Hey, that was my strongest attack. You are lucky to witness and die from it." His confidence went back again as he is proud of his strongest move. He was about to celebrate more but he suddenly felt that his chest was cold. He looked down to see his chest and saw a hand passing through his body and holding his heart. He was shocked and looked behind and saw Dave, who he thought had died already from his attack. He didn't expect that he was still alive and not even damaged. He wanted to speak but blood sprayed out from his mouth and his blood rapidly depleting. He knew he was near to die so he crushed his token and called for his master's help. Swish. Suddenly, a hand appeared and wanted to take Yuri away but Dave chopped it into pieces like tofu. Yuri was shocked as he knew that that hand is hard and one of his master's moves. Only a mortal with the same power as his master can cut it. He now realized that he faced a wrong opponent and he regretted it but it's too late for him as he died immediately because of the blood loss. Dave pulled out his hands and crushed Yuri's heart then threw it to the ground. He didn't even look at Yuri's dead body as he was waiting for someone to appear. He didn't wait long because 10 seconds later, a portal appeared and an old man appeared in front of Yuri's dead body. He lifts his body, and his face is full of grief. Tears coming from his eyes as his precious son died and he cannot even save him. He then looks at Dave while holding his son's body. Ding! You collected sin points, wrath plus 1 million, 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 wrath plus 1 million. Dave smiled when he realized that the old foggy in front of him can give him many sin points. The old man in front of him is the clan leader of the Thunder clan and he immediately tries his best to come here as fast as he can but it is too late for him as Yuri is already dead. Arg. My son. Please forgive me for being late, don't worry, I will revive you later. He then put his body inside his space storage. He then stands up and looks at Dave with an angry face. You will pay for this, no one has ever made me angry than you, so get ready to feel my wrath. He spreads his hands and his body suddenly starts to be covered by lightning armor. Dave looked at his transformation and felt like what he saw in a movie where some hero will transform. He wanted to interrupt his transformation like what Eren Yeager did but it was going to be boring. He wanted to defeat and crush his opponent when they were at their best. He wanted them to feel despair and doubt their existence. Dave scanned the old man in front of him using his ancestral eyes. Name, Desmond. Thunder. Age, 900 years old. Race, human. Power level, peak tier. Immortal. HP, 700,000 MP, 1 million STR, 14,000 AG, 19,000 INT, 25,000. Next, Dave saw that his power is not bad, and he can be a good sparring partner for him. He smirked and waited for him to finish his transformation. Desmond, who is transforming, saw how the kid in front of him is just letting him gather more power. He could see the confidence in the lad's eyes, but he smiled in disdain as he believed that it was the worst decision Dave has ever made. As one of the great leaders of the ancient clan, his power is above any normal peak tier immortal and they possess strong artifacts that make their power rise to the next level. In just a few seconds, his body suddenly shines and lightning armor envelops his body and a huge sword appears in his hand. He looked at Dave with eagerness to kill and stated, I will kill you, then I will look for your family member and make them suffer after. Dave laughed as if he heard the funniest thing in the world. Ha ha ha, I bet that my father can kill you with just his aura. Well, I hope you entertain me well. Dave walks towards him like walking in a park and was not affected by the aura of Desmond. The commander and his men have already left the place as Dave instructed because they knew that they would only become hindrances to them. Dave's power was already known by many, and they believed that he could defeat the old man. Desmond didn't care about Dave's words so he dashed towards him and swung his sword. Lightning strike. A huge lightning slash appears and heads toward Dave. Dave didn't dodge and let it hit him. Swish. The attack hit his body but a shield enveloped his body and absorbed it. He uses Shield of Sloth, and it was a very good defensive skill. Is that all? So this is only the power of a clan leader. What ISHD. Desmond was angered by his words but what shocked him the most is that he didn't damage him using that attack. He can see that Dave is still young, but he already owns such power. Has the spirit world already evolved to the point that even a teenager is this strong? He mumbled but he rejected it as it was impossible because the energy level of this world is weak compared to the higher plane. Maybe he met an opportunity to become strong like this. He suddenly felt greedy and he cannot wait to capture him and investigate his source of power. He decided to attack him fiercely and use all his trump cards against him. Near the place where Dave and Desmond are fighting, a group of females is watching the scene. All of them are beautiful and they have an aura of coldness around them. They are led by a beautiful woman who wears different clothes from others. Lady Freya, do you know that young man who is fighting that old man? The woman behind Freya asked her. Freya shakes her head and replies, I don't know him, but I recognize that old man. He is the clan leader of the Thunder Clan, our rival clan. The ladies behind her were shocked and asked her. Wow, I never expected that the Thunder Clan would take action immediately after the agreement 500 years ago has ended. But I never expect that the clan leader will make a move. Everyone chatted but Freya silenced them. Quiet. Everyone shut their mouth and looked at her. I don't care about that old man, but look at that young man who is toying with him. Based on my observation, the old man is near to depleting his mana while the young man is still playing with him. I know every holy son of other clans and I am sure that he doesn't belong to other ancient clans, which means that he is a genius of one of the 4 empires. Let's watch for a little longer than we will report this scene to master. Everyone agrees with her and continues to watch them. 10 minutes later. Desmond is panting while kneeling in front of Dave, who still had his clothes clean and didn't suffer any injuries. Desmond, on the other hand, has many scars on his body and his left arm is missing. His mana is empty, and he can barely move his body. Dave lets him hit him, but he can't break his defense. Dave started to bore, so he showed one of his weakest moves to him, but he didn't expect that it was enough to defeat this old man. Dave smirked at the kneeling old man in front of him and put his left foot on the old man's shoulder. Hee. Not entertaining at all. I thought that you were strong, but I was wrong. He's how lonely to be strong. He sighs as he feels that fighting has become boring and that even immortals can't make him excited anymore. He felt that he must ascend quickly after he finished doing his business to look for stronger opponents. Desmond looks at Dave with despair, and he never thought that the young man in front of him is a monster. He was fooled by his handsome and young appearance, but his strength is not something he cannot match. Who are you? He asked him while he was accepting his fate. He knew that struggling is useless. Dave smiled and replied, your son also asks it before I kill him, but since you are dying, I will let you know my name. My name is Dave. Dave Alexander. Desmond's eyes enlarge as he repeats to say his name. Dave Alexander. Alexander. Wait, you belong to Alexander clan? Desmond was terrified when he heard his surname. He never expects that he fought against a member of the Alexander clan. Every ancient clan in the spirit world is only a side branch of the main clan in the higher plane. Alexander's family is known in every part of the immortal plane and they belong to the 5 strongest clans. Next, only clan leaders have the right to know it, so he felt that he really deserved to die because his clansmen would also suffer because of his decision. Desmond felt a chill deep in his bones when he realized what mistake he made. If the Alexander family knows about it, they will surely exterminate his whole clan. He regretted not investigating properly what happened to the spirit world. He never expected that Alexander's family had now entered the spirit world. Of course, they never knew that the first guardian of the Dragon Empire belonged to the Alexander family because Lucien wanted to hide his identity. All they knew was that Lucien is strong, so they are forced to hide like turtles. Dave smiled and he felt happy when he saw his face full of despair. He is constantly receiving points and he feels that he is now becoming a real demon, as he likes his enemy to suffer not just physically but also emotionally. Any last words? Dave said to him calmly, as if it is not important. Desmond immediately replied, please don't hurt my clan members after you kill me. They are innocent. Dave nodded and replied, of course, I won't hurt them. Desmond was surprised and he never expected that he would be kind enough to spare his clanmates. Because you all going to be under me, he Dave said, and Desmond's face changed and didn't understand what he means, but he doesn't have time to react as he was immediately enveloped by black energy. It devours his whole body and after 10 seconds, Desmond appears in front of Dave and kneels on the ground. Master Desmond went back to his normal state, but his energy is now stronger than before. He looked at Dave with reverence and he was ready to fight for him. Dave was satisfied and immediately commanded him to go back to his clan and let them know that they all now belong to him and anyone who doesn't agree will be killed. Desmond bowed to him and immediately left to initiate the mission. Dave at first didn't care about the ancient clans, but he realized that since they are separated from the spirit world for so long, they must have already forgotten how strong the Dragon Empire is. Just like the holy son of the Thunder clan, he acted tyrannically as if he owns everyone's life. Dave believes that he must be the only one to do that, so he killed him. He knows that other clans already make their move and chaos will start in the world, so he plans to dominate every clan so that he can secure the safety of the Dragon Empire before he leaves the mortal plane. After making up his mind, he looks at a certain place and smiles. They are lucky that they are beautiful, so I will forgive them for peeping on my battle. He already knew the presence of the group of women who watched the battle between him and Desmond. He wanted to talk to them, but looks like after he subdues Desmond, they disappear in an instant. After clearing his mind, he looks at the surroundings and sees how the place is destroyed. As he already comprehended death magic, he can see the souls of the people who died in that place, and it reaches 100,000. He is not a saint, so he didn't care about it. He just felt pity, as they can also be a source of sin points if he can revive them. Sadly, he cannot revive them without turning them into undead, and his comprehension of time magic to rewind time is not enough. An immortal can't manipulate time to that extent, and he needs to get stronger and master it so that he can travel to time someday. As he was thinking about it, he heard the sound of horse steps and saw hundreds of thousands of soldiers riding on the horses, and they were led by a muscular man with short pink hair. He wore armor and had the insignia of a phoenix. He recognizes him as he was the emperor of the Phoenix Empire. Near the emperor is the commander whom he saved a while ago. Everyone was looking at him and no one saw Desmond. Dunce went down to his horse and bowed to Dave and said, "Thank you, Dave, for saving my men and defeating the enemy." He is a smart person, and since he didn't see someone other than Dave, it means he already defeated it. Dave was stunned as his uncle Dunce bowed to him because as an emperor of an empire, he needed to keep his dignity in front of his people. Dave immediately tells him to stop bowing because he doesn't want to stand on ceremony. "Don't worry about it, Uncle Dunce. It's just a small matter." Dave said it plainly as if he only just walks in a park. But that's the truth, because he was bored fighting Desmond. The people behind the emperor didn't know what to say, but they admire him more because of his attitude. Ding. You gained sin points: pride plus 10,000, pride plus 20,000, pride plus 10,000, pride plus 10,000, pride plus 30,000, pride plus 20,000. Dave received admiration and his sin points continued to rise again. He checked his sin points, and it is now at 10 million sin points, and it is still rising. Showing off is a good way to gain sin points, so he is trying his best to look cool in front of everyone. Back then, he wanted to be low-key because he was weak before and afraid to attract an expert's attention and maybe met danger. Now, he believed that no one could match him in the spirit world, so he stopped restraining himself and did what he wanted. The Emperor was grateful to Dave because he not just solved the problem of defeating the Thunder Clan's holy son and clan leader, but he also minimized the risk of losing soldiers and more possible deaths of civilians. The battle between Dave and the Thunder Clan leader is still not known by many because the Emperor wanted to keep it a secret for now. Dave was invited by the Emperor to the royal castle to thank him, and Dave is not against it as he wanted to meet a special person. At first, the Emperor didn't want him to go to the castle because of the chance that Dave and his daughter would meet, but seeing Dave's power, he could not stop him if he wanted to meet her or not. It will take them too long if they travel in a normal way, so Dave opened a portal so that they can go directly to the castle. Dave already went to that place so he can use space magic to open a portal. When they reached the royal capital, the Emperor announced what happened to the south border to ease the emotions of everyone. Some cheered and praised Dave while some felt heavy because of the death of many people. The Emperor decided to send men to clean up the southern border and rebuild it. He gives gold and financial assistance to the relatives of the people who died there. Dave admired Emperor Dunce's love for his people. After that, the Emperor wanted to set up a party to celebrate and thank Dave, but he rejected it because he didn't want it. He knew that many people will just go there to get a connection with him, and they will only praise him with their fake faces. He only chooses to drink wine with the Emperor, and the Emperor didn't decline and respect his decision. Dave looked at the Emperor lying on the ground with a drunken face. Dave decided to let him taste his homemade wine, but he didn't expect that in just one sip, he would collapse to the ground like that. That wine is made from precious treasures he stole from others, and it can help someone to improve their physique and enhance their mana flow. Any ordinary person can die if they drink the wine, but since the Emperor is a bit strong, he only needs to rest and digest it. In a calm and peaceful forest, there is a woman sitting on a stone while looking at the flowing river. She had beautiful pink hair, and her posture was majestic. Despite her beautiful face, sadness could be seen deep in her eyes. She took out a flute and started to play it to reduce her loneliness and sadness. She plays it perfectly, and if someone is near her, they will surely feel intoxicated. The animals near her stopped what they were doing and listened to the music. The music ended after 5 minutes and everyone went back to what they were doing again. She wrapped the flute in a towel and wanted to put it back. "What a beautiful flute, where did you get it?" The woman named Mary heard a voice behind her back when she had just put the flute back in its own place. Mary turned behind her and saw a man with only plain looks and wearing ordinary clothes. Mary didn't know how he got here, but she didn't care as she wanted to talk to someone. "Someone gave it to me." The man sits near her and continues to speak. "Is that person important to you?" Mary nodded and replied, "He is the most important to me, but fate doesn't want us to be together." Tears come out of her eyes as she remembers her memories with Dave. Suddenly, she started to spit blood and her face was getting paler. The man watched her but didn't make a move to help her. "Do you still love him?" the man asked her even though she was in that condition. Mary wiped the blood from her mouth and forcefully replied, "I forever love him, and I won't love any man other than him in my life." After she said that, she suddenly collapsed to the ground and her life energy started to leave her body. The ordinary-looking man smiled and mumbled, "You really never change, Mary." The man's face suddenly changes into a handsome guy with long red hair and shining blue eyes. Of course, he was Dave and he wanted to hug her immediately when he saw her, but he restrained himself and wanted to talk to her first. He just wanted to know if she was prepared to risk her life just to express her love for him. But she didn't fail him as he now knows how deep her love for him is. Dave immediately hugged her and took something from his space storage. Golden Phoenix blood. This item is a reward from the Tower of Trials, and he specifically kept it for her. This Phoenix blood can make Mary go into the state of nirvana and it will cleanse her whole body and remove the curse inside her. He can use some methods to remove the curse like sex purification, but he respects her and doesn't want to do it without her consent. The blood also changes her physique and can give her heavenly skills. Just a drop of Golden Phoenix blood can change someone's life. Golden Phoenix is a strong bloodline of phoenixes, and it was on par with Draco's ancient dragon bloodline before. He immediately put the blood inside Mary's mouth and then took a bed and put her and waited for what would happen. Suddenly, Mary's body shone, and golden light started to envelop her body. Her whole body has suddenly been covered by a golden flame, and it directly burns her clothes, but it didn't damage her skin. Dave watched the process using his ancestral eyes and he can see the changes inside the body of Mary. Her bones are getting stronger, and her cultivation rose to Saint Emperor in an instant. She started to release the pressure of a mighty phoenix, but it didn't affect Dave. The process continues for a long 8 hours, but Dave patiently waits for her to finish her transformation. Mary undergoes a shocking transformation and her body bathes in a strong fire and it keeps tempering her body. Her aura is getting stronger every second and Dave was astonished to see how Mary is perfect for the Golden Phoenix blood. He didn't use the Golden Phoenix blood for himself because it was lower than his bloodline and it was of no use to him. He wanted to cure her as he regretted leaving her before, as he is afraid that it will hurt her more. Now that everything has changed and he now has the power to help her, he will not let a chance slip by. After many hours, Mary opened her eyes and saw the dark sky full of stars. She was confused, but she realized that she fell asleep and she was now in the bed. She didn't know what happened and why she was lying on the bed. She remembers that a man appeared next to her and asked her something. She checked her body and realized that she is full of energy and she felt more comfortable than before. It feels like something was removed from her and felt that she was more powerful than before. She was confused and wanted to know the answer, but she suddenly saw a man grilling a huge eagle. She saw his back and felt familiar. Suddenly, the man looks at her and his handsome face welcomes her. "Long time no see, Mary." Dave smiled and spread his hands. Mary was stunned and tears suddenly fell from her eyes as she hurriedly ran towards him and hugged him. "Dave, is this true and not a dream? I knew you will come back for me. Hahu, you know how much I miss you and I keep thinking about you every day." She shouted everything inside her heart as her emotion exploded the moment she saw him. Dave lets her release her emotions while he just hugs her softly. After she calmed down, Dave explained to her that he is the guy who appeared before and he helped her remove the curse inside her body. Mary was amazed and now she realized why she felt comfortable when she woke up. They continued to talk and cherish the moment together. Next, Dave told her about some of his adventures and also about his other women, but Mary doesn't care about it as she already knew his personality. She was happy that Dave is now the guardian of the Dragon Empire. Dave also introduces her to the realms above the Heavenly Sage and he told her that she was now a Saint Emperor. That news shocked her and she didn't expect that it only needed one drop of blood for her to transform like that. Dave and Mary eat the food together and Mary's face is now blooming unlike before. Mary also plays flute for Dave and Dave was still amazed by her skills. Mary is now laughing like a child when near him and it just shows how happy she was together with him. As they look at the stars above, Mary looks into Dave's eyes and sees how beautiful his blue eyes are. She cannot help but to blush and she felt that his eyes were attracting her. Dave saw her reaction and immediately teased her. "Did you miss my dragon?" Mary was stunned and her face is getting hotter and hotter. She knew what he meant as she knew how crazy he was. She immediately replied, "HMMP. What dragon?" She acts like she didn't know it, but Dave immediately grabs her arm and pushes her onto the bed. He kissed her cherry lips and Mary can't help but feel aroused by his actions. Dave's hands are touching everywhere until both are already naked. When Mary saw Dave's dragon again, she was shocked as it was not that big before. Even so, she decided to enjoy the moment with him and let him do everything he wanted. "Can I put it inside?" Dave asks her as he doesn't want her to be surprised. Mary nodded as she closed her eyes. Dave slowly put his cock inside her cave, which is now wet due to the foreplay. "Arg!" Mary shouted in pain and Dave saw red blood coming from her cave. "What?" Dave was stunned, but he realized why this happened. Since she undergoes the process of rebirth under the fire of Phoenix, her whole body changes and her virginity is regained. "Are you okay?" Dave asked her, but Mary said that she is okay and he can continue to move. Dave nodded and slowly moved his hips passionately. Plack. 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 The sound of moans and flesh colliding can be heard, but Dave set an isolation barrier before so that no one will disturb them. Ah. Ah. Mary moaned, and she now starts to feel pleasure and she keeps asking for more. Dave didn't let her down as he now started to get serious and continue to plow her. Dave was simply a sex machine, and he will never get tired. He also used his dual cultivation to help her stabilize her power and mark her so that he can sense if she was in danger. The next morning, Dave and Mary now are fishing at the river and both of them are enjoying themselves. Mary was tired because of their actions last night, but she was happy that she was finally be together with him. Since Dave has clones, he doesn't need to worry about some matters. His clones can do the job and they can call him if they just need his help or asking for commands. Dave just spent some hours with her until he decided to go to Emperor Dunce to tell the news of Mary finally being freed from the curse. He wanted to know how she got that curse, or someone put it, but he promised to make them suffer if he discovered it. He is also curious about something in the Phoenix clan. His treasure guide is directing him to go there as there is an opportunity from it. Next, of course, if there's a benefit to him, he will not let it pass. In the room, Emperor Dunce looks at his daughter who is clinging tightly to Dave like a koala. Emperor Dunce felt uncomfortable seeing his lovely daughter now in another man's hands, but he was happy when Dave told him that he finally removed the curse of Mary and can now live a normal life. He felt that choosing Dave for his daughter was the best choice he made in his life. Dave had the power and status, and based on some rumors, he is caring about his women. Mary already knew about Dave's other companions but didn't care as long as she was with Dave. Dave plans to introduce her to Lena and his other women later, but he must first look for the origin of her curse. So you want to know about the origin of Mary's curse? Emperor Dunce looks at Dave, whose face is calm as ever. Yes, Dave nodded, then he looked at Mary beside him. Emperor Dunce looked at Mary and sighs as he replies, I seriously don't want to talk about it, but looks like I cannot hide it anymore. The Emperor paused, then continued, actually, Mary, I am not your real father. What? Mary was shocked and replied, Father? You are not joking, right? Emperor Dunce replied, I am not joking. Are you not questioning why I don't have any wife or empress until now? Are you not curious why I don't have any other child other than you? Dave was stunned by the revelation of Dunce, but he only silently listened. Mary's eyes started to moist, but Dave comforted her and told her to listen to his father's story first. After seeing Mary has finally calmed down, Emperor Dunce continues. I am the only child of the previous emperor of the empire since birth. I have focused on making myself stronger, so I don't have time to look for someone to love. But when my father died, he left a message for me and passed the throne to me and wanted me to have a child so that their blood will continue. Many women tried to get close to me, but one day when I was traveling and hunting in the forest, a beautiful woman appeared in front of me, but she was seriously injured. I was scared when I saw her because her aura is strong enough to crush me. But she looks at me and gave you to me. You were only a baby back then, and the woman said that I must take care of you and she will be back soon to retrieve you. She said that the enemy is hunting her to kill Mary. I wanted to ask her more, but she created a crack in the space and left the place. I don't know what to do, but I decided to take care of you and treat you like my own daughter. I waited for her to come back for a few years, but she didn't appear. So I decided to hide the truth from you and wanted you to have a normal life. I loved you like my own child, so I was scared that you will try to look for her and leave me alone. I stopped looking for someone to marry and focus on nurturing you and protecting you. Even so, I didn't expect that you have a curse on your body, and I cannot help but cry every night when I knew that you were suffering. Emperor Dunce starts to get emotional, and Mary can't help but hug him as she was happy that her father told the truth and knows that he really loves her even though she is not his own child. Dave realized that he cannot get any clue based on Emperor Dunce's story, but he had one thing in mind for sure. Mary's origin is not from the mortal world but to the higher plane, and to be hunted like that means that she has a special thing in her or special status. He read some novels like that, and he started to get curious. He decided to give time for the father and daughter to have their moment, so he disappeared into the room and appeared in a certain place. This place is like a sanctuary, but a huge mirror on the wall has an elegant and majestic design. He was curious why his treasure guide is pointing towards the mirror, but he was sure that there is a huge opportunity here. So you are finally here. Dave was thinking about what to do next when he heard a voice behind him. He looked behind him and saw a 20-meter bird whose body was covered with flames. The bird's aura is strong, but it's not enough to pressure Dave. A phoenix, huh? Dave mumbled, and the bird replied, my name is Flamigo and the spirit guardian of the Phoenix Empire. Dave already guessed it, as there is only one spirit guardian in every empire. Nice to meet you, Flamigo, Dave said, and the Phoenix nodded to him. I saw your deeds in the Empire and I was thankful for your help. If you did not defeat those bastards, I guess that catastrophe might come, Flamigo said, and it caught Dave's attention. What catastrophe? Flamigo replied, The mirror in front of you is called Devil's Mirror. That mirror was hidden beneath the Empire Castle and was sealed by me and the old fart guardian. That mirror is mysteriously founded by the first emperor of the Phoenix Empire when he was traveling, but it brought bad luck to him, and he said that he is hearing screams every night from the mirror. He cannot dump it everywhere as he felt that someone will suffer if he does so we decided to suppress it, and luckily it stopped spreading bad luck and the noises also stopped. But 2 years ago, it begins to become active and it becomes stronger. I was having a hard time suppressing it as the other guardian is busy and preparing for breaking through. Dave was stunned when he heard some details about the mirror. He looks at the mirror and feels dark energy from it, but it didn't hurt him and he feels like it was comfortable. Do you know more about the mirror? Dave asked the Phoenix. Flamingo nodded and replied, I gathered some data about it and discovered a shocking secret. He paused then continued, this mirror is actually an item used by a strong evil from Underworld to see what is happening here. The mirror also has the power to create a portal for the people in the other dimension to enter here if we stop restraining it. I'm afraid that a strong enemy can enter this world and no one can stop them. Dave's face started to get serious. Looks like this world is not simple after all. He felt that this world is something as a lot of things occur here. His father said that there is a huge secret behind this world and now an item like the Devil's Mirror appears here. System. Are the underworld devils different from demons from the celestial plane? He asked the system. Answering the host, underworld devils and demons are different. Demons are a superior race, and they are on the top of the food chain on the highest plane of all, the celestial plane. The underworld on the other hand is the place where the souls of the dead will enter, and it is being ruled by the Yama who manage reincarnations and judgment of every soul. Those who did good will reincarnate and their memories will be erased, while those who are wicked will undergo infinite sufferings in the underworld. The underworld devil is the one who is punishing the wicked souls. In summary, demons are stronger than the underworld devils, but they are protected by the law of the underworld, and every soul who enters the underworld, even if they are strong before they died, will be restrained and powerless. Dave was stunned as he didn't expect that the system would give him so many answers. So if they are the one who is punishing the wicked souls, why is some devil trying to enter this world? He asked the system, but it didn't answer him anymore. Dave is now thinking about something. So if the underworld devils should only be staying in the underworld as they are strong there, why is someone trying to enter this world? Is there a huge secret that they are trying to infiltrate the spirit world, or there is an anomaly happening in the underworld? He had some questions in his mind but he could not think of an answer, so he asked the Phoenix, why are you sure that I can help you? Flamingo replied, actually, I am not sure about it, but when I saw your powers, I have a feeling that you have something that can help me. Dave didn't expect the Phoenix's answer. What if I can help you? What will you give to me in exchange? Flamingo smiled and took out a small box and it floated in front of Dave. If you help me suppress this mirror or even destroy it, I will give you this box. I am not sure what is inside of it, but I am sure that this box is a treasure. Dave's treasure guide shines brightly in front of the box, and now Dave realizes that the box is the ultimate treasure. Deal. Dave went forward and touched the mirror. Stop. Don't do that, you will be corrupted by the devilish energy, the Phoenix warned him, but he didn't follow him as he touched the mirror. Boom. Suddenly, a huge amount of energy infiltrates Dave's body and it shocks him as the energy is strong. It is detected that corrupted energy is entering your body. The energy is not harmful to your body and it has directly been absorbed by your physique. Tyrant demonic body. Tyrant demonic body evolution progress. 0%, 1%, 2%, 3%, 4%, 5%, 10%, 16%, 25%. The Phoenix was stunned when he saw that Dave is okay and it feels like he is enjoying it. He can feel that he is absorbing the energy and the mirror is getting weaker as it goes. He didn't know what was happening, but he was starting to get excited because if he became successful, his burden would be lessened. Dave is absorbing the energy for about 10 minutes until the system announces something. Tyrant demonic body has exceeded the limit that it can absorb because your cultivation is low. The system suggests that we will temporarily seal the mirror. Dave saw that his tyrant demonic body progress bar is at 45% and it is a pity that his cultivation is low right now and he can't absorb more. He feels that his body is getting stronger every time he is exposed to such dark energy. So how much is the price? He asked the system as he knows that nothing is free. The sealing ring costs 7 million sin points, and it can seal the mirror for only a year, the system replied. So expensive, Dave murmurs as he only had 10 million sin points right now, but he believed that it was worth it in exchange for that box. 1 year is also enough and he will come back to absorb more and even possibly go to the underworld. He then looks at the Phoenix who is looking at him weirdly and replied, I have a way to take the mirror and seal it. The Phoenix was stunned and replied, just do everything to get this mirror from here and I believe that you will not use it in doing bad things. Dave smiled and replied, of course, if you didn't ask. I am the kindest person in the world. He said it with a straight face, and if someone who knows him heard him, They will surely laugh at him. Dave immediately buys the sealing ring from the system. Even though it pained him to use 7 million sin points, he believed that it was worth it. He likes to calculate things and do everything with plans, so he is successful up to these days. Sealing ring has been acquired. System will automatically be reducing 7 million points to your total sin points. Total sin points, 3 million. Note, to use the ring, you need to put mana to it, and you need to constantly supply it with mana every day so it will function well. Suddenly a ring appeared in front of Dave, and it looked ordinary. Its exterior is silver, and he doesn't detect any good quality about it. He wore the ring, and he injected mana into it. Suddenly, he felt that he made a connection to the ring. After that, he pointed at the mirror and the ring suddenly shines and covers the mirror. The mirror is huge as it stands about 3 meters tall and 1 meter wide, but it was easily sucked by the ring effortlessly. The system also said that he can put many things inside the ring, but it will cost him to use mana more to maintain the seal. His space storage can be used to seal the mirror, but the system didn't approve it as it may affect him or there is a possibility that he suffers backslash from it. Dave uses 1/10 of his mana to seal the mirror and it shocked him because he believed that his mana pool is huge but the mirror needs that much mana to be sealed. Even so, the system said that it was natural for sealing it for the first time but he only needs to put in some mana every day to maintain the seal and it was no problem for him. If it was for others, they would surely get dry on mana easily, but he is extraordinary because of his physique and he had a lot of skills to use. Flamigo, who witnessed everything, was shocked to the core and he looked at the ring with interest. Dave saw his look, so he smirked and replied, "Wanna steal it from a teenager?" Flamigo's face was red when Dave said that and he immediately replied, "Of course not, I believe that before I can do that, I'm already ashes in your hands." Even though he is hiding from everyone, he is still updated on happenings in the world, and he heard about him defeating a demon whose power is on par with his. He also defeated an ancient clan leader who stood at the peak of the mortal plane with ease. He still didn't know the limit of the boy in front of him and he didn't dare to anger the Dragon Empire. The old dragon is still alive, and he hasn't seen him for a long time. Dave smiled and replied, "It's a pity, I want to assess your power but it looks like you give up easily if he wants to." He can steal the box from Flamigo but he is a guardian beast from the empire of one of his companions and his father said that no one in the 4 holy beasts should die because something bad will happen. Flamigo smiled bitterly and he was ashamed to be teased by a kid who didn't even live 1/10 of his life. "Alexander's is really scary," he mumbled, then pushed the box to Dave. Dave catches it and scans it using his ancestral eyes, but he didn't see anything. "That box is mysterious and even now, I don't have a clue what its function is and where it comes from. All I know is that even if I use my full strength, I can't destroy it," Flamigo stated, and it makes Dave more curious about it. Dave put it in his storage space in the meantime because the Phoenix wanted to talk to him about something. "By the way, did you already see the old dragon?" "What old dragon?" Dave asked. "Of course, the holy beast of your empire, Dragonova, the berserker dragon," Flamigo said, and his eyes were full of excitement when he said it. "So that's the name of the dragon inside the empire?" Dave mumbled as until now, he had never seen the dragon as he didn't have time and he didn't care about him. "Nope, I haven't seen him," he replied, and it disappointed Flamingo. "It's a pity, I wanted to visit him but I am always busy, and if I appear, I can cause chaos and panic for everyone. Brother Dragonova is like my older brother and he always helped me when I need help back in the day." Dave realized that Flamigo's bloodline is low as it is only a common bloodline, so he cannot maintain a human form for so long because of his low-level bloodline. Dave smiled and replied, "What if I can help you upgrade your bloodline? What will you give me in exchange?" He smiles cunningly and he feels that he is a good businessman. Flamigo was stunned and he wanted to doubt him, but when he remembered how he easily seals the mirror, he realized that he must be telling the truth. Flamigo immediately took every treasure he had, but Dave saw that they were not worthy of the holy fruit. Even so, he took them away and Flamigo can't do anything. Flamigo was in despair, but he suddenly remembered something. He left him for a while and when he came back, he was now holding a golden feather. The feather is 1 meter long and it is releasing a calming but hot aura. "This feather is the treasure I found when I was traveling 600 years ago and this is the one that helps me to reach this level. I don't know, but every time I am near to it, I can easily comprehend any technique, but when I reached immortal, it suddenly stopped working for me, so I realized that it is only useful to people below immortal." Dave smirked and felt that he really profited today. His people will benefit a lot from using this feather, so he accepted the feather and took out 1 holy banana in his garden in the space world. His garden is now blooming and there are so many fruits and herbs that are planted there by him and are being taken care of by his subordinate. He sometimes rewards some people who did great merit with some fruit so that they can evolve their bloodline. After squeezing Flamigo's treasure, He left the place immediately and went to his space world to investigate the box. His companions are practicing, and his subordinates are doing their jobs. His clones are moving, and he had many times for himself. He appeared in a secret location where not even his companion knew. He created this place so that he can focus and not be distracted. This place was 100 times heavier than the spirit world's gravity, and the time here has the same ratio as the Tower of Trials. He sat on the ground and took out the box and made it float in front of him. System, what is the origin of the box and what is its function? He asked the system as he is curious about it. 400,000 sin points are required for the system to answer your question, the system replied, and it made Dave angry. Fuck you. You always like to snatch my hard-earned points. No, this information is very useful and important, so it is a good exchange. Next, Dave tried to negotiate to lower the price, but the system is not easy to persuade, so he won't have a choice but to spend 400,000 for the information. If it's not useful, be prepared to suffer my wrath. His ancestral eyes are not enough to know and appraise the box, so he doesn't have a choice but to ask for the system's help. Analyzing the box, it would take a minute. Ding. The system appraised the item, sealing box age, rarity, info. A black slime is sealed inside in the box. Note to the host, to unlock the box, you need to split some of your soul and feed to the box, the system said, and the information stunned Dave. A slime? Holy shit, is that Rimuru? Or is the slime a super duper monster that can be my pet? Normally in some novels, slime is the weakest creature, but they have the highest potential of all. Dave cannot contain his excitement, but the process is a bit hurtful. Splitting his soul is easy for him and it can weaken him, but he can recover it in time, but the pain he will feel is tremendous. The soul is the core of every life form, and when your soul is destroyed, you will die and never have a chance to reincarnate ever again. Just a single damage to the soul is deeply chilling, so that even he rarely tries to split his soul when cloning. He tapped the box and commanded the system. Proceed. Processing, splitting a small part of the host's soul. Dave shouted in pain, and he cursed. You better be a good treasure, as I hate to feel this kind of pain again. Even a demon like him can feel so much pain, but he is strong enough to maintain his consciousness. After 5 minutes completed, the system split a part of the host's soul into the box. The system transferred the soul to the item. The soul has been absorbed by the box. Synchronization is complete. Dave heard a lot of notifications, then the box suddenly shines. Suddenly, a black small slime that is large as a fist appeared in front of him while floating in the air. Dave was stunned as he felt that he was connected to it. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring an innate treasure, Ultimate Slime. Ultimate Slime is a heavenly weapon and has many functions. The slime will act based on the command of the host as it is connected to the host's soul. The slime can also do things automatically if you commanded it. The slime's strength is based on the host's power, the system said, and it shocked Dave when he heard its functions. So it will follow my instructions? He waved his hand, and the slime followed the direction of his hand. He tried to command it and transform it into a sword, and the slime transformed into a black sword. He commanded the slime to defend him if there is an incoming attack, then he created a laser beam to hit himself, but the slime automatically becomes a shield and absorbs the attack. He was amazed at its function, so he explores more about it. He discovered that the slime could receive 70% of his power until it stopped working. The slime is indestructible, and when it reaches the limit of what power it can receive, it will just become a box again. For the slime to work again, it will automatically absorb the damage and heal automatically, but it will take a long time. After seeing the slime's functions, he asked the system, "System, can I make the slime absorb my weapons so that its power becomes stronger?" "Yes." Dave smiles and takes out his black sword, which he almost forgot to use because he always fights using his bare hands and most of his enemies are not worthy of him to use it on them. The black sword is also an innate treasure that is connected to him, and it will get stronger as he levels up. He let the slime absorb the sword, and the sword didn't resist as he even felt that it was happy. The slime successfully absorbs it, and the system said that he can retrieve it anytime. The slime's power when it was transformed into a weapon is weaker, so letting it absorb the sword makes its power stronger only if it is in sword form. The slime is top tier when it comes to defense, as it will automatically activate and protect him if he was attacked without him knowing. Of course, if he lets it absorb other weapons like the axe form of the slime will get stronger. He had many treasures, but they are weaker than his sword, so he didn't make the slime absorb them. The slime has so much function, so he decided to let the slime roam around his body, and no one would expect the black slime to be a dangerous weapon. Dave went back to Mary as he plans to introduce her to his other companions in the space world. Mary is a loving daughter, so she easily understands Dunce's story, and they went back to their normal relationship as a father and daughter. Dave and Mary said goodbye to Emperor Dunce, and he transported Mary inside the space world. In the mansion, Dave's companions are all seated at the long table and there are many delicious delicacies on it. All of them are made from top quality ingredients and they can make a normal person stronger. Dave prepared them by himself as he missed cooking and he wanted to spend time with his companions. When Dave introduced Mary to others and told their story, they felt pity for Mary because she suffers so much pain. Mary on the other hand is shy at first but as it goes on, she finally becomes comfortable with others and treats each other as sisters. Even though he now has many companions, he always spends time with them if they are not practicing and helps them to get stronger by supplying them with treasures and practicing with them. He also placed the golden feather in the public for everyone to enter if they want to comprehend a technique. Of course, they must first collect merit points from the system he made in his city because it will make them work hard. Dave's subordinate has now created a huge city and his force is enough to conquer many worlds from the mortal plane. The weakest subordinate he had in the city is a heavenly sage and he had a lot of immortal subordinates now, but they are still in the beast's world. He had plans for them, but he still had things to fix in the beast's world. His clone is still traveling because the beast's world is many times larger than the spirit world. Dave just enjoys spending time and playing with his women and training with them. He suddenly missed Draco, but he decided to send him with his clone Alpha to train in the wilderness. He also wanted to send Blizzard but Lena was against it as she said that she is too cute to fight. Even so, Dave agrees with her and he believes that Blizzard can become strong inside the space world because there is a Tower of Trials. Alpha, who is watching Draco clearing mob beasts in the forest, received a command from Dave. He called Draco and they both disappeared from the place. After they left, some people who were watching them from afar sighed in relief as their place was not damaged by them. ThunderClan Domain. Desmond, the clan leader of the ancient ThunderClan, looks at the people kneeling in front of him. Some had faces of worry while some believed in their leader's decision. There are some who are bleeding and tied on the ground while every one of his people is standing behind and with a confused expression. He called everyone as he had to announce something. He already announced to his officials about him being a subordinate of Dave and they must now follow him or they will be killed by him. Some didn't agree so he beat them up and they didn't have a chance to retaliate as he became even stronger than before. Even the old farts whose power is not far from him were beaten to the ground by him so everyone is scared and has no choice but to follow their leader. Desmond looked at everyone and announced, "From now on, the Thunder Clan will be under the lead of Master Dave, the guardian of the Dragon Empire. If you disagree, look at the officials I beat on the ground." He pointed at the people who were injured and everyone was shocked to see them beaten to that point. Everyone recognized them as they are the pillars of the Thunder Clan. No one expected that the leader would do it to them. They suddenly felt scared, but some disagreed. "Why are you tainting the legacy of other clan leaders by bowing your heads to others?" a young man shouted, and everyone recognized him as he is the second best genius only below Yuri. He heard about Dave from the news that was circulating in the clan and he didn't expect that their leader would now become a subordinate of a person the same age as him. As a genius, he cannot accept it. When Desmond heard it, he flicked his fingers and the young man exploded into pieces. Boom. What? Everyone was horrified and no one would expect that he would kill a genius like that so easily. Any objections? He looks at everyone with domineering manners and everyone lowers their heads in submission. Objections mean death so they don't have a choice. Hee what a good sight. Everyone heard a voice, and they looked upward and saw a handsome man floating in the air and near him was a 1-meter black dragon flying with him. Some didn't know who he was but the ladies are charmed by his looks and Dave also received some sin points from lust. Even so, some recognize him as he was in the report and only high officials knew about it. Dave landed in front of Desmond and Desmond bowed to him. "Master, I already finished your task for me." Dave smiled and patted his shoulders and replied, "Well, some of them are still not convinced. Do you want me to do it the hard way?" Desmond's face changed and he apologized to him. "I'm sorry master for my incompetence, please punish me." Everyone who is watching what is happening is stunned and they didn't expect that their leader is now a subordinate of a young man. Dave pointed at the officials who were beaten by Desmond and being tied by a rope and said, "I can give you a chance to obey or else I will kill you." The officials are scared while there are some who didn't want to compromise so Dave commanded Draco to eat them. Everyone was scared and wanted to run but Dave cast a barrier so that they could not escape. "I will give you all one last chance, I can make you obey me easily like a puppet, but I felt pity for all of you so be grateful." Dave acted like he is giving them a way to survive but there are still some who think they are the main character of the story, so he didn't have a choice but to use his charm skill and control their mind and become loyal to him to death. Some easily obey as Dave said that he will not interfere with their everyday life and he will only call them if needed. They believed him as they already saw his power and he can kill everyone here. Just like that, he conquered one of the ancient clans. The defeat of the Thunder Clan and their submission to Guardian Dave spread to every ancient clan as Dave let the news spread. He also told his subordinates to talk about ancient clans to the world as he wanted them to prepare in case some ancient clans try to attack them. His subordinate acted quickly and spread the news to everyone. The news brought a huge shock to everyone, but it gave Dave a huge amount of sin points because of the thing he accomplished alone. Defeating a demon, becoming a guardian and conquering an ancient clan. When the news of this reached the other ancient clans, especially those who know the power of Thunder Clan, it brought them a sense of urgency and decided to halt their mission to get back their land. Some ancient clans have an alliance so they are not afraid of him, while others are thinking of what next move they will do. In a spacious and gorgeous room, a huge table is set up and it has 10 seats 1 meter apart from each other. 10 people who are releasing tyrannical powers are seated and no one is talking. All of them are releasing the power of Immortal and are stronger than the Thunder Clan leader. Suddenly, an old man who had the height of 6 feet 0 inches tall and had short black hair stood up and looked at everyone. "Long time no see, fellow Taoist. I am sure that you already know why I summoned you here?" Everyone nodded and greeted him. There are 3 women and 7 men in the room, but every one of them respects each other as their power and status are equal. They are all the clan leaders of their clans. The man in red is named Blaze from the Fire Clan, while the old man who is speaking in front is Prenton is from Water Clan. There is a beautiful woman wearing white clothes named Feline from the Ice Clan and another woman named Hera from the Beauty Clan. There is also a woman wearing a veil who is the leader of the Sound Clan named Charlotte. The remaining 5 people are Gary, Denmar, Laplace, Varen and Karen from the Strong Clan, Wind Clan, Death Clan, Rock Clan and Poison Clan respectively. They rarely see each other unless something important happens. The old man named Prenton starts the meeting. "I knew that you all already know what happened to the Thunder Clan. That old shit was defeated by a young guardian from the Dragon Empire. His clan also surrendered to that fella, so I think it's a serious matter. Even we can say that the Thunder Clan is weaker than ours. It is still impossible for one of us to defeat them single-handedly like what that kid does." Some nodded while the man who was wearing red clothes stood up and replied, "What do you want to say? Are you scared of a teenager?" Everyone was shocked when he said that. Then the beautiful woman named Feline, who was wearing white clothes and having a cold look on her face, replied, "So can you do it or not?" "Don't be cocky, Blaze, because I bet that you cannot even defeat the old man in the Thunder Clan, yet you are arrogant." Blaze was angry by her words and wanted to attack her, but suddenly, a strong energy erupts inside the room and he suddenly cannot move his body. Everyone was shocked and looked at the lady who was wearing a veil and silently sitting on the left of Feline. Blaze saw her and he was suddenly feeling scared and decided to go back to his seat. "HMPP. You are lucky, Feline," he said arrogantly as if he was not afraid a while ago. "Continue." The woman in the veil said, and the old man Prenton nodded, and there was also sweat on his forehead because that energy is strong for him even. They were both peak of Immortal. "I gathered a lot of data about that guardian and his background, and information are outstanding. He is only 15 years old now and no one knew his exact realm, but based on how he defeats the old man in the Thunder Clan, it means his power is at top tier Immortal. His name is Alexander, David, the son of the previous guardian and the great-grandson of the scary Lucienne." What? Everyone is shocked when they hear that, and they will not doubt the information given by Prenton because he is known for his information gathering skills. The woman in the veil is also a bit surprised but not shocked like others. "What? So, he is an Alexander? How is it possible? That great clan won't bother to go here." Maybe they are just having the same surname, but they are not connected to that clan. Some think that it is possible, but some are wary of him because if he is really connected to that clan, it means that they cannot oppose him. "Hey, why are you getting scared of him? So what if he is connected to that clan? I bet that he is only from a side branch, so he is only in Immortal Plane. You also do not need to be afraid of him because we have a direct connection to our main branch in the Immortal Plane." Laplace from the Death Clan said, and what he said made sense. "That's right, if he is important to that clan, he must be in their main branch and they won't even care to monitor him in the mortal plane." Everyone said what they think and 7 out of 10 decided to continue their plan, while the 3 women decided to not participate and remain in their domain. They didn't force them because they knew that the woman in the veil is the strongest of all of them. The 3 women left while the remaining started to form their plans. The 3 women won't affect their power that much because they are confident about their power. They did not want to directly clash against the Dragon Empire as they had already learned their lesson, but they wanted to retrieve the land they owned 500 years ago. The Dragon Empire is scary and they witness its power because every one of them is already 1,000 years old. Reaching the level of immortal means they can live up to 10,000 years and they are still considered as young if they are in the immortal world. Except for the leader of the ancient Sound Clan, Charlotte, because she was only 23 years old and the youngest clan leader ever in the history of the spirit world. Her origin is mysterious and they didn't know many things about her. In a gorgeous room that has a beautiful and majestic interior design, 3 females are sitting on the sofa and the 2 of them are drinking tea. Meanwhile, the other one is wearing her veil and only watching them. Sister Feline, why are you against retrieving our own land? Hera, who is the leader of the beauty clan, asked Feline. Feline took a sip, then after that she replied, you don't know the power of that young man. My people send me the recording of the fight that happened between the old clan leader from the Thunder clan and him. Even though he is young, he crushed him by a very large margin, and I bet that he is not even using half of his real powers. Hera was shocked, but Charlotte's eyes only frowned and she was a bit curious about it. The 3 of them are friends, but Charlotte rarely talks to them. Even so, they treated her as a sister, as she always helps them if they need her, and they knew that she was a sincere person, but she didn't like to show it. Is he as strong as you said? Hera asked, and Feline nodded. She took out a recording orb and let them watch the fight. At first Hera blushed when she saw the handsomeness of Dave, but when she saw how he handled the enemy easily, she felt admiration towards. On the other hand, Charlotte was unmoved when she saw his handsomeness, but she admitted that he is the most handsome person she has ever seen. But what makes her curious is that she noticed that he was aware that they are recording him, but he just let them. She was a smart person and realized that the young man is bold and he is showing that he is not afraid of them and he is confident of his own power. Charlotte carefully observes Dave's movements and how he fights, and she admires how efficient he was in controlling his powers. She is good at analyzing, and she concludes that Dave only uses his physical strength. He crushed a peak immortal only using brute force. She cannot measure the power of Dave, but she believed that he was not above her, so she was still confident. She has her own pride, and she didn't want to think that Dave was better than her. Sister, what do you think we should do? As Charlotte is thinking, Hera asked her, and Feline was also waiting for her response. They knew that she is good at making decisions, so they wanted to ask her opinion. Even though they are older than Charlotte, they still treated her as equals. Charlotte replied calmly, that man is strong and I believe both of you, even if you join force, cannot match him for now. Let's watch things first and see what will happen between him and those 7 old heads. We cannot act rashly, so it's better to let them face him. The time is also near, so we can only wait. Both of them nodded as they respect and trust her. Meanwhile, Dave continues to attack other clans who arrogantly emerge and use his power to suppress them. He offered those who surrender to be under him, or else he will control them, or he will kill them. No one expected that as the ancient clans had just emerged, they would be terrorized by a young man. Dave deploys his troops to continue conquering some weak clans. Desmond also sends him news that it was no problem to conquer and invade other ancient clans, as they don't have any connections to the immortal plane except the top 10 clans who are descendants from the clans from the immortal plane. Even so, he was not afraid to attack them if necessary, as even though he is a careful person, he will not back down in a challenge. In just a span of a day, he conquered 10 minor clans, and he did it easily because his troops are now stronger and he had a lot of immortal subordinates. The top 10 clans didn't have time to prevent him as he acted swiftly. He wanted to attack them personally, but his clone Beta notified him. Beta is traveling toward the Dragon Clan in the Beast's World, and it took him a long time to reach it. The Beast's World is huge and he cannot go to that clan easily because he had never been in that place, so teleportation won't work. He decided to act personally, so he switched position to Beta and let him give him a command to guard the Dragon Empire. He can now travel easily to another world as his space power is stronger and he is connected to his clone, so he can switch positions anytime. Even though he believed in his clone's power, he wanted to act personally because the problem in the Dragon Clan is a serious matter that may affect the mortal plane. Dave opened his eyes and looked at his surroundings. He saw a huge 70-meter-tall wall shielding the inhabitants of the Dragon Clan. There is also an array in the sky that protects someone from invading. Dave was amazed because he didn't expect the Dragon Clan to be civilized and their base to be fortified, as there are many soldiers roaming everywhere. He can see some dragons who are in human form, but they cannot hide their 2 long horns and a pair of wings at their back. Their physique is also strong and they are at an advantage over someone the same as their level. He can see how terrifying the Dragon Clan is, as the weakest person here is already a heavenly sage and the guards are already a saint. There are 3 saint guards guarding the gate and they are inspecting everything and everyone who is entering. He immediately moves and uses his stealth to easily enter the gate. With his power, even immortal will find it hard to detect him, so those saints are not a threat to him. As he entered the gate, he suddenly felt that the spiritual energy is thicker than in any place in the Beast's World. As expected of a first-tier clan, he mumbled as he continued to walk while being invisible. As he was walking, he gathered data from some people he saw and he read their memory so he could get information easily. When he entered the gate, he saw that people seemed to be joyful as if there was an event in the clan. So, when he read the memory of one dragon he saw, he learned that the clan leader is celebrating his 7,000 years of life. Everyone is happy for their leader as they witness all the things he had done during his rule. The clan leader invited some prominent dragons from the clan and he learned that other clan leaders from another clan will also attend. He cannot go to the royal castle if he doesn't have an invitation card. He believed in his concealing skills, but he heard that the Dragon Clan leader has an eye power that can see concealment from the Black Turtle Clan leader Hathor. Even so, his disguise skills are top tier, so he can imitate someone, but he didn't know who he should imitate. As he was thinking, he suddenly saw a dragonoid wearing a gorgeous outfit, and there were many people surrounding him like a superstar. He can see that the dragonoid is strong as his power is at Saint Emperor, and he looks handsome. He releases an aura of royalty and he checks his status using his ancestral eyes. In just a minute, he already learned who he is, and he suddenly felt that he is a good target, but he saw a thing in his status that made his interest rise. His name is Gargantor, and he is the youngest commander of the clan leader. He also belongs to a noble clan inside the Dragon Clan, so many respected him. He is known for being quiet and he rarely interacts with anyone. Many admire his power and his status because he reaches them in such a short span of time. He is only 600 years old, and it is like 15 years old in the human lifespan. He followed him and he saw him enter a narrow alley, and he looked like he was looking for something. Gargantor touches a part of a wall, and a passage suddenly appears in front of him. He then looked at his surroundings to see if someone saw him and saw that no one was there, so he commanded his people to also enter. After they disappeared, he followed them and imitated what Gargantor did, so he easily entered the passage. Dave followed behind Gargantor and he realized that this place is a tunnel, and it didn't take them long to appear in a huge underground place. Dave saw a lot of dragonoid. There are young and there are old who are in a poor state. Their bodies are thin and their clothing is tattered. When Gargantor appeared in front of him, the kids rapidly went to him to hug him and they looked happy. "Brother Gargantor, did you bring us delicious food?" a kid cutely asked, and Gargantor smiled and patted his head as he replied, "Of course, I bring a lot of food for everyone so you can eat something delicious." He then commanded his men to distribute the goods to everyone, and then an old man went to him and talked to him. "Thank you, Gargantor, for everything you had done for us. I knew that it is not easy for you to hide us from the clan leader," the old man named Philip said. Gargantor replied, No, you don't need to thank me, as I will not forget where I belong. If not for the sacrifice of my parents, I will not reach this level, and I bet I cannot protect everyone here." Gargantor talks to Philip about the situation of everyone in the underground. Dave just watched him and saw that he was a good leader, and he seemed to be hiding them from the clan leader. As he heard their conversation, it seems that Gargantor's parents were officials of the clan leader, but they learned something shocking about their clan leader. They tried to stop him, but they were easily defeated by the clan leader. His mother was killed by the clan leader, but his father escaped and decided to hide Gargantor, who was only a kid back then, and his other family members and friends, because he knew that their life was in danger. His father died after he had already settled his clansmen because he suffered fatal injuries. But before he died, he passed an ancient technique to him, and it helped him to get stronger. His father said that they must slumber to minimize their energy, so the others decided to slumber while some were not. Dragons can live without eating for a decade or more, but Gargantor didn't want to only wait here, so he decided to go out and hide his identity from anyone. He first lived as a soldier until one of the commanders noticed his talents, so he was promoted to sergeant until he reached his current position right now. He easily rises into the ranks, and every time he faces danger, he will get stronger. He is now one of the favorite commanders of the clan leader, and it was Gargantor's plan because he wanted to avenge his parents. Since he became a commander, he constantly supplied everyone in the underground with food and other supplies, but it was not enough because if he exported a huge supply, someone would definitely investigate it. After talking to Philip, he went to a secret room where the belongings of his parents were located. He hides them there because if he suddenly missed them, he would come back to the room to remember his memories with them. As he was sitting at the table reminiscing his childhood days, he suddenly felt a presence in front of him as he stood up and prepared to defend himself. His power is high, so if he didn't detect the presence of the intruder easily, it means that he was strong, so Gargantor is already ready to fight. "Who are you?" Gargantor shouted, and he was not nervous for his safety but for the people in the underground. "Hey, calm down, Lizard." Dave suddenly revealed himself in front of him, and Gargantor was shocked to see a human whom he believed was more handsome than him, but his power and aura are tyrannical. If someone calls him a lizard, he will definitely charge at him and kill him, but the human in front of him gives him a sense of eerie, as if he can kill him if he decided to attack him. He can tell that the human in front of him killed a lot of people, so he didn't dare to act rashly. "What do you want?" Gargantor tried to remain calm even though he is nervous right now. Since the person in front of him didn't attack him immediately, it means that he is not here to kill him. Dave smiled when he heard his response, so he nodded and replied, "Well, you are a smart lizard. I thought that every one of you is barbaric." Gargantor's face darkened and replied, "Don't call me lizard." Dave smirked and took a seat as if he owns the room. "Well, listen, lizard, I am here to propose something to you. Do you want to kill the clan leader?" Gargantor was shocked, but he hastily replied, What are you saying? He denied it as he was afraid that Dave is one of the men of the clan leader. Dave smiled and said, "Well, you don't need to hide it because I will eventually kill him also, but I am giving you a chance to avenge your parents." Gargantor was shocked by his claim to kill the clan leader, and he is a bit doubtful if he had the power to do that. "How can you prove that you have the skill and not lying to me?" he asked, as he didn't want to end up dying without avenging his parents. Dave smiled and then released 20% of his aura toward Gargantor. Suddenly, Gargantor was directly pinned to the ground and his body is paralyzed and he could not move an inch. What? Gargantor, who is prideful and never felt hopeless since he was young, was shocked by the power of Dave. Dave taunts him. "What? You cannot even withstand my 20% power and you are already sleeping on the ground." Gargantor was becoming more afraid to know that it was not even half of his full power. After calming down and knowing the power of Dave, he now looked at him respectfully and listened to his plan. "So you mean that he is unleashing a terrifying monster in the beast's world?" Gargantor was shocked at the news Dave had brought him. He now also felt that this was the reason why his parents were killed. Dave nodded and replied, he believed that he could tame the toady and wanted to feed the whole beast's world to it. He asked Ronin if he knew about the toady, and he said that they are vicious creatures, and they will not stop until they devour everything, and they even tried to devour heaven but they were punished by gods, so there are only a few remaining toady alive. He can directly go there to fight him, but he felt that it is more interesting to let Gargantor do it, and he knew that he will get a lot of benefits from it. "So you will help me avenge my parents, but what will be the payment?" Gargantor asked, and Dave replied, "You." Gargantor looked at him strangely and replied, "Even if you are strong, I will not let you taint my body, and I am not gay." Dave was stunned and realized that he must misunderstand it. "Fuck you. I am not into men. What I meant is, you will surrender yourself to me and become my subordinate. How about it?" Gargantor wanted to avenge his parents since he was a child, and he felt that Dave could really help him. "As long as I kill him, I will guarantee that my loyalty will only belong to you, and I will not betray you." Gargantor swore, and all he wanted to do is kill the clan leader. He knew that he cannot fight him on his own, but Dave gave him a chance, so he will not let it pass by. Suddenly, Dave, who is satisfied with the deal he made, received a notification from the system. "Ding! You triggered a new function of the system. Since the host reaches immortal, there are more functions available in the system, and you open the mission function. The mission function will help the host to receive good rewards and a lot of surprises. Mission: help the protagonist Gargantor to avenge his parent. Rewards: protagonist Halo, 200, Gargantor's loyalty, divine energy." Dave was amazed, and he didn't expect that he would trigger a new function. He asked the system about it, and the system clearly identified what it was all about. The system said that since Gargantor is a protagonist in the beast's world and is protected by the heaven's will and had a lot of protagonist luck, making them willingly submit to the host will give them divine energy, and he will also receive the same amount of luck the protagonist had. Protagonists are prideful and arrogant, so it's hard to make them willingly submit. Dave uses his weakness, so he makes Gargantor make a deal. Yes, when he first saw him, he saw in his status that he is a protagonist because of the ridiculous luck he had in the status, and he had a title, Son of Heaven. He realized that since there is a villain like the clan leader of the Dragon Clan, a protagonist will be born to stop it. He already saw some people who had the title, like the guy he met in the Starlight Clan that he helped to escape with his girlfriend. They are hard to kill, so Dave only wanted to befriend them or make them owe him a favor. It's his first time trying to subdue a protagonist, but he eventually triggers the new function. Mission: help the protagonist Gargantor to avenge his parent. Rewards: protagonist Halo, 2000, Gargantor's loyalty, divine energy. Do you accept? Y/N? Note: not completing the mission will reduce your status. Of course, he accepted it as he is confident in his skills. He will eventually kill that clan leader, so it's great to go to receive more rewards. Royal Castle of the Dragon Clan. A lot of visitors come inside the castle, and the place is full of feasts and everyone is talking happily. A muscular man sitting on the throne looks at everyone without many emotions. He had black hair, and his red eyes are terrifying if you stare at them. His body is releasing a tyrannical aura that can make someone's hair stand up. Many greeted him and he only nodded in return. The Dragon Clan leader is arrogant, and they are not offended by it. Many guests have already taken their seats while others are talking to other people to form a connection, while others are enjoying talking to their friends. Other clan leaders who were under the rule of the Dragon Clan also attended to show their respect. Suddenly, the gate opened, and the guard shouted, "Commander Gargantor has arrived." Suddenly, everyone looks at the incoming Gargantor, who is wearing his commander uniform, and behind him, a dragonoid whose face is average, and he was only beside him acting like a bodyguard. Everyone's eyes are on Gargantor as his face is handsome and very fatal to women. Gargantor went in front of the clan leader and cupped his fist and bowed. Happiest birthday, clan leader. He then took out a gift and gave it to the maid. The clan leader only nods at him, so Gargantor goes to look for a seat. Other officials also came one by one and other clan leaders and representatives also attended. The Kraken clan has arrived. Everyone looked at them and saw 3 people wearing arrogant faces and walking to the clan leader of the Dragon Empire. Our clan leader is busy, but he magnanimously sends his gifts for your birthday, your majesty. Even though they are presenting their gifts, there is arrogance in their tone. The envoys are not afraid to be killed by the clan leader because they know that it will start a war between the 2 top beasts clans. The clan leader only looks at them and doesn't even care about them. The envoys felt ashamed, but they only went to the sideline as they didn't want to anger him so much. Even though the Dragon clan is the strongest clan, the powers of other top clans are not to be underestimated. Soon, the other clan leaders also come. The top 12 clans are Fenrir, Black Turtle, Phoenix, Dragon, White Tiger, Chileen, Golden Crow, Ice Fox, Kunpeng, Black Ape, Giant Serpent, and Kraken clan. Other clan leaders came except for the clan leaders of the Black Turtle, as it was obvious that he would not show up, and the leader of the Kraken clan as he was busy for the moment. The other clan leaders greeted the clan leader of the Dragon clan, Dragich. It's rare for many clan leaders to gather in one place, and it was a sight to see. After seeing that everyone had already come except for the clan leader of the Kraken clan, Dragich stood up and spoke to the crowd. He stretched his arms and yawned in front of everyone. This shocked others as he disrespected the other clan leaders. Hello everyone, I was happy that you all came here. It's a pity that the bastard, Kratos, didn't come. His behavior is a bit odd, and everyone notices it. Dave, who acted like a bodyguard for Gargantor, noticed something, so he said something to Gargantor. Gargantor was shocked, but he chooses to follow Dave's instructions and go along to what will happen. The leader of the Fenrir clan shouted, "What's wrong with you, Dragich?" He felt something amiss, so he asked him. Dragich smiled and replied, "Francis, don't worry, there's nothing for you to worry about, ha ha ha. All of you are enough to be the food for my pet." Suddenly, his face changed into an evil smile and he clapped his hands and a small sanctuary appeared in front of everyone. The clan leaders realized something, but it's too late as a chain suddenly wrapped in their bodies and their movement was restricted. The weak people suddenly exploded, and their energy was sucked by the chains. "What is this?" the leader of the Golden Crow asked, and he felt that every second, his energy was being sucked. "What is the meaning of this?" the beautiful woman who is the leader of the Phoenix clan asked as she tried to remain composed. Dragich licked his lips and replied, "Of course, every one of you will going to be a nutrition for my pet to be born again in this world, ha ha ha." He laughed like crazy, and now everyone realizes that he plans to unseal the demonic toady who almost destroyed their world back then. "You don't know what you are doing. You will create a catastrophe and our world will surely be devoured." The man who is the leader of the Chileen clan shouted as he continued to struggle to the chains. "They cannot break the chains and they continue to become weaker." Dragich laughed at their words and shouted, "It's too late for you all because my pet will near to be born again, haha. Our ancestors already left us here while they are enjoying the riches of the immortal plane and they continue to get stronger. They abandoned us, so it's the only way for me to get stronger." He was stuck at the peak of immortal and he didn't know how to advance anymore or how to ascend to a higher plane. Their ancestors said that they must wait for them because they will come back to fetch them if they gain a foothold in the immortal plane. He tried to ascend many times but he failed as if there is a force that is stopping him from ascending. They waited for 5,000 years but Dragich felt that they already abandoned him. As he is the one guarding the sanctuary, he always heard a voice enticing him to create a massacre to release the one who is sealed inside it, and he promised to become his pet and help him become stronger. He was blinded by gaining powers, so he decided to make a deal with the toady. The only way for the toady to be released is to kill many people, and the other clan leaders who stood at the peak of immortality like him are enough. He plans to capture them in one go, but Hathor is hiding in his clan while the Kraken didn't attend. Even so, he believed that it was enough, so he initiated his plans. Now he will just need to wait for them to be sucked dry and for the toady to be released. The clan leaders tried to struggle, but the chain of the toady is stronger, and they cannot escape. If they struggle, the chain absorbs faster, so some don't move and wait for someone to save them. Some already lose hope and can only wait for their death. One by one, the prominent people were sucked dry, and the only remaining were the clan leaders and the other immortal attendees. Every one of them is already weak and they cannot move. It is estimated that in just a minute, they will die. Suddenly, as everyone finally accepted their fate, the chains which were entangling everyone were cut off like tofu. Swish! It happened so fast that only a few saw it. Dragich was stunned, but he saw a handsome human while there was a floating sword who was acting on his own and continued slashing the chains. "Hee hee, I didn't expect to catch so many prey in one go, What a lovely sight, Dave said as he looked at the clan leaders and immortals who cannot walk or move their bodies anymore because their energy is near to being dry. He waved his hands and transported them inside his domain. Reaching immortal can allow someone to create his domain. Until now, Dave hasn't created or solidified his domain because he didn't know how and what type of domain he will use. He only tries to create a domain that can lock people but only weak people because it was not perfected. Luckily their energy is low, and they cannot break from his domain even if they wanted to. Dave locked them up as it was a pity to let an opportunity take them under his control and they can be useful for his army to get stronger. After he took them all inside his domain, he looked at the stunned Dragic who still could not process what had just happened. He could not understand how Dave cut the chain easily and how he appeared here without him knowing. He believed that no one in this world is stronger than him. Who are you? He suddenly became alert as he knew that he is not an easy opponent. He was wary of him and ready to use his full strength if he decided to attack. Dave didn't answer him immediately as he was scanning the chains and the sanctuary that is in front of him. He can feel that the creature inside the sanctuary is angry at him and the chains are continuing to attack him, but his sword is acting on its own and slashing it endlessly. It is the advantage of the treasure he got so that he didn't need to act personally, and it will make him look cool and possibly gain sin points. Suddenly, he heard a voice calling him. "Human, help me escape here and I will give you the power to conquer this world." Dave looked at the source of the voice and realized that it was coming from the sanctuary where the toady was sealed. Seeing Dave was not answering him, he was angered and shouted, "You little bitch," he roared and pounced on him. Dave saw that Dragic attacked him, so he sneered and slapped him easily because his movements are like slow motion in his eyes. Boom. Dragic was stunned as he believed that his speed was superior, but Dave swatted him like a fly. "Silent little lizard, I am still thinking," Dave said, and Dragic's face was red in anger. He, the mighty dragon leader who ruled for many years, was being disrespected by a teen. He can see that Dave is not even 100 years old, yet he is already this powerful. Even so, he still had his trump card and he believed that if he faced danger, he could escape any time. Dave continued to look at the sanctuary and he felt that his soul was being sucked. Luckily, his mental strength is powerful, and he cannot be easily swayed by the temptation that the creature is offering him to work for him. After thinking for a while, he then looked at Dragic and realized that he still had the mission from the system to help Gargantor to have his revenge. He then clapped his hands and Ronan appeared in front of him. Ronan bowed to him and asked, "What can I do for you, my lord?" He now mastered mannerism and the way of being a butler. He usually lets him do anything he wants, but Ronan likes to stay in his shadows and wait for his commands. Ronan never failed to do all the things he commanded of him, so he appreciated his existence. He commanded Ronan to restrain the powers of Dragic to the same level as Gargantor. Ronan told him that he had special skills from his bloodline that could restrict the level of the enemy and weaken their cultivation for a certain time. He then called Gargantor and let him face Dragic head-on. He believed that if he cannot defeat him, he is not suited to be called as a protagonist of this world. Gargantor was amazed and he didn't expect Dave to easily restrain Dragic to this point. Dragic was angered, but he realized that the other party was stronger than him and he had a terrifying subordinate who could restrain him. He never saw someone with such thick killing intent, so he was afraid of Ronan. "If you can defeat him, you can live, but if not, then it's your fate to die," Ronan said, and it gave Dragic a slight chance to live. All he needs to do is to kill Gargantor and he can live. Gargantor looks at Dragic and his eyes are full of fury when he remembers how he lived to be parentless and how he watched some of his people die because of hunger and sickness. Dragic looked at Gargantor and said, "So you are a traitor, why do you betray me?" He is confident to beat him, so he calms himself. He is only a saint emperor, and even though his strength was restrained to the same level as him, he still had an advantage because of his experience. Gargantor gritted his teeth and said, "I will take revenge for my mother and father whom you killed back then." Dragic was stunned and then he looked carefully at his face and realized something. "So you are the child of those shits who hear my plan?" He now understands why he wants to kill him, so he doesn't talk too much and attacks him. He never expected that one of his commanders would be the person he was looking back then. Because he is always busy, he never had time to meet all of his officials. He punches him, but Gargantor easily dodges. What? Dragic was stunned as he didn't expect him to have some skills. They exchange blows constantly and Dragic had an edge over him and Gargantor's body is now full of injuries, but he had a firm look on his face that made Dave admire him more. Even though he is at a disadvantage, he didn't back down and he continues to clash against him. 2 hours later, Dragic's body is now starting to get tired while Gargantor, who is full of injury and bleeding all over his body, suddenly reveals a light, and his injuries suddenly healed. "I broke through, ha ha ha." Gargantor laughed as if it was his plan all along. He used Dragic to be his sharpening stone as he was on the verge of breaking through immortal. What? Dragic's face was black and he now realized that he was being fooled by him. So what if you break through? I can still defeat you. He punched him, but Gargantor smirked and said, I am done with you, it's time for you to die. He secretly activates the special skill that his father passed to him when he was a child. Tyrant Dragon Fist. He punched him and Dragic was scared because he realized that Gargantor's power is not restrained to Saint Emperor again unlike him. It's unfair, he shouted, but it was too late as Gargantor's fist hit his body and he exploded like a meatball. Boom. He died brutally and Gargantor finally sighs in relief as he sits on the ground. Dave, who is suppressing the seal while watching the battle, nodded in approval as he is really a protagonist-like character. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Help the protagonist Gargantor to avenge his parents. Completed. Rewards. Protagonist Halo, 2000, obtained. Gargantor's loyalty, obtained. Divine energy, obtained. Gargantor, who now finally avenged his parents, looks at Dave with admiration and reverence. He didn't know why, but he could not even think of doing a bad thing to him and he swore in his heart to serve him loyally. Dave was happy that he again collected divine energy. He can't use them right now, but they are important in the future, so he stored them in his storage space for now. He also saw a new status in his status panel when he obtained a protagonist halo. Name, Dave Alexander. Age, 18. Race, human. Demonic blood power level, peak tier immortal luck, green. 2000 5000ths can trigger a miracle. Dave was stunned and asked the system about it. The system answered him and said that there are many protagonists in the whole universe and they have the color based on their luck. Those who are low-level protagonists have a yellow color of luck. Luck colors are yellow, orange, red, green, silver, white, blue, and violet. Yellow is the weakest and violet is the most heaven-defying. Dave now has found a new goal of reaching violet luck. Maybe those who have that violet color luck, even when they are sleeping, they can find a treasure. After thinking of it, he realized that he still had one problem: the seal is about to be broken. He was stunned because a while ago he could feel that he had an upper hand to seal him, but now the seal is about to crack. Crack! The sanctuary was destroyed and a huge monster with one eye appeared. He had the body of a dragon and released a tyrannical devilish energy. His huge mouth is full of sharp teeth as if he can devour anything. Roar! The 50-meter-tall monster appeared inside the dragon clan and it brought chaos to everyone. Shit! Dave cursed as he didn't expect him to escape the seal. He was careless because he had just received the rewards. Master, do you want me to kill this little monster? Ronan suddenly appeared near him and stunned Dave. Little monster? He looked at the 50-meter-tall monster and in the eyes of Ronan, it was just a little monster. As expected of the king of assassins. He thought that he was just boasting, but he suddenly heard a notification from the system. Ding. You triggered a special mission. Subdue the tyrannical toady. Reward, toady. Tyrannical devouring technique. Failure. Level decrease by 5. Dave was amazed by the rewards, but he cursed when he saw the consequences if he failed. He was stuck to level 50 because he chooses to not level up for now and he is saving sin points, but the system is black-hearted and wanted him to lose a few levels. Even though he is afraid of the consequences, the rewards are tempting, so he chooses to accept the mission. After choosing to subdue the toady, he commanded Ronan to create a barrier to prevent more damage to the surroundings. He also commanded Gargantor to call his people and other soldiers to manage and calm everyone. After arranging everything, he looked at the toady, who was also looking at him with anger. You, foolish human, makes me suffer like this. I will make sure you will die a horrible death. You forced me to sacrifice my powers to escape the seal and now my power decreases and it will take a long time for me to recover. Dave saw how angry he was and he constantly received sin points from him. Wrath plus 10,000, wrath plus 10,000, wrath plus 10,000, wrath plus 10,000, wrath plus 10,000. Dave also checks his power and sees that his power is now decreased to peak of immortal. Toady's original power surpasses immortal, but since he sacrificed his powers to escape, he is very angry with him. Time to see how strong I am. Even now, he never faced someone who could make him go on full power and he didn't have a chance to use his other powerful skills. But now, he can feel that even Toady's cultivation level is restrained to the same level as him. His physique is outstanding and he has the advantage over Dave. He disappeared and appeared on top of Toady and punched his head. Boom. His punch was powerful, but Toady didn't even flinch nor move as he looked at Dave in disdain. Is that all you got? Dave didn't have time to react as he was hit by the Toady's tail and he was sent flying by him. Boom. He hit the ground, but Toady's eyes squinted when he saw that he was still alive. Dave's body is bleeding, but you cannot see any pain from his face, but he has a look of excitement. Ha! Finally someone has injured me. He felt bored a while ago because he cannot find someone worthy for him to fight, but the Toady can satisfy his hunger for fighting. Dave's injury suddenly recovered in an instant and went back to his original state. That is the power of Dave's physique, as his regeneration skills are top tier. Dave was amazed as even his normal punch could decimate an immortal, yet he was unaffected, and his speed was so fast that he didn't have time to dodge. Dave then clashed against him again, and this time, he didn't hold back and use his full powers. Tody is powerful and continues to dominate against Dave, but as they fought longer, he realized that Dave is continuing to be better, and he realized that he is being used by him to train. He was angered and tried to devour him, but Dave is annoyingly fast and he had comprehended space power, so he had a hard time catching him. They fought for a day and they didn't stop even for a minute. Tody realized that the human in front of him is not as easy as he thought. He is now using his full strength, but he cannot defeat the human in front of him. Dave gained a lot of experience from fighting him and realized that he still had a long way to go. He used some of his skills from his synth skills and even used his sword techniques on him. After mastering them for a day, he felt that it was now the time to subdue him. If others heard that he mastered them all in just a day, they will surely doubt how they lived their whole life. Of course, because of the system, it was not hard for him to master them and how to use them efficiently. Tody was angered because he felt that his emotions were constantly changing. A while ago he felt greedy, then felt angry, then felt arrogant, then he even felt lust. He felt that the human in front of him was the one who makes him feel that, so he was starting to get annoyed. Pesky human, you angered me to death. Now it's time for me to devour you. He opened his mouth and Dave realized that this skill is different from before. He felt that his soul was being sucked and his energy was constantly dissipating. Dave realized that he now needs to get serious, so he decided to use the skill he never used before. Ice Lord mode. Suddenly, his aura changed from hot as lava because of his tyrant demonic physique to a tyrannical cold aura. His hair changed to color blue and his eyes turned white. His face is the same, but he now looks as if he can freeze anyone just by looking at them. Tody, who was arrogant a while ago, felt that his hair on his body stood up and his whole body was getting cold. What? He saw that he transformed, and he felt that his organs were being frozen just being near to him. Ronan, who is also secretly watching, was shocked because of the sudden transformation of Dave. So, Master is the one who got that power, huh? He murmurs, but he continues to follow Dave's commandments. Dave felt that he could freeze the whole world and his mana pool was tripled unlike before. His strength also rises, and he feels that he is a god who can look down on everyone. It's a pity that it has a time limit and can only last for a few hours. He didn't know if there is a side effect, but he felt that this could be his trump card. Dave's aura changed from fiery to cold and his face was plain as if he didn't care about anything. He stood up arrogantly and looked at the Tody in front of him. The Tody felt a chill in his heart when he saw his wide eyes and he felt that it was piercing through his whole body. Just a stare from him makes him feel like he is just an ant in front of him. He didn't know why, but he felt that he needed to escape and abandon getting his revenge right now. The youngster's aura in front of him changes to another level and his guts are telling him to escape as he will face a disaster. Shit, he suddenly waved and cracked the space and decided to escape right now. He never felt scared in his entire life, but he believes in his instinct, so he didn't hesitate to escape even though he is a prideful being. Trying to escape, huh? Dave muttered and he chanted a word. Freeze. Suddenly, the surroundings change and everything 100 miles near him turns into ice. Swish. It happens in an instant and it also caught Ronan off guard, but luckily, there is no one near them right now and he was unaffected, but he can still feel the terrifying cold in his body. Tody, who wanted to escape, realized that he cannot move and his whole body turns into ice. What? He was shocked in his mind, but he suddenly realized that the cold infiltrated his whole body and he felt pain all over his organs. He was terrified, but he didn't have a chance to do anything as his figure became an ice statue and he died because of the cold. Ronan, who saw everything, was amazed by his master's power, but he suddenly saw something amiss with Dave. Dave didn't stop using his ice magic and continued to freeze anything he saw on his way. Freeze. Suddenly, Dave's mana is depleting rapidly, but it will still take him a few minutes before it goes empty because he has a huge mana pool. If he is only activating the Ice Lord and not using its power wantonly, he can last for a few hours, but Dave is now acting like he is not in the right mind and all he is doing is freezing anything. Freeze. The coldness was felt by every inhabitant of the beast's world and everything, the forest, the sea, and land was covered in ice. The whole beast's world became an ice world and it brought disaster to anyone. Ronan saw it also. He decided to stop him as he was afraid that he might be in danger if he constantly used his powers. He didn't care about anyone here in this world, but the safety of his master is his top priority. Ronan uses his primordial flames to protect himself from the coldness, but he can still feel the chill of the ice power Dave is emitting. Ronan rapidly went to Dave to help him. In the space world, Dave's mansion. Dave is lying on the bed, but the cold is still emitting from his body, and he is unconscious. Near him is Ronan, whose face is pale but his body is full of injuries. His arms were frozen, and he had a worried expression on his face. "Sorry, Mrs. for not protecting my master." He bowed and felt that it was his fault for Dave's condition right now. He tried his best to restrain him without harming him, but it cost him a few injuries, and his condition right now is not good because his arms need to be cut because the cold already infiltrates it. He could still regenerate his arms, but he decided that he would be like this until his master woke up. Dave was so powerful that he had trouble defeating him, and Ronan was forced to use his forbidden technique to dispel the powers of the heavenly ice fragment. If he is at his peak, he will not have a problem with it, but right now, his powers are limited, and he can only use some of his skills and techniques. Dave's companions are in the room and his pets. Everyone had a worried look and they asked Ronan what happened, so he explained everything. They were shocked at what happened and didn't know what to do right now. Ronan said that he will remain unconscious unless the cold in his body is removed. "Is there a way to remove it?" Lena asked Ronan, and he nodded, but he hesitated to say it. Lena saw his expression, but she was firm to help Dave, and everyone is ready to sacrifice their life just to save him. "What? Answer me?" Ronan then looked at Draco, Blizzard and Francia and told them to leave the room. They obediently leave the room and decide to trust him. Ronan looked at his master's companions and said, "I can't remove the cold in his body because my powers are limited, but there is another way to solve it." Everyone looked at him and he sighed and said, "The cold infiltrated his whole body, and when you get near Master, you will all turn into ice. To remove them, I need all of your cooperation, and I can assure that Master will get well soon. Tell us the process immediately." Rose was angered by his hesitations as she felt that every minute that they were talking, they must have already helped him. Everyone loves him dearly and they cared for him. Ronan said in his mind that his master is lucky to have companions who can do anything for him. He then stated the process on how to help Dave. Ronan will lend everyone a portion of his primordial flames and they will use it to cover their body to resist the coldness. The coldness is not tyrannical like before because he already dissipates some of it when fighting him. After covering themselves, they need to blend the ice and fire by doing dual cultivation. The women were embarrassed by the process, but they knew that it was the only way to help him. They didn't hesitate as everyone agreed, and Ronan warned them that it may be a long process, so everyone must be prepared. After preparing for some time, the girls commanded Ronan to guard the room and not let anyone enter. Ronan then covered everyone with his primordial flames, then closed his eyes and prayed in his heart for it to be successful. He didn't dare to peep as he was afraid to be killed by his master if he learned about it when he woke up. Lena looks at everyone who is worried but also shy right now. Lena may not be the oldest, but she is always the one who is the most mature of all of Dave's women. Everyone treats her as an elder sister. "Everyone, don't be nervous, we need to do this to help Dave." Every one of them lived in harmony and they treated each other genuinely. All of it because they love Dave. She encourages everyone and she decided to be the first as she wanted to see if there was any other bad side effect of doing the process. She dropped her dress, and her beautiful body was exposed to every girl in the room. She was not shy because they had already seen it, but she still felt conscious to do it in front of everyone. She wanted them to not look, but they declined because they were worried that if something bad happened, they could help her immediately. She went near Dave, and she felt the coldness of his body. Thanks to the primordial fire, she was not that much affected, and then she removed Dave's clothes and looked at his majestic body. Even though she has already saw it 100 times, she still feels hot and attracted to it. She saw his sleeping dragon, yet the size of it was still huge. She was drooling in her mind, but she knew that she must get serious. The other ladies are also drooling and felt that they must have volunteered to be the first, but it was too late as Lena was already starting. She holds his sleeping cock and plays with it. She saw that it was not standing, so she sucked it and put it inside her mouth. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Her jaw is getting tired, and she still cannot make him feel aroused. Rose, Susan, Sandy and Sophia decided to join as they saw her struggling, and they used their hands to caress his whole body. Suddenly, Dave's cock became hard, and they felt delighted that they finally made him aroused. After seeing his dragon stand up, Lena went above him and positioned her cave on top of his cock and sat on his cock. She moaned when her cave was penetrated by Dave's cock, and she continued to move her body. Plack, plack, plack. She moves up and down and she can't help but moan as she also felt pleasure by it. Even so, she didn't forget to absorb the cold on Dave's body as it was their main goal. As she was riding his cock, the others were also touching Dave's body, and some of them couldn't help but want to switch positions with Lena, but they knew that they needed to be serious. After riding for 5 hours, Lena was tired, so Rose replaced her. Plack, plack, plack. The sounds of flesh colliding make the other ladies arouse. They didn't forget their main goal, and they can see that Dave is still unconscious, and even Lena is absorbing the cold for 5 hours straight. It only removed a few portions of cold in his body. They now realized why Ronan said that it would take a long time, so they didn't dare to tire themselves and prepared themselves for their time to absorb the cold. The process continued and everyone already had absorbed and dual cultivated with Dave for a day, but it was still not enough. Luckily, the girls are now stronger than before as most of them already have reached immortal so they can easily recover their energy. Mary, Olivia, and Belle both lasted for 7 hours straight, and it stunned everyone as they didn't expect them to have a longer endurance than them all. The process continues for 3 days, and no one stops from absorbing the cold on Dave's body. Draco and Blizzard wanted to enter the room, but they were both stopped by Ronan as he calmed them and told them that Dave is being treated. As the process is still going, in a certain room, a beautiful woman sitting cross-legged on the bed opened her beautiful blue eyes. She is Samantha, who was in seclusion for so long. Her scarlet hair is waving, and her aura is different from others. She releases a majestic aura and she looks like an empress who descends on a mortal world. "So, I finally regained my memories," she sighed and scanned her surroundings. "I am still in Dave's mansion," she murmured, and she felt conflicted about it. Before regaining her memories in her previous life, she felt that something was calling her, so she told Dave that she wanted to be in seclusion and Dave supported her. After calming herself for many weeks, her soul suddenly shook, and she realized that she is a reincarnated person. She was the Empress of the Water Valley sect in the Immortal Plane, whose power is top tier and can be considered on par with top clans like Alexander family in terms of prestige. She was an Imperial Saint Emperor and near to break through to True Saint. If she reached True Saint, her sect could achieve a higher status, but she didn't expect that on the day she was about to break through when she encountered a treasure that could help her. She was ambushed by 10 Imperial Saint Emperor and she recognized one of them who belonged to the Tang clan. Her strength is not simple, but against 10 men whose power is on par with her, she cannot resist, but she manages to kill 2 of them and can be considered a huge feat. Even so, she was still cornered, and when she was about to die, the treasure she found shines and her soul was sent to the mortal world. After recovering her memories, she swore to get revenge on them and wanted to look for the situation of her clan. She was sure that they are disbanded right now, or they hide themselves, because those people will not just attack her but also her clan. She clenched her fist, but she calmed herself and looked at the situation here. At first, her strength was now at peak of immortality as she recovered her memories, and she needed to ascend to a higher plane immediately to get stronger. Now that she is reincarnated and even got 2 terrifying bloodlines like War Mermaid bloodline and Kraken bloodline, she will surely be stronger than her previous self. But before that, she must repay Dave for his help to her. She didn't know how to feel right now, but all she wanted was to get her revenge and help her people. She stood up and went outside the room. She walked to Dave's room, but she only saw Draco and Blizzard standing outside the door. As she recovers her memories, she realized that everything Dave had shown to her is shocking. Even her, an Imperial Saint Emperor, didn't have her own world, and Dave had 2 terrifying mythical beasts. She also realized that Dave is from the Alexander family, who is the most terrifying force in the Immortal Plane, but she didn't want to rely on him to get his revenge. She is proud and wanted to kill them using her own hands. "Draco, Blizzard, why are you outside? What happened?" she called them and asked them. She was curious and felt that the air in the mansion was different. Draco cannot speak, so Blizzard told her what happened even though she is not proficient enough to speak. Samantha was shocked and she felt conflicted about it. Since she regained her memories, she didn't know how to face Dave because she still had her prideful heart. She was already Dave's companion and had already given everything to him. In her previous life, she never had any romantic interest in a person of the opposite sex and maintained her purity. She was still confused, so she didn't think of it in the meantime. She left Draco and Blizzard and went to Dave's room as she finally decided. When she reached the door, she saw Ronan guarding the door. Ronan opened his eyes when he detected Samantha. He scanned her and he was surprised. "Oh, a reincarnation?" Samantha was shocked and she felt wary of Ronan. She knew that Dave's subordinate is not simple, and she didn't expect that she will be discovered easily by him. Yes, she nodded and didn't deny it. Ronan looked at him with serious eyes and asked her, "I don't have any right to interfere with my master's life, but if you try to do anything bad to him, I will hunt you." Samantha was not angered by him as she knew that of all of Dave's subordinates, Ronan is the most loyal and will do everything Dave commanded. "Let me enter." Ronan looked at her and then opened the door. He waved his hands, and the primordial fire enveloped her body. When she enters, the girls look at her with surprise and greet her. They also explain the situation to her, and they need her help. All of them now. She was shocked by the fire and felt that the fire is not simple. Samantha passed through him and entered the room. Are tired as they were constantly absorbing the cold, but they realized something. Their cultivation is progressing, and they felt that they can break through if it continues for a few days. Now that she is here, They told her to help to absorb and it can ease everyone. Only Grace is not here because she was in deep seclusion, and they didn't disturb her. Samantha agreed, but she convinced them that she didn't want to be watched by them. Everyone knew that she was shy, so they decided to create a barrier so that they cannot see her. After the barrier is created, she sighed in relief and then looked at the naked Dave in front of her. She looks at his handsome face and caresses his chin. Since he is already her man, she cannot do anything about it, so she accepted it now in her heart. Even so, she still had her goals and plans. She removed her clothes and went on top of him. "Consider this as the payment for your love and help to me." She then proceeds to absorb the cold. She moaned and felt pleasure from it because Dave's body is like a treasure. Even just getting near him can attract someone. Even though he is not awake, his body is still releasing natural lust energy, so it was natural that she is still affected. After 9 hours straight of dual cultivation, she felt tired, and she cannot help but blush when she didn't realize that she already riding him for 9 hours straight. After that, she put on her clothes and looked at his handsome face one more time and murmured, "I hope that you will ascend fast and come to a higher plane to look for me and be worthy of being my man." After that, she removed the barrier and said goodbye to the girls because she still treats them like her sisters. She didn't say anything about her memories, but she only said that they must take care of Dave. The ladies were confused because she is like saying her farewell message. After that, she disappears from the space world, and no one knew where she went. Ronan, whose eyes are closed and guarding the door, opened his eyes when he detects that Samantha already left. HMMP. She didn't know that the best opportunity is being near Master Side. 6 days later, Dave already woke up because all the cold had been already absorbed by the girls. The girls are happy that he already woke up, and everyone didn't look tired because their energy recovered because they had broken through. Mary, Rose, Sophia, Susan, Olivia, Belle, and Claire had already reached mid-tier immortal, while Jane, Sandy, Ivy, and Lena already reached top-tier immortal. The speed of their cultivation will shock anyone who learns it. They were constantly being fed by Dave's essence when they are dual cultivating. Every one of them can now be considered as the top powerhouse in the spirit world if they decided to rule a land. However, everyone knew that immortals are now normal in Dave's space world, and they saw a lot of them enter the space world before. Dave already had 100 immortals working under him, and he can even basically conquer many worlds in the mortal plane. The ladies also tried to look for Samantha, but they didn't find a trace of her. Dave looks at everyone who is looking at him with a smile, and everyone is glad that he is now okay. What happened? Ronan then told him everything. Dave was stunned as he didn't expect that the side effect of using the heavenly ice fragment is dangerous. Luckily, Ronan is by his side, or else, he will already destroy the beast's world by making it ice world. Dave thanked him and told him to now rest and recover. He also thanked the ladies and let them rest because he knew that they worked hard. He told them to leave the room for now because he receives a piece of news from Ronan about Samantha. The girls nodded and let him rest. After seeing they already left, he led her near his bed. The letter is hidden using some strange magic, but with his eyes, he can see it clearly. He opened it and read its contents. His face changed when he read it, as he didn't expect that Samantha is a reincarnation of a strong figure. He didn't see it in the status of Samantha, maybe because his level is too low. He can feel that Samantha already accepted him, but she wanted to finish her goals to avenge herself. He swears that he will go there and take her home again. For now, he was assured that she is safe because he had his mark on her. If something happens to her, the mark will vanish. The system said that it can still work even when she is on a different plane. He is worried, but he knew that he must not act rashly and he needs to finish his business. Dave enjoys his life resting for 3 days and didn't care about anything else. He spends his time with his companions and cooks them delicious food. He just lives an idle life for 3 days as he will not forget to treat his loved ones. After resting for 3 days, he decided to open the system to see the rewards. Welcome back, host. The rewards have been already sent to the storage space. He looked at his storage and saw a book, so he took it. Tyrannical devouring technique. He read the description, and it said that this technique can devour the energy of any living being and make them their own. He was amazed by the technique because it means that, if he absorbs or devours anything, he can get stronger easily. He just wanted to learn it, but the system said that he cannot learn it for now unless he got the primordial sin of gluttony. He felt pity about it, but he decided to look for the last reward. He saw a huge gray egg and scanned it using his ancestral eyes. He learned that it was a toady inside the egg. He laughed in surprise as he didn't expect to get another mythical beast. He tried to hatch it, but it wouldn't work. The system said that it will hatch when the host's strength is enough to feed it with his energy. Dave was stunned because his energy was not enough to satiate the hunger of the egg. After cursing the system for giving him a reward that he cannot use now, he then releases the beast's clan leaders inside his domain. Every one of them had already recovered their energy, but when they saw Dave, they didn't dare to do anything funny because they saw his strength. They also see the floating sword on top of him, so they are scared. Dave scanned them one by one. All of them are immortals at the top tier and even peak tier. "Hello everyone, my name is Dave and as you all know, I defeated the toady." He smiled at them, but everyone felt that his smile was evil. They felt a chill in their heart as if something bad was going to happen. On the other hand, the female clan leaders are attracted to his face, so they blushed in shame. "All of you are my captive and don't try to do anything funny because my hand may slip and kill you in an accident." He said it with a straight face as if their life didn't matter to him. The beast's rulers are cursing him in their minds and feel that he is shameless. "I will give you all a chance, serve me and you can continue leading your clan and I will not interfere with your affairs, but you must come to me if I need your help." Suddenly, the leader of the Phoenix clan gets his courage and asks him, "If we disagree?" Dave smiled at him and replied, "You will meet a tragedy." Everyone's face turns black as they didn't expect him to be shameless. He acted like he was giving them an opportunity, but he had already decided to make them all his pawns. They were sure that he would kill those who disagree. That is the rule of the world. The strong will always win as it is survival of the fittest. They are the rulers of the beast's world and they stood at the top of the mortal plane, yet they were being forced to be a slave of a young human. Human power is strong, so they didn't have a choice but to obey. Every one of them kneels in front of him as they know that it is the only way for them to survive. If they meet their demise, their clan may be in danger and chaos will happen in the beast's world. Master, the leader of the Phoenix clan, first acknowledges him as his master and a mark appears on his forehead. The mark means that he cannot betray him or think about bad things about him, or he will die. That is the disadvantage of the beast race. Even if they had an advantage in physique, their souls are weaker and if they acknowledge someone as master, they cannot disobey them or else they will die. The others also acknowledge him as master and Dave was satisfied with it. He commanded them to go back to their clans and give him treasures. No one had a complaint because they can also consider him as their hero because he saved their world from the scheme of Dragic. Dave waved his hands and every one of them appeared in the beast's world. He released everyone and told them to go back and prepare the treasures. Everyone left except for the leader of the Fenrir clan. Dave told him to stay as he still had some matters to ask for him. The leader of the Fenrir clan is named Frito. He had white hair, and his face is intimidating if not for the fact that he looks tired right now. "What may I help you, master?" Frito was nervous in front of a killing maniac like Dave, but he remains his composure because he already acknowledges him as his master. Dave didn't say a thing, but he waved his hands and Blizzard appeared in front of him. Blizzard was taken aback and she was holding an apple and eating happily, but she suddenly appeared in front of Dave. She looks at him with a confused look. Dave ignored her and asked Frito, "Do you recognize her?" Frito was shocked when he felt that the girl in front of him had a bloodline like him and he even wanted to worship him. He feels that her bloodline is purer than anyone he saw in his entire life. He was shocked but he answered him. "No, I didn't know her," he answered, but Dave commanded Blizzard to transform in her beast form. Blizzard nodded and a 7-meter Fenrir appeared in front of Dave and Frito and her white fur was waving. "What?" Frito was again shocked and realized something. "So you are alive," he shouted happily and realized that he lost his composure. He then looks at Dave and realizes that maybe Dave helped her and now she was considered as his pet. Frito explained that Blizzard is a variable in their clan. When she was born, her skin was different from others. The Fenrir clans have a fur of grayish-white, but she was different. Her fur is all white and some felt that she is bad luck to their clan. They wanted to kill her because white fur is a bad omen to them, but her parents used their life to let her escape and transported her to other places. Frito was in seclusion back then when it happened, but when he comes out and learns about her, he was enraged and killed everyone who participated in hunting her. Frito is the oldest in the clan and he knew the significance of having an all-white fur. It means that her bloodline is special and can possibly surpass immortality. He regrets that he didn't know this early and felt sad that they lost a treasure like her. Dave was stunned and he can see that he is not lying. He cannot lie to him as he is now his slave. He looks at Blizzard who still doesn't know what is happening. Dave then looks at Frito again and says, "Since those who tried to kill her are already dead, there's no point in pursuing this matter. You can now go back and bring the treasures." Frito nodded, then looked at Blizzard again and felt relieved that since Blizzard is one of his master's pets, he was sure that he would not be cruel to them and make them suffer. Dave sent back Blizzard to the space world after settling the matters. He wanted to see the situation in the Dragon Clan and look for Garganer, who is now leading the Dragon Clan. Ronan is also helping him to maintain the order. As he stood in the sky, Dave found himself staring at the sky and instead of stars, he saw a writhing mass of darkness that seemed to stretch on forever. Suddenly, he felt a pull from deep within him, as if something was calling out to him. Dave closed his eyes and focused on the sensation. allowing it to guide him toward the source of the pull. He felt the space around him contort and twist, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in front of a glowing orb. Using his skill, Ancestral Eyes, he examined the orb and discovered that it was the core of the beast's world. The orb pulsed with a faint, otherworldly light, and Dave could feel the immense power emanating from it. As he gazed at the orb, a voice spoke out to him from within his mind. "I am the core of this world," the voice said, "and you are the key to unlocking my power and reviving the beast's world to how it used to be." Dave was taken aback by the voice, but he remained calm and focused. "What do you mean?" he asked, his eyes fixed on the pulsing orb. "The power of this world is locked within me," the voice said. "But to unlock it, I require a catalyst. You are the chosen one. You did a great merit in saving the world against the evil toady, and the founders of the 12 mythical clan left their powers to me and said that if a hero stood up in case the toady escaped the seal, I will choose him/her as my master. But since you defeated toady without my help, I will reward you with the source of this world." Dave was stunned and felt that it happened too quickly. He was just floating in the sky, but the orb directly teleported him without him knowing. If he could unlock the power of the core, he could potentially become one of the most powerful beings in the mortal plane, and no one can defeat him. He knew that there are many worlds in the mortal plane, and there may be some variable and genius who can also kill anyone who had a higher level than him. "System, is it safe?" "Yes," the mechanical voice of the system answered him, and he sighed in relief. He trusts the system and it will not harm it. "So, what may be the gains I can receive if I absorb it?" Answering the host, "You'll be the sole ruler of the beast's world, and you can see anything inside the planet. You will also receive the blessing of this world, and this world will be absorbed in your space world and merge with it." Note: they will be absorbed inside the space world, but there is a barrier that will separate your own world and they will require your permission to enter it. Dave was stunned as he didn't expect that it would be a good reward. He was excited, but he calmed his heart. "How do I absorb it?" he asked the voice in the orb, and his heart pounding in his chest. "There is a ritual that must be performed," the voice said. "But be warned, it is not without risk. You must be willing to sacrifice a part of your soul in order to gain the power of the core and receive recognition as the master of this world." Dave asked him who he was, and the voice said that he was the consciousness of this world. He asked him some questions about this world, but he said that he will learn everything after he become a master. Since it is safe and there is no possible danger, he decided to start the process. Dave's hand trembled as he placed it on the glowing orb, and he felt a surge of power course through his body as it entered him. His eyes widened as he realized that he could see everything that was happening in the beast's world, and nothing could be hidden from his gaze. He felt like a ruler, an all-knowing being with powers beyond his wildest dreams. And yet, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of unease at the enormity of the power he had gained. As he basked in his newfound power, he suddenly realized that he had collected enough spiritual energy to break through to a new level of cultivation. He could feel the familiar pull of the breakthrough, urging him to take the next step in his journey. He can break through by cultivating, but he can level up and get stronger easily using sin points. But he suppressed it, knowing that this was not the right time for it. He needed to first understand the full extent of his newfound power before he could take such a drastic step. He would not be forced by the mortal plane to ascend because of the system, so he didn't need to be worried about it. The process of absorbing the core's power seemed to continue for what felt like an eternity, and Dave lost all sense of time. He felt as if he was floating in an endless void, his mind racing with the possibilities that lay before him. Eventually, he began to regain his senses, and he felt a surge of energy as the process finally came to an end. He opened his eyes, and he found himself back in the beast's world, floating in the original spot he was in. He realized that it only took him 4 hours to complete the process, but he felt that it was long. As he looked around, he realized that he was different. His eyes glowed with an otherworldly light, and his body pulsed with newfound power. He can feel that there's nothing changed in his physical power, but his mana pool capacity has tripled, and he can now use the energy of this world if he suddenly is short of power. His soul also got stronger, and he felt the connection he had to the world. He knew that he had become something more than just a mere cultivator. He had become a force to be reckoned with, a being of immense power that could shape the fate of the beast's world. Ding. "Do you want to continue the process?" the system notified Dave. As Dave is still thinking about his new power, he realizes that the process is not completed yet because he still hasn't absorbed the world into his space. As soon as Dave agreed to the system's proposal, he felt a sense of anticipation and excitement coursing through his body. He knew that this would be a significant step in his journey, one that would change everything. The process of absorbing the beast's world was slow and steady, but Dave could feel the power building inside him. He watched in awe as the massive world shrank down to the size of a marble, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe at the enormity of what he had accomplished. As the process continued, everyone living in the beast's world felt something strange happening, a shift in the very fabric of their world that they could not explain. They looked around in confusion, wondering what was happening, but they could not pinpoint the source of the strange sensation. The clan leaders look at the sky with an alert look and they cannot help but to be worried that there must be something strange happening to their world. Meanwhile, Dave appeared in his space, watching as the marble containing the beast's world entered his body. He could feel his soul trembling in shock at the sheer magnitude of what he had accomplished. But it didn't take long for the assimilation to begin, and soon the beast's world was fully integrated into his space. Dave felt a sense of power and satisfaction coursing through his body as he realized what he had accomplished. He could now see the entire beast's world within his space, and he knew that he had the power to shape and mold it however he saw fit. He then saw a space barrier separating his own world from the beast's world. Dave suddenly felt endless powers running through his body and realized that he cannot suppress the powers he had to receive. Dave could feel the power coursing through his body, the energy from the beast's world strengthening his core and pushing him closer and closer to his breakthrough. He knew that he could not stop it, that the process was inevitable, and he quickly set about finding a good location to make the breakthrough. Once he had found a suitable spot, he set up a powerful barrier to protect himself from any potential threats, then sat down and crossed his legs. He closed his eyes and focused all his attention on breaking through to the next level. He knew that no one could disturb him in this world, but it was still good to be cautious. He could feel the energy building within him, pushing him to new heights of power and vitality. He knew that he was on the cusp of achieving something truly great, something that few others had ever achieved before. He is now at the peak tier of immortal and above it is true immortal. The system said that true immortal can kill anyone below them just by using their thoughts. They will be baptized by the universal light and their body will become stronger so that they are hard to kill. Their regeneration ability will be top tier and they can heal immediately if they have mana. As he focused on his cultivation, a massive amount of power surged into his body, the energy from the beast's world overwhelming him for a moment. But Dave was prepared, and he quickly contained his emotions and focused on absorbing the power. For a moment, he felt as though his body would explode with the sheer magnitude of the energy flowing through him. But he held on, pushing himself to the limit as he absorbed every drop of power. Then, suddenly, he felt it. His aura changed, becoming something altogether different from before. He felt stronger, and tougher as if he could take on the world and emerge victorious. Dave's long red hair is waving, and his handsome face is calm. If someone were to see him now, they would surely be in awe, prostrating themselves before him in recognition of his immense power. Dave smiled to himself, knowing that he had achieved something truly remarkable. Just his aura alone can make a mortal shudder in fear. He could feel his body changing, growing stronger and more resilient with each passing moment. He knew that he had reached a new level of power. So, this is true immortal, Dave murmured as he realized how huge the gap between immortal and true immortal. It is akin to comparing an ant to a lion. He can feel powerful, and he feels that he can decimate a world in a single punch. He then asked the system about something. System, you said that I will be bathed by the universal light. Why didn't it happen? Answering the host, you already have a system like me so you don't need it. Also, you are not bound to the universe so it cannot forcefully make you ascend to a higher plane after surpassing immortal, the system explained to him, and Dave felt that it makes sense. He then checked his status to see the changes. Name, Dave Alexander. Age, 18. Race, human. Demonic blood. Power level, true immortal, low tier. LV, 50 horsepower, 10 million MP, 5 million expressway, 02 million STR, 100.000 OG, 70,000 int, 120,000 soul power, 10,000 sin points, 20 million physique, tyrant demonic body, tyrant demonic aura. Blood magic, blood clones. Note, the more blood you refined to create them, the stronger the clone could get. Blood absorption. Blood claw, blood burst, blood massacre. Heavenly ice fragment, 1/5, ice magic, ice lord mode. Blessing, moon goddess. LV.6, lunar empowerment. Moon's precognition, lunar energy, moonfall. Moon scythe, moon cage. Goddess of death. LV.6, death magic, necromancy. Death beam. Curse of death, decaying touch, undead synthesis techniques. LV.15, sword dragon technique. Upgrade requirements, level 60, sword will, sword manifestation, sword master, dragon/sword apocalypse. Wrath of the sword dragon, sword bleed. Thunder blades, silence/sword deflection. Sword of calmness. LV.2, upgrade requirements, level 70, sword heart. You can become one with your sword and sync with it to boost your sword attack by 50%. Magic skills. LV.20, assassin lord, upgrading requirements, level 60, disguise, assassination. Shadow steps. Shadow mark. Killing intent, Poison Needle Thrower Penetration Shadow Bind Shadow Clone, Aura Mask LV.18, Ancestral Eyes, Upgrading Requirements, Level 60, Eyes of Truth Illusion Master, Astral Eyes Emperor Eyes Photographic Memory, Eyes of Terror Memory Reader, Eyes of Destruction Soul Reading LV.13, Space Magic, Upgrading Requirements, Level 65, Teleportation Space Lock, Space Distortion, Space Swap, Space Wall Permeation Gravity Magic, Dimensional Manipulation LV.6, Time Magic, Upgrading Requirements, Level 65, Time Manipulation, Time Blade Time Collector Temporal Domain, Time Bomb Primordial Sin Skills, Sin of Lust, LV.20, Upgrading Requirements, Level 62, Charm, Hands of Pleasure Dual Cultivation, Lust Lord Aura Dream, Puppetry, Incubus Form Absorption Sex Purification Lord of Lust Mark, Lust Explosion Sin of Sloth, LV.20, Upgrading Requirements, Level 61, Sleep, Nightmare, Lazy Lord, Sleep Master, Shield of Sloth Sleeping Curse, Awake Telepathy Petrification, Ultra Sloth Regeneration Sin of Greed, LV.18, 160,000, Upgrading Requirements, Level 63, Greed Frenzy Hands of Greed Treasure Burn Treasure Guide, Mind Defense Adrenaline Rush Seed of Greed, Hoarder Sin of Envy, LV.20, Upgrading Requirements, Level 63, Lifesteal Equality Venom of Envy, Perfect Copy Absolute Body Thievery Shape-Shifting, Parallel Thinking Sin of Pride, LV.20, Upgrading Requirements, Level 65, Vanity, Pride Embodiment Roar of Pride Spear of Pride, Magic Immunity Invincible Body, Predator Job, 9-Star Formation Master Familiar, Draco, Ancient Dragon, Blizzard, Fenrir. Dave was shocked to see the huge change in his status. He was sure that even if he faced millions of immortals, he would still emerge victorious. His mana expanded to the next level and his powers multiplied. He also saw a soul power in his status, and the system explained that it is the reason why True Immortal can kill anyone below True Immortal with just a thought. The soul of the True Immortal is different and it's hard to damage them. He is excited to try to use his powers, but before he thinks of it, he feels that his consciousness is transported to a different place. Dave was confused, but when he opened his eyes, he saw a massive world floating in space. There are a lot of beasts living on it, but suddenly, a war between the top beasts clan emerges and it brings disaster to everyone. Millions of beasts died, and the war lasted for thousands of years until the energy of the world collapsed and the world was split into 4 pieces. All of them flew in the other direction while the smallest of them flew to the mortal plane. The inhabitants of the world were separated from each other. The one who fell into the mortal plane suddenly formed into a small world and adapted to its new place. Dave felt that he was watching a movie, and he realized that the world is the current beast's world that he absorbed. He now realized that the original beast's world was destroyed and separated into 4 pieces. He watched how the remaining beasts tried to replenish their power. They decided to continue living even though the energy here is weak. After millions of years, the 12 strong survivors of the war found a way to ascend, so they inject their powers to the core and give it life. They commanded it to give the power to the one it will find worthy of it. He understood that since the core trusted him, it must be the core's goal of accepting him as the master to find the other pieces and complete the beast's world. After he absorbed the core, he didn't hear the voice again, so he cannot ask him for more details. As Dave is still watching, in a faraway place in the space, a floating castle can be seen, and it is majestic and can give anyone who saw it chills. It consists of hundreds of true immortal guards and above. Imagine being a true immortal, yet they were just a mere guard in the castle. The 10 individuals sitting around the glass table inside the floating castle were some of the most powerful beings in the mortal plane. They were the guardian of the mortal plane, and they were responsible for maintaining balance and order among the many worlds that existed. But now, they were troubled. Their intelligence system is terrifying, and they immediately learn about the disappearance of the beast's world after Dave had just absorbed it. The disappearance of the beast's world had sent shockwaves throughout the mortal plane. It was a world that was home to countless powerful beasts, and it was a source of many resources and treasures. "We need to find out what happened to the beast's world," said one of the males, his voice deep and commanding. "I agree," said another male. "We cannot let this go unpunished. If someone is responsible for this, they will pay dearly." The 3 females around the table remained silent, their expressions unreadable. They were the most mysterious of the group, and their powers were the most elusive. But their silence spoke volumes, and everyone knew that they were thinking deeply about the situation. Suddenly, the doors to the room burst open, and a group of soldiers entered. They were all at the level of True Immortal, and their energy was palpable. They lined up along the walls of the room, standing at attention. "What is it?" asked one of the males, his eyes narrowing. "Sir, we have detected a massive power surge coming from the mortal world," said one of the soldiers, his voice tense. "What kind of power surge?" asked another male. "It's hard to say, sir," replied the soldier. "But it's unlike anything we've ever seen before. We think it might be related to the disappearance of the beast's world." The guardians of the mortal plane exchanged worried glances. They knew that the mortal world was not to be taken lightly, despite their own immense power. "We must investigate this immediately," said one of the females, breaking her silence. "If there is a connection between this power surge and the beast's world, we need to know about it." The group quickly got up from the table and commanded their soldiers. The soldiers formed a protective circle around them as they prepared to travel to the mortal world. The fate of the mortal plane hung in the balance, and they could not afford to waste any time. As they prepared to depart, the leaders of the immortal world could not help but feel a sense of foreboding. They knew that whatever they were about to face would be unlike anything they had ever encountered before, but they also knew that they had to do whatever it takes to restore balance to the mortal plane. They were accustomed to just resting and cultivating here peacefully, but now they faced a huge trouble. They cannot interfere with the mortals, but the disappearance of the beast's world means something is about to change. Dave didn't know that he created such a huge scene because he is still immersed in the history of the beast's world. As Dave continued to watch the history of the beast's world, he felt a deep sense of respect and admiration for the 12 beast leaders who stood up to fight against the evil toady. He saw how each of them had their own unique abilities and how they worked together to protect their world from destruction. They fought for 100 years and they finally sealed the toady, but it cost them a lot of injuries and the death of beasts are immeasurable. Dave couldn't help but wonder where the 12 beast leaders were now and if they were still alive. As he watched history unfold, he saw how the beast's world flourished after the war. The 12 beast leaders became legendary figures in the world and were revered by all. They helped establish a system of governance and laws that protected the inhabitants of the world and ensured its prosperity. But despite all the progress, there were still those who sought to disrupt the peace and harmony of the beast's world. Dave saw how the beast's world had to face many challenges throughout the years, from rogue beasts to invading armies. As he watched the struggles and triumphs of the beast's world, Dave felt a deep sense of responsibility settle in his heart. He had absorbed the world core and the beast's world inside his space, and he knew that it was now his duty to protect and preserve the world. With a determined look on his face, Dave opened his eyes and stood up from his position. He could feel the power of the beast's world coursing through his veins, and he knew that he was now stronger than ever before. He decided to explore the beast's world and see what changes had occurred since its assimilation into his space. But first, he needed to make sure that the system had finished processing the absorption process. Dave closed his eyes once again and focused on his connection with the system. After a few moments, the system's voice echoed inside his mind. "Absorption process is complete. Beast's world assimilated into space world. Congratulations, host. You have gained a significant increase in power and are now at the level of a peak-tier true immortal. Please be advised that you now have the ability to regenerate limbs and possess immense vitality. Your body is also significantly stronger and tougher than before." Dave was stunned as he had just made a breakthrough a while ago, but now his power reached the peak tier of true immortal after he watched the history of the beast's world. Dave was curious about the changes in the beast's world, so he entered it. After he entered, Dave realized that the beast's world now has thicker spiritual energy and he can feel that hundreds of beasts are making breakthroughs. Those who were stuck to their level were stunned and amazed because they felt that it was easier to cultivate. Dave also realized that the beast's world is no longer restricted by the universal law, and everyone can make a breakthrough above immortal. The system explained that even if someone had a higher cultivation than him, as long as they are inside the beast's world, he can control their life and death. Of course, it will not affect those who had the power above Imperial Saint because they can escape easily as they are very proficient in using space magic. Dave also senses that the 12 clan leaders who are at the peak of immortal are making their breakthroughs. Even some of his subordinates who were peak-tier immortal are breaking through, like Hathor, who is the clan leader of the Black Turtle Empire, and some elders. Some hermit beasts also started to break through and everyone is immersed in the state of cultivation. Dave also realized that he still hasn't subdued the cunning Kraken clan leader. He didn't attend the meeting, but it was an easy task for him to subdue him. He just lets them finish their breakthrough and the process is fast because they have already accumulated so much energy to support their breakthrough. After an hour, he heard a roar from different kinds of directions, and he realized that the others had already broken through. Another hour had passed, and he heard a shout of joy from many directions, and then their breakthrough was finished. All of them level up and they are happy. As every clan leader was celebrating, their minds suddenly heard a voice. "Come and meet me in the Dragon Clan, be sure to bring the treasures." They were stunned and realized that they were now under Dave. They also realized the shocking fact that their contract is not erased even if they become stronger. They thought that they could escape on his hands after breaking through, but it was to no avail as they were still his slave. After that, Dave went to the Dragon Clan to see the situation. He teleports and appears above the Dragon Clan. He then summoned Ronan, who helped Gargantor in managing the clan. "Master." Ronan bowed to him, and he realized that Dave was now different. Ronan had just helped Gargantor when the lock to some of his powers opened and realized that he can now use the power of True Immortal. He knew that he was connected to Dave, so if Dave becomes stronger, he will also get powerful and maybe unlock his full powers. "Tell me the situation," Dave asked him, and Ronan told him everything. After the death of Dragic, his deeds were exposed to everyone and Gargantor became the hero of everyone. Ronan manipulated and spread the news efficiently and everyone praised Gargantor, who stopped the evil deeds of Dragic. He was now the ruler of the Dragon Clan and everyone in the clan worshipped him. Even though he became the ruler, he spread the name of Dave and said that he is his master, and he is the one who gives his powers to defeat Dragic. Dave now realized why he is now receiving a shocking amount of sin points. He felt that he didn't make a wrong choice in helping him and he approved of his actions. Suddenly, Dave realized that he could get so many sin points if he creates a shocking thing to this world. Dave, as the ruler of the world, had used his authority to send a message to everyone living in this world. "I am the ruler of this world. My name is Handsome Lord. The change in the world is related to me and I bless everyone so that they can now break through easily. Each kind of beast should send their representative to meet me in the Dragon Clan and worship me. If someone disregard my message, I will eradicate his whole race." Dave's message spread throughout the beast's world like wildfire. Every beast felt a shiver down their spine as they heard the powerful words. Everyone knew the changes in the world and they now realized that a ruler had emerged and blessed everyone. They knew that the new ruler of the world had the power to destroy their entire race with just a single thought. Fear and awe filled their hearts as they wondered who this new ruler was. No one dared to disregard the message. Some doubted him, but they didn't dare to make a gamble as the consequences terrifying. The representatives of each kind of beast quickly gathered and made their way to the Dragon Clan, where Dave was waiting for them. The journey was long and dangerous, as they had to travel through treacherous terrain and avoid dangerous predators. But they knew that they had no choice but to obey the new ruler's commands. When they arrived at the Dragon Clan, they were greeted by an imposing figure, Dave himself. He stood tall and proud, his aura radiating with immense power. The representatives of the beasts trembled in fear as they stood before him, unable to even raise their heads to meet his gaze. Dave spoke again, his voice echoing throughout the area. "I am the ruler of the beasts world, and as your new leader, I will make changes to this world that will benefit all of us. However, you must obey my commands and worship me, or face the consequences." The representatives of the beasts nodded quickly, their fear overwhelming their pride. They knew that they had no choice but to follow the new ruler's orders. Dave then began to make changes to the beasts world, using his immense power to reform the land and create a more harmonious environment for all the beasts. He also established new laws and regulations that ensure the safety and well-being of all the beasts. The clan leaders of the mythical beast clan also come to offer the treasures Dave requested to them. They scanned him but they could not gauge his powers, so they were afraid even they reached True Immortal. Even the Kraken clan leader was forced to come here by the other clan leaders because they wanted him to have the same fate as them. Dave subdues him and he realizes that the leader of the Kraken clan is a scared one. He likes to be low-key and do things in the shadows because he is afraid to die. Even so, in front of Dave, he was forced to bow. Every beast bows in front of Dave, and he gains a lot of sin points from them. Dave invited them to the party he created and told them his plans for the development of the world. He will let the 12 clan leaders to continue ruling their land, but they must not abuse their powers or else he will kill them. Of course, he said that he will create a force that will maintain the order of this world and he assigned Gargantor to lead it. Everyone must respect him as he is his representative, and he will be sure that the world will prosper under him. When he said that, those weak clans began to look at him in another light. Over time, the beasts came to realize that their new ruler was not just a tyrant, but someone who truly cared about their well-being. They began to respect and worship him, seeing him as a powerful and benevolent leader. After that, he also summons Olivia, Claire and his other women who had a beast bloodline to see their family. Dave's space world also is not restricted to the universal law, so surpassing immortal is not a problem to the people of Dave in the space world. After finishing the matters in the beast's world, he went back to the space world to rest and get used to his newly acquired powers. After he left, a portal appeared on the place where the beast's world originally was. Dozens of strong men appeared, and they were shocked to see that the beast's world really disappeared in the mortal plane. They immediately reported it to their leaders. When Dave appears in the mansion to rest, he receives some news from Alpha, who is in the spirit world. Right now, he already subdued 30 clans, But the remaining strong ancient clans decided to join the alliance led by the 7 leaders to resist his invasion. It is an easy task for Alpha to clear them, but the 7 ancient clan leaders had a trump card. They used a treasure to injure one of the peak immortal subordinates of Dave and even kill 10 top-tier immortal. Alpha investigated the matters and learned that the 7 leaders can communicate to the higher plane, and they send a treasure to them to help them fight against Dave. They cannot descend but they can send objects to help them, and they think that it was enough. Alpha is only commanding the army and not leading them personally, so Dave shouted at him to do things properly. This Alpha is strong and has 80% of his powers, but he is a lazy one. Alpha's strength also rises when Dave levels up, so Dave is sure that he can solve the matters easily. Dave is not worried about the spirit world, but he decided to do it personally to test the treasure of the 7 clan leaders. Meanwhile, the situation in the spirit world is getting worse as the ancient clans are becoming more powerful. The remaining ancient clans have joined forces with the 7 top leaders, and they are determined not to be a puppet of Dave. They have obtained a powerful treasure that can kill a peak-tier immortal, making them more confident in their abilities. The 7 top leaders and the ancient clans have started to launch sneak attacks on the territories that belong to the other empires and even tried to attack the Phoenix clan, but Alpha repelled them. They were able to catch Dave's followers off guard, and many innocent people were killed in the process. Phoenix clan is the home of Mary, so he will not let anything happen to it. He commanded Alpha to stay there, then he summoned Beta to guard the Black Turtle Empire, who is still under revitalization. He also summoned his remaining clone, Omega, and let him guard the Dragon Empire. He is assured that his clones are the one who is guarding every empire. He cannot let any holy beasts of each empire die, as he still does not know the mystery of this world. As Elizabeth stood her ground, the attackers became even more enraged and started to use more powerful attacks against her. But Elizabeth's determination did not waver, and she continued to fight back with all her might. The battle lasted for hours, but eventually, Elizabeth was overpowered by the sheer number of attackers and was hardly fending them off. The battle began as soon as Dave arrived at the White Tiger Empire. He could hear clashing swords and the roars of people. As he flew closer, he saw Elizabeth standing in the middle of a group of immortals. She was surrounded and outnumbered, but she fought valiantly. Dave landed beside her, his eyes glinting with a cold fury. "Step aside, Elizabeth," he said calmly. Elizabeth turned to him, her eyes widening in surprise. "Dave, what are you doing here? Quickly escape, it is a battle of immortals, and you cannot participate," she urged him to escape. "Well, I just miss you," Dave joked, but then replied again. "I'm here to help, and don't worry, I am a true immortal," he said, drawing his sword. "Now, I want to see how strong I am right now." He wanted to sharpen his sword skills using them as tools. If he used his full powers, he could decimate them in an instant, but he didn't do it. The attackers sneered at them, but their laughter was cut short as Dave charged forward with a fierce battle cry. The air was filled with the sound of swords clashing and magic spells colliding. The attackers were skilled, but Dave was on a whole other level. His sword was a blur as he sliced through their defenses. He moved with such speed and grace that it was hard to keep up with him. Elizabeth was amazed and shocked to see the kid she thought weak before is now at the same level as her and even stronger. They fought by his side, her own sword flashing in the sunlight. She was a skilled fighter, but even she was struggling against the sheer number of attackers. Dave's eyes glowed with a fierce determination as he unleashed his sword skills. His energy surged through him, making his muscles bulge with power. He unleashed a barrage of sword slash that left the attackers reeling. As they fought, the ground shook and the sky darkened. Dave was tapping into the full extent of the sword dragon technique. The attackers were blasted back, their bodies broken, and their spirits shattered. Elizabeth looked at Dave in awe as he stood victorious over the fallen attackers. "How did you do that?" she asked, her voice filled with wonder. Dave smiled. "It's a secret, do you want to know?" "Well, we need to be alone," he said. Elizabeth was angered, but she blushed as she knew what he meant. "There are more battles to come, but I bet that they won't attack again for now." The battle was won, but the war was far from over. Dave knew that the attackers would regroup and come back stronger than ever. He was ready for them, and maybe if he decided, he would attack them based on his own. As the sun set on the battlefield, Dave and Elizabeth stood together, surveying the damage they had wrought. They knew that there would be more battles to come, but the important thing is they already saved the Empire. As the battle ended, Dave and Elizabeth stood side by side. They had fought bravely together, each using their own unique skills and abilities to fend off the attackers. "You fought well," he said, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his lips. "As did you," she replied, a faint blush rising in her cheeks. "I must admit, I never expected to find myself fighting alongside you, and you've already reached this level at a rapid pace." Dave chuckled, a low rumble in his chest. "Do you remember our bet?" Elizabeth's smile froze as she remembered the bet she made to him. "It's just a joke, so don't think about it." She blushed when she said that, but Dave could not see it because of her veil. Dave smirked and said, "Well, the bet must be acknowledged. Where is your dignity?" Both talked and Dave continued to flirt with her. Elizabeth was used to his shamelessness, but she felt happy when she was with him. They talk like they are the only people in the world and ignore everything. The two of them stood there for a moment, their eyes locked in a shared sense of understanding. Despite having different ages and backgrounds, they had a mutual respect and admiration for one another. As the sun began to set, Dave turned to Elizabeth and took her hand. "Come with me," he said softly. "Let me show you something." Curious, Elizabeth followed him as he led her to a nearby clearing. There, he conjured up a beautiful display of stars and galaxies, creating a breathtaking scene before her eyes. "It's beautiful," she whispered, her eyes widening in wonder. "It is, but not as beautiful as you," Dave replied, turning to face her. "Elizabeth, I know we come from different generations, but I can't help but feel drawn to you. Will you do me the honor of being my partner, not just in battle, but in life?" Elizabeth's heart skipped a beat as she looked into Dave's eyes. She had never felt this way before, but something about him made her feel safe and protected. Without hesitation, she took his hand and nodded. "Yes, I will," she said, a smile spreading across her face. Since she made a bet, she should honor it. She also felt that it was not a loss, as he is handsome and strong that no woman can resist him. Dave pulled her close, wrapping his arms around her and holding her tightly. "Don't worry, I won't mistreat you," Elizabeth commanded her people to clean up the mess. "Everyone is cheering because they defeated the enemy, and everyone is safe." Elizabeth trusted her subordinates to do the task of rebuilding the destroyed buildings and help the people who were affected by the battle. After that, Dave and Elizabeth sat together on a balcony overlooking the White Tiger Empire. The sky was painted with shades of orange and pink as the sun slowly set behind the mountains in the distance. "I still can't believe what is happening now," Elizabeth said, resting her head on Dave's shoulder. Dave wrapped his arm around her and pulled her closer. "You fought bravely back there." Dave looks at the face of Elizabeth. She is always wearing a veil, so he didn't know her true face, but now, she doesn't wear it and her beautiful face is exposed to him. Since she decided to take him as her man, she decided to show her true self to him. Elizabeth is a woman of extraordinary beauty, with long, flowing hair as black as a raven's feathers and eyes that glimmer like stars in the night sky. Her skin is as smooth as silk, with a delicate and feminine complexion that makes her look like a porcelain doll. Her features are perfectly symmetrical, with high cheekbones, a small nose, and full lips that are always slightly parted in a gentle smile. Her body is lithe and graceful, with curves in all the right places and a waist so slender it looks like it could be encircled with just one hand. Her breasts are full and round, and her hips flare out in a way that is both alluring and elegant. Her legs are long and toned, with shapely calves and thighs that seem to go on forever. But Elizabeth's beauty goes far beyond her physical appearance. She carries herself with a poise and grace that is unmatched, and her kind and compassionate nature shines through in every word she speaks and every action she takes. Her intelligence and wisdom are apparent in her piercing gaze and the way she carries herself with such confidence and self-assurance. In battle, Elizabeth is a force to be reckoned with, her movements fluid and graceful as she strikes down her enemies with ease. But even during conflict, there is a serene quality to her, a calm and centered energy that radiates from within. Overall, Elizabeth's beauty is a combination of physical grace, inner strength, and an unshakable spirit. She is a woman who commands attention and respect, and her mere presence is enough to inspire awe in all those around her. Elizabeth blushed, feeling a warmth spread throughout her body at Dave's words. "I couldn't have done it without you. You saved my empire and also my life." Dave chuckled. "Well, you are now part of my life, so no need to thank me." Elizabeth smiled, then turned to face him. "I never got to properly thank you for everything you've done for me. You saved me from the dark force, you helped me defend my empire, and you even helped me fulfill my duties as a guardian. I don't know what I would do without you." Dave leaned in and kissed her softly on the lips. "You don't have to thank me. I did it because I care about you. And I will always be here for you, no matter what." Elizabeth blushed as it was her first kiss, but since he is already her companion, she didn't resist. Elizabeth's heart fluttered at Dave's words. She leaned in and kissed him back, deepening the kiss as their tongues intertwined. She ran her fingers through his hair, pulling him closer to her as their bodies pressed against each other. She could not believe what she was doing, but she felt that she was deeply attracted to him and didn't want to be away from him. Dave's hands roamed over Elizabeth's body, exploring every curve and dip. He pulled her onto his lap, never breaking the kiss as they moved together in a rhythm as old as time. Their passion grew hotter and more intense with each passing moment. Dave trailed kisses down Elizabeth's neck, causing her to moan softly in pleasure. He slid his hand under her shirt, tracing patterns on her skin as he kissed her collarbone. Elizabeth gasped as Dave's hand found its way to her breast, his fingers circling her nipple until it hardened beneath his touch. She arched her back, pressing herself closer to him as he continued to play with her. As they lay there, wrapped in each other's arms, the world faded away. All that existed was the two of them, lost in their love for each other. And for that moment, everything was perfect. Finally, as the stars began to twinkle in the sky, they lay there together, their bodies entwined in a tangle of limbs and blankets. Dave brushed a lock of hair away from Elizabeth's face and kissed her gently on the forehead. "I love you," he whispered. Elizabeth smiled, feeling more content than she had in a long time. "I love you too." She lost her rationality and was easily swayed by Dave's charm, so she just let him take the lead. Their clothes fall on the ground and an intense battle occurs in the White Tiger Empire. The 7 clan leaders gathered in a dimly lit room in the depths of the spirit world. They sat around a large round table, each with a stern expression on their face. "The people we send to conquer the White Tiger Empire suffer a huge defeat because of the arrival of Dave. We must come up with a plan to defeat Dave," said one of the clan leaders. "His power grows stronger every day, and if we don't act soon, we may never have the chance to defeat him." The other leaders nodded in agreement, their eyes fixed on the center of the table. "We have a powerful treasure that can kill a peak-tier immortal," said another clan leader. "But we must be careful in how we use it. It can only be used once, and if we waste it, we may not have another chance. We should also consider forming alliances with other clans, especially those remaining 3 clan leaders," suggested another leader. "Together, we may have a better chance of defeating him. But they are stern to not act and remain inside their domain. I don't know why they are so wary of him." The room fell silent as the leaders pondered their options. They knew that defeating Dave would not be an easy task, but they were determined to protect their clan from his tyranny. "We need to act quickly," said the leader who had suggested forming alliances. "Dave is growing more powerful every day, and if we wait too long, we may lose our chance." The other leaders nodded in agreement, and they began to discuss their next steps in more detail. They knew that their world was in danger, and they were willing to do whatever it took to protect it. As the meeting ended, the leaders stood up and made their way out of the room. They knew that the coming days would be filled with uncertainty and danger, but they were determined to face it head-on. Elizabeth slowly opened her eyes, squinting in the sunlight that was streaming through the window. As she tried to sit up, she realized that she was completely naked. Her heart started racing as she looked around, trying to figure out where she was and what had happened. As she looked around the room, her eyes fell upon Dave, who was sleeping soundly beside her. She couldn't help but admire how handsome he looked, even while sleeping. His features were chiseled, and his skin was smooth and flawless. Elizabeth's heart began to flutter as she took in the sight of him. She couldn't believe that she had spent the night with the man who had saved her and her empire from the clutches of the dark force. She couldn't believe that she had let her guard down and given in to her desires. As she lay there, she couldn't help but replay the events of the previous night in her mind. She had never felt such intense pleasure before. Dave had awakened a passion inside of her that she never knew existed. Elizabeth looked down at her own body, admiring the curves and lines that Dave had explored so intimately. She felt a blush creeping up on her cheeks as she realized how exposed she was. She quickly pulled the sheets up to cover herself, feeling a sense of vulnerability that she had never experienced before. As she lay there, lost in thought, Dave began to stir beside her. She watched as he slowly opened his eyes and turned his head to look at her. A smile spread across his face as he took in the sight of her lying beside him. "Good morning, my beautiful Elizabeth," Dave said, his voice deep and smooth. Elizabeth felt her heart skip a beat at the sound of his voice. She couldn't help but feel a sense of warmth and safety in his presence. "Good morning," Elizabeth replied, her voice soft and timid. Dave reached out and took her hand, pulling her towards him. Elizabeth felt her heart race as she felt the warmth of his body against hers. She couldn't believe how comfortable she felt in his arms, despite the fact that they had only known each other for a short period of time. Dave leaned in and kissed her, his lips soft and gentle against hers. Elizabeth closed her eyes and melted into his embrace, feeling a sense of peace and contentment wash over her. For the rest of the morning, they lay there in each other's arms, lost in their own world. They talked about their hopes and dreams, and the possibility of a future together. As the sun began to set, they both knew that they would have to leave each other soon. But at that moment, nothing else mattered. They were content to simply be in each other's presence, basking in the warmth and love that they shared. Dave cooked her food and took care of her. She still cannot walk properly even though her strength is strong because of the intense night they had made. As they were enjoying themselves, Dave received news from Alpha that a huge number of enemies were encircling the Dragon Empire. Dave cannot believe that they had the guts to attack the strongest clan in the world. They are being led by the 7 clan leaders themselves, and it looks like they are serious about killing him. He believed that it was because of the artifact they had. He is not a fool, and he knew that they wanted to lure him, and they wanted to use it on him. He told the matters to Elizabeth and said that he will finish them first and then he will come to fetch her. Elizabeth wanted to fight with him, but Dave said that he would not take 10 minutes to clear them up, so she didn't need to worry. Elizabeth felt that he was overconfident, but she saw how serious he was, so she decided to trust him. Blaze, the leader of the Fire Clan, stood with the other 6 clan leaders, their bodies radiating with the power of immortals. They had come to the outskirts of the Dragon Empire, determined to take it down and defeat Dave. Behind them, their armies waited, their spirits high as they prepared for the coming battle. Blaze could sense their excitement and adrenaline, and he couldn't help but feel proud. They were going to make history today, he thought. As he surveyed the landscape, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration for Dave, the man who makes them join forces just to defeat him. But Blaze was confident that they had the power to take him down. Prenton, the leader of the Water Clan, stepped forward, his white beard trailing behind him in the wind. "Are we ready, brothers?" he asked, his voice deep and powerful. "We have waited for this moment for too long." The other leaders nodded, their faces set in determination. They were ready. Blaze took a deep breath and began to release his immortal power. Flames erupted around him, dancing and crackling in the air. He could feel the heat of his power washing over him, and he knew he was ready to face Dave. The other leaders followed suit, each releasing their own unique power. Gary from the Strong Clan flexed his muscles, his body expanding with raw strength. Denmar from the Wind Clan vanished into thin air, only to reappear moments later, his power over the wind giving him incredible speed. Laplace from the Death Clan summoned shadows to envelop him, becoming one with the darkness. Varen from the Rock Clan grew stony armor, becoming as hard as granite. And Karen from the Poison Clan exhaled a cloud of toxic gas, his enemies choking on the fumes. Together, they marched towards the Dragon Empire, their armies behind them. As they approached the formation that Dave had left behind to protect his people, they could see the faint glow of energy emanating from it. It was strong, but not strong enough to withstand their power. Blaze stepped forward and raised his hands, the flames around him intensifying. He gathered his power and unleashed it, directing a massive fireball towards the shield formation. The energy crackled and hissed as it struck the barrier, but it held. Again, Prenton shouted, and the other leaders joined in, their powers combining into a massive assault on the shield. The energy rippled and shook, but it still held. They continued their attack, pouring all their strength into breaking through the shield. Blaze could feel his body growing tired, but he refused to give up. They had come too far to fail now. Suddenly, the shield began to flicker and weaken. Blaze could see cracks beginning to form, and he knew that they were close to breaking through. He raised his hands once more and poured all his power into one final attack. The energy surged forward, slamming into the shield with incredible force. There was a blinding flash of light, and Blaze could feel the barrier shatter under their power. They had done it. The shield was down. Blaze could hear the cheers of his army behind him, and he couldn't help but grin in satisfaction. They had taken down the barrier that Dave had left behind to protect his people. Now it was time to face him. The 7 clan leaders and their armies marched forward, ready to face the only peak-tier immortal in the Dragon Empire. The battle was about to begin. After the army of the Alliance entered the Dragon Empire, what they saw is not something they expected. They thought that they would meet the retaliation of the Empire's army, but they only saw a handsome youngster sitting on a chair and looking at them amusedly. Dave's voice echoed throughout the area, causing the 7 clan leaders to look around in confusion. They couldn't believe that the ruler of the Dragon Empire was just a young man who looked barely in his 20s. Well, I commend you all for destroying the formation I created back then. Although you took so long to break it, I still applaud your braveness to attack my empire. Dave chuckled, and he didn't show anger when he said that. The formation he created can resist an attack of immortals, but against so many immortals, it will surely be destroyed. Even so, he will create a stronger formation later after he cleans them up. Blaze was the first to speak up. So, you must be the infamous Dave. I expected you to be much older and stronger. Dave chuckled. I'm sorry to disappoint you. But age and strength are not always synonymous, Blaze. Blaze was shocked at how he knew his real name. They are using their code name and only his friends and the other clan leaders knew it. He started to be more wary of him. The 7 clan leaders couldn't help but feel a sense of unease as they watched Dave calmly sit in his chair, not even bothering to stand up. They had heard rumors about Dave's power, but they never expected him to be this confident. Prenton, the leader of the Water Clan, spoke up, "We are here to take down your empire, Dave. We have a treasure that can kill even the strongest of immortals, and we are not afraid to use it." Dave simply smirked, "Is that so? Well, I hate to break it to you, but you won't be able to use the treasure against me. And that treasure won't even damage my skin." The 7 clan leaders exchanged confused glances. What did he mean by that? Suddenly, Dave stood up from his chair, and the area around them seemed to tremble with his power. The 7 clan leaders felt their bodies go numb as they realized that they were facing something different from the peaked air of immortal. They only feel this feeling when facing the aura of the person who lends his artifact to them. They were shocked, but they refused to believe that he was at that level. "Challenging my empire means death. Are you all ready to see the underworld?" Dave said calmly. The soldiers behind tremble and they suddenly feel the thick killing intent by Dave and they cannot move their bodies. Blaze stepped forward. "We'll see about that. Attack." The 7 clan leaders unleashed their full power, and the ground shook with their immense energy. However, Dave didn't even flinch. He raised his hand, and a powerful barrier of energy formed around him, deflecting all their attacks. The 7 clan leaders couldn't believe what they were seeing. Dave was easily able to block all their attacks without breaking a sweat. Dave smiled. "Is that all you've got? I thought that you were a lot stronger. I will give you a handicap." "What about it?" "I will not move even a single step to kill you all. If I move, I will commit suicide. How about that?" He said it with a playful smile and the clan leaders were offended by his arrogance. "No need, we are enough to kill you." Since their army is useless and cannot move, they decided to do it personally. The 7 clan leaders exchanged glances, realizing that they were no match for Dave in one-on-one battle. They knew that they had to be serious, and they didn't want to leave empty-handed. Blaze shouted, "Let's use the treasure. We have to take him down." The others nodded in agreement, and they took out the treasure from their storage rings. It was a small, black crystal that seemed to pulse with dark energy. However, before they could use it, Dave raised his hand, and a powerful blast of energy shot toward them. The 7 clan leaders were sent flying back, and the crystal fell from their hands, shattering into a million pieces. Dave looks at the treasure he destroyed casually and realized that it was a ring where the power of true immortal is injected to release a huge explosion that may kill everyone near it, even a peak-tier immortal. Dave realized that if he didn't move swiftly, the people in the Empire might die. Dave looked at them coldly. "You should have remained hiding and enjoy your life. Now, you have to face the consequences of your actions." The 7 clan leaders knew that they were in trouble. They had underestimated Dave's power, and now they were paying the price. The artifact they thought can help them is easily destroyed by him without even leaving his position. Dave raised his hand again, and a powerful blast of energy shot toward them once more. The 7 clan leaders tried to dodge, but they couldn't escape. They were hit by the blast, and their bodies were sent flying in different directions. As they lay on the ground, badly injured, they knew that they had made a mistake. They had thought that they could defeat Dave, but they were wrong. They could only hope that he would spare their lives and let them go. Blaze gathered his energy and went on his knee. "Please, Master Dave, I am wrong, spare me and I am willing to be your slave." He begged and didn't even think of his image. The others also followed Blaze and begged for mercy. As the 7 clan leaders kneel in front of Dave, their pride and arrogance were nowhere to be found. They realized the grave mistake they made by underestimating the power of the young ruler of the Dragon Empire. They begged for mercy, pleading for their lives to be spared. "Please, spare us your mercy," Blaze from the Fire Clan pleaded, his voice trembling with fear. "We were foolish to have challenged your might." Pranton from the Water Clan added, "We were blinded by our ambition and failed to see the true power you possess. We beg for forgiveness and a chance to serve you, great ruler." Gary from the Strong Clan, who was known for his unyielding strength, broke down in tears as he begged for mercy. "Please, I have a family and children to take care of. Spare me and I will do anything you ask of me." Dave looked at them with a cold expression, but deep down, he knew that sparing their lives would benefit him in the long run. He stood up from his chair and walked towards them. The onlookers watched in awe and disbelief, seeing the 7 clan leaders, who once stood at the peak of immortal, bowing their heads in submission. "You have made a grave mistake by underestimating me," Dave said, his voice stern and commanding. "But I am willing to give you a chance to serve me and make up for your mistake." The 7 clan leaders looked up, their eyes filled with hope and gratitude. "However, make no mistake," Dave continued. "If you ever betray me or try to challenge my authority again, I will not hesitate to destroy you and your entire clan." The 7 clan leaders nodded their heads, understanding the gravity of Dave's words. "We understand, great ruler," Laplace from the Wind Clan said. "We will serve you with our lives." Varen from the Poison Clan added, "We will do anything you ask of us, great ruler. We swear our loyalty to you." With that, Dave uses his technique and puts a mark on them. If they harbor bad things to him and the Empire, it will kill them immediately. The 7 clan leaders left, grateful for their lives to be spared. The onlookers were stunned by what they had witnessed and realized that the young ruler of the Dragon Empire was not to be underestimated. After the incident, the 7 clan leaders kept their promise and served Dave faithfully, and they were afraid to die. They were put in charge of different aspects of the Empire, such as defense, economy, and diplomacy. Dave knew that having the 7 clan leaders on his side would benefit him greatly in the future, and he made sure to treat them well. He knew that they just wanted to go back to Spirit World, and they went overboard to try to conquer it. He gave them some piece of land for their clan to start and build their city, but they all belong to him and will serve the Dragon Empire. Since Dave is always busy, he decided to enslave them as they are good at managing the Empire. All of them are old men who are cunning and know a lot about politics. The incident also served as a reminder to the people of the Dragon Empire that their ruler was not just a young and charming man but also a powerful and cunning one. They knew that they could trust him to protect them and lead them to prosperity. Many worship him and chant his name, but Dave ignores it and goes to the remaining 3 top clans. He heard from Blaze that they didn't join the battle, but he wanted to be assured, so he wanted to meet the leaders personally. But when he went to their domain, he found that they were not there anymore, and Pranton suspected that they had already escaped and went to the higher plane as they have a connection there. Dave also learned that those clans in the immortal plane who are supporting them are only low-tier clans and can be considered weak clans. He tried to contact them, but after he destroyed the artifact, the connection was cut. Since he already conquered the whole spirit world, he decided to investigate the secret of this world. His father left some clues to him and said that when he is ready, he must go to his father and there is a chamber beneath it. He teleported towards Alexander's mansion and went to his father's room. He looked at the bed and he lifted it up and he saw an odd-looking metal door. He opened it and he saw a path below. He didn't go here before because he had many things to finish, but now, he had time. As Dave made his way to the ancestral chamber, he couldn't help but feel a sense of trepidation. It is very spacious and can even accommodate so many people. The chamber was said to hold ancient knowledge that had been passed down through generations of emperors. The knowledge that could change the course of the spirit world itself. The chamber was deep beneath the castle, accessible only by a hidden staircase. Dave made his way down, his heart beating faster with each step. As he entered the chamber, he was surrounded by ancient tomes and artifacts. He felt a sense of awe wash over him as he gazed at the vast collection of knowledge that lay before him. He began to search through the tomes, looking for any clues about the 4 holy beasts. He found mentions of them in ancient texts and scrolls, but nothing that provided any real insight. That was until he stumbled upon an old, leather-bound book tucked away in a corner. The book was written in an ancient language that Dave had never seen before, but as he began to read it, the words seemed to come alive in his mind. The book spoke of a great war that had taken place long ago, a war that had threatened to destroy the spirit world itself. The 4 holy beasts had been created as guardians of the spirit world, tasked with keeping the balance between good and evil. The Azure Dragon, Black Turtle, White Tiger, and Flame Phoenix were the protectors of the world, and they had been imbued with great power to aid them in their duties. Dave learned that the Ashura clan invaded the spirit world due to its rich environment and treasures and had once tried to destroy the 4 holy beasts, believing that they were too powerful to be controlled. The living here are weak and cannot fend for themselves, but they are being protected by the holy beasts. But the Ashura clans had underestimated the power of the beasts and had been defeated in a great battle. The 4 holy beasts had emerged victorious, but their power had been greatly diminished and their bloodline collapsed to the lowest point. The book went on to explain that the 4 holy beasts were not just guardians of the spirit world but were also the key to its survival. One of them, the Azure Dragon, even made a contract with Lucien, who is the first emperor of the Dragon Empire, and helped him to guard the world. The 4 beasts sacrificed their powers to seal the gate of the Ashura clan and stop their invasion. They were linked to the very fabric of the world itself, and if they were to die, the spirit world would fall into chaos and darkness, and the Ashura clan might ascend to this world and create chaos. Dave realized that his grandpa Lucio lied to him about the dragon of his great-grandpa Lucien, but he knew that he only did that to protect him, and he was weak back then. Then the phoenix who received his treasure to evolve his bloodline must have been lying to him before, but he still accepted the treasure as it is beneficial to him. All of his knowledge about them was a lie, but he knew that they were only hiding it for the safety of the world. The Ashura clan have almost the same looks as humans, but they have 2 huge horns and red skin. They are also masters in killing and using killing intent. The Ashura king is a mythical figure from ancient times, known for his incredible strength and unparalleled power. According to legend, he was the leader of the Ashura race, a group of divine beings who are revered for their strength and intelligence. The Ashura race was said to be one of the most powerful races in the universe, with abilities that far surpassed those of humans and other beings. They were known for their incredible strength, speed, and agility, as well as their ability to manipulate energy and the elements. The Ashura king was said to have been the greatest of them all, possessing powers and abilities that were unmatched even among his own people. He was said to have been a fearsome warrior, with a fierce determination and an unyielding will. Despite their incredible powers, however, the Ashura race was not invincible. They were eventually defeated by the Demon King of Pride, who succeeded in sealing them away in a distant corner of the universe. Dave realized the true importance of the four holy beasts and knew that he must protect them at all costs. The Ashura clan might have already escaped the seal of the Demon King and are trying to recover by devouring the spirit world. After he finished reading, he tried to look for other things until he saw a shining pendant lying on the top of the cabinet. He took it and scanned it using his skill, but he only saw question marks, so he was sure that it was a treasure. He injected his energy into it and then it suddenly vibrated and shone different colors. Dave was almost blinded to it until he appeared floating inside a domain. He was stunned and didn't know what happened. As he is still confused, four huge beasts appear in front of him with shocked and confused looks. What? Dave looks at the four beasts and recognizes two of them. The one is Flamingo, the fire phoenix, and the one is the old turtle, the black turtle. Dave was now sure that the dragon and the white tiger were the other spirit guardians of the four empires. "What are we doing here?" Flamingo asked, but when he saw Dave, he was astonished. "Brat, what are you doing here?" Dave looks at him and doesn't expect him to be pretentious and still arrogant. He released his aura and the phoenix suddenly fell to the ground. Boom. The phoenix was scared, but the dragon intervened. "Dave, don't do that." Dave stopped using his aura and looked at the dragon, who was also sweating due to his aura. Since he is the beast of his empire, then he just does as he says. It was his first time seeing him, but he felt that the dragon had always been watching him since he was a kid. After that, he remains on the side and lets them greet each other. It had been centuries since the last time the four spirit beasts had been reunited. The azure dragon, black turtle, flame phoenix, and white tiger stood tall and proud, their majestic presence filling the air with power and grace. The azure dragon, the oldest and the most powerful of the four, was the first to speak. "My dear siblings, it has been far too long since we last stood together like this. How have you been faring all these years?" The black turtle, ever the wise and patient one, replied, "I have been well, brother. The seas have been calm and the creatures of the water have been respectful of our domain." The flame phoenix, the fiery and passionate one, chimed in, "And I have been soaring the skies, brother. The flames of my wings have lit up the heavens and guided travelers on their journey." The white tiger, the youngest of the four and the most playful, added, "And I have been roaming the forests. The beasts have been tamed by my presence, and the trees have grown tall and strong." As they spoke, they could feel the bonds of their brotherhood growing stronger. They had always known that they were stronger together than apart, and it was in moments like these that they truly felt the power of their unity. "So why are we here?" everyone asked, but they felt that it was connected to Dave. Dave asked them about the history of the spirit world, and since he already knew it, they didn't lie to him and tell him everything. Dave now knows that the power of the holy beast is weak right now, and they still are not recovering from the injuries they sustained because of the killing mark that was planted by the Ashura king when they fought before. The mark continues to make them suffer, and their strength went down from being on par with demon kings to being peak tier immortal. If it continues, they believe that they will die in the next 1,000 years. The spirit world is mysterious, and the four holy beasts said that this world appears out of nowhere and is the youngest world in the mortal plane. They didn't even know the full history of this world. Right now, Dave cannot promise to help them, but he felt that the pendant that can summon the four holy beasts is special, so he put it in his storage and thought of it if he gains enough strength. They said that the only way for them to recover is to kill the caster, the Ashura king, but they knew that it was impossible for Dave to do it. He said goodbye to them and let them talk to each other. Dave ignores the matter of the spirit guardian for now, as he cannot do anything about it for now. He is too weak to kill the Ashura king, and he doesn't have any treasures to help them. They still have 1,000 years, and Dave is confident that even after 100 years, he is already the strongest being in the universe. Dave spends his time managing and commanding his people and managing the Dragon Empire. Dave's fame is now known all over the spirit world because he single-handedly conquered the 7 ancient clans, and many were in awe of his powers. Even without the title, he is basically the ruler of the spirit world. Dave wanted to look if there was an orb like what he saw in the beast's world, but the system said that it would only show up if the world had restored its natural energy. Dave realized that making people fear him and respect him can generate more sin points easily. Every day, he would receive tons of sin points from his space world, beast's world, and spirit world. He lets his clones do the work while his main body is staying in the space world and spending time with his loved ones. He already introduced Elizabeth to everyone, and she easily adapted to the situation. Elizabeth was still the guardian, so Dave gave her a token so she could leave there and come inside if she wanted. The other ladies also like to travel to the spirit world, and no one has the guts to attack or plot against them as they are already strong enough to fend for themselves. They sometimes travel or practice at the tower. Speaking of the tower, he still didn't clear up some levels, but he believed that he could now reach level 40. Dave didn't mind everyone having freedom, and he didn't want them to be caged here inside the space world. Every one of them is being fed with treasures, so their strength is soaring. Dave also visits his garden and sees how good it is right now. He commanded his people to get every kind of rare tree and plant in the beast's world, and by buying the products from the system, the garden is now full of treasures and valuable fruits. He lived an idle life while receiving sin points every day and having so many beauties by his side. He also decided to get serious about Draco, so he throws him to the beast's world, letting him fight some beasts and face danger. Of course, he will not let him die, but he must face a life and death situation. Draco is arrogant, and with his power, even peak tier immortal will have a hard time defeating him. Inside the Tower of Trials, a handsome man whose face is not showing any kind of emotion slashes his sword at a group of beasts running toward him. Dave stood tall in a lush forest, surrounded by a group of ferocious beasts. Their growls filled the air, and their eyes glimmered with hunger and aggression. Undeterred, Dave gripped his sword tightly, his stance radiating confidence and determination. The leader of the pack, a massive wolf with razor-sharp fangs and piercing blue eyes, lunged forward, aiming to sink its teeth into Dave's flesh. With lightning speed, Dave evaded the attack, sidestepping the wolf's advance. In a swift motion, he countered with a single, precise slash of his sword. Time seemed to slow as Dave's blade cut through the air, a trail of shimmering energy following its path. The blade connected with the wolf's side, slicing through its thick fur and leaving behind a deep, bleeding gash. The wolf let out a pained howl before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. The other beasts hesitated for a moment, stunned by the swift defeat of their leader, but their hunger and predatory instincts quickly overcame their shock, and they lunged at Dave from all directions. He remained calm, his focus unwavering as he anticipated their movements. With unparalleled speed and precision, Dave unleashed a flurry of slashes, each one finding its mark. His blade danced through the air, cutting through flesh and bone, dispatching his opponents with ruthless efficiency. Beast after beast fell before him, their bodies littering the forest floor. Dave's movements were a blur, his strikes precise and deadly. He weaved effortlessly through the chaos, dodging claws and teeth with uncanny agility. The beast stood no chance against his superior skill and unwavering determination. As the last beast lunged towards him, its jaws wide open, Dave leapt into the air. His sword arced through the sky, trailing a brilliant streak of light. The blade descended with incredible force, cleaving through the beast's skull and ending its existence with a resounding thud. Silence settled over the forest, broken only by Dave's steady breathing. He stood amidst the fallen beasts, their lifeless bodies a testament to his strength and skill. The once threatening pack was now reduced to nothing more than a memory, defeated by a single slash with a sense of accomplishment. Dave sheathed his sword and took a moment to catch his breath. The forest, once filled with tension and danger, now seemed calm and peaceful. He had emerged victorious, having faced the beasts head-on and emerged unscathed. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for clearing level 45 mission. Clear all the beasts grade. The reward has been sent to your storage. Dave looked at his storage and saw that he had a potion that can restore the life force of everyone even if they are near the deathbed. He was happy because it can be a huge trump card for him, and he might need it someday. The reward he got from the other level is also good, but he decided to put them all in his storage as they are no use for him right now. He is now at level 45 and the beasts he killed a while ago are all true immortals and their leader is a peak true immortal. Even though they have the same cultivation base, they were nothing in front of Dave. He was inside the tower for a month, and he is honing his sword skill, and right now, his proficiency in all his sword skills has risen to another level. Dave steps up when the portal toward the next level shows up. Welcome, Master, to level 46 mission. Defeat all enemies. Good luck. Dave found himself surrounded by a seemingly endless swarm of insects, their buzzing wings filling the air. These were no ordinary insects, they possessed an unsettling aura of power, their presence exuding a sense of danger. Dave could sense that these creatures held the strength of peak true immortals, making them formidable opponents. Dave was shocked as he didn't expect that his enemy was all peak tier immortal, and their number was so many for him to count. He is not afraid to fight them, but he felt that it was troublesome to fight many enemies on the same level as him. Undeterred, Dave stood tall, his eyes sharp and focused. He knew he couldn't underestimate this insect horde, but he also had confidence in his own abilities. With a calm breath, he prepared himself for the upcoming battle. The first wave of insects surged forward, their numbers overwhelming. But Dave moved with unparalleled speed and agility, evading their frenzied attacks. His body seemed to dance through the air, effortlessly avoiding their sharp mandibles and venomous stingers. In a seamless display of martial skill, Dave unleashed a series of strikes. His sword sliced through the air, each swing was accompanied by a burst of energy that sent insects flying in all directions. He moved with such grace and precision that it seemed as if he could predict their every move. As the swarm continued to assault him, Dave's movements became a blur. He twisted and turned, parrying their attacks with expert timing. His strikes were swift and deadly, cutting through the air with precision and leaving a trail of defeated insects in his wake. Despite the overwhelming numbers, Dave remained composed. He focused his attacks on the most powerful insects, targeting their leaders and decimating their ranks. He didn't care about his mana consumption as it can recover easily after he clears the level and his mana pool is larger than before. With each insect that fell, the swarm's resolve wavered. The once unstoppable horde began to lose its coordination, their attacks growing more desperate and disorganized. Dave capitalized on their momentary weakness, exploiting their openings with lethal efficiency. In a final surge of power, Dave unleashed a devastating attack, channeling his energy into a single, sweeping motion. Sword of Calmness. Dave uses the sword skill his mother left for him. Dave closed his eyes and he felt that the time had stopped. He can feel the breathing of the enemy and he can feel their emotions. The force of his strike rippled through the swarm, causing a ripple effect that sent insects flying in all directions. The ground beneath him shook with the impact, and the remaining insects scattered, their once united front shattered. As the last remnants of the swarm dissipated into the air, Dave stood amidst the aftermath of the battle. His breathing was steady, and a sense of satisfaction washed over him. He had faced a formidable challenge, defeating a swarm of insects that possessed the power of peak true immortals. After seeing that he killed everyone, Dave sheathed his sword. The sword technique that my mother left for me is really formidable. I can see the weakness of my enemy and my mind is so clear when I am using that technique. It just cost a lot of mana but it's still manageable. Ding. Congratulations to Master for clearing level 46 grade. Time, 3 minutes. The reward has been sent to the storage. Dave didn't check the reward he got and continued to the next level. Ding. Congratulations host for clearing level 47. Ding. Congratulations host for clearing level 48. Ding. Congratulations host for clearing level 49. Dave cleared the other level, but it took him a long time and he fought enemies at Golden Body Immortal at level 48. He then fought monsters at level 49 and all of them are the peak of Golden Body Immortal, but Dave was surprised that he can still fight and kill enemies with a huge gap above him. He only uses 50% of his power, but it is enough to slay and suppress everyone at Golden Body Immortal. He continues and goes to level 50 to measure what level his power can match. Ding. Welcome host to level 50, Boss Mode, Mission, defeat the enemy in 5 minutes. Reward. Dave anticipated that it would be a boss level. He fought the boss from levels 30 and 40 and he thought that he would receive a reward like Ronin, but it only gives him some treasures and potions and some scrolls. Dave looked at the enemy he would fight and saw a figure floating in the sky. Standing tall at an astonishing height of 5 meters, this ethereal woman embodies both grace and majesty. Her celestial presence radiates a captivating aura that captures the attention of all who behold her. Cloaked in robes of pristine white, she appears to be a celestial being descended from the heavens. Her features are delicate yet imbued with otherworldly beauty. Her eyes, a mesmerizing shade of sapphire, shimmer with wisdom and compassion. Long, flowing locks of luminous golden hair cascaded down her back, reminiscent of spun silk, catching the light and reflecting a gentle glow. Each strand seems to possess a radiant energy of its own as if carrying a fraction of her divine essence. Her slender yet powerful physique is wrapped in robes that billow gracefully around her, seemingly untouched by gravity. The fabric appears to be woven from the purest light, embracing her figure like a celestial shroud. Upon closer inspection, intricate patterns of celestial symbols and intricate designs can be seen, as if telling a story of ancient wisdom and celestial heritage. Wings, resplendent and expansive, span from her back, glistening with opalescent feathers that shimmer in a spectrum of colors. Each feather is meticulously crafted, reflecting the divine light that emanates from her being. These wings are not merely a decorative feature, but rather a testament to her celestial nature, enabling her to traverse the celestial realms with unparalleled grace and agility. Her presence exudes a sense of serenity and inner peace as if she carries the weight of the heavens on her shoulders. The air around her seems to be charged with gentle energy, evoking a feeling of tranquility and a connection to the celestial realms. Dave scans her status. Next name, age, 500,000. Race, angel. Power level, Peak tier golden body immortal, suppressed, HP, 20 million MP, 70 million street, 200,000 Aji, 150,000 int, 300,000. Dave's eyes squinted as he didn't expect that he would meet an angel in the tower. Based on what he learned from the system, angels are the servants of God, and they are loyal to them, but they cannot be underestimated. Her power is almost doubled as him, and he knows that her real strength is just being suppressed at the golden body immortal. The angel looks at him with killing intent. An insect with a demonic bloodline. You shall perish. In the midst of a desolate battlefield, the clash of powers reverberated through the air. Dave is fighting the angel, and he is now serious, unlike when he fought the monsters from the lower level. He found himself pitted against an angelic being of immense power and purity. The battleground crackled with an otherworldly energy, as their opposing forces collided with a deafening impact. The angel, cloaked in a radiant aura of divine light, moved with grace and precision. Each movement she made exuded an ethereal elegance, a testament to her celestial heritage. Her celestial wings shimmered with iridescent brilliance, casting an awe-inspiring glow that contrasted starkly against the darkness emanating from Dave. She is using a terrifying spear, and it can damage Dave's body. Dave, a master of demonic arts, found himself at a disadvantage in this encounter. His usual arsenal of demonic skills was rendered ineffective against the angel's ability to purify the very essence of his dark powers. His attempts to unleash his demonic energy were met with a swift and graceful counter, as the angel effortlessly neutralized his attacks with waves of celestial light. He cannot even affect her mental state using his primordial sin. The battlefield became a dance of opposing forces, as Dave utilized his agility and cunning to evade the relentless onslaught of the angel's attacks. He sought any opportunity to exploit her momentary lapses in defense, aiming to strike with precision and force. However, each strike was deflected or absorbed by the angel's ethereal shield, leaving Dave frustrated and drained. Even so, he used this opportunity to fix his fighting flaws and train his body. The angel, her eyes gleaming with unwavering determination, displayed a mastery of combat that surpassed anything Dave had encountered before. Her movements were a symphony of grace and power, her strikes infused with the divine energy that pierced through the darkness that surrounded Dave. With each blow, she sought not only to defeat him but to redeem his soul from the clutches of darkness. As the battle raged on, Dave's fatigue began to take its toll. Dave's mana is almost empty, but the same as the angel in front of him. The angel is panting heavily, but she still is not stopping and attack him. They had already fought for 10 hours without stopping, and Dave felt that as he fought longer, her divine energy was starting to get weaker, and his body easily adapted to the changes. He felt that he was starting to get used to being exposed to her angelic energy, and the system said that it was the characteristic of his physique. Dave failed to kill her, so he decided to restart and fight her again. But this time, he will not restrain himself, and he will use his full powers and skills. He already learned her fighting style, and that is his goal in the first place. He wanted to be good at close combat, and he knew that he was still inexperienced. He sees that he has many flaws, so he fixes them, and he is satisfied with the result. Ding. Welcome host to level 50, boss mode, mission, defeat the enemy in 5 minutes reward? The angel was stunned and looked at Dave warily. You again? You damn demon. She attacks him with her spear, but Dave snorts coldly and lets her hit his body. Boom. The angel was stunned because she felt that she hit an impenetrable wall and her spear was blasted. Dave smirked as he activated his sin skill of Pride Invincible Body. This skill is OP as he will never die and become invincible, but it has a duration, so he moves swiftly and counterattacks. You want a spear, huh? Take this. A golden spear manifests in his hands, and the angel feels the danger the spear is containing. Spear of Pride. Dave threw the spear toward her, and the angel didn't have time to react because Dave blended space magic, so the distance was shortened, and it hit the body of the angel. Boom. Cough. The angel was pinned to the ground by the spear, and she cannot move her body. She coughed blood and she wanted to remove it, but her angelic energy is being absorbed by the spear. Her armor was easily penetrated by the spear, and it horrified her the most. She was starting to be afraid as she saw the man she disdained a while ago walking towards her with a smile. Dave was satisfied with his pride skills, as he didn't expect that they are tyrannical. Just using the spear of pride is consuming, but it is worth it. Who are you? Are you a descendant of Lucifer? Dave went near her and looked at her. Lucifer? The angel looked at him and replied, Lucifer, the demon king of pride. Dave was stunned and he looked at the spear and realized that he felt that his skill is related to Lucifer. Nope, but I will subdue him someday. Dave smirked, and the angel was stunned by his claim and wanted to retort, but a flying sword penetrated her heart and she didn't have a chance to react. Swoosh. Blood sprained on the ground and the black sword is absorbing the blood greedily. Dave smiled and patted his sword and waited for the system announcement. Ding. Congratulations to the host for clearing level 50 in 4 minutes reward. Level 50 boss loyalty. Dave didn't expect that he would receive a reward like when he defeated Ronan before. Dave decided to exit the tower as he felt that it was enough. He went to an empty place and summoned the reward. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared in front of him and a beautiful and majestic woman with 2 pairs of shining wings was kneeling in front of him. Master, the woman bowed and didn't dare to look at him. Dave smirked and asked her, "Who are you? Where are you from?" The angel answered immediately, "I have no name and Master can give me a name." "I'm sorry Master, but all I know is I am an archangel from heaven." Dave anticipated it as their memories are sealed and they will be loyal to him. Dave nodded and named her as Gabriella and went to the mansion and introduced her to his subordinate and companions. Dave's companion thought that he kidnapped a beautiful woman again, but they were shocked when they learned that she is from the angel race and she was Dave's subordinate. On the other hand, when Gabriella saw Ronan, she was shocked but decided to not say anything. She just always went on the side of Dave and acted like a bodyguard. Since she was a newbie, he decided that she must learn other things first from the ladies and he commanded her to train them. Gabriella didn't have any objection and she treated Dave's woman respectfully. Inside a spaceship, a man sitting on a chair looks at the reports his subordinate has given to him. His face is handsome, but his eyes are ferocious as if he can destroy a world just by his glance. He is Topper and one of the 10 guardians of the mortal plane. If a weak world disappears or explodes, they will not care about it, but the beast's world is mysterious and until now, they didn't know its origin. They tried to enter that world before, but they failed as it only allows Saint Emperor and below. They sent their young soldiers inside but most of them died because of the ferocious beasts. Since then, they marked that world as a dangerous world. Plane. It took them a lot of time, but it was still no avail up to now. The disappearance of the beast's world gives a huge shock to them, so they send their subordinate to investigate all the worlds inside the mortal master. "We are now heading to the spirit world." A woman appeared in front of the man and the man nodded to her. "Get ready inside the space world." Dave, who was living a peaceful life, suddenly felt danger. He had the skill Moon's precognition and he would detect if someone was plotting against him or if he would face danger. Dave closed his eyes and he suddenly saw a spaceship heading towards spirit world. He saw a handsome man who was releasing an aura that clearly surpasses his level. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes in amazement. He didn't expect that he would see the danger he would face. The Moon's precognition is amazing as he can avoid danger. "System, who is he?" "1,000,000 sin points," the system said, and Dave used to its shamelessness. He confirmed and a lot of information entered his mind. He realized that he is one of the guardians of the mortal plane who manages all the worlds in the mortal plane. Every guardian is an imperial immortal and they are respected by many people. He learned that they belonged to the royal court in the immortal plane and was sent here to manage the mortal plane and stop invaders from the higher plane. Dave realized that they must be here because of the disappearance of the beast's world. Dave knew that he cannot defeat an imperial immortal unless he uses some of his skills, but it has a side effect like the heavenly ice fragment. He also didn't want to expose it because it would bring disaster to him if someone recognized it. He realized that it was time to level up and go to the higher plane. But before that, he must conquer many worlds and make them worship him to gain sin points. Dave estimated that they would come here in an hour, so he still had time to level up. He checked his sin points and saw that he now collected 260 million sin points and it was enough for him to level up. The system also explained that he can raise his cultivation if he levels up 3 times. Dave understands because the difference between cultivation level above immortal is huge. Name, Dave Alexander. Age, 18. Race, human. Demonic blood power level, true immortal, peak tier, LV, 50 horsepower, 10 million MP, 5 million expressway, 02 million STR, 100,000 AGI, 70,000 int, 120,000 soul power, 10,000 sin points, 260 million. Ding. You leveled up, level 51, deducting 2 million sin points. Ding. You leveled up, level 52, deducting 4 million sin points. Ding. You leveled up, level 53, deducting 8 million sin points. Your power has raised to low tier golden body immortal. Ding. You leveled up, level 54, deducting 16 million sin points. Ding. You leveled up, level 55, deducting 32 million sin points. Ding. You leveled up, level 56, deducting 64 million sin points. Your power has raised to mid-tier golden body immortal. Dave stopped because his remaining sin points is now only 134 million and he felt that it was enough. Next he checked his body and felt so powerful as if he could destroy a planet using his finger. His body is filled with vitality, and he is confident that he can crush a mid-tier imperial immortal with just a punch. He checked his status. Name, Dave Alexander. Age, 18. Race, human. Demonic blood power level, golden body immortal, mid-tier, LV, 56 horsepower, 10 million 40 million MP, 5 million 60 million exp, 0 128 million STR, 100,000 150,000 AG, 70,000 140,000 int, 120,000 180,000 soul power, 10,000 30,000 sin points, 134 million. He is now eager again to collect sin points, but he must first subdue the invader. He disappears from his place and appears in the space above the spirit world. If immortals appear in space, they will surely die and explode, but it was not an issue for true immortals and above. He also summons Gabriella and Ronan beside him. He was stunned to see that Ronan's level is now low-tier golden body, but Gabriella is still peak-tier golden body immortal. Both were confused, but Dave didn't explain and just waited for the enemy. They didn't wait for too long until a massive spaceship appeared in front of them. It travels at the speed of light and stops in front of Dave. Suddenly, the spaceship opens, and a handsome man appears in front of Dave. Dave saw him and recognized that he is the one he saw in his moon's precognition. Beside him are 5 people who are releasing an aura of peak-tier golden body immortal. Dave scans the man in front of him and sees that he is a peak-tier imperial immortal, but he is not afraid of him. Topper looks at Dave and is astonished to see how handsome he was. He admits that he is the most handsome man he saw in his entire life. "Are you the ruler of this world? How dare you not bow when you are in front of the Guardian?" the woman behind Topper shouted. Dave smirked and ignored her. "What do you want?" He looks at Topper with a disdainful smile. "I want to search your soul if you know something about the disappearance of the beast's world," Topper said as if he was commanding him. Dave smirked and replied, "You can do it if you have the power." Topper saw that he didn't take him seriously and he was angered by his mocking face. Topper commanded his subordinate to capture him. "You are arrogant for a mere ruler of the world, you shall be punished for your ignorance." The subordinate of Topper bowed to him and immediately dashed towards Dave. Boom! The aura of the 5 subordinates is strong, but they suddenly realize that the 2 people near Dave disappeared. Ronan, the king of assassins, found himself surrounded by 3 formidable opponents. His senses sharpened, his body poised for battle, and he prepared to face the imminent threat. He was excited as he felt that he finally found an enemy that can make him feel the fun of killing again. Topper's eyes squinted and he saw 2 figures fighting his 5 subordinates without a disadvantage. Even though his power is below them, he is not afraid of them, and he is not even scared of the Guardian. Suddenly, a towering brute with bulging muscles charged at Ronan with a mighty roar. His massive fists swung through the air, aiming to crush Ronan with their sheer force. But Ronan, agile and swift, evaded the onslaught with graceful movements, slipping through the gaps in the brute's attacks. Using his opponent's momentum against him, Ronan struck with precision. With lightning-fast strikes, he targeted vulnerable points on the brute's body, incapacitating him with a series of calculated blows. The brute crumpled to the ground, defeated, and gasping for breath. The others were shocked as they could not read Ronan's movement. He moves swiftly and no one can catch his shadow. As Ronan turned his attention to his other opponent, a skilled swordsman, he could sense the lethal grace in his every move. The swordsman lunged forward, slashing his blade in a deadly dance of steel, but Ronan matched his speed and skill, parrying each strike with masterful precision. Their swords clashed, sending sparks flying. Ronan's fluid movements and unwavering focus allowed him to counter the swordsman's attacks flawlessly. With a swift twist of his wrist, Ronan disarmed his opponent, leaving him defenseless. A final strike to the chest sent the swordsman sprawling to the ground. Now, facing the last opponent, a mysterious and cunning sorceress, Ronan knew he would have to rely on more than just his physical prowess. She conjured dark energy and unleashed a barrage of devastating spells, seeking to overwhelm him. Using his agility to dodge the sorceress's attacks, Ronan closed the distance between them. His movements became a blur as he launched a relentless assault. His fists and feet struck with deadly accuracy, disrupting the sorceress's concentration, and weakening her control over her dark powers. With a final blow, Ronan incapacitated the sorceress, leaving her vulnerable and defeated. The battleground fell silent as the 3 opponents lay defeated at Ronan's feet. He stood tall, a solitary figure amidst the aftermath of the intense battle. He didn't kill them as his master said that they must only suppress them. Topper was stunned and realized that the man is not simple. Even so, he didn't move nor help his subordinate as he didn't care about their lives. He looks at Dave, who is only looking at him with a smile. He ignores him and looks at the other battle happening near him. Gabriella, the Archangel, stood tall with her golden wings spread wide, emanating a divine aura that illuminated the battlefield. 2 formidable opponents, both adorned in dark armor, approached her with malicious intent. Undeterred, Gabriella raised her spear and was ready to attack them. The first opponent, A hulking brute with immense strength, charged toward Gabriella with a thunderous roar. His massive fists swung through the air, aiming to crush her with raw force. But Gabriella, harnessing her angelic agility, gracefully evaded the oncoming assault with precise movements. With a swift motion of her spear, Gabriella summoned radiant energy that crackled and surged around her. A brilliant beam of holy light erupted from the spear, striking the brute with an intense burst of divine power. The brute staggered backward, momentarily stunned by the sheer magnitude of the attack. Seizing the opportunity, Gabriella closed in swiftly. Her wings propelled her forward, carrying her with grace and swiftness. She unleashed a flurry of strikes, each imbued with celestial energy, upon her disoriented opponent. The brute's defenses crumbled under the onslaught, and he fell to his knees, defeated. Turning her attention to the second opponent, a cunning and agile swordsman, Gabriella prepared for their swift and deadly dance. The swordsman darted forward, his blade slicing through the air with lethal precision. But Gabriella, with her ethereal grace, matched his every move. As their blades clashed, the sound of ringing steel reverberated through the battlefield. Gabriella's divine strength and unwavering focus allowed her to parry each strike with ease. With a radiant burst of energy, she unleashed a wave of holy power, momentarily blinding her opponent. Closing in on the disoriented swordsman, Gabriella channeled her divine energy into her fists. Her strikes landed with celestial force, overwhelming her opponent's defenses. The swordsman's armor cracked and shattered, unable to withstand the divine might of Gabriella's blows. With one final strike, she sent him flying and crashing into their spaceship and defeated. Topper didn't expect that his subordinates would be defeated by them with ease. TSK, trash. He decided to do it personally as he cannot rely on his subordinate. Ronan wanted to attack him, but Dave stopped him and told him that he would subdue him. Dave appears in front of Topper and punches his head. Topper was fast and he countered his punch with a punch. Boom. Explosions are everywhere and Gabriella and Ronan can feel the power of the punch. Topper was stunned when he saw that he was pushed 3 meters away from Dave while Dave remained in his position. TSK. I didn't expect that a mirror ruler would want to fight me. Dave and Topper faced each other in space, their eyes locked in a battle of wills. Topper, the guardian of the mortal plane, exuded an air of arrogance and confidence in his superior status. Dave, however, stood tall with a calm and determined expression, his muscles coiled with raw power. Without a word, the clash of powers began. Topper, wielding a mighty sword wreathed in dark energy, swung with deadly precision, aiming to cleave Dave in two. But Dave, relying solely on his physical prowess, met the attack head-on. With lightning reflexes, Dave sidestepped the lethal strike, his movements fluid and precise. His fists, clenched with immense strength, struck out like thunder, delivering bone-crushing blows that reverberated through the arena. Topper, caught off guard by the sheer force behind Dave's attacks, stumbled backward, his arrogance momentarily shattered. Undeterred, Topper regrouped, determined to regain control of the battle. He conjured dark energy to empower his strikes, seeking to overwhelm Dave with a barrage of potent magical attacks. But Dave, unyielding and unswayed, relied solely on his physical might, channeling his inner strength and discipline. With every swing, and every punch, Dave showcased his remarkable prowess. His fists connected with Topper's defenses, cracking through the magical barriers with sheer force. Each blow reverberated through Topper's body, sapping his strength and resolve. As the battle intensified, Topper's attacks grew increasingly desperate. Dark energy surged around him, attempting to bind Dave in shadowy restraints. But Dave had a high resistance against magic, so he escaped it easily. With a roar of determination, Dave unleashed a devastating onslaught. His fists became a blur, striking Topper with unrelenting fury. Topper, battered and broken, could do little but desperately defend against the overwhelming assault. Finally, with one thunderous punch, Dave's fist connected with Topper's weakened defenses. The impact reverberated through Topper's body, sending him flying and crashing into his spaceship with a resounding thud. Boom. Dave looked at Topper with disdain and said, TSK. So, the power of a guardian is just so-so. I only use my physique, yet you are already defeated. The subordinate of Topper was stunned as they didn't expect that their leader would be defeated. They felt despair as they knew that they would die. Topper coughed blood and looked at Dave. His body is weak because of Dave's punch, and he realized that a dark energy is infiltrating his body. He cannot move nor use his powers, and it makes him feel despair. Who are you? Do you know who is behind us, Guardians? He shouted as he realized that he was not a match against Dave. Dave smirked and went near him. The royal court, right? I am not scared because no one will know what happened here. The dark energy suddenly corrupted his body, and his life force is depleting. He shouted, but it was too late as it occupied his whole body and lost his life. His subordinate is stunned, but a second later, he again opens his eyes and he looks at Dave with reverence. "Master," he bowed to him and worshipped him. His subordinates didn't expect their leader to be subdued by him and they felt that he was being controlled. Dave smirked and then conjured a 5 black ball and gave it to Ronan. "Feed them this energy," he commanded them, and Ronan and Gabriella followed his commands without a second thought. "Arg," they shouted, but they were now powerless in front of Dave, and they were forced to eat the black ball. Their life force disappears, but they are revived instantly and now belong to Dave's subordinate. He interrogates Topper and learns some secrets. He commanded him to go back to the headquarters and tell other Guardians that this world is clear and monitor their movements. He cannot possibly control every Guardian, as he believed that the royal court would notice something off. That is the reason why he subdues him to plant spies in the headquarters. He knew that he could not fight against the royal court for now, and he could not absorb the spirit world in his space world, so Topper could protect this world if he decided to enter the immortal plane. He also learns that he can go to the higher plane if he goes to the floating castle of the Guardians, but he decides to ascend in the normal way. He is curious about the feeling of facing heaven tribulation. After that, he went back to his world and decided to give orders before he left. It's time for him to ascend, so he creates a few more weak clones to guard the other places of the spirit world. He let the Emperor of the Dragon Empire command the 10 ancient clan leaders, and they didn't have a right to refuse his orders or else he would kill them. He also talks to his women about it, and they didn't disagree with it, and they were even excited about it. They went back to their family in the spirit world to say goodbye. Rose also takes her time to talk to the Emperor, as she will miss him. After everyone settled their matters, Dave appeared in a dry land where there are no other people living. He commanded the system to remove the mark for the universe to detect him. Just as he removed it, terrifying thick clouds appeared in the sky. As Dave stood at the dry land, a celestial energy surged around him, crackling with power and intensity. The heavens roared, and dark clouds churned in the sky, signaling the arrival of the heavenly tribulation. It was a test that every aspiring immortal had to face, a formidable challenge designed to weed out the weak and purify the strong, and if they deserved to ascend to a higher plane. Bolts of lightning cascaded from the darkened skies, striking the ground with explosive force. Thunder reverberated through the air, shaking the very earth beneath Dave's feet. The sheer magnitude of the celestial forces at play was enough to make even the bravest souls tremble. But Dave stood firm, his eyes blazing without fear. He understood that the heavenly tribulation would test not only his physical prowess but also his mental fortitude and spiritual resilience. As the lightning bolts converged upon him, Dave raised his hands, channeling his own energy to create a protective barrier. The bolts crashed against the barrier, illuminating the area with blinding light and sending shockwaves rippling through the air. But Dave remained steadfast, his focus unwavering. With each strike, Dave's body absorbed the energy, transforming it into a pulsating aura that surrounded him. The celestial lightning coursed through his veins, enhancing his strength, and empowering his every movement. He felt an exhilarating surge of power, a connection to the very forces of the universe. As the thunder rumbled and the lightning intensified, Dave decided to test his body and let the lightning hit it directly. Boom! Dave felt the strength and intensity of the lightning, but his body was not damaged and was perfectly fine. Ding! It is detected that the host is exposed to the law of lightning. Law of lightning, 0.001%. The system notified him, and Dave was shocked. What is that? The heavenly laws refer to the fundamental principles and natural order of the universe. Studying law may amplify your powers and can be immune to other skills related to it. Right now, host, you are exposed to the heavenly lightning law, and if your body endures it, the system will help you absorb it and make your own understanding about it expands. Dave was stunned, but he suddenly saw that the clouds were getting thicker, and the lighting was stronger than before. He felt that heaven was angry, but he felt delighted to see more lighting coming. The heavenly tribulation intensified, throwing a barrage of challenges at Dave, and hitting his body. Boom! 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 Dave's clothes were destroyed, but his body is perfectly fine, as if the lighting didn't damage him. If normal immortal was hit by that lightning, they would surely be now in ashes. Law of lightning, 0.051%. Dave was happy to see the progress of absorbing the lightning. He felt that his body was sturdier than before, and a lot of information about lightning entered his mind. Suddenly, he realized that the cloud was about to disperse, and he was stunned because he is not satisfied with it. What are you done already? The heaven tribulation is weak. He spouted a lot of curses, and he was delighted to see that the clouds are forming again, and it was 3 times larger than before. Ha! That's right, attack me more. He laughed like crazy as the lightning hit his body. Boom! 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 Law of lightning, 0.810%. Law of lightning, 0.951%. Law of lightning, 1%. Dave is not hurt by the lightning because his body is now strong as Imperial Immortal, and this kind of lightning will only hurt true Immortal. His physique is also a factor in why his body is sturdy. After he was hit by hundreds of lightning, the clouds will disperse again. Is that all? Heaven is just so, ding. Warning to the host, you should not slander the heaven because you may trigger the purple lightning tribulation. Your body cannot endure being hit by it unless you use your overall powers, the system warned him, and Dave stopped laughing and cursed the system for not telling him earlier. Suddenly, the clouds seem to cover the entire spirit world, and everyone feels the power of the lightning. Is this the purple lightning tribulation? Dave's eyes widened and he could feel the threat of lightning. Shit, his skill invincible body is still cooling down and he cannot use permeation because he cannot absorb the lightning if it passed through him. He brainstorms on what skill can help him, but it was too late as the purple lightning hit his body swiftly. Boom. Dave was blown away and blood escaped from his mouth. His body is full of injuries, but he is not in a serious condition. He was pinned in the ground, and he can still feel the power of the lightning. What a bad luck, Dave cursed, but stands up as he gathered his energy to receive the incoming lightning. Boom. He was blown again, and he used his other defensive treasures and skills to lessen the damage. Boom. 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 In the forest, a group of people in the caravan are traveling when they saw a man lying on the ground and full of injuries. The soldiers went near him and then reported it to the person inside the carriage. Miss. It's a human, but his condition is not good. The lady inside the carriage is a beautiful girl who looks only about 18 years old, but her aura is terrifying. Get him inside the carriage, he may be one of the survivors of the war. Her cold voice enters the soldier, but he replied, but miss, what if he belongs to our enemy? The lady looks at him and replied coldly, you dare to question my decision? The soldier was scared, so he apologized and then carried the injured person to the back of the carriage to treat his injuries. After a long time, Dave opened his eyes and he felt that he was now in a different place. Arg. What happened? He moaned due to the injuries he had and remember that he is facing the purple lightning tribulation and he almost died because of it. Luckily, the mark he had on his hand shone and covered his body and protect him from the lightning. He lost consciousness and he didn't know what happened after it. System, where am I? He asked the system. Answering the host, you are now in the immortal plane and currently inside Mia world. Mia world? Immortal plane? Dave was stunned as he didn't expect that he would appear in the most desolate place on the immortal plane. His father said before that if someone undergoes heaven tribulation, they will ascend and appear in a spacious place where there are a lot of forces waiting for them to join their organization. He was confused about why he appeared here. He knew something about Mia world and it is a low-level world. When he subdued Topper, he read some of his memories, so he was familiar with some worlds. This place is ruled by the Light Pavilion and the leader of it is an Imperial Emperor. That Imperial Emperor was given the right to rule a small world like this by the royal court. He decided to not think of it right now as he checked his body inside in relief that his body is fine, but there is a lightning power inside his body that is sealing his powers. He cannot use his powers and felt that his connection to the space world is weak. Luckily, his physique is good and he can heal his injuries if he rests for 3 hours. Host, your body has been absorbing the law of lightning and it now reaches 20% due to the purple lightning. You cannot use your powers until your body has fully digested it. Note, it will only take 2 days before it was completely absorbed. Dave was stunned as he didn't expect that his progress would reach 20% that fast. He smiled bitterly as he remembers that he almost died because of that lightning if not for the mark. He is curious about it, but he decided to not think of it right now. His body is covered with a bandage, and he looks like a mummy. His handsome face is not visible because of the burn he received, but it will be restored later. Haze, even heaven envy my handsomeness. He sighs as he felt like he is a lamb waiting to be slaughtered right now. Dave scanned his surroundings and realized that he was inside a carriage. He realized that someone had picked him up and treated his injuries. Looks like good people are bound to be helped by others someday. He murmurs, then the door opens, and a normal-looking maid enters his carriage. The maid was stunned to see him now awake, but she forgot to move because she was mesmerized by his crystal blue eyes. She felt that her soul was being sucked. Dave realized that even though he cannot use his mana, his physique is still strong enough to punch a true immortal to death and his eyes still contain some of his energy. He can still use his eye powers and the system explained to him that he can use soul powers to activate his ancestral eyes. Only his mana is sealed so he cannot use some of his skills, but his soul power and physical strength are not, so he is not afraid for his safety. He scanned the maid and saw that she was only a saint emperor, but if she was in the mortal plane, she would surely not just be a maid and even become an emperor of an empire. He was not shocked because he anticipated it. He believed that even a normal person here is a sage and the spiritual energy here is thicker than in a normal plane. He deactivated his ancestral eyes and said to her, "Are you the one who saves me?" His voice is calm and the maid who was mesmerized a while ago blushed when she realized what she was doing. "It's good that you are awake. It's not me who saved you but Our Lady, so you should be grateful," the maid said, but she is still confused why she was absent-minded a while ago. "Lady?" Dave caresses his chin and feels that he is good at attracting ladies even though his face has not recovered. The maid suddenly left the carriage and went to the other carriage to notify his lady about his awakening. 5 minutes later, she went back and said that she would bring him to her lady. Dave nodded as he wanted to thank her for helping him. He stands up but his injuries are there. The maid was amazed at how he could now stand up and even walk without help. She guides him towards the carriage. Inside the carriage, Dave saw a beautiful woman sitting in the carriage. Her blue hair is shining but her eyes are cold. She is on par in terms of looks with Susan, but she is releasing a noble aura and clearly belongs to a rich family. Dave is now sitting in front of her, and she is also scanning him but failed to see anything. Dave looks like a mortal right now and his face is disfigured. "Thank you for saving me." Dave thanked her with his heart, as even if he is not a good person, he will remember the favors of those who do a good deed for him. The lady didn't care and asked him, "Who are you? Where are you from?" Dave replied, "My name is Dave, and I am an ascendant." Dave didn't hide the truth and he is not worried about it because ascending is normal here. He just didn't reveal his full identity as it's better to be cautious. "It makes sense. I detect that your body injuries are caused by lightning." Dave realized that the woman in front of him is not simple. Her powers are clearly at mid-tier Imperial Immortal and clearly be treated as a genius. She is 18 and she is the young miss of the Phoebe family. "So why did you save me?" Dave's eyes, whose calm was a while ago, suddenly turned into a serious one. He knew that she already knew that he was an ascendant and she must have a motive in helping him. The lady named Hemire smiled and replied, "Well, I hope you can be my guard for a whole week." Dave's eyes squinted but he was not against it as it was his way to pay back, but he asked, "Why me? Don't you see my condition?" "Nothing, I just feel that you are different." The lady replied, but Dave clearly didn't believe her. She must have a reason, but he decided not to think of it. "Okay, it's a deal. After a week my debt will be settled." Dave knew that he must first investigate and gather knowledge about this world, and this young lady may help him and give him shelter for the time being. He wanted to go to the Alexander clan, but it's better to not announce his identity as there may be some enemies lurking in the shadows. Dave went back to the other carriage, and he was given a lot of food and potions to heal his injuries. He just stays inside the carriage for a whole day and meditates. His injuries are already healed, but he decided to morph his face and continue to act like his face is ruined. His body injuries are already healed due to his physique and with the help of the potions. He is also receiving a lot of knowledge about lightning because of the laws he is being absorbed in. He felt that he could now control and summon lightning if he wished without using mana. That is the advantage of learning the laws. Laws don't require the use of mana and can freely control the laws of nature. His progress is now 25% and still increasing because the system is still absorbing the purple lightning. He didn't expect that it would be a blessing in disguise, but he almost died because of it. Dave learned that Lady Hemire is going back to her clan as she attended a banquet. She is also tasked by her father to represent their clan. It is estimated that they will reach the clan in just a day if nothing happens. Inside the caravan of Lady Hemire, Dave's keen senses detected a lurking presence among the dense foliage that line the road. He is resting, but his eyes, sharp and perceptive, are focused on the rustling bushes where the hidden enemy lay in wait. The tension in the air grew palpable as the bandits prepared to strike, their malicious intent emanating from the shadows. Dave now realized why she wanted someone to protect her. He believed that there may be an old monster hiding in the shadow protecting her. Lady Hemire and her entourage, unaware of the imminent danger, continued their journey, their guard lowered. But Dave detected them easily, but he didn't act immediately. "Leader, the target is here," one of the bandits said excitedly as they could not wait to plunder them. The leader nodded and he replied, "Our goal is simple, we will kill everyone and capture the miss." The bandits nodded, but one of them said, "Boss, it's a pity to just capture her. Why don't we play a little bit to her?" "Go away, just play with the maids and not her. She has a special status." He scolded them silently and then waited for the right moment. "Now, attack." As the bandits pounced upon the unsuspecting caravan, chaos erupted. Swords clashed, arrows flew, and the clash of steel reverberated through the air. "Ambush. Prepare to defend." "Kill them." Lady Hemire's soldiers valiantly fought back, defending their charge with fierce determination. But the bandits, driven by their desire for plunder, outnumbered them. From his concealed position, Dave's eyes glowed with a flash of intense brilliance. Activating his unique eye powers, he unleashed a surge of energy. His eyes seemed to penetrate the darkness, seeing through the bandits' feeble attempts at stealth. With a focused gaze, he locked onto his targets, their hearts marked by his lethal precision. In an instant, bolts of energy shot forth from Dave's eyes, streaking through the air with blinding speed. The bandits, caught off guard, found themselves struck down by an unseen force. Their bodies crumpled to the ground, lifeless and motionless. Dave's eye powers, honed through arduous training and cultivation, made short work of the unsuspecting enemies. He uses his Emperor eyes and no one can detect it unless they are far stronger than he was. Amidst the chaos of battle, Dave's actions went unnoticed. Lady Himaya's soldiers, inspired by their unexpected turn of fortune, fought with renewed vigor. The tides of the skirmish began to shift in their favor as the bandits faltered, their morale shattered by the sudden demise of their comrades. What is happening? The bandit leader was scared and confused about why his men suddenly died mysteriously. He was angry as they are all brothers, but they are dying one by one. Suddenly, he felt that his heart was beating rapidly, and he clutched his chest. Arg! What is this? He shouted, but it was too late as his heart exploded and fell to the ground. The bandits noticed what happened and they were afraid as they didn't expect their leader, the strongest of them all, to die mysteriously. He is an Imperial Immortal, but he died just like that. Dave, satisfied with the outcome of his covert intervention, withdrew from his position, careful to conceal his presence once more. He felt weak right now because he used a lot of his soul powers. He cannot use his Emperor eyes again as he needs to recover his soul powers. He only targets the strongest and he believed that they could manage the rest. They defeated and beheaded the bandits after an hour, and they captured some of them for interrogation. Inside the carriage, Himaya reads the reports of her subordinate. They died mysteriously, and their hearts exploded? She was stunned as she didn't know who did that. She will never suspect Dave because he is weak right now and recovering his energy, so she believes that a senior passing by may just help her. Her guard interrogated the bandits and they confessed everything. They were sent here by the young master of the Wenson family. He is courting her, but she is always rejecting him because she is full of disgust for him. That young master is known for destroying beautiful ladies and killing indiscriminately. His clan is on par with her clan, so she cannot do anything to him or there will be a war. He will pay for this. She was angry but she decided to calm herself and report it to her father. Her eyes are full of killing intent, but when she easily retains her calmness and thinks of her next actions. Right now, she must first go back to report it to her father and then go to her master. A day later, Dave opened his eyes as he heard a lot of noises. He opens the window and sees that they are now in a place where there are a lot of people talking to each other. The maid also entered the carriage to bring his food and she explained that they were now inside the clan and will be in the core base of the clan in just an hour. As Dave listened to her, he heard a notification from the system that gave him delight. Ding! The purple lightning has been completely absorbed. Law of lightning, 40%. Ding! Your level has increased to low tier Imperial Immortal. You can now access your space world. Dave was happy, so he entered his space world and realized that nothing happened to them. He reverts back to his original face and tells his ladies that he is now on the immortal plane, and that he will take them there when he gains a foothold. He didn't tell them about what happened to him because of the lightning to not let them worry. After he settled everything, he went back to the carriage as he detected that someone was knocking on the door. "Dave, we are here." The maid called him, so Dave morphed his face again and used some ordinary clothes given by Himaya. Dave then opened the door and went out. He saw Himaya go down the carriage and call him by her side. Dave went near her, and he followed her towards the majestic castle. Dave can feel that there are many strong auras hiding everywhere, but none of them can see his real powers. Right now, he has already recovered to the best state, but he chooses to pay favor and investigate first. Not long ago, they reached the place and a handsome middle-aged man is standing at the door to welcome him. "Daughter." He spreads his hands and Himaya's cold attitude turns into an obedient daughter. She hugged him and told him about her journey. She told her maid to bring Dave to her residence and wait for her after she talked to her father. "What? That bastard Eric tried to harm you?" The middle-aged man, whose name Marie, was angered when he learned about what happened to his daughter. He loved his daughter, and he is ready to wage war on the Wenson family. "I must avenge you. Don't worry, I will make them pay for it," he assured Himaya, but she was worried. "But, what if it will start a war?" Ori smirked and replied, "It's okay, we are not afraid of them, and I knew that your master will not let anything happen to you. Wait for me, I will bring the head of that bastard." He suddenly disappears, leaving the stunned Himaya. She was worried, but she knew that her father was strong enough to escape if something happened. She left the room and went to her residence. She saw Dave reading some books in the library and she called him to tell him what he would do. Dave had a photographic memory and he only needed one gaze to memorize everything in the book. He now learned that Mia's world is far from the Alexander domain and he needs to cross multiple teleportation channels. To use the teleportation channel, He needs to have a lot of money. The currency in the immortal plane is called Spirit Stone, and 1,000,000 Spirit Stones are needed to activate the teleportation portal. He sighs as he felt unlucky to appear here, and the system explained to him why he appears here. The system said it deliberately controls where he will appear, and he makes sure that he will appear in a weak world because his body is weak before and cannot fend himself if a beast appeared and killed him. As I said before, you will be my guard for a week, and I need you to be in the best condition, so I called a healer to heal you. You can also go everywhere in the clan but not in some forbidden places. 2 days later, the Imperial Emperor tomb will be opened, and I hope you protect me and help me get the legacy. Himire explained to him her real goal in helping him. She also said that she also had 3 more helpers, but they will appear when the opening is near. Dave was curious about it, but he didn't ask as everyone has a secret. Don't bring any healers, I already healed. Himire was stunned as she didn't expect him to heal immediately. She looks at his body and sees that his injuries are nowhere to be seen except for his disfigured and terrifying face. Dave saw her look, so he said, "Am I too handsome?" Himire sneered and answered, "If you are handsome, then there is no ugly in the world." She didn't expect him to be a narcissist and full of himself. Dave smiled and didn't reply. She gives Dave a place to rest, but Dave spent his time in the library, and he finished all the books in just a day. Many saw what he was doing and thought that he was a fool, but they didn't do anything to him as they knew that their miss would bring him here. Dave also learns a lot of things, but he realized that he is now moneyless and poor. The best way to get money is to rob people, but he cannot act like that here as there is danger everywhere. Still, Himire gave him some spirit stones to use. Dave didn't forget to send his clones to conquer some worlds in the mortal plane and make them worship him to collect sin points. Right now, he is the strongest in the mortal plane, and even if the guardians attack him, he can subdue them easily. He also makes his clones act silently so as not to disturb the guardian, and he lets Topper notify him if some of them become aware of it. After reading all the books, he decided to roam outside the place and see if there are some interesting things. He walked in the street and saw some people selling some fruits and trading treasures. Some said that they can see the future, but they need to pay 1,000 spirit stones. Of course, Dave didn't believe it as he marked them as a scammer. He saw some people in revealing clothes and clearly selling their bodies. Dave continues to stroll forward until he stops at a place. There are a lot of rocks laying on the ground, and you can buy them and crack them to see if there is a treasure inside. Every rock only cost 50 spirit stones, and right now, he had 1,000 that was given by Himire. He scans them using his ancestral eyes, and then he sees some red dots inside the stone, and he is happy that he can detect if there is something inside the stone. He can see clearly what is inside, so he went there and planned to buy a stone. Dave strolled into the humble store nestled in a bustling market, its shelves lined with rows upon rows of unassuming rocks. The air was thick with anticipation as patrons eagerly examined the stones, their eyes gleaming with hope for the possibility of hidden treasures within. As Dave entered, his ancestral eyes instantly discerned the untapped potential that lay dormant within each rock. The shopkeeper, an elderly man with a weathered face, glanced up from his worn wooden counter and greeted Dave with a warm smile. "Welcome, young traveler. Care to try your luck with our special selection of rocks?" Dave returned the smile and nodded, his eyes scanning the array of rocks before him. His ancestral eyes can see clearly through the rock and grant him the ability to perceive the latent energy pulsating within each stone. "I'll take 10 of them," Dave said, his voice laced with quiet confidence. He pointed at the 10 stones he found, and all of them looked ordinary, unlike some stones who are shining. The shopkeeper's eyes widened slightly at the sizable request. 10? That will be 500 spirit stones, young sir. Dave reached into his pouch and withdrew the required amount, placing the stones on the counter. The shopkeeper's curiosity was piqued, his gaze shifting between the rocks and Dave. He wondered what the young man knew that others did not. Some onlookers felt pity and whispered to each other, "Another one who is going to be scammed by that old man, maybe he is just trying his luck. It's a pity, his looks are miserable, and he may be using his last money for nothing." As Dave selected the 10 rocks, he held each one in his hands and told the old man to crack it. "Okay," the old man smiled while sneering in his heart. The rock Dave chose looked ordinary, and he believed that there was no treasure inside it. The old man took a hammer and hit the stone. Crack! Many are watching, and something happens that stunned them. A light emerges from the rock and it shows a purple comb. What? Is that the mystical comb? Yeah, if my eyes are not lying to me, it should be that artifact. Wow, I didn't expect that the comb who was lost for thousands of years will be found here. Dave scanned the comb and realized that it was an Imperial Immortal level artifact and can be used to amplify spiritual attacks. The old man was stunned, and his heart was bleeding, but he handed the treasure to Dave as he didn't want their credibility to be destroyed. Some onlookers wanted to buy the treasure and Dave sold it for 100,000 spirit stones. The original price of the comm was only 50,000, but many bid for it, so its price doubled. After that, he took the next stone and told the old man to crack it. The old man nodded and felt that maybe he was just lucky. He cracked the stone and then, a red gem appeared in front of everyone. What? Is that a mid-level rune? Yeah, it's a pity there is no rune master here as no one can know the price of it. Dave was stunned and he learned that rune can be used to strengthen equipment and he planned to learn runesmith if he had time. Sir, would you like to sell this rune to me? My name is Reed and I will pay 500,000 spirit stones for this rune. What? Is he the famous blacksmith in the town? Yes, I heard that he had a connection with a few runes masters and I think he wants to gift it to them to study it. Yes. Mid-level runes are precious and only people from the capital can forge them. Dave doesn't need the rune and his goal is to collect the spirit stone, so he is about to agree until a man appears near him and gives an offer. Sir, I belong to the Wenson family and I want to buy the rune for 200,000. An arrogant man appeared, and his body was muscular. His height is the same as Dave but his aura is weak and Dave can slap him to death anytime. Dave looks at the man and sneers. Wenson family? He remembers that Hemire was targeted by that family, so he didn't have a good perception of them. What? He is from the Wenson family? Even if the price is low, it should be his luck to give it to the Wenson family. Yeah, he may acquire their favor. Many envied Dave but Dave looked at him as if he was a fool. Retard. He ignores him and looks at Reed. Deal. Reed was stunned as he didn't expect that the man is fearless even after hearing about the Wenson family. He is not afraid of them because he is respected, and he has a lot of connections. What did you say? The man from the Wenson family was angered as he didn't expect that he would not respect him. He wanted to attack but he remembers that it is not their domain, so he may be punished by the authorities. You better be careful. He looks at him with a warning look and then leads his men to leave the store. The old man sighs in relief as he is afraid that his store will be destroyed if the fight breaks out. Dave ignores him and continues the deal with Reed. Reed warned him and Dave nodded and didn't reply. They are just a bug that he can crush, but he cannot act crazy here because his strength is not enough. I like your braveness, young man, but you better be careful because that family is vengeful, and they will not let you go easily. After that, he told the old man to continue to crack the stones and everyone was shocked because all the 9 stones he picked had treasures inside and he sold them to those who bid higher. The old man's heart is bleeding and he never felt hopeless in his entire life. Dave had gained 7 million just by selling the treasures, but it's a pity that he didn't see any stone that contained treasures anymore. As for the last stone, he was about to tell the old man to crack it until a beautiful lady appeared in the store. Her looks are beautiful, and her height is 5 feet 6 inches tall, but her body is sexy and alluring. All the men inside turn their eyes to her and their eyes light up and they cannot hide their burning desire. Even so, no one dared to get near her as someone recognized her. What? Is she Moxie from the Joyful sect? Yeah, I heard that they practice evil techniques, and they suck men until they die. What? That is scary, but if she is the one who will suck me, I think it's worth it. Moxie looked at the ugly face of Dave, but she smiled and got near him. Her sexy body is in front of Dave but Dave is unfazed. Hey, can you give me this stone? She smiled and she is not requesting it but more like a command. Dave looked at her and didn't expect her to be broken. You look like you came from a rich family, but you cannot even afford to pay for a stone. Dave looks at her weirdly and ignores her. Moxie was stunned and her subordinate was angered by his words, but Moxie waved her hands and said it's okay. Normally, anyone would obey her words and want to be favored by her, but she didn't expect to meet someone who was unaffected by her charm. Dave is not a fool, and he is not a simp, so her charm is useless to him. Well, how much would this stone cost? She looks at Dave with a smile and Dave said, 10 million. What? The onlookers were stunned as they didn't expect him to be greedy. Moxie was stunned but she waved her hand and a box full of spirit stones appeared in front of Dave. Deal. She gave the spirit stone to him, and Dave nodded and put it in his storage space. Well, the stone is yours. Dave nodded and then happily left the store. Dave didn't expect that he would profit a lot by just using 500 spirit stones. After he left, Moxie excitedly opened the stone, and she was sure that there was a treasure inside it. She saw everything happening and she was shocked that Dave continuously found treasures in each stone he chose. She decided to buy the stone because she believed that Dave must have a method to detect if there is a treasure inside. Many looked at the old man and the old man nodded and cracked the stone. Puff. A smoke emerges after the stone was cracked and they saw nothing. What? Moxie was stunned and her face turned into anger when she realized that she had been fooled. Fucker. She ran outside to catch him, but she didn't see his shadow anymore. Damn, I can't believe I was fooled. TSK. She calmed down and realized that she was the one who insisted on buying it, so it was her fault. But even so, she was still angry when she thought of it. Dave, who was walking happily, saw a lot of interesting things in other places, but he realized that the night was deep, so he wanted to go back and rest. As he was walking, he smirked as he looked behind him and spoke. "Well, looks like blood will be shed today." He saw 10 men appear in front of him, and the one who was leading is the muscular man he met a while ago. The man from the Wenson family, and he is looking at him as if he is a dead man. He, no one has ever escaped the wrath of my clan." The man named Joseph sneered at Dave. There were some people near them, but they decided to run away when they saw that something was going to happen. Some are hiding and watching secretly. "Looks like that lad is dead." Yeah, their strength is strong, so that lad doesn't stand a chance. The air hung heavy with tension as Joseph, a member of the notorious Wenson family, and his 9 subordinates stood in a tight formation, confident in their skills and the power they wielded. Their malicious intent was palpable, and they believed they held the upper hand in this confrontation. He taunted and belittled his adversary, his voice filled with arrogance and misplaced confidence. His subordinates echoed his sentiment, their laughter echoing through the night. "Ha, let's kill this bastard and hang his body in the gate." "Yeah, you are right. No one dare to offend our family. He must die. We must torture him first." Unfazed by their words, Dave's eyes remained locked on his targets. Time seemed to slow as his hand moved and held his sword on his waist. He commanded the sword to remain in his waist as he didn't want to attract attention because his sword was flying on his own. As Joseph and his subordinates reached for their weapons, their eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Before they could react, their heads rolled off their bodies, severed in a single, swift motion. Blood spurted from the stumps, painting the ground in macabre patterns. A gasp of horror swept through the street as Dave, his movements a blur of deadly elegance. No one saw him unsheath his sword, but their bodies falling lifeless to the ground. There was no sound, and Joseph and his subordinate didn't have time to scream. Ah! Some people who were watching screamed in horror, and they ran away as they were afraid to be killed as well. Yet, amidst the chaos and bloodshed, Dave remained an ethereal figure. His expression is impassive. He showed no mercy to those people who plotted against him. They are arrogant and think that the world is their own, so they deserve to be killed. Dave wiped the blood from his blade with a cloth, the metallic scent lingering in the air. Without a word, he sheathed his sword, its gleaming edge hidden from view once more. He smiled as he disappeared into the shadows. After he left, an old man who was watching everything appeared and looked where Dave disappeared. "I didn't expect to meet someone who attained such height using a sword. He may be a disciple from the Sword Pavilion if he had such status. That is the reason why he is not afraid of the Wenson family." Dave left because he realized that a strong person was watching the battle. He is not afraid of that person, but it's better to not create more enemies. Dave went back to his residence and acted like nothing happened. He is receiving a lot of sin points, and he knew that it was because he showed off a while ago. He smirked, and the stronger the person, the more sin points he could receive. The Wenson family must have known what he did, so they are angry at him, but they didn't know his identity. Himire looks at her father, who is weak right now. "What happened, father?" She was stunned as she didn't expect that her father would have a lot of injuries. Ori smiled bitterly and replied, "I didn't expect that the Wenson family would ambush me, and they are now cooperating with the Yang family. I already commanded our people to go back to our clan as we must strengthen our defense. I am sure that they are eager to remove our clan from the top 7 clans in this world." In Mia's world, the one who is overseeing everything and the one who is setting rules is the Light Pavilion, but they are not meddling in some affairs of the top 7 families. The Wenson clan is ranked 6th in the top 7 clans, and the clan of Himire is called Nari clan, who ranked last, but their strength cannot be underestimated. The Yang clan is ranked 5th, and they are a lot stronger than the Nari clan. Himire was angry, but she calmed herself and said, "They must have cooperated to join forces and wanted to destroy our clan to get stronger and rise in the ranking." Uri said worriedly, "What if you don't continue entering the tomb? It's dangerous, and I think that they will set an ambush for you." "No, father. I need to go there to help my master, and I felt that there is something inside that can help me get stronger." Uri sighs, and he knows that he cannot stop his daughter. "Well, be careful and prioritize your safety." Himire nodded and left her father's place. She went straight to Dave's residence and knocked on his door. "Knock. Knock." "Dave, it's me," she said, and the door opened. She saw Dave being topless, and his body was perfect and alluring. She was stunned, but when she saw his face, she collected herself. "Why?" Dave asked her. Himire replied, "We will leave tomorrow, so prepare yourself." After that she left as she didn't want to stay there for longer. In the grand hall of the Yang family, adorned with opulent decorations and symbols of power, the leaders of the Yang and Wenson families convened. The atmosphere was tense, each faction eager to assert their dominance and secure their interests. Seated at the head of the long table, Patriarch Yang and Patriarch Wenson exchanged a knowing glance, their eyes filled with ambition and a shared desire for control. The time had come for them to unite their forces and eliminate their common adversary, the Nari clan. The Wensun clan is the rival of the Nari clan since their clan is established, but the Yang clan just wanted to help the Wensun family, and of course, he had his goals. The Nari clan has grown too powerful, Patriarch Yang declared, his voice resonating with authority. Their geniuses have become a thorn in our side, threatening our influence and undermining our plans. It is time to put an end to their rise. That's right, also the daughter of Uri is getting stronger rapidly, and I think that she had a chance to reach Imperial King if there is no accident. Patriarch Wensun nodded in agreement, his expression dark and resolute. We must strike when the opportunity presents itself, and that opportunity will come tomorrow when the Imperial Emperor tomb will open its gates. The room fell silent as the leaders of the two families contemplated their next move. The Imperial Emperor tomb was a treacherous place, rumored to hold unimaginable wealth and ancient artifacts. It was also a proving ground for the most talented cultivators, where only the strongest could emerge victorious. Our plan is simple, Patriarch Yang continued, his voice filled with conviction. We will infiltrate the tomb under the guise of a united front, but once inside, we will separate and target the geniuses of the Nari clan. By eliminating their future leaders, we will cripple their strength and ensure our dominance. Patriarch Wensun's lips curled into a sinister smile. Indeed. And to ensure our success, we must assemble our most skilled assassins and warriors. We cannot afford any mistakes or failures. The tomb also has an age limit of 30 years old and below, so I will send my elite troops to eliminate them. The leaders of both families began strategizing, their voices filled with cunning and determination. They discussed the layout of the tomb, the strengths and weaknesses of their adversaries, and the best methods of execution. Each detail was meticulously planned, leaving no room for error. As the night wore on, the alliance between the Yang and Wensun families grew stronger, fueled by their shared ambition and desire for supremacy. They knew that this alliance was their key to securing their dominance in the realm. In the face of this impending threat, the Nari clan remained oblivious to the storm brewing against them. Little did they know that their most formidable challenge awaited them within the depths of the tomb, where treachery and betrayal loomed like shadows in the night. The Yang and Wensun families, united in their thirst for power, were prepared to strike with ruthless precision. They are tired of being in the lower place in ranking, so they will do everything to rise. The next morning, Dave was summoned by Himire and went to the hall. Dave took a bath and got some nice clothes and went outside. When he reached the hall, he saw Himire near the middle-aged man, and his life force is weak right now. Dave stood tall and composed as he entered the grand hall of the Nari clan, its walls adorned with ancient tapestries and intricate symbols of power. The air crackled with anticipation and curiosity as the members of the clan turned their gaze toward him. At the head of the hall, seated upon an ornate throne, was none other than the esteemed father of Himire, Uri, the leader of the Nari clan. With a regal presence and an air of authority, Father Nari studied Dave with keen eyes. His features held the wisdom of age, his silver hair cascading down his back, and his piercing blue eyes betraying the depth of his knowledge and experience. Dave is sure that Uri is an Imperial King-level individual, but he sensed that his life force is weak right now. Dave approached, his steps steady and confident. As he drew nearer, he couldn't help but notice the three individuals standing beside Father Nari. Their presence exuded brilliance and power, a testament to their exceptional talents and the weight they carried within the clan. To Dave's left stood a young woman with an ethereal beauty. Her eyes shimmered like sapphires, radiating a profound intellect and determination. She is a 24-year-old woman and her name was Ariana, known for her mastery of arcane arts and unrivaled talent in manipulating elemental forces. To his right stood a young man of striking stature, his muscles honed through rigorous training. His name was Kiran, 25 years old, and renowned for his unparalleled skill with weapons and his unparalleled strength on the battlefield. The scars that adorned his body told tales of countless victories and trials overcome. In front of them stood a figure draped in a flowing cloak, their features concealed beneath the shadows. Known only as Shade, in the same age as Kiran, his enigmatic presence sent a shiver down to those who were near him. Father Nari's voice resonated through the hall, his tone measured and authoritative. "Welcome, everyone, to the heart of the Nari clan. We have summoned you here for a purpose, for we have recognized your exceptional potential and unrivaled strength in your young age. I want you all to help my daughter win the legacy left by an Imperial Emperor in the tomb, and I would give you a lot of benefits if you succeeded in the mission. Her health is very important, so if something happens to her, even if you survive, expect that I will hunt you all." Dave met Father Nari's gaze and Uri was stunned when he saw the reaction of Dave. Dave looks like he didn't hear anything that is very different from the three other helpers his daughter found. They are a bit afraid and nervous when he threatens them, but Dave is unmoved. He nodded and felt that this young man had a future, but his face was disfigured. He decided to ask some healer to heal his face after the mission. The three other helpers swore to protect Himire and said that they will do their best. A hint of a smile played on Father Nari's lips as he nodded approvingly. Good. We are in dire need of your expertise and unwavering resolve. The Nari clan faces challenges that require the united strength of our most gifted individuals. Dave's gaze shifted to Ariana, Kieran, and Shade. He can feel that they disdained him because he is only showing a level of golden body immortal because he is concealing his true strength. The three of them are already at the peak of Imperial Immortal. I see that the Nari clan has already discovered extraordinary talents within its ranks. Together, we shall face whatever challenges lie ahead. Father Nari's voice grew solemn as he addressed the gathering. The time has come for the Nari clan to forge its destiny and overcome the trials that await us. There may be danger and the enemies are lurking in the shadows, so all of you must be careful. The tomb only lets the Imperial Immortal below inside, so do not be worried about strong people entering. As the words echoed through the hall, everyone was solemn, but no one dared to make a sound. Now, the Grand Elder will lead you five to the tomb. Suddenly, an old man excluding an aura on par with Uri and even stronger appeared. Grand Elder, please send them carefully, Uri said, and the Grand Elder nodded. Don't worry, little Uri, I will send them safely to the destination. Uri was embarrassed, but it's okay for the Grand Elder to call him little because he is the one who raised and trained him. The Grand Elder summoned a massive bird outside and told everyone to hop behind it. Dave was amazed to see that the bird is strong but tamed by the Elder. Everyone hops on top of the bird and the Grand Elder commands the bird to start flying. Swoosh! The bird flaps its wings and soars in the sky. Himire explained to Dave that the other three helpers are also an ascendant, but they are hired by Himire and promised that they can gain foothold in her clan if they help her. She personally chose Ascendant because she knew that they were once at the top of the mortal world and they worked hard to reach this level even though their spiritual energy is weak. Dave learned that Ariana comes from the mage world in the mortal plane while Kieran is from the barbarian world. Shade on the other hand didn't intend to reveal more about him. They also asked Dave what world he originated from, but he didn't answer them and just took some books he brought to the market yesterday. He brought it from a mysterious person, and he said that the book has a lot of information. Dave went to the side and opened the book. He ignores everyone and no one dares to talk to him because they didn't like his face. Himire on the other hand is near the Grand Elder and it's clear that the Grand Elder is protecting her in case something happens. As he opens the book, he learns a lot of information about the top 7 clans. In the Mia world, the top 7 clans are, Li clan, known for their exceptional swordsmanship and mastery of the elemental arts. The Li clan has a long-standing tradition of producing powerful sword cultivators. Their clan is renowned for their strict discipline and unwavering loyalty. Gu clan. The Gu clan specializes in poison cultivation and possesses extensive knowledge of herbal remedies and venomous techniques. They are feared for their deadly toxins and are often sought after for their expertise in alchemy and medicinal practices. Mo clan. The Mo clan is recognized for their mastery of illusion and mental manipulation techniques. They possess the ability to create illusions that can deceive even the most skilled cultivators, making them formidable opponents in battles of the mind. Aton clan. The Aton clan is known for their exceptional control over elemental magic, particularly in the manipulation of fire and lightning. They are renowned for their destructive power and are often called upon to provide support in large-scale battles. Yang clan. The Yang clan specializes in body cultivation and physical prowess. They have honed their bodies to near perfection, allowing them to possess incredible strength, speed, and endurance. The Yang clan members are often formidable martial artists and excel in close-quarter combat. Wensun clan. The Wensun clan is renowned for their expertise in formations and defensive techniques. They are skilled at setting up intricate arrays and barriers that can protect their allies and hinder their enemies. Their defensive abilities make them an essential asset in battles and sieges. Nari clan. The Nari clan is known for their exceptional talent in spiritual cultivation and divination. They possess the ability to commune with spirits and harness spiritual energy, making them skilled in fortune-telling and predicting future events. The Nari clan is often sought after for their insights and guidance in matters of destiny and fate. Each of these clans holds a unique position of power and influence in the Mia world, contributing to the diverse landscape of cultivation and martial arts. Dave was stunned as he didn't expect that the Nari clan had such power, and he suddenly realized something. Someone from the Nari clan must have predicted that he will appear in the forest. That's why Himire decided to help him even though she doesn't know him. Also, it's hard to learn that he is an ascendant even though his body injuries come from lightning. Even though it's just a speculation, Dave now starts to feel wary as he doesn't like those people who can see the future. He also read that the consequence of using that power is huge, so it is considered forbidden to be used by younger generations unless they need it. He was stunned as he didn't expect that the book he bought would contain such information. After reading it, He sends his consciousness inside the space world and spends his time with his women. He suddenly missed Draco, but he saw that he was okay in the beast's world. His strength is soaring, and he will surely transform after his training. Blizzard on the other hand is being spoiled by everyone and they treat her as their child. His army is growing stronger and almost every day, Ronan and Gabriella are always sparring as if they hated each other. He just let both as he was sure that both will never die unless Dave died. He can resurrect them infinitely, but it will cost him a lot of energy. The development of his space world is rapid, and his people are getting stronger every day. His garden is flourishing, and his clones already conquered a lot of worlds, and they treat him as their lord. His sin points are rising due to their faith in him, which is generated by the sin of pride. The arena was engulfed in an electric tension as Ronan, the king of assassins, and Gabriella, the archangel, stood face to face once again. Their previous encounters in the celestial plane had been filled with bloodshed and animosity, leaving them with deep wounds and scars. But now, circumstances had changed, and they found themselves on the same side, serving a common master. I didn't expect that I will meet you again. Cherubi, the strongest archangel of heaven. Ronan, cloaked in darkness and emanating an aura of a sinister power, gripped his dual blades tightly. His eyes gleamed with a cold determination as he remembered the countless gods and archangels he had once assassinated. He had a reputation for his lethal precision and stealth, and his presence alone sent shivers down the spines of his foes. Gabriella, adorned in radiant armor and wielding a celestial staff, radiated divine light. Her wings, spread wide, displayed her status as an archangel of the heavens. Her gaze held a mix of resolve and sorrow, for she had witnessed the devastation wrought by Ronan's blades firsthand. Her determination to bring justice to those fallen grew stronger with each passing day. You are right, I didn't expect that we are now serving the same master. I want to kill you for what you did, but I cannot let my master be disappointed. But it will not stop me from releasing my wrath to you, assassin king of hell. Gabriella was angry when she saw him again, but she restrained herself as Dave was in front of them. She remembers how Ronan killed a lot of gods and demon kings before and no one knew what he was thinking. He is a demon, but he is neutral, and he will just kill if he feels it regardless of if it was a god or a demon. Many feared him in the celestial plane, but luckily, he was suppressed by the goddess of light who can counter some of his skills and forced to escape and hide. The clash of their conflicting energies shook the ground beneath them, creating fissures that crackled with energy. The onlookers could feel the immense power radiating from the two warriors, their grudge palpable even in the air. But neither Ronan nor Gabriella dared to unleash their full strength, knowing the consequences of their actions. With a swift motion, Ronan lunged forward, his blade slicing through the air with deadly precision. Gabriella met his attack with grace and agility, her staff becoming a blur of divine strikes. Each movement they made showcased their unparalleled skills, their mastery of their respective arts. Sparks flew as their weapons clashed, creating a dazzling display of light and darkness. Ronan's agility allowed him to dodge Gabriella's celestial strikes, while Gabriella's holy energy shielded her from Ronan's lethal blows. It was a battle of wits and skill, as each combatant sought to exploit the other's weaknesses. You are weaker than before. Gabriella taunted him, but Ronan smirked and replied, my strength is restrained, but it's enough to kill a mere archangel. Arrogant as ever, Gabriella rolled her eyes as she attacked him with full force. As the battle intensified, their injuries from past encounters resurfaced, slowing their movements. Despite their diminished strength, their resolve burned brighter than ever. Their shared purpose and loyalty to their new master prevented them from delivering a killing blow to one another, but the animosity between them remained. They have been fighting for almost 3 days and the damage they created is catastrophic, but luckily, the arena was protected by a strong barrier and cannot be destroyed easily. The clash continued, their attacks becoming more desperate and fiercer. Their bodies bore the scars of their previous encounters, but their determination never wavered. The battle reached its peak, the arena echoing with the clash of steel and the surge of divine and dark energies. Finally, both combatants reached a stalemate, their bodies battered and exhausted, their weapons lowered, and their eyes locked in a momentary understanding. They knew that the past grudges could not be easily forgotten, but for now, they had a greater purpose to fulfill. In the end, Ronan and Gabriella found a fragile truce, bound by their allegiance to their master. The scars of their history ran deep, but the battle had forged a mutual respect, a recognition of each other's formidable prowess. HMPP, I will let you go for now in respect of your master, Gabriella said, then disappeared from the arena and went back to the mansion. Ronan smirked and said, as expected from the disciple of that goddess, she is indeed something. Dave is enjoying himself until he realizes that someone is calling him. Dave opened his eyes and saw Hamire and reminded him that they are now in the location. This place is in the Black Scale Lizard Forest, and based on the report, The tomb was found by an ordinary farmer and the news spread rapidly. Many experts try to enter but it was to no avail, and some strong men calculate where it will open and what are the restrictions. The tomb was found 2 months ago, so many people are preparing to enter, and today is the day it will open. Only those below Imperial Immortal can enter and age below 30 years old. The slots are also limited, and the top 7 clans are allocated the spots. The one who allocated the spot is the mysterious leader of the Light Pavilion, and he said that the top 7 clans can only send 5 members. They also gave opportunities to those people who are working on their own to enter if they pass the test. The test had finished and 10 people were selected to enter. The massive bird landed on the ground and Dave and others saw many people gathering near the huge portal. There are many people who want to watch what will happen and who will win the legacy. Dave also saw some people gathering in a certain spot and he realized that it was the Yang and Wenson family. They are looking at them with disdain, but Dave can notice their killing intent. Haste looks like I need to kill a lot of genius today, he Dave sneered and thought about many ways of them dying. After they landed, the Grand Elder led all of them near the portal and they saw an old man guarding the portal. The Grand Elder greets him. Venerable Potion, long time no see. The old man smiled and greeted him warmly. Ha, I never expect that you are still alive, Grand Elder Momo. The old man laughs and the Grand Elder smiles as they have a good relationship. Are they the ones who will represent your clan? Venerable Potion asked as he only glanced at them, and the Grand Elder nodded. Yeah, these are the geniuses our princess found. Venerable Potion nodded and talked about some things until the Grand Elder found a spot for them to wait. The sun began to set, casting an ethereal golden glow across the vast plains outside the tomb of the Imperial Emperor. A gentle breeze carried the whispers of anticipation as the Aton clan, one of the prominent forces in the Mia world, arrived at the sacred site. Led by their esteemed clan head, Elder Aton, the Aton clan warriors stood tall and proud, their crimson robes billowing in the wind. Their eyes gleamed with determination, for they knew that within the depths of the tomb lay unimaginable treasures and the secrets of ancient cultivation techniques. Elder Aton, a seasoned cultivator with a stern countenance, gazed at the tomb with a mix of reverence and ambition. He knew that this was a rare opportunity for the Aton clan to rise further in power and prestige. As he addressed those people behind him, his voice resonated with authority in the heads of their 5 chosen geniuses. Genius of the Aton clan, today we stand at the threshold of greatness. The treasures and knowledge hidden within this tomb are ours to claim. Let our determination and strength guide us as we venture forth. Kill everyone who tried to block your way and don't show any mercy. No one can see what is happening inside all of you or the genius of the clan, so don't disappoint us. Everyone nodded and they were full of fighting spirit. They saw the other representative of the other clans, but they didn't talk to them as they will fight later. 2 hours later, the air crackled with anticipation as the Mo clan, known for their expertise in illusion and spiritual attacks, arrived at the scene. Led by their esteemed Grand Elder, a figure revered for his ageless wisdom and mastery of the mystic arts, the Mo clan exuded an air of confidence and authority. As the Mo clan warriors strode forward, their robes of deep azure billowed around them, their gazes locked on the other clans gathered before them. The Grand Elder, his eyes sharp and piercing, surveyed the scene with an almost imperceptible smirk tugging at the corners of his lips. Besides the Grand Elder stood 5 remarkable individuals, the leading geniuses of the Mo clan. Each of them possessed an aura of power and skill that set them apart from ordinary cultivators. They were the embodiment of the Mo clan's legacy and its promise of dominance in the Mia world. The first genius, Xander, radiated an icy aura, his silver hair contrasting with his piercing blue eyes. He was a master of frost-based techniques, capable of freezing his opponents in their tracks with a single flick of his fingers. Next to him, Serena, a vision of grace and elegance, emanated an ethereal light. Her celestial beauty was matched only by her proficiency in the art of illusion, able to bend reality to her whims and ensnare the minds of those who dared to challenge her. Standing tall and imposing was Victor, his muscular frame a testament to his unparalleled physical strength. With each step, the earth seemed to tremble beneath him, and his mastery of earth-based cultivation allowed him to manipulate the very ground he walked on. Opposite Victor was Maya, her fiery red hair a reflection of her fierce temperament. Sparks danced in her wake, and her control over strange energies could unleash devastating damage to the mind of weak people. Lastly, there was Cassandra, but no one had any information about her and seems to be mysterious. As the Mo clan's presence loomed over the gathered clans, a hush fell upon the onlookers. The arrogance and self-assuredness emanating from the Mo clan were palpable, a declaration of their unrivaled prowess and desire for dominance. The Grand Elder, his voice commanding attention, addressed the assemblage with a tone of superiority. Behold, the might of the Mo clan. We have arrived to assert our rightful place as the foremost power in the Mia world. Let it be known that any who dare to challenge us shall face the full force of our unparalleled talents." His words echoed through the air, reverberating in the hearts of those present. The other clan leaders exchanged glances, a mix of determination and wariness in their eyes. "Hey, arrogant!" The Yang and Wenson family clan leaders sneered at him while others ignored him. With tensions mounting and battle lines drawn, the stage was set for a clash of genius. The Mo clan had made their bold entrance, and the other clans knew that they must be confident and have a lot of trump cards. Another hour passed, and the atmosphere outside the tomb of the Imperial Emperor grew tense. The Gu clan finally made their grand entrance, led by their venerable Grand Elder. Known for their mastery of poison, alchemy, and controlling bugs, they exuded a silent confidence that commanded respect. All eyes were fixed on the approaching figures as the crowd instinctively parted to make way for them. At the forefront stood the formidable Grand Elder of the Gu clan, a stoic figure with terrifying eyes and a gloomy aura that sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. Behind him, 5 exceptional individuals walked in perfect formation, their every movement a testament to their remarkable skills and talents. The young master of the Gu clan, Shui, took the lead. At just 23 years old, he had already inherited the position of clan leader. Known for his expertise in using bugs to control others, Shui possessed a reputation that inspired both fear and hatred. Yet, his arrogant demeanor showed that he cared little for the opinions of others. Walking beside Shui was Li Mei, a striking beauty with eyes that mirrored the depths of the ocean. She was the granddaughter of the Grand Elder and had earned her own fame as a genius in the field of alchemy. Her mastery over the complex art had brought great prestige to the Gu clan. The remaining 3 geniuses of the Gu clan were personally trained by the Grand Elder himself, a testament to their exceptional abilities. Each of them possessed unique talents that further solidified the clan's dominance. As the Gu clan made their presence known, a ripple of awe and admiration spread through the onlookers. The strength and unity displayed by the clan sent a clear message: they were a force to be reckoned with. However, the tension in the air heightened as a distant rumble filled the atmosphere, causing the earth to tremble. All eyes turned toward the horizon, where a cloud of dust billowed, indicating the arrival of the final clan, the Li clan. Led by their resolute Grand Elder, the Li clan emerged from the swirling dust, their presence commanding attention and respect. The Grand Elder, with an air of unwavering authority, strode forward, his gaze piercing through the gathered clans. Behind him, the 5 geniuses of the Li clan trailed in his wake, emanating a mix of confidence and arrogance. They were well aware of their exceptional talents and reveled in the reputation of their clan. Among them, Lu Ji stood out with his striking presence and an aura of ice that commanded attention. His mastery of frost-based techniques was unmatched, freezing his opponents in their tracks with a mere flick of his finger. Rumors circulated that his master hailed from the prestigious Sword Pavilion, adding to his formidable reputation. As the Li clan arrived, the tension reached its peak. The gathering of the 7 clans signaled the beginning of an extraordinary event: the opening of the tomb. Each clan's geniuses had gathered, ready to venture into the unknown. Venerable Potion, an elder overseeing the proceedings, addressed the assembly. "The time has come. The tomb will open in 10 minutes. Prepare yourselves for what lies ahead." Anticipation filled the air as everyone readied themselves for the imminent adventure. But before the tomb's opening, an unexpected event occurred. A man, overcome by greed and impatience, rushed toward the portal, only to meet a tragic end. His body exploded, a reminder of the dangers that awaited within. Venerable Potion sneered at the unfortunate soul. "That's what you get for your greed. Remember, the tomb's restrictions are in place for a reason." The shocking incident cast a somber mood over the gathering, reminding them of the perils they were about to face. Nevertheless, the excitement and curiosity prevailed among many, as the extraordinary nature of the tomb lured them deeper into its mysteries. With the tomb's opening imminent, Venerable Potion declared, "The time has come. The tomb is now open for the geniuses of the 7 clans, as well as the 10 individuals who passed the qualification exam." With renewed determination, the geniuses and qualified participants entered the portal one by one, disappearing from view. Among them was Himire, accompanied by Dave, who had decided to protect her and join the exploration. They navigated through a treacherous maze of deadly traps and formidable plant monsters, relying on Dave's skill and vigilance to overcome the obstacles. After 20 minutes of traversing the labyrinthine depths, Dave and Himire finally located the other 3 geniuses that Himire had enlisted for their group. Himire's eyes lit up upon seeing Dave, relieved that he had made it through the dangers unscathed. Eager to commence their treasure hunt, Himire rallied the group, exclaiming, "Let's continue our exploration." They ventured deeper into the tomb, their senses alert for any signs of danger. Suddenly, their detection abilities alerted them to the presence of other geniuses in the vicinity. Himire recognized the orders as belonging to geniuses from the Wensun clan and the Yang family. Before they could react, a lecherous young man named Harris, known as the young master of the Wensun clan, emerged with a lustful expression. Behind him stood the geniuses from the Yang and Wensun clans, indicating an alliance formed to subdue Himire's group. Himire's face turned cold as she confronted Harris. "I will kill you for plotting against me, but the time is not right." She swiftly activated a token that was supposed to teleport their group to safety, only to realize that it failed to function. Shocked, she saw Harris laughing triumphantly. "Ha, we knew you would attempt to escape. Fortunately, we have a treasure that disrupted your plans," Harris taunted, reveling in their predicament. Dave had already deduced the situation but chose not to reveal it to Himire and the group, as he knew this assembly posed no threat to him. Ranis, the leader of the group from the Yang family, suggested, "Let's kill them immediately to avoid drawing attention from other forces' geniuses." Harris nodded, adding, "Leave Himire alive. I have special plans for her." The group unanimously agreed, their eyes filled with a combination of malice and desire. Himire and the three geniuses accompanying her were shocked and filled with fear. Despite their belief in their own strength, they knew they couldn't fight against the 10 exceptional geniuses aligned against them. The odds were stacked too heavily in their opponent's favor. Just as the geniuses were about to launch their attack, Harris interrupted them. He looked directly at the 4 individuals standing beside Himire and spoke with a sinister tone, "I know none of you are related to her. If you help me capture her, I promise to let you join our group, and I will protect you against the clan leader of the Nari clan." The expressions of the 3 geniuses underwent a change, their hesitation evident. However, Ariana spoke up with determination, "I will not betray her, and I will fight to the death." Having once been a ruler of a mortal world, Ariana now found herself as an ordinary genius on the immortal plane. Nevertheless, she held on to her principles and rules. "Ha! Count me in. I want to fight all of you and see the limits of my own body," Kieran chuckled, his towering stature somewhat intimidating. Shade remained silent, not uttering a word, and the same held true for Dave. No one took Dave seriously, assuming him to be the weakest among them. Himire felt grateful and realized she hadn't been mistaken in her choice of companions. "Humph, since you seek death, I will send you to the afterlife," sneered Harris as he signaled the geniuses from the Yang family and Wensun family to attack Himire and her companions. Dave, who had been observing the situation, marveled at the loyalty displayed by these 3 geniuses. Faced with imminent death and aware of their slim chances of winning, they chose to remain loyal and refuse to betray their allies. This was the reason why Dave had initially acted as if he didn't care about them. He was testing their character. While Dave possessed the ability to slay the enemy with a single slash, he opted to conceal his full capabilities. Boom! The clash began, and Himire and her companions found themselves overwhelmed by the combined force of the 10 geniuses. Meanwhile, Dave was beset by 2 assailants, parrying their attacks with ease, his movements appearing simple yet efficient. Recognizing their disadvantage, Dave decided to toy with his opponents. Sin of pride, he unleashed his energy, allowing it to infiltrate Rani's body. Rani ceased his attacks and muttered, "Why am I listening to Harris?" Suddenly, he felt that he must not receive orders from Harris and believed himself to be superior to everyone present and that he should be the one giving orders. "Stop!" Rani shouted, and everyone halted their actions. Harris was stunned and shouted back, "What are you doing?" Unbeknownst to them, Dave's sin energy had corrupted Rani's, clouding his judgment. "You are inferior to me, so you are not worthy of commanding me," Rani's bellowed, asserting his dominance and ordering the geniuses of the Yang clan to cease their attacks and gather around him. Harris, filled with anger, retorted, "Your Yang clan is weak and can be decimated by my Wensun clan. You're lucky to be following me, so be obedient." Himire, Kieran, Shade, and Ariana were left stunned, unsure of what was happening. Seizing the opportunity, they decided to make their escape. Dave smiled and released more sin energy, manipulating the emotions of those present, then followed Himire. Harris and Rani's completely forgot about Himire and remained oblivious to the fact that they were being driven by their own emotions and pride. Unexpectedly, a genius from the Yang clan suggested to Rani's, "Young master, what if we kill them and steal their treasures?" "Yeah. I bet they have many valuable treasures in their spatial rings." "Ha, that's right. We must show them our power." Unbeknownst to the geniuses, the energy of greed had also seeped into their bodies alongside their pride. Proudly nodding, Rani's decided to attack Harris. Boom! The scene unfolding before them was unbelievable. The alliance between the 2 clan geniuses had crumbled, and now they were turning on each other, engaged in a deadly battle. Panting heavily, Himire and her group found a location to rest. They were confused about what happened, but they only think that both of them are proud, which leads to internal strife. No one would expect that Dave would easily corrupt their minds. Even if they are genius, and their cultivation is high, if their willpower and soul are weak, they can easily be manipulated by Dave without them knowing. Immerse decided to rest as they were a bit tired from fighting Harris and his gang. As they found a cave to rest, Dave saw a lot of tall grass and it excluded a soothing aura. Ding! Immortal grass has been found. Mission: collect 100 immortal grass. Reward: sword comprehension grass. Dave was stunned as he didn't expect that he would trigger a hidden mission. He used his ancestral eyes and realized that the immortal grass can be used as an alchemy item and can create an immortal pill that can make a mortal soar in the sky and become immortal. Of course, their potential will be reduced and the quantity of their power is weaker than those who reach immortality through hard work. The reward is also good as it will directly help him attain a higher level of sword comprehension. The levels of swordsmanship are Sword Apprentice, Sword Master, Sword Grandmaster, Sword King, Sword Emperor, Sword Venerable, Sword Saint, and Sword God. He now attained the level of Sword Emperor, and the reward can make him reach Sword Venerable anytime he wanted. Due to his training inside the tower and constant practicing, his attainment in the sword is increasing day by day. Some rewards in the tower also help him reach Sword Emperor level. Dave realized that no one recognizes the grass as it looks simple and looks like ordinary grass. Dave waved his hands secretly and used his hands of greed and collected all the grass silently without them noticing. Ding! You collected 300 immortal grass. Ding! You received the sword comprehension grass. Ding! Bonus reward for accomplishing the mission, 10 million sin points. Dave was delighted as he didn't think that his mission here would be fruitful. Dave decided to enter his space world as Immerse gave them an hour to rest. He found a secret place and created a barrier to enter his mansion. He told everyone to not disturb him and he entered his room and sat on the bed. He took out the sword comprehension grass. Ding! Do you want to absorb the sword comprehension grass? The system asked. Yes. Ding! Absorbing, Dave closed his eyes and felt like he was floating with a million swords in the sky. He saw thousands of scenes and illusions until he saw a sword destroy everything and he suddenly opened his eyes. He feels his aura is sharp and feels like he can cut a world with just one slash. He checked his status and saw a lot of improvements in his sword skills and he felt that it was easy to control his sword unlike before. Congratulations to the host for achieving Sword Venerable Realm. Dave smiled as he checked the happenings in his world. He learned that his clones already conquered some small worlds and they are treating him as their reverend god. His clone Alpha conquers a primitive world without no cultivation, so he spreads his knowledge and shares some techniques for them to learn how to cultivate. Everyone treats him as their god, and they create his statue for them to worship. Beta on the other hand conquered a world where there is fighting everywhere, and crime is legal. The strong will create the rule, so he decided to subdue the strongest expert in that world and make everyone his puppet. Same to his remaining clones. No one can stop them, and they easily subdue almost 60% of mortal worlds and spread his influence everywhere. Dave spends his remaining time with his companions and enjoys himself. Since 3 hours inside is equivalent to outside, he still had some time to spend. After that, he called Draco whose level is now a golden body immortal because of his training and because of Dave's advancement. He is connected to him, so he is also benefiting from it. He decided to let him travel with him as for him to have experience. Dave opened his eyes and Draco appeared beside him. Draco was excited because the spiritual energy here is much thicker than the space world. He walks and joins with Immerse who is also now preparing to depart. Everyone saw Draco and Ariane wanted to hug him, but Draco was showing his bare fangs to her and didn't let her get near him. No one asked him about Draco as having a pet is normal and they cannot even detect his bloodline. If someone knew about his bloodline, they would surely try to abduct him. Draco joined the company and along the way, they heard news that Ranis and Harris were badly wounded but no one died and they are recuperating. Dave was satisfied with the result and both are not a match for them anymore. They are now hiding like rats as everyone can take advantage of them right now. They traveled for more than 2 hours and collected some treasures and herbs that are precious enough to sell outside. As they were traveling, they saw a lot of geniuses gathering in one place. Almost everyone is here except for the Yang and Wenson clan geniuses. Dave saw an old man in front of him and he is giving the vibe of a strong uncle. He waved his hands and a stairway appeared in front of everyone and it had 100 levels. The old man explained that it will test their mental hello. Since every one of you has reached this place, I will give you a chance to try one of the trials my master left in this tomb. Strength and willpower and there is a good reward at the top of the stairs. Everyone can enter and I hope someone can reach the top after that. He disappeared and vanished in front of everyone. As everyone is excited to try climbing the stairs, the Gu clan and the Mo clan blocked the way of the inherent cultivators. You trashes should not try your luck, leave here and I promise to spare your lives. The holy Sun Shui of the Gu clan sneered at the 10 inherent cultivators as he disdained them publicly. They don't have any background yet and are trying their luck being near them. That's right, the 10 of you should leave this place or else we will attack you. The Mo clan geniuses said they wanted to have fewer competitors and knew that the inherent cultivators didn't have the guts to attack them. The air seems tense, and the 10 geniuses that didn't have any backing were angry as they were being bullied so much. This is a trial, and everyone should have a right to try it. Yeah, you think you are the lord of this place and want to command us? The inherent cultivators were angry, and he knew that they were making it hard for them as they didn't have connections. Suddenly, the Li clan's holy son steps in front of everyone and says, "Since this is a trial, there's no need to fight, and let's give everyone a chance to enter." Li Ji looks at everyone and his calm face and demeanor are special. "Li Ji, don't be pretentious, we don't care about you, haha." The people from the Gu clan sneered at him and one of their geniuses even showed a middle finger against him. Li Ji's eyes turn cold and he unsheaths his sword swiftly. Swish. Arg, the genius from the Gu clan who raised his middle finger to him shouted as his middle finger fell to the ground. "Hey, that's what you got for disrespecting me." Li Ji sheaths his sword and looks at the inherent cultivators. Li Ji sheaths his sword and looks at the inherent cultivators. "Don't worry everyone, if they stop you, I will be their enemy also." The people from Gu and Mo clans were stunned as they didn't expect him to attack. The leaders of each clan realized what Li Ji was planning. He plans to use this chance to make his image good and those inherent cultivators might join forces with him. "We thought that every one of them is arrogant but young Master Li Ji is kind." "Yeah, that's right, they are arrogant but luckily young Master Li Ji is good." The inherent cultivators were thankful for Li Ji as he is more amiable than others. "TSK, you are lucky Li Ji, as I don't have time to fight with you," Xander from the Mo clan said and then led his men to step on the stairs. Everyone ignored them and went to test their willpower and they were excited about what reward they might get. "Let's go," Himire said as everyone decided to try it. Dave stood before the imposing staircase. Its steps stretched as far as the eye could see. Each step represented a level of challenge, an opportunity for growth, and an ordeal for the mind. With unwavering determination, Dave took his first step onto the staircase, his boots making a resolute thud against the stone. As he ascended, the air around him seemed to change, crackling with energy. It was a telltale sign that illusions awaited him on each level, designed to test his willpower and mental fortitude. He saw that he was being attacked by a demon, but he smiled as his ancestral eyes took effect and destroyed the illusions. On the second step, a mirage materialized before him, a vision of his deepest fears and regrets. But Dave remained unaffected, his mind shielded from the illusion's grip. He recognized it for what it was, a mere projection of his own psyche, and continued his ascent, bypassing the illusion effortlessly. The third step revealed a tantalizing image of immense wealth and power, beckoning him to abandon his path and indulge in worldly desires. Yet Dave's resolve remained unyielding. He saw through the illusion's allure, understanding that true strength came from within, not from material possessions. He pressed on without hesitation. His willpower is solid and even without using his eyes, he can bypass them easily. Dave looks at others and sees that someone is already on the 5th level but remains stuck, and it looks like he is still facing the illusion. With each subsequent step, the illusions grew more intricate, attempting to entice and sway Dave from his chosen path. Illusions of loved ones in distress, visions of fame and adulation, and even temptations of unrivaled knowledge and forbidden secrets were cast upon him. But like a mountain standing firm against the elements, Dave's mind remained steadfast, immune to their enchantments. He recognized these illusions for what they were: ephemeral manifestations, mere shadows attempting to disrupt his focus. His training within the tower and his experiences battling the sin energy had hardened his mind, granting him a resistance to such mental manipulations. As Dave reached the 50th step, the illusions intensified, desperate to break his will. Specters of past failures whispered doubts into his ears, urging him to question his purpose and worthiness. Yet, with an unshakable determination, Dave cast aside these self-doubts, embracing the strength that resided within him. "Wow, who is that?" a genius from the Mo clan said, who is at stage 3 of the stairs and is amazed at how fast he is rising. "He looks like he is climbing without sweat and he can't help but be amazed." The other geniuses who also woke up from the illusion saw him and didn't expect that nobody would surpass them easily. Li Ji looked at Dave and he didn't expect that someone would surpass his level. He was only at level 10, but that man is now going to level 16. Himire and the other geniuses were also stunned as they didn't expect him to have strong willpower. "He really is not simple." Himire's eyes were serious and decided to not think of it. Dave continues to dominate, and everyone felt despair when they saw him climbing easily as if he was walking in the park. In just 10 minutes, he reaches level 80 while next to him is only at level 20. There is no time limit, but they cannot help but to lament as the gap is too huge. They also saw that Dave had a pet near him, so he must be seeing stronger illusions than them, yet he is still leading. Maya was stunned as she didn't expect him to be this strong, and she can't help but be curious about him. Li Ji's eyes are full of determination as it didn't let him stop climbing, but it serves as a fuel for his fighting spirit to ignite. Only Shui and Xander are the one he treats as an equal, but he can't help but respect the young man in front of him. Meanwhile, Shui and Xander are looking at Dave with killing intent as they are forming some schemes inside their head. 1 hour later, Dave approached the 100th and final step. The illusions grew into a tumultuous storm of chaos. They assaulted him with illusions of overwhelming power, aiming to overwhelm his senses and shatter his resolve. But Dave stood tall amidst the maelstrom, his mind a bastion of tranquility amid the tempest. Dave decided to not use his immunity to illusions as he felt that he must not be complacent, and he still needed to tamper his mind. That's why it took him so long, but if he uses his ancestral eyes, he can reach the top in just 5 minutes. With a final surge of strength, Dave planted his foot on the 100th step. The illusions dissipated instantly, revealing a breathtaking view at the apex of the staircase. It was a moment of triumph, a testament to his unyielding willpower and immunity to illusions. Breathing deeply, Dave absorbed the scene before him, realizing that he had passed the ultimate test of his mind. Dave looked at his surroundings and felt that he is now in a different place. He saw the old man who introduced the stairs a while ago and looked at him with surprise and astonishment. A genius indeed. The old man nodded and smiled at Dave. I never expect that you will easily pass the trial my master created for 1,000 years. It took him a lot of time to create it using a lot of resources and treasures, but you pass it in just an hour. Dave looks at the old man and all he can see is a question mark. He realized that the old man is not simple. I just got lucky. The old man smiled and replied, a humble genius. You are rare. Dave looked at the old man and said, so where's my reward? The old man smiles and replies, don't worry, the reward will surely surprise you. The old man took a black orb and gave it to Dave. Dave was stunned and he could feel the endless darkness within the orb. This orb is a fragment of abyssal core. My master found it when he entered the abyss. Dave's eyes squinted and looked at the old man with wariness. I know that you know the situation. The old man said, and Dave nodded. If I am not wrong, your master is not just an imperial emperor, it may be stronger. The old man nodded and replied, my master was a true saint, and when he ascends in the celestial plane, he stumbled upon a crack, and he enters it because of his curiosity. Little he didn't know that it was a portal towards the abyss, and for him to escape the abyss is to get the permission of the demon lord residing in that level or defeat it and become the demon lord. My master traveled in the abyss and was pursued by a lot of demons, and he constantly fought for hundreds of years until the demon lord appeared in front of him and he was defeated instantly. The strength of the demon lord cannot be underestimated, and even though my master is strong, he feels despair when he is telling me what happened in the abyss. The old man's face is full of fear when he is remembering what his master told him. Dave didn't expect that the old man would tell him about many things he should not know. So, what happened next? He is curious about what happened. The old man clenched his fist as anger could be seen in his eyes. That bastard demon lord, he put a curse on my master and then threw him out of the abyss and made him suffer from the curse. He didn't care about him escaping and he just wanted him to die slowly. The curse corroded his body, and it weakened him over time. That bastard demon lord is lunatic. I tried to look for solutions, but it was no avail, so my master decided to spend his time in the immortal plane where he originally belongs. Even his strength deteriorated, he still created a tomb where he can share his legacy. The last thing he told me is to find someone who can inherit his legacy, and he didn't wish to take revenge on the demon lord as he knew that it was impossible because even a true saint was like an ant in front of a demon lord. The old man's eyes were watery, then he fixed himself as it's not good to show weakness in front of a junior. Dave didn't expect that a simple emperor tomb is a tomb of a true saint. If others knew it, the powerhouses might try to breach this place. So why did you tell me about all of this? What's your goal? Dave asked the old man with a serious face, as he is not easy to fool. He can see that the old man is not lying to him, and the story might be true, but it's better to be wary. The old man smiled and said, it's because the real legacy is in front of you, and the only trial my master created is the stairways. You can encounter some treasures inside the tomb, but none of them can compare when you pass the trial. Dave was stunned as he didn't expect that the real legacy could be found when someone passed the trial. Since you are the one who managed to climb here first, therefore I announce you as the heir of true Saint Deus, the old man said, and suddenly, Dave felt a connection with the whole tomb. He can see everything, where the treasures are located, where the geniuses are hiding, and he realized something. This is not a tomb but a supreme treasure. It can form based on the desire of the owner, and Dave didn't expect that he will become the master of this treasure. He looks at the old man who is smiling at him, and the old man boasts to him, "You are now my master, so I will be under your command." Dave was stunned as he didn't expect that the strong old man would acknowledge him as his master. What is happening? He is confused about the sudden change of events. The old man smiles and explains to him, "My previous master collected a lot of treasures during his entire life, and when he was near to die, he decided to sacrifice his life to create a supreme treasure, and he commanded me to guard it for him and choose a worthy heir. He said that if someone can pass the trial, it means that he has the power to resist his inner demons, and I must choose him to be my new master." Dave nodded and he asked, "Is that all?" The old man smiles and says, "Master, my previous master created a library of his collections of techniques, and his treasury is near the core of this treasure." Dave nodded as he felt delighted because those techniques will be useful for his subordinate and even for himself if he found a suitable technique for him. "So how strong are you?" Dave is curious about the old man. The old man replied, "I am the weakest of 4 of my master's servants, but I reached the Imperial Saint King. My name is Yudi." Dave was stunned as he didn't expect him to be strong. "Wait, you mean that there are 3 more people?" Yudi replied, "Yes, but they scattered around the immortal plane, and we don't have any connection about each other's. All I know is that if we find them, they will surely serve you wholeheartedly, as they are very loyal people." Dave nodded and decided not to think of it for now. He planned to create a force in the immortal plane, but he didn't expect that his luck would be good, and he is now a strong servant. The strongest person in this world is only an Imperial Emperor from the Light Pavilion. "Master, what do you plan to do to those people inside?" Dave smirked and said, "Let's expel them outside, but those people with me must receive some gifts." The old man bowed and said, "As you wish." "System, is Yudi loyal to me?" he asked the system, as he is a cautious person. "Yes, he will not notice it, but anyone who swears their loyalty to the host will be 100% loyal. He will not think of harming you, and he will not realize it until even he died," the system said, and Dave was stunned. He didn't expect that the system could do that. No one can fool him if they swear something to him. Hemire, Ariane, Shade, and Kieran, struggling to climb to level 10, suddenly are covered by a light, and an ancient technique enters their mind. They were stunned, but they were amazed because they sensed that the technique is profound, and they didn't expect that they would receive a gift. They decided to stop climbing and absorb the technique wholeheartedly. Meanwhile, Hemire felt conflicted when she saw Dave disappear. She is now absorbing the technique that miraculously entered her mind, but she was happy because an item appeared in front of her. It was the item that she was looking for. Soul Lightning Herb. She learned from her master, who is proficient in reading the future, that the thing that can help her recover is inside the tomb. The Soul Lightning Herb can heal her master's soul injuries that are damaged because of her constant use of her technique. She didn't care about the legacy, but if her master heals, they don't need to worry about the attack on Yang and the Wenson family. She was confused when her master said that she must choose an ascendant to join her, but she trusts her plans, so she follows her, and looks like she was right. She immediately collected it and stored it in her spatial ring. Dave smiles as he watches everything happening inside the tomb. Hemire stated clearly to them that she needed this treasure, so when he found it, he didn't hesitate to give it to her as it was useless to him. He also gave them some good techniques he found in the library. He browsed in the library, but sadly, he didn't find suitable techniques for him. After the upgrade of the system is now picky about what cultivation techniques he must use, and the system said that that technique is too trashy. Dave didn't expect the system to look down on those cultivation techniques from a true saint. He plans to send his subordinate here to cultivate, as the spiritual energy here is thick and there are a lot of treasures and herbs inside the tomb. He already collected every treasure with just one thought, as he is now the master of this place. He was happy as he just wanted to repay the favor, but he stumbled upon a treasure. Maybe because of the luck I have. Dave ponders and feels that his luck must have influenced the situation. After fixing everything, he summoned Ronan and Gabriella. He plans to develop this place, and both are the best to manage this place. Master both looked at him with reverence, and Dave nodded at them and told them the situation. He plans to make this treasure their base, as he can modify this place. He told both to gather his army and choose people to enter this place. Of course, he will only select those outstanding, as he didn't want to waste the treasures on useless people. On the other hand, when Yudi saw Ronan and Gabriella, he was stunned and felt oppression from both, even though they are weaker than him. He didn't know, but he felt that both are not simple, and his master is mysterious. Dave is not afraid of Yudi betraying him, because when he swore to serve him, a mark appears inside him, and the system says that he is 100% loyal to him. Dave asked Ronan about the abyssal core fragment, and Ronan said that it was the source of the abyss, and it will collapse if it was destroyed, and it may weaken the demons. He gave it to Ronan because he said that it is useful to him, and he may get stronger after he absorbs it. He said that it will take 3 days before he can fully consume it, so he will only rely on Gabriella for now. Gabriella is very good, and she does her good very well. After that, he was sent back to bring some techniques he found in the library to give to his companions, as he found some suitable techniques for them. After a day, while the geniuses are struggling to enter the top, Himire and her companions have already absorbed the technique. What a strong technique! Himire was delighted, as she could feel that she was stronger than before. She may not be good at fighting, but after comprehending the mysterious technique, she feels like she can now protect herself against someone stronger than her. Kiran, on the other hand, feels tougher than before. The technique he received is a body cultivation technique, and he felt that he can crush a mountain just by his pure strength. Shade, on the other hand, received a movement technique, and he can easily blend into shadow and ambush the enemy. And the last one is Ariane, who received a cultivation technique that can amplify her magic damage. Meanwhile, Li Ji is now at level 76, but he is not giving up. Shu and Xander are at level 75, and both are very competitive. Li Ji's eyes were full of determination, and he didn't want to give up. I will catch up to him. Suddenly, everyone felt a massive change, and they heard a roar of monsters. Roar. Everyone was stunned, and they were forced to wake up from the illusion. They saw a massive number of beasts running toward them. Shit, a stampede! Xander was stunned, and he immediately shouted to his subordinate to run. Shui also follows, and everyone is sweating heavily. Even Li Ji also escapes, as he knows that even though he is confident in his strength, he can't face thousands of angry beasts at the same time. Himire froze in fear, as she didn't expect to encounter such an event, but she formed her mind and decided to retreat. She didn't know what happened to Dave, and she didn't want to leave him behind, but the situation is complicated, and they need to escape. Run! They followed Li Ji as he saw a portal. And they didn't hesitate to enter it, as they were overwhelmed by fear. Swoosh! Everyone saw that they were now outside the tomb, and they saw Venerable Potion and everyone who was waiting for them outside. What happened? The elders of each clan asked their geniuses, as they didn't expect them to go outside even though they are just inside the tomb for a day. Everyone explained what happened, and they didn't know why such a stampede would appear in the tomb. I think the tomb is a trap set by some wicked people to kill our geniuses. One of the elders said, and everyone felt that it makes sense. But why does a portal appear all of a sudden and give them a way of escape? Yeah, that's right, I feel like someone is controlling the tomb. On the other hand, the elders and clan leaders of the Yang and Wensen clan are gloomy. Where are our geniuses? They asked Li Ji and other geniuses. They must be dead right now. Both of them are injured, and they cannot even escape even if they wanted. Xander laughed as he was laughing at their demise. The clan leader of the Wensen clan was angry, and he asked the inherent cultivators about what really happened. When they stated what happened, the Wensen clan head looked at the Yang clan head as he shouted in anger. You shitty Yang clan, you are cunning and betray our alliance. The Wensen clan head was angry, as he didn't expect them to betray their alliance. They decided to eliminate the geniuses of the Nari clan, but the Yang clan is a traitor. The Yang clan was angry at such an accusation, as he didn't know why they attacked each other. Fuck you. You must be the first to attack our geniuses and want to steal their treasures. The air was tense, and a fight was about to erupt, but Venerable Potion interrupted them. Please don't fight here and settle your own grudges when you get back on your clans. They stopped as they didn't want to offend Venerable Potion. HMMP, this will not end here. You plotted against our holy son, so get ready for a war. The Yang clan head was angry, as their heir was surely dead right now, and he can't take this lying down. The Wensen clan was also angry, and he will not back down. The other clans look at them as fools, and they cannot wait for them to get weaker, as they will be the ones who will benefit if a war erupts. As everyone was thinking about what the reason for the stampede was, the portal to the tomb disappeared and everyone was stunned. Venerable Potion cannot process what happened, as they estimated that the tomb will be open for many weeks, but it mysteriously closed and disappeared. I think I now know what happened. Someone must have already got the inheritance. That is all the explanation he can think of. The others felt that it made sense until someone said, "That's right, the ugly one that was with the Nari clan geniuses got at the top of the trial. Yeah, he must have received the inheritance." Everyone looked at Himire and her gang, and the Grand Elder was sweating heavily, as he didn't expect that they would be the target. Is that true? The other clan heads asked Himire, but she replied, he went to the top, but no one saw him. And even though he is the one who received the inheritance, what has got to do to you all? Everyone saw how he easily passed the trial, so he deserves it. Even facing such strong people, she is nervous, but she steeled her heart. That's right, do you want to bully my disciple? Suddenly, a voice appears in the air, and everyone looks at the person who arrived. Venerable Potion was stunned as he recognized her. She wore a black dress, and her face was charming. She had long black hair and her blue eyes were captivating. Madame Aura, he went near her and bowed to her. Aura looked at him and said, "Send my regards to your master." Venerable Potion nodded as he knew that his master and Madame Aura are on par in strength and the background of Madame Aura is mysterious. The clan leaders also look at her with surprise, and they feel threatened by her aura. No, we are just asking her, and we don't have any bad intentions. The clan head of the Li clan replied, and the other nodded like a chick. They were arrogant a while ago, but now they acted amiable in front of Madame Aura, as even Venerable Potion is respectful to her. They didn't expect that she would take Himire as her disciple, because if they knew it, they would not ask her like that. The Grand Elder sighed in relief when he saw her. The high officials in their clan knew that Himire had a master, but no one knew how strong she was. Now that she was here, he was assured that they could come back to their clan safely. On the other hand, the Wensun and Yang clan is filled with fear, as they are the ones who tried to plot against the Nari clan, so they will surely take revenge on them. Madame Aura looked at them, but she ignored them and said, "Let's go." She waved her hands and she teleported everyone from the Nari clan and disappeared from the place. 3 days later, the news about what happened in the tomb was not spread because it brought shame to the other clans, and they used their force to block the news from spreading. On the other hand, the Yang clan and Wensun clan went towards the Nari clan to send their gifts and ask for an apology and give many treasures. The Nari clan head, Ori, sneered at them, but he accepted them as he didn't want to create a war between them. Himire's master is still undergoing recovery and he didn't have time to wage war on them. He was sure that until Madame Aura was present, no one would dare to attack his clan. Himire looks out the window and she is still thinking about what happened to Dave. She was not sure if he died, or he received the inheritance, but she felt that he is the one who gifted her the Soul Lightning Herb and gave them some techniques. She rewarded Kiran, Ariane, and Shade and asked them to join their clan officially. They were given a high position and they didn't need to wander around, as they could start their foothold in their clan. Himire gazed at her master, who had regained her vitality and appeared fully recovered. Her aura emanated profound strength, and her eyes held a depth that seemed to perceive all things. "Phew, I am finally restored," her master sighed, radiating a sense of newfound power. "I must thank you, my precious disciple." Overwhelmed by gratitude, Himire replied, "No, master. My achievements today are a result of your guidance. I am merely repaying the favor you have bestowed upon me." Madame Aura smiled warmly, reassured that she had made the right choice in selecting Himire as her disciple. Sensing something in Himire's heart, she asked, "Do you wish to see him again?" Taken aback, Himire stammered, "It's not what you think, master. I simply want to express my gratitude for his assistance. I feel that he was the one who bestowed the treasure upon me and even taught me such a profound technique." Madame Aura's smile widened, and she replied, "Well, we will indeed cross paths with him in the future. His destiny is shrouded in unpredictability, and even I cannot decipher his past or future." Dave observed Ronin standing before him, radiating the power of an imperial emperor. Surprised, he remarked, "Wow, I didn't expect you to grow stronger just by absorbing that treasure." Ronin humbly bowed and replied, "Master, the orb merely removes some of my seals, allowing my strength to ascend slightly." Dave nodded, recalling that his own power had been sealed. He then instructed Ronin to guide the other chosen subordinates in their training and forge a formidable army. Ronin smirked with a hint of madness and confidently declared, "Do not worry, master. In just a week, they will undoubtedly become skilled fighters and assassins." Dave suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for those under Ronin's training, knowing the hardships they would endure. Feeling that he had already repaid Himire's favor, he decided it was time to embark on a journey to the Alexander clan. He asked Yudi about its location, and Yudi informed him that the clan had its own domain, requiring passage through several planets to reach it. Yudi materialized before Dave and said, "Master, the nearest teleportation portal is located in the Holy Light Pavilion." Dave nodded, instructing Yudi to teleport them there. With a nod of affirmation, they both vanished from their current location, setting forth on a new path. Holy Light Pavilion is the holy land of this world where the ruler of this world is residing. As Dave and Yudi materialized in the Holy Light Pavilion, they were greeted by a breathtaking sight. The pavilion stood tall and majestic, adorned with intricate carvings and shimmering with a radiant, ethereal light. Its architecture reflected a harmonious blend of elegance and divine grace, captivating the eyes of any who beheld it. Stepping inside, Dave felt a serene atmosphere enveloping him. The air seemed to hum with a soothing energy, imbued with a sense of purity and enlightenment. Sunlight filtered through stained glass windows, casting colorful patterns on the marble floors and illuminating the space with a celestial glow. The sound of hushed whispers filled the pavilion as devout practitioners moved about, their eyes filled with reverence and their hearts brimming with devotion. Priests in white robes, adorned with symbols of faith, guided pilgrims through prayers and rituals, their gentle voices resonating with divine blessings. Dave observed the devout followers, their faces exuding a tranquil serenity. The aura of spirituality permeated the air, creating an atmosphere of harmony and peace. The walls were adorned with paintings depicting scenes of enlightenment and transcendence, serving as a reminder of the sacred teachings that guided the pavilion's inhabitants. Yudi had teleported Dave directly to the Holy Light Pavilion, and now they needed to pass the inspection of the guards and pay the fees to use the teleportation portal. They decided to continue their journey on foot, blending seamlessly into the bustling streets. With Yudi's strength, they went unnoticed as they made their way through the crowd. Inside the core base of the city, a handsome young man with long red hair strolled confidently through the streets. By his side, an old man trailed behind him obediently, appearing like a servant. Many young ladies couldn't help but cast longing glances at the young man, captivated by his aura and unmatched elegance. Of course, the young man was Dave, and Yudi accompanied him. Their entry into the city went uneventful, and now they were making their way toward the teleportation portal. While they aimed to keep a low profile, not everyone shared the same intention. Suddenly, a carriage charged toward Dave and Yudi. Their eyes turned cold as Yudi flicked his fingers, causing the carriage to explode into a cloud of dust. Boom! Yudi intentionally avoided killing the person inside, as Dave hadn't given the order to do so. In the aftermath, a young man tumbled to the ground, his face bearing the marks of injuries. The soldiers nearby quickly noticed the fallen young man and rushed to surround Dave and Yudi, outraged by the perceived assault on their young master. "How dare you harm our young master?" one of the soldiers shouted. "You will pay for this," onlookers sneered at Dave and Yudi, aware that they had offended the son of a prominent figure in the city. Dave paid no mind to their comments and directed his attention to the young master who lay on the ground. Though his face appeared average, Dave recognized the type all too well, a troublemaking young master. It seemed this young man, named Jerome, had encountered Dave while traveling and became envious of his handsome face. In an attempt to assert dominance, Jerome sought to physically harm Dave's appearance. If Dave's hunch was correct, Jerome was the son of a powerful figure, allowing him to create trouble without fear of consequences. The expressions on the guards' faces said it all. Though they were considered strong in this world, possessing imperial immortal status, Jerome looked down upon them. His actions were well known, and he caused trouble on a daily basis. Due to his father's power and influence, no one dared to complain openly, though they cursed him silently in their hearts. Jerome had developed a deep resentment towards handsome men ever since his fiancée left him for one. He had even requested his father to kill the young man and had subjected the woman to a brutal assault in front of her family. Since then, Jerome had taken pleasure in punishing handsome men, and his father, blinded by his love for his only son, turned a blind eye to his misdeeds. Yudi sneered at their attackers, aching to eliminate them all, but Dave raised his hand, signaling him to stop. He glanced at Jerome and smirked, addressing everyone around him. It seems being handsome is a sin. I'll confess that I'm the greatest sinner of them all," Dave taunted. "Even this pathetic young master envies my face." Enraged, Jerome snapped back, "Shut the fuck up. I'll kill you." Dave smiled and replied, "You've enjoyed such privileges since birth, but it's a pity you won't enjoy them anymore." Suddenly, Dave released his aura, causing the guards to freeze in shock. Yudi squinted, taken aback by the immense power emanating from his master. He recognized this sensation well. It was the presence of someone who had attained a profound understanding of the sword. Jerome's guards stood dumbfounded, their bodies rendered immobile by the force of Dave's aura. Fear crept into Jerome's eyes as he realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. "What do you think you're doing? If you harm me, my father will kill you. He's the strongest person in this world," Jerome blurted out, unaffected by the aura as Dave had not directed it at him directly. Dave sneered, locking eyes with Yudi. "Yudi, dispose of that man if he dares to make a move." Yudi nodded, relishing the opportunity to crush a mere imperial emperor. Jerome and his guards were stunned, their arrogant demeanor shattered by the contempt they now faced from the ruler of the city. Recognizing the futility of using his father's name against Dave, Jerome regretted his decision to attack. Dave approached Jerome, wearing a sinister smile as he spoke. "Farewell." "Blame your father and mother for your repulsive face," Dave taunted, lightly touching Jerome's forehead. In an instant, Jerome's head exploded like a gruesome burst of meat. Boom! Shocked expressions were etched on the faces of the guards, but their lives were cut short when a massive dragon materialized above them, crushing their bodies beneath its weight. Civilians and onlookers were gripped by fear as they witnessed the sudden appearance of a dragon. The terror associated with such a mythical creature drove everyone to flee in panic. Draco, satisfied with the reactions, flapped his wings, radiating powerful energy from his 20-meter-long body. Dave grinned, realizing Draco's penchant for showing off. Although Dave had instructed Draco to remain invisible in a cat-sized form, he now saw no reason to hold back. With his own strength, Yudi by his side, and Ronin's newfound power rivaling the strongest individuals in the world, why not embrace their arrogance once more? "How dare you cause trouble here?" a voice boomed. In the sky, 10 individuals exuding the aura of Imperial Kings appeared. They were startled by the sight of the dragon and grew pale upon seeing Jerome's headless body. "Shit," they muttered, well aware of the impending wrath from their lord. They also eyed Yudi warily, unable to gauge his true strength. The concealed level of the young man further added to their uncertainty, but they were confident he couldn't surpass them. Dave surveyed the group and spotted a familiar figure, Venerable Potion. However, Venerable Potion failed to recognize him, likely due to the disguise Dave had employed before. Though all 10 individuals stood 2 realms above him, Dave felt no fear. He was confident in his ability to take down 3 of them and easily escape. "Who are you?" one of the men near Venerable Potion demanded, his gaze fixed on Yudi while disregarding Dave. "He, you have no right to question me. Summon your master and pay respect to my master," Yudi sneered, leaving everyone stunned and seething with anger at the humiliation. To think that they, the Imperial Kings, were being told to summon their master and show deference to this youngster. They began to worry, sensing that he hailed from a powerful family. While the royal family held considerable influence, there were forces that rivaled their might, such as the Alexander family. The 10 Imperial Kings communicated telepathically, deciding to contact their own master for guidance. They didn't wish to risk their lives for naught. If the young man did indeed come from a formidable lineage, their leader might not seek revenge on their behalf. All of them stood there, immobilized and awaiting their master's replies. Suddenly, the space rippled, and a middle-aged man appeared, bearing a resemblance to Jerome but with a more developed physique and longer hair. His face contorted with anger as he surveyed Jerome's lifeless body. "Who did this?" he bellowed, radiating palpable fury. His gaze shifted to his 10 guardians, and each of them averted their eyes, afraid to meet his glare. Then, his attention shifted to Dave and Yudi, and his expression changed upon seeing Yudi. His anger transformed into a smile as he approached Yudi, cupping his fist and paying his respects. "Honorable Yudi, why have you graced my humble domain? If I had known of your arrival, I would have prepared a grand banquet in your honor," he said, his smile unyielding despite his son's lifeless body before him. Dave looked on in astonishment, impressed by the old man's ability to control his emotions. Clearly, he was an experienced individual. The 10 guardians stood there, stunned, breathing a sigh of relief that they hadn't hastily attacked Dave and Yudi. They witnessed the profound respect their master held for Yudi. Though they hadn't heard of Yudi before, his master's deference suggested his superior strength and higher status. Yudi glanced at Gong and remarked, "You, Brat Gong, have become the ruler of this place? I never expected you to produce such a useless son." Gong, the ruler of the domain, began sweating profusely, fearing that Yudi could end his life at any moment. He knew Yudi's strength, having served as one of the generals under True Saint, and offending him was something he couldn't afford. If his influential backers learned that he had offended Yudi, they might use him as a sacrificial pawn for appeasement. Gong looked at his son's lifeless body, mustered his resolve, and kicked it, bowing before Yudi. "I apologize for my worthless son. I don't know what he did, but I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive and spare my territory." It pained him to kick his son's lifeless form, but he prioritized his territory and his own life. Yudi turned his gaze to Dave, and Gong realized Yudi held a respectful attitude toward this young man. "Honorable Yudi, who is this?" Gong inquired, his heart tightening with fear. "He is my master's heir, and we came here to utilize your teleportation portal. However, your son envied my young master's appearance and attacked us," Yudi explained. Gong was stunned, finally understanding the circumstances surrounding his son's demise. Given Dave's extraordinary handsomeness, the most striking man Gong had ever seen, it was no surprise his son had targeted him. He bowed to Dave and offered his apology. "So, it was the young master. It's a pleasure to meet you. I apologize for my son's actions, and I hope you can find it in your magnanimity to forgive my territory." Dave smirked oddly and replied, "Aren't you going to avenge your son? I killed him, making his head explode like fireworks." Gong's face twitched, but he maintained his smile and responded, "No, no. He deserved to die for offending the young master." He began cursing his son, even in death. Dave grinned at him and said, "Well, I can forgive you as long as you show your sincerity." Greed flickered in Dave's eyes, and his penchant for money began to resurface. Imperial Emperor Gong stood there, his mind racing with disbelief and silent curses. He never expected the heir of a true saint to be so shameless and greedy. In his political career, he had encountered his fair share of greedy individuals, but this encounter took the cake. As Dave continued to push his demands, Gong realized that he was about to bleed money today. However, he dared not show any signs of weakness or reluctance. He couldn't believe that Honorable Yudi was still alive and residing in this world. The situation had taken an unexpected turn, and Gong knew he had to play his cards carefully. With a forced smile, Gong addressed Dave, "Of course, it's my son's fault for offending the young master. I will pay you 100 million spirit stones." Inside, Gong felt a sharp pang as he considered the immense sum of money he would be losing. However, he consoled himself, knowing that he could recover it easily through other means. Dave, on the other hand, smiled at Yudi and remarked, "Yudi, it seems he's not sincere enough. He doesn't know that his son's actions have affected my mental health. Sigh, this might even affect my growth." He appeared to sigh, pretending to be pitiful and drawing sympathy from those around him. Yudi observed Dave's shamelessness and cast a glance at Gong, who felt a surge of fear. Gong hurriedly interjected, "Young master, I haven't finished. I will also allow you to enter my treasury and choose 3 treasures of your liking." The 10 guardians were stunned, realizing the gravity of the situation. Dave smiled, his hand patting Gong's shoulder in a seemingly friendly gesture. "As expected of Master Gong, you are truly generous. However, you must understand that 100 million spirit stones are insufficient to compensate for my physical injuries and the damage inflicted upon my pet." He then turned his attention to Draco, his pet who had returned to its small, cat-sized form after killing the guards. Dave gently touched Draco's head and asked, "Hey Draco, are you okay?" He looked at Draco, silently conveying the message of cooperation in exchange for a plentiful supply of food. Draco understood the unspoken agreement easily and appeared weak, pretending to cry. "Don't worry, I am the best actor," Draco whispered to Dave, ensuring that their act was convincing. Gong, on the other hand, could feel his anger intensifying, generating an overwhelming amount of sin points. "This is nothing short of blatant extortion," Gong cursed inwardly. If it weren't for Yudi's presence, he would have crushed this audacious young man into pieces. Yudi, however, found Draco's act amusing. He knew how prideful dragons like Draco could be, yet here he was, cunningly sacrificing his pride for the sake of money. Suppressing his own resentment, Yudi put up a bitter smile and said, "Yes, it's my fault for growing older, young master. I apologize. The compensation I mentioned earlier should be 1 billion spirit stones." Gong's heart bled at the thought of needing an entire year to recover such a substantial sum, but he understood that showing any other reaction would only invite more trouble. Dave, still wearing a smile, responded, "Hee, as expected of Master Gong, you are truly generous. Not only have you compensated us for the death of your son, but you have also granted us access to your treasury." "Don't worry, when I have the time in the future, I will pay you a visit," Dave added, appearing to be sincere. Gong's face turned even darker, and in his mind, he pleaded, "Please, don't come here again." Silently, Gong shed tears of frustration, knowing all too well that Dave would likely extort him again if he ever returned in the future. "Please follow me, young master, Honorable Yudi." He bowed and guided them towards the treasury as he wanted them to leave this place immediately. He told his subordinate to clean up the mess and he told them to not spread this news to everyone. Inside the treasury, Dave's eyes gleamed as he surveyed the vast array of treasures before him. Each item held its own allure and potential. Yudi stood behind him, observing silently, while Gong anxiously watched their every move, hoping that Dave wouldn't push his luck too far. Gong knew all too well that he was no match for Yudi's power. For the next 15 minutes, Dave carefully examined the treasures, considering their worth and usefulness. Gong breathed a sigh of relief when Dave finally selected 3 items. Little did Gong know that Dave had secretly utilized his hands of greed ability, discreetly snatching a few valuable treasures without his notice. Dave couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, pleased with his clandestine acquisitions. However, he maintained his composure and pretended he had chosen only the 3 treasures Gong saw. Gong reluctantly handed Dave a spatial ring containing 1 billion spirit stones. Dave could sense Gong's reluctance, but he played along, acting oblivious to the unease. With the treasures and spirit stones in his possession, Dave decided it was time to move on. Gong guided them to the teleportation portal, his anxiety evident. They arrived at the portal within a short time. Gong explained that the portal had connections to various worlds, but Yudi insisted on being sent to Iris World, the nearest one to Alexander Domain. Gong set the coordinates accordingly, fully aware that charging them for the portal's use could cost him his life. He bid them farewell with a smile, but as soon as Dave and Yudi entered the portal and disappeared, his smile turned into a mask of anguish. "What terrible luck," Gong muttered to himself. "It's all because of that wretched son of mine." Luckily, I won't be the only one suffering from this ordeal. Gong found solace in the thought that he had sent the money-devouring devil to his friend's world, hoping that Dave would bring his own set of troubles elsewhere. Dave and Yudi materialized in the Iris world, a realm comparable in strength to the Mia world. Here, the most formidable individuals were on par with Gong's power. Without delay, they made their way to the capital city of the world. As they strolled towards the teleportation portal, a plump woman attempted to kidnap Dave, captivated by his handsome visage. Yudi swiftly intervened, delivering a punch to the would-be abductor and reprimanding her. To their surprise, the woman turned out to be the niece of the world's ruler. Fuming with anger, she called upon her uncle, seeking retribution for her guard's defeat at the hands of Dave and Yudi. When the ruler arrived on the scene, he recognized Yudi and promptly offered his apologies. Dave, ever the opportunist, saw a chance for some compensation. He engaged in what some might call negotiation, though it not paled in comparison to his encounter with Gong. Dave demanded 5 treasures and 2 billion spirit stones as restitution. The ruler, resigned to his misfortune, did his utmost to fulfill the demand, even if it strained him. Once the compensation was paid, the ruler personally escorted Dave and Yudi to the teleportation portal, bidding them farewell with a familiar smile. Dave turned to Yudi, curiosity evident in his eyes. "Yudi, why can't you teleport me directly to the Alexander domain?" he inquired. Yudi replied with a knowing smile, "Only the core members of the clan possess the privilege of direct teleportation to the domain. Anyone else who attempts to do so will face the wrath of the Alexander clan's guards and be added to their blacklist." Yudi, intrigued by Dave's insistence on reaching the Alexander domain, probed further. "Why do you want to go there?" he asked. Dave simply smiled back at him, offering no verbal response. Deep within, Dave grappled with uncertainty. He wondered whether his father had already established a foothold in the domain or if his great-grandfather held sway as its ruler. Aware of the potential internal conflicts within the clan, Dave considered the possibility of an enemy plotting against them. Revealing his true identity might expose him to assassination attempts. Nevertheless, Dave found solace in his status as the heir of a true saint. No one knew that the true saint had already passed away, allowing him to adopt an air of arrogance. He could easily create the illusion that he was sent by his master to travel and gain experience, further bolstering his confidence. As Dave and Yudi continued their interstellar journey, rumors began to spread among the rulers of various worlds. Whispers circulated about a money-devouring devil roaming the immortal plane, ready to cause trouble and extort exorbitant prices from unsuspecting targets. The rulers, gripped by fear, hoped desperately that they would be spared from the devil's presence. They warned their subordinates to exercise caution and avoid acting arrogantly upon encountering a handsome man with red hair accompanied by the middle-aged Yudi. Dave astutely observed the change in behavior among the rulers, noting their newfound reserve and avoidance of trouble. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to alter his appearance, ensuring that he and Yudi went unrecognized. This allowed them to continue their mischievous exploits, creating chaos and extracting money at their leisure. The rumor of the money-devouring devil spread even to the middle-level worlds. Dave relished the surge of sin points and reveled in the anger and fear he instilled in others. Yudi remained oblivious to Dave's true motives, obediently following his master's desires. He marveled at Dave's ability to accumulate wealth effortlessly and regarded him as a brilliant individual. 3 days had passed, and a handsome man and a middle-aged companion found themselves seated in a cozy restaurant. Delicious dishes and fine wine adorned their table. Close to the handsome man, a small dragon named Draco greedily devoured a massive piece of meat without pause. It was Dave and Yudi, taking a moment to rest and indulge in a meal, even though they had no real need for sustenance. Dave simply wanted to please Draco, his partner in crime during their extortion escapades. Draco, at times, appeared as a solitary dragon without a master, attracting the attention of those who sought to snatch him. However, the moment they tried, he would swiftly emerge, unleashing his might and demanding compensation for their audacity. Their journey had led them through numerous worlds, bypassing lower-level realms and some middle-tier worlds, as they continued their mission of extortion. Now, Dave was immensely wealthy, having collected a staggering 500 billion spirit stones by extorting rulers in 70 different worlds. Each time he targeted a ruler, he obtained valuable treasures. Although he hadn't kept a close eye on his sin points, he knew they had accumulated substantially, given the fear and anger he instilled in others. Dave had earned himself the moniker of the money-devouring devil and had become quite famous. However, now that he had arrived in a top-tier world, he realized that he needed to adopt a low-key approach. To be classified as a top-tier world, an Imperial Saint Emperor was required, and with only Yudi holding the title and still lacking the other 3 subordinates, he couldn't afford to forcefully assert himself. Meanwhile, Ronan continued his training of others, occasionally visiting them. Their roars and expressions of agony reached Dave's ears, but he chose to turn a blind eye, understanding that this process was necessary for their growth. He also dedicated some of his time to his women, entrusting their training to Gabriella in his absence. The progress of the ladies was remarkably swift, thanks to their diligent dual cultivation every night. Blizzard, too, thrived under Gabriella's guidance. Dave's world continued to develop, and his other clones had already conquered 400 worlds in the mortal plane, unbeknownst to the other Guardians due to his spy. Dave contemplated that if this pattern persisted, he could simply bask in the company of his loved ones and still grow stronger, as long as he continued to accumulate sin points. The allure of a blissful existence with his companions beckoned him, fueled by the prospect of even greater power. As Dave, Yudi, and Draco indulged in their peaceful meal, an elegant and handsome young man approached their table, bowing respectfully before them. Standing tall at 6 feet, his slim frame gave the impression of weakness. "Young Master, Honorable Yudi, my name is Ryan Fexer, the 5th Prince of the Fexer Empire," Ryan introduced himself with a tone of reverence. Draco glanced at Ryan but continued devouring his food, while Yudi observed him silently, choosing not to respond. Despite the lack of acknowledgement, Ryan maintained a polite smile and patiently waited for them to finish their meal. An hour later, as they sat contentedly, Dave turned his attention to Ryan and spoke with a mouth still bearing the remnants of his feast. "Oh, you're still here? Who are you?" Dave casually wiped his mouth, signaling his curiosity about the young man's presence. Ryan's smile momentarily froze, but he quickly composed himself and amiably reintroduced himself. "My name is Ryan Fexer, the 5th Prince of the Fexer Empire," he repeated, ensuring his respect remained evident in his words. The table remained silent, with everyone continuing to savor their meal. Ryan, feeling a tinge of awkwardness, maintained his smile, allowing them the time to finish their food undisturbed. Once they had satisfied their appetites, Dave's gaze returned to Ryan, indicating his willingness to engage in conversation. Ryan, grateful for the opportunity, shared his intentions. "I saw you earlier and recognized you as the young master and your esteemed companion," he began, gesturing towards Yudi. "As the 5th Prince of the Fexer Empire, I wanted to extend my greetings and introduce myself properly." Dave, intrigued by Ryan's approach, questioned him further. "How did you recognize us?" he inquired, wanting to understand the basis of Ryan's claim. Unfazed by the inquiry, Ryan responded with confidence. "Young master, it is common knowledge that a handsome man with red hair, accompanied by a mighty dragon and a powerful middle-aged man, has been traversing various worlds. When I saw you, I couldn't help but recognize the description. Hence, I seized the opportunity to make your acquaintance." Dave observed Ryan closely, searching for any signs of deception. After a thorough assessment, he concluded that Ryan's words held truth. Pleased with the young prince's sincerity, Dave smiled and probed further. "And what other motives do you have in approaching us?" he questioned, knowing that alliances were seldom formed without underlying intentions. Ryan, taken aback by Dave's perceptiveness, regained his composure and met his gaze. With unwavering confidence, he responded, "Young master, knowing of your affinity for wealth and treasures, I have a proposition to offer, a mutually beneficial deal." Curiosity ignited within Dave as he leaned in, signaling his interest. "Go on, I'm listening," he urged Ryan to elaborate. Aware of the need for privacy, Ryan glanced around the restaurant, ensuring no eavesdroppers were present. Sensing his caution, Yudi cast a protective barrier, shielding their conversation from prying ears. With the environment secured, Ryan took a seat near Draco and began to unveil the details of his world, Eloy's world. As the ruling family, the Fexer family governs Eloy's world, serving as vassals to the esteemed Song clan, one of the top 10 strongest clans in the immortal plane. Ryan explained, "My father, the current emperor, is highly respected for his benevolent rule. However, he has chosen to step back from governance to focus on his cultivation, allowing his 5 sons an equal opportunity to vie for the throne." Pausing briefly, Ryan continued, "To determine the next ruler, my father has devised a competition among the 5 of us. Each prince is permitted to enlist the aid of a single companion to assist them in the competition. Recognizing my own limitations, I seek your assistance, young master, in securing victory. In return, I promise you a substantial sum of 100 million spirit stones and access to 3 treasured artifacts from our imperial treasury." Ryan's voice resonated with a mix of hope and uncertainty, aware that he was placing his only chance in the hands of Dave. He had approached several geniuses in his world, but their rejection stemmed from their fear of aligning with the weakest prince and antagonizing the other contenders. Upon encountering Dave, Ryan saw an opportunity, as the young master's true powers remained concealed. Additionally, Dave's reputation as a lover of wealth further enticed him to offer riches as part of their agreement. Dave, intrigued by the proposal, considered the potential benefits. However, he decided to test the waters, raising the stakes. "I will assist you," he began, a sly grin forming on his face. "But in addition to the spirit stones and treasures, I also request the privilege to enter your sacred spring." Ryan's face contorted with surprise at the audacity of Dave's demands. The sacred spring had been his sole ambition, as only chosen geniuses were granted the opportunity to bathe in its rejuvenating waters once a year. However, recognizing the determination in Dave's eyes, Ryan reluctantly acquiesced. "Very well, if I emerge victorious and claim the throne, I shall grant you the right to enter the sacred spring," Ryan agreed, his decision marked by a mix of hope and trepidation. Dave's smile widened, pleased with the outcome. Extending his hand, he sealed their agreement. "Happy cooperation," he declared, exuding confidence and anticipation for the forthcoming collaboration. Ryan, now more at ease, clasped Dave's hand firmly and prepared for the journey ahead. Before delving further into their plans, he posed a final question. "By the way, young master, what shall I call you?" Dave, realizing that his true name remained concealed beneath his infamous moniker, chuckled softly. You can call me Dave," he replied, savoring the intrigue and possibilities that lay before them. Dave followed Ryan as the prince led him to his residence. As they departed from their previous location, a shadowy figure trailed behind Ryan, observing his every move. Sensing an opportunity, the figure swiftly picked up a communication device and placed a call. "Master, Ryan is currently in the company of a mysterious man, and I am unaware of his identity," the shadowy figure reported, awaiting further instructions. A cold voice resonated on the other end, commanding, "Investigate the man's identity and origin thoroughly. Do not return until you have obtained the necessary information." Inside the carriage, Dave and Yudi sat side by side while Ryan attempted to engage Dave in conversation, hoping to glean more information. However, Dave merely smiled and replied, "I am strong, so there's no need for you to learn more about me." Dave's unwavering confidence reassured Ryan, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. After a short journey of about an hour, they arrived at the castle and made their way directly to Ryan's residence. As Dave's presence became known, whispers of astonishment and speculation rippled through those who caught sight of him. His handsome face and growing fame had drawn attention, making the reaction unsurprising to Dave. Ryan graciously assigned separate rooms for Yudi and Dave, ensuring they received the best treatment available. He informed them that the competition would commence in a week, allowing them time to prepare. Additionally, Ryan provided Dave with a token granting him access to certain areas within the castle, such as the library and training hall. Yudi remained unaware of Dave's specific plans, but he obediently followed his master's lead. Meanwhile, Ryan shared some information about the other princes, shedding light on their respective strengths. Dave discovered that the eldest and second princes possessed the highest level of power, both having reached the rank of Imperial King. In contrast, the third and fourth princes held the lesser title of Imperial Lord. Ryan himself, despite being an Imperial Immortal, was considered a genius due to his young age. However, the imminent battle for the throne had left him with limited time to further enhance his abilities. With the nightfall, Dave and his companion retired to their rooms, seeking rest and respite. The following morning, Dave announced that Yudi was free to pursue his own activities, as he desired to enter a state of seclusion. Ryan respected Dave's request and refrained from disturbing him, focusing on his own responsibilities and preparations. Dave sat on the edge of his bed, contemplating his progress. Feeling that he had accumulated a substantial number of sin points, he devised a plan to level up once again. However, he was uncertain about how to increase his Law of Lightning and could only hope that it would improve naturally over time. Curiosity piqued, Dave accessed his status panel to assess his current attributes and abilities. Name: Dave Alexander. Age: 18. Race: Human. Demonic blood power level: Imperial Immortal. Low tier: LV, 56 horsepower, 40 million MP, 60 million expressway, 128 million STR, 150,000 AGI, 140,000 int, 180,000 soul power, 30,000 sin points, 70 billion. A satisfied smile adorned Dave's face as he marveled at the enormous amount of sin points he had accumulated within a short span of time. With this abundance, he could level up several more times, which would prove advantageous when facing Imperial Kings in just a week's time. The remarkable increase in sin points was a result of his clones conquering numerous worlds, amassing a following of nearly 1 trillion creatures who now worshipped him. Furthermore, his audacious exploits in various realms had contributed to his fame, allowing him to gather sin points from billions of formidable individuals on the immortal plane. Seeking further insight, Dave requested the system to compare his strength with others at the same level. The system revealed that his status was 8 times higher than that of a typical low-tier Imperial Immortal. This revelation filled Dave with a sense of confidence as he embarked on his grinding session. Ding. Do you want to level up to level 57? Sin points required, 128 million. Ding. You leveled up to level 57. Ding. Do you want to level up to level 58? Sin points required, 256 million. Ding. You leveled up to level 58. Ding. Do you want to level up to level 59? Sin points required, 512 million. Ding. You leveled up to level 59. Ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling up to mid-tier Imperial Immortal. Ding. Do you want to level up to level 60? Sin points required, 1.024 billion. Ding. You leveled up to level 60. Dave continued his relentless progression. Note, the host can now unlock a new primordial sin. Some techniques and skills are now also upgradable. LV.15, Sword Dragon Technique, Upgrade Requirements, Level 60, LV.20, Assassin Lord, Upgrading Requirements, Level 60, LV.18, Ancestral Eyes, Upgrading Requirements, Level 60. Dave was thrilled to discover that he could now enhance his innate skills, such as the Ancestral Eyes and Assassin Lord, as well as his technique, the Sword Dragon Technique. The most exciting development was the opportunity to acquire a new primordial sin. The remaining locked primordial sins were Wrath and Gluttony, both of which held significant power. Dave's heart raced with anticipation, but he maintained his composure and focused on upgrading his rank. Ding. Do you want to level up to level 61? Sin points required, 2.048 billion. Ding. You leveled up to level 61. Ding. Do you want to level up to level 62? Sin points required, 4.096 billion. Ding. You leveled up to level 62. Ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling up to top-tier Imperial Immortal. Ding. Do you want to level up to level 63? Sin points required, 8.192 billion. Ding. You leveled up to level 63. Ding. Do you want to level up to level 64? Sin points required, 16.384 billion. Ding. You leveled up to level 64. Ding. Do you want to level up to level 65? Sin points required, 32.768 billion. Ding. You leveled up to level 65. Ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling up to peak Imperial Immortal. After utilizing 65.408 billion sin points, Dave's remaining points were insufficient for further leveling. He sensed a substantial increase in his physical capabilities, surpassing even his previous self-strength. Confident in his abilities, he believed he could now face Imperial Kings despite the two-realm gap. As long as there were no Imperial Emperors in the upcoming challenge, Dave was certain of victory. Curious about his updated status, Dave checked his panel once again. Name: Dave Alexander. Age: 18. Race: Human. Demonic blood power level: Imperial Immortal. Peak tier: LV, 65 horsepower, 40,100,000 MP, 60,120,000 exp, 065.536 billion STR, 150,000 to 300,000 AGI, 140,000 280,000 int, 180,000 360,000 soul power, 30,000 70,000 sin points, 4.592 billion. Dave could feel the immense power coursing through his veins, and his curiosity led him to inquire about the status of an Imperial King from the system. While their status was higher than his, the difference in raw power was insurmountable. With the utilization of his skills, Dave knew he could overpower them. To his astonishment, Dave had already comprehended the law of lightning, a feat typically achievable only by true saints, as Yudi had mentioned. His comprehension had reached an impressive 40%. Testing his newfound ability, Dave flicked his hand, conjuring a bolt of lightning, although his control over it was not yet perfect. Seeking further mastery, he retreated into his personal space, where time flowed differently. Within the sanctuary of this space, he realized he lacked a formidable lightning technique. However, a revelation struck him: he could infuse his lightning into his sword and wield it as a devastating weapon. Closing his eyes, Dave delved deep into his understanding of the sword, drawing upon his status as a sword venerable to create his own unique sword technique. After 2 days of intense focus, Dave opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. His sword was now enveloped in a flurry of lightning particles. Gripping it tightly, he unleashed a powerful slash upon the serene forest. In an instant, a purple lightning-infused slash struck, obliterating the entire forest. The ground was torn asunder, bearing a colossal sword-shaped scar. Lingering sparks of lightning remained, potent enough to fatally electrocute anyone unfortunate enough to make contact. Dave's excitement soared as he realized that this technique consumed minimal mana, thanks to the law of lightning. Unlike other abilities, laws drew upon natural energy, although Dave's limited strength prevented him from harnessing a substantial amount. Nevertheless, he could utilize his purple lightning sword technique thrice a day, which sufficed for his current needs. Ding! You've created your own sword technique, the system chimed, prompting Dave to name it. After a brief moment of contemplation, he settled on purple lightning sword technique, a fitting moniker considering its appearance and his near-death experience during the purple lightning tribulation. Glancing at his status, Dave noticed that the new technique fell under the category of the law of lightning. With a satisfied smirk, he returned to the mansion and resumed exploring the system. His sin points had accumulated sufficiently to upgrade his other upgradable techniques, most notably the Sword Dragon technique. LV.15, Sword Dragon technique, upgrade requirements, level 60, ding. Do you want to upgrade your Sword Dragon technique to the maximum level? Required sin points, 200 million. Dave was taken aback by the realization that his sword technique had already reached its maximum level. The system clarified that the technique itself was inferior, but the system's influence had boosted its strength slightly. Furthermore, the system informed Dave that acquiring a more formidable sword technique would enable him to fuse it with the current one, resulting in a more potent skill. Without hesitation, Dave initiated the upgrade. The system cautioned him that all the skills within the Sword Dragon technique bracket would merge into one, creating a superior and enhanced technique. Ding! Reducing 200 million sin points, Sword Dragon technique, max, fusing all the techniques within the Sword Dragon technique, Sword Will, Sword Manifestation, Sword Master, Dragon Slash, Sword Apocalypse, Wrath of the Sword Dragon, Sword Bleed, Thunderblades, Silent Slash, Sword Deflection. Ding! Completed, a new skill acquired, Dragon Slayer, a sword technique created by Dave Alexander that can suppress anyone with dragon bloodline by 30%. Dave was astounded by the unexpected discovery of a powerful technique within the Sword Dragon technique. The Dragon Slayer skill not only weakened opponents with dragon bloodline but also impeded their regenerative abilities when injured by this technique. As the system had foretold, all the characteristics of the merged skills were now incorporated into Dragon Slayer. Dave couldn't help but relish the thought of facing arrogant dragons. He noticed that the name of his Sword Dragon technique was no longer displayed in the panel, replaced by the Dragon Slayer technique. It dawned on him that his father's initial teachings had finally evolved to a higher level, becoming stronger than ever before. To further upgrade this technique, he needed an enormous amount of sin points, as the system had informed him. Additionally, he had to comprehend related techniques specific to the Dragon Slayer technique. Not just any technique would suffice, it had to be intricately connected to his current skill. As he pondered the potential reception he would receive from the dragons, considering his association with Draco, his pet dragon, Dave remained unfazed. If they proved hostile, he would face them without backing down. Conversely, if they treated him with kindness, he would reciprocate in kind. Calming his thoughts, he continued with the upgrade process. LV.20, Assassin Lord, upgrading requirements, level 60. Do you want to upgrade the Assassin Lord to its maximum level at this time? Required sin points, 500 million. Dave recognized that the Assassin Lord skill was one of his innate abilities, bestowed upon him from the beginning. This indicated that its evolution would not halt here. Yes, he affirmed. Ding! Upgrading the Assassin Lord, reducing 500 million sin points, ding! The Assassin Lord skill has reached a certain level and is ready to evolve, ding! Assassin Lord has evolved into Shadow Monarch, ding! All the skills below Assassin Lord will upgrade and merge to become stronger: Disguise Assassination, Shadow Steps, Shadow Mark, Killing Intent, Poison Needle Thrower, Penetration, Shadow Bind, Shadow Clone, Aura Mask, Fusing. Dave was stunned by his unexpected stroke of luck. The skill upgrade promised to deliver enhanced abilities, making him more formidable. Patiently awaiting the fusion process, he watched as the system completed the task in just 2 minutes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring new and upgraded skills under Shadow Monarch. Deception Master enables the user to disguise themselves or others, concealing their aura from detection. It also grants the ability to fabricate a stronger aura than their own by 2 realms. There is even a chance to transform a lie into reality. Shadow Kingdom, a technique that harnesses the power of shadows to bind opponents. The user can also conceal themselves within another person's shadow and teleport between marked shadows. Poison Master enhances poison resistance and grants an affinity for poisons. The user can throw deadly needles infused with a potent poison created by the system. Assassin Glory, a skill capable of simultaneously severing the target's body and soul, Dave can feel how powerful these skills are. Sung Jin Woo, be better to protect your title, hee hee. Dave laughed and was delighted because the one who caught his attention the most is the Deception Master. He can hide his aura from others and can make a fake aura that is 2 times stronger than his own. Now that he is an Imperial Immortal, he can create an aura of an Imperial King and can be used someday to save his life. It can also trigger a chance to make a lie into reality. Of course, only minor things and not harmful to him. What if he said that he is ugly? Then he will really become ugly if he is unlucky. The system said that it will not affect the host and it can only use in weaker opponent. Like if he said to a mortal with no powers that he is a gay, then he will really become a gay. This skill is terrifying, and he imagining if he can control this power when he reached the peak of the universe. He can just say that he is invincible, then no one can defeat him. But he knew that it was impossible for now and he's still far away from that. Continue to upgrade. LV.18, Ancestral Eyes, upgrading requirements, level 60. Do you want to upgrade the Ancestral Eyes to its maximum level currently? Required sin points, 700 million. Yes, ding. Reducing 700 million sin points, ding. Upgraded, notifying the host, the skill Ancestral Eyes has met the requirements for evolution. Do you want to continue? Dave realized that since Shadow Lord had evolved, then the Ancestral Eyes will be the same. Yes, ding. Your Ancestral Eyes had evolved into Ancient Eyes. All the skills under the Ancestral Eyes will evolve. Eyes of Truth Illusion Master, Astral Eyes Emperor Eyes, Photographic Memory Eyes of Terror Memory Reader Eyes of Destruction Soul Reading. Please wait for a minute. Dave waited patiently and in just a minute, the fusing has ended. Ding. Completed. New skills. Truth Seeker's Eyes can see if the target is lying or saying the truth. Have a certain resistance to illusion and can create strong illusions. Mystic Vision can allow users to read memories of the target and see their soul. The skill also has the trait of Photographic Memory. Can also see the past, present, and future of the target if the host uses some of his soul powers. Annihilating Gaze can annihilate target's soul and body. Can also use to release an Emperor Pressure that can suppress the target. Dave was amazed and now excited as he realized he could still upgrade his remaining skills. However, when he was about to upgrade his time and space magic, he saw that it required a staggering 100 billion sin points. Dave knew he was still far from reaching that amount, so he could only sigh and focus on upgrading his other primordial sins. The system offered to upgrade all his remaining sins to their maximum level for his current state. Each sin had different sin point requirements, and Dave eagerly considered his options. Sin of Lust, LV.20, upgrading requirements, level 62, required sin points, 600 million. Sin of Sloth, LV.20, upgrading requirements, level 61, required sin points, 500 million. Sin of Greed, LV.18, upgrading requirements, level 63, required sin points, 800 million. Sin of Envy, LV.20, upgrading requirements, level 63, required sin points, 700 million. Sin of Pride, LV.20, upgrading requirements, level 65, required sin points, 1 billion. Realizing that he didn't have enough sin points, Dave decided to check how many sin points he had stored in the system. He had never collected them before, as he believed he could collect them when he truly needed them. These sin points were accumulated from those who had given him small amounts, and he had commanded the system to store them for future use. Ding. Stored sin points, 4 billion. Dave was elated, as he didn't expect to have accumulated 4 billion sin points. It seemed that being well known had its advantages, as even small amounts of sin points from numerous sources had added up over time. Since his sin points were now sufficient to upgrade his remaining skills, Dave eagerly continued. Ding. Reducing 600 million sin points, ding. Your Primordial Sin of Lust has been upgraded to level 25, ding. The skills under your Primordial Sin of Lust will fuse and enhance them. You will also gain new skills, Charm Hands of Pleasure Dual Cultivation, Lust Lord or a Dream, Puppetry Incubus Form, Absorption, Sex Purification Lord of Lust Mark Lust Explosion, Fusing, ding. Completed. New skills, Alluring Presence. The user emits a captivating aura that enhances their physical appearance, charisma, and charm, making them appear more attractive and desirable to others. Charmed Manipulation. The user can subtly manipulate the actions and decisions of those under their seductive influence, bending them to their will without their targets realizing they are being manipulated. Temptation Resistance. The user gains resistance to the seductive abilities and charms of others, allowing them to maintain clarity of mind and resist being manipulated by similar skills or powers of seduction. Enraptured Symphony. This skill enables you to manipulate the emotions of others, orchestrating a symphony of lust and desire. This skill is an upgraded version of dual cultivation and can directly send and share the user's power with their partner, making their combined strength stronger. The user can also absorb the target's power and make it their own, while the target loses power. Lustful illusion. This skill grants you the ability to create alluring illusions tailored to the deepest fantasies and desires of your targets. By manipulating their perceptions, you can lead them astray and make them lose themselves in their own lustful dreams. Lust Lord. The user can mark their companion, providing them with protection and allowing them to borrow some of the user's power. This skill can also purify any negative effects or diseases through dual cultivation. Dave continues. Sin of Greed, LV.18, Upgrading Requirements, Level 63, Required Sin Points, 800 million. Sin of Envy, LV.20, Upgrading Requirements, Level 63, Required Sin Points, 700 million. Sin of Pride, LV.20, Upgrading Requirements, Level 65, Required Sin Points, 1 billion. Ding. Reducing 500 million sin points, ding. Your Primordial Sin of Sloth has been upgraded to level 25, ding. The skills under your Primordial Sin of Sloth will fuse and enhance them. You will also gain new skills: Sleep Nightmare, Lazy Lord, Sleep Master, Shield of Sloth, Sleeping Curse Awake, Telepathy, Petrification, Ultra Sloth Regeneration, Fusing, completed. New skills: Dreamweaver Slumber. The user possesses unparalleled control over the realm of dreams. They can induce a deep sleep in their targets, enveloping them in a world of blissful slumber. Within this dream state, the user can manipulate their target's experiences, inflicting vivid nightmares or granting restorative rest, depending on their intentions. The user can also project a terrifying and paralyzing nightmare into the minds of their opponents. This skill taps into the deepest fears and anxieties of the targets, rendering them helpless as they become consumed by their own sleep-induced horrors. The victim's mental and physical capabilities are greatly hindered, leaving them at the mercy of the user. Sloth's Dominion. The user becomes the embodiment of laziness and indolence, gaining absolute control over slothful energies. They radiate an aura that drains the motivation and vitality of those around them, rendering their foes sluggish and apathetic, while simultaneously bolstering their own strength and stamina. The user can also envelop themselves or others in an aura of torpor, inducing a state of deep relaxation and tranquility. While under the influence of this skill, physical and mental stress is alleviated, allowing for a complete rejuvenation of mind and body. Sloth-Bound Shield. The user creates an impenetrable shield of slothful energy. This shield provides absolute protection against physical and magical attacks, as it absorbs the kinetic energy of incoming strikes and dissipates it into laziness. The user remains untouchable as they revel in their indolence. Eternal Slumber. The user can inflict a potent sleeping curse upon their adversaries, plunging them into an eternal sleep from which they cannot awaken. Those affected by the skill become trapped in a timeless state of lethargy, forever dream-bound and unable to break free from the grip of sloth. The user can also induce a state of petrification in their targets by channeling the essence of the sloth. Those affected by this skill are transformed into statues, frozen in eternal inactivity and lethargy. Breaking free from this petrification becomes a nearly insurmountable task. Lethargic Telepathy. The user gains the ability to communicate with others through telepathy, effortlessly transmitting their thoughts and intentions without the need for physical effort. This skill allows for effortless communication, bypassing the need for words or physical movement. Slothful Regeneration. The user possesses an unparalleled regenerative ability fueled by the essence of sloth. They can rapidly heal any wounds or injuries by entering a state of deep sleep, utilizing the slothful energy to accelerate their body's natural healing processes. This regeneration surpasses all known methods, allowing for swift recovery even from the gravest of injuries. Sloth's Awakening. The user can awaken dormant powers within themselves and others by harnessing the energy of the sloth. This skill breaks through the barriers of inactivity, instilling a burst of energy and motivation. The user and their allies experience heightened physical and mental capabilities, temporarily shattering the chains of sloth. Next, Dave chooses the Primordial Sin of Greed. Ding. Reducing 800 million sin points, ding. Your Primordial Sin of Greed has been upgraded to level 25, ding. The skills under your Primordial Sin of Greed will fuse and enhance them. You will also gain new skills: Greed Frenzy, Hands of Greed, Treasure Burn, Treasure Guide, Mind Defense, Adrenaline Rush, Seed of Greed, Hoarder, Fusing, ding. Completed. New skills: Avaricious Grasp. The user's hands become imbued with the essence of greed, granting them unparalleled dexterity and manipulation of objects. They can effortlessly snatch treasures and valuables, even from great distances, as their hands possess an irresistible attraction to wealth. The user's touch also has the power to transmute objects into precious treasures. By coming into contact with ordinary items, they can turn them into valuable artifacts or materials, instantly increasing their worth. Gilded Inferno. The user channels their insatiable greed into a devastating inferno, engulfing their foes in scorching flames fueled by their desire for riches. This skill incinerates everything in its path by using treasures and wealth to gain power for a temporary moment. The user also taps into the wellspring of the target's greed, making them lose their minds due to greed. Greed's guidance: the user gains an innate ability to detect and locate hidden treasures and valuable artifacts. They possess an intuitive sense that guides them unerringly toward riches, unraveling even the most intricate puzzles and traps guarding untold wealth. The user also attains mastery over treasures and artifacts. This skill grants them a deep understanding of the hidden powers and potential of valuable items, enabling them to harness their abilities to a greater extent and uncover their hidden secrets. Greed's harvest: the user sows seeds of insatiable greed within their opponents, gradually consuming their vitality and strength as the seeds grow and flourish. The target's desires and ambitions turn against them, as their own greed becomes a source of their downfall. Fortune's embrace: the user is blessed with the favor of fortune, attracting wealth and abundance wherever they go. This skill enhances their luck and financial opportunities, ensuring that they always find themselves in the right place at the right time to amass riches. Note: can only be triggered when specific conditions are met. Dave couldn't help but laugh when he witnessed the incredible upgrade. Now, with his enhanced mana manipulation, he could turn ordinary objects into treasures of varying quality based on the amount of mana he infused into them. The skill Fortune's Embrace proved to be equally remarkable, especially when combined with his innate luck panel. It allowed him to generate wealth and acquire valuable treasures whenever the conditions for activation were met. Although he wasn't entirely sure about the precise triggers, he couldn't contain his happiness and felt that the investment was undoubtedly worthwhile. The remaining is envy and pride. He still had to unlock a new primordial sin, but he decided that after he upgraded the Sin of Envy and Pride. Next, Sin of Envy, LV.20, upgrading requirements, level 63, required sin points, 700 million, Sin of Pride, LV.20, upgrading requirements, level 65, required sin points, 1 billion, ding. Reducing 700 million sin points, ding. Your primordial Sin of Envy has been upgraded to level 25, ding. The skills under your primordial Sin of Envy will fuse and enhance them. You will also gain new skills: Life Steal, Equality, Venom of Envy, Perfect Copy, Absolute Body Thievery, Shape Shifting, Parallel Thinking, Fusing and Upgrading, ding. Completed. New skills: Envious Absorption. The user possesses the ability to steal the life force or energy of others, draining their vitality and rejuvenating themselves in the process. The stolen life force can be utilized to enhance their own abilities or restore their health. Envy's Reflection. This skill grants the user the power of equality, allowing them to mirror and match the skills and capabilities of their opponents. By observing their adversaries, the user can replicate their techniques and abilities with precision, leveling the playing field. Envious Venom. The user is capable of secreting a potent venom infused with envy. When inflicted upon a target, it induces feelings of intense jealousy and resentment, weakening their resolve and causing their abilities to falter. Envy's Doppelganger. The user gains the ability to create perfect copies of themselves or others, mimicking their appearance, skills, and attributes flawlessly. These duplicates can act independently and confuse enemies, creating opportunities for the user to strike or deceive. Absolute Envy. With this skill, the user can engage in body thievery, seizing control of another individual's physical form. They can forcibly swap bodies, taking over their target's abilities, memories, and identity, leaving the original host powerless and at their mercy. The user can use his soul to snatch the body and make it a clone. Envy's Illusion. The user can manipulate their own form, adopting various shapes and appearances at will. By casting illusions of envy, they can deceive and manipulate the perceptions of others, creating an atmosphere of envy and discontent that clouds judgment and weakens opponents. Ding. Reducing 1 billion sin points, ding. Your primordial Sin of Pride has been upgraded to level 25, ding. The skills under your primordial Sin of Pride will fuse and enhance them. You will also gain new skills: Vanity, Pride Embodiment, Roar of Pride, Spear of Pride, Magic Immunity, Invincible Body, Predator, Fusing, ding. Completed. New skills: Vain Reflection. The user's vanity manifests as a physical shield, reflecting and deflecting any attacks directed towards them. The shield grows stronger with their pride, making it nearly impenetrable. The user also gains immunity to most forms of magic, as their overwhelming pride shields them from the manipulations of other spellcasters. They can resist and deflect magical attacks, rendering them ineffective against the user. Prideful Dominance. The user emanates an overwhelming aura of pride that subdues and intimidates their opponents. This aura disrupts the confidence and willpower of those around them, weakening their attacks and rendering them more susceptible to manipulation. The user's body becomes virtually invincible for 3 hours, possessing heightened defense and endurance. They can shrug off physical and magical attacks with ease, making them nearly indestructible. Note: can be used once a month. Arrogant devastation. By channeling their pride, the user unleashes a powerful and devastating roar that shakes the very foundations of the battlefield. This roar unleashes destructive shockwaves, obliterating enemies and leaving them in awe of the user's overwhelming pride. Regal weaponry. The user conjures a magnificent spear infused with their pride. This spear becomes an extension of their will and embodies their superiority. It strikes with precision and power, capable of piercing through even the most formidable defenses. Predator's majesty. The user's pride transforms into an insatiable hunger for success and dominance. They become a relentless predator, driven to outshine and surpass all others. This insatiable drive fuels their abilities, granting them increased strength, speed, and agility as they revel in their prideful pursuit of greatness. Sovereign's command. With this skill, the user can issue authoritative commands that must be followed by those who hear them. Their words carry the weight of absolute authority, and even the most stubborn individuals find it difficult to resist their directives. Dave smiled as he now finished upgrading his primordial sin. He realized how strong they were now, and the system said that they can be upgraded again when he reached level 80. His skill, Shadow Monarch and Ancient Eyes, on the other hand, can be upgraded after he reached level 75. Ding. Host, do you want to unlock your new primordial sin? Dave smirked, and of course he agreed. Ding, spinning the roulette, Primordial Sin of Gluttony and Primordial Sin of Wrath. Ding. Congratulations to the host for unlocking a new primordial sin, Primordial Sin of Wrath. Dave smiled as he knew that the remaining sin is strong. The system said that he needs 850 million to upgrade it to catch up to his other primordial sins. Ding. Reducing 850 million sin points to level up to level 25, you acquired new skills, Wrathful Endurance. Tap into the depths of wrath to enhance resilience and endurance, allowing the user to withstand formidable attacks and continue fighting. Inferno Rage. Ignite a raging inferno of wrath, engulfing enemies in a searing blaze and causing widespread destruction. Unleash a powerful and relentless attack fueled by wrath, striking with overwhelming force and intensity. Vengeful Strike. Channel the sin of wrath into a single devastating strike, imbuing it with the power of vengeance. This skill delivers a focused and precise attack that carries the weight of all the anger and resentment within the user, causing severe damage and leaving a lasting impact on the target. Berserker's Rage. Succumb to the sin of wrath and enter a state of uncontrollable frenzy. This skill grants temporary superhuman strength, speed, and reflexes at the cost of diminished rationality and self-control. The user becomes a force of pure chaos, wreaking havoc on the battlefield with wild and ferocious attacks. Wrathful Reprisal. Transform the pain and suffering endured into a powerful reprisal. This skill allows the user to absorb and convert the damage inflicted upon them into a surge of wrath, augmenting their own abilities and launching a devastating counterattack. The greater the harm suffered, the more potent the retaliatory strike. Upon the grand stage, an air of nobility and arrogance pervades as 4 pairs of individuals come into view. Each exudes a distinct aura, representing their unique talents and lineage. First among the princes stands Rendon Fexer, accompanied by his aide, Elon. Rendon, a paragon of the Fexer Empire, wields a formidable black spear with an unwavering confidence radiating from him. By his side, Elon, a prodigious genius hailing from one of the Fexer vassals, brings his own exceptional abilities to the fore. The second prince, Riaz Fexer, contrasts with an air of aloofness, donning casual attire while his verdant sword hangs nonchalantly at his hip. Riaz, considered the epitome of talent within the royal family, belies his 3-year age gap with his elder brother by attaining equal prowess in cultivation. Known as a sword prodigy, he remains unmatched, effortlessly defeating those of his equal standing. Accompanying Riaz is the enigmatic Garen, a thin and brilliant young man hailing from another realm akin to the Eloy's world. Renowned for his mastery of formations, Garen's clan specializes in studying and exploiting their intricacies in combat. The third prince, Regal, emanates an aura of brute strength and an untamed fighting style. He excels in hand-to-hand combat, reigning supreme among his siblings. Regal's physique bears traces of the demonic ape beast bloodline, which he acquired in a fortuitous encounter. Enduring its unwieldy power, his body underwent a remarkable metamorphosis. Assisting him is Yara, a woman draped in white garments, her gaze icy and unwavering. A genius in harnessing the power of ice, Yara's intellect and strategic acumen make her an ideal partner for Regal's fierce approach. The fourth prince, Rinj, appears deceptively innocent and exceedingly youthful. At a mere 19 years of age, his power matches that of his youngest brother, Ryan. Though his abilities may seem ordinary, Ringel's prodigal nature draws ire and resentment from many. Accompanying him is the mysterious Auron, a man with ebony locks and dark eyes, whose origins and background remain shrouded in secrecy, leaving others to wonder about his true nature and purpose. The grandeur of the royal members was on full display, with the emperor and other esteemed members seated in a lofty position, commanding respect from all who gathered. The emperor's keen eye swept across the stage, instantly noticing the absence of his youngest son. Though he seldom concerned himself with the affairs of his children, he desired them to be reliable and responsible. Turning to his trusted minister, the emperor inquired, "Where is Ryan?" Bowing respectfully, the minister replied, "I have heard that he is fetching his companion." Satisfied with the response, the emperor nodded, and it didn't take long before a shimmering portal materialized on the stage, revealing Ryan as the first to step through. Behind him, a strikingly handsome man followed, accompanied by a middle-aged figure. As the emperor's gaze fell upon the middle-aged man, his eyes narrowed in surprise. He hadn't expected his youngest son to be accompanied by such a formidable powerhouse. Though he recognized the man, they had never interacted much, leaving the emperor curious about his true capabilities. What intrigued him, even more, was the enigmatic aura exuded by the handsome man. The emperor couldn't discern his cultivation level, prompting him to ponder whether the man possessed a rare technique or carried a precious treasure. The notion that this young man might be stronger than himself didn't cross his mind, for the youngest person to have reached the rank of Imperial Saint King was 100 years old, and the emperor could gauge the young man's age through his astute observation. Wasting no time on idle chatter, the emperor commanded the committee to commence the proceedings. The other princes and their respective companions turned their attention towards Dave, scanning him with furrowed brows, yet unable to discern his true strength. Dave reciprocated their scrutiny, swiftly assessing each prince and their companions. He recognized the formidable power exuded by the first prince, but it was the second prince who piqued his wariness. If Dave's intuition was correct, the second prince had likely reached the pinnacle of the Sword Emperor realm, possessing an unknown power coursing within him. Shifting his gaze to the third prince, Dave detected the presence of a bloodline, albeit an inferior one. Utilizing his demonic heritage, he knew he could easily suppress the third prince without engaging in combat. The fourth prince, however, intrigued Dave the most. Sensing the concealed killing intent emanating from Auron, he realized that he alone could perceive it due to his own bloodline. If his instincts were accurate, Auron was not only a demon but a powerful one, cunningly concealing his true nature within the body of a youth. Dave hadn't anticipated the myriad of secrets harbored by the princes of this world, and this demon companion presented a unique challenge. Sensing that Auron possessed a superior bloodline, Dave yearned to uncover his true lineage, which might only be revealed through witnessing his skills. Nevertheless, he harbored no fear, for he had Ronan, a loyal companion who could be summoned at will, and a plethora of trump cards at his disposal. Furthermore, Gabriella had grown stronger alongside Dave, her holy skills capable of suppressing even the most formidable demons. As they scanned their surroundings, assessing their potential opponents, a formidable middle-aged man made his entrance onto the stage, gracefully hovering in the air. "Greetings, esteemed participants. I am General Trolley, and it is my duty to acquaint you with the rules," he declared, commanding attention from all present. "Each one of you shall enter a secret domain crafted by His Majesty, wherein you and your respective companions will be teleported to different locations. Your objective is to collect as many tokens as possible over the course of 3 days. The participant with the highest number of tokens shall emerge victorious and be crowned the rightful heir to the throne." General Trolley continued, "You are permitted to unleash the full extent of your powers within the domain. However, it is crucial to note that should the domain sense that your life is in imminent peril, it will instantly expel you to safety outside its boundaries." Upon hearing this announcement, the onlookers erupted in cheer, their anticipation for the tournament now reaching its zenith. The outcome of this contest would determine the future ruler of their realm. With a signal from General Trolley, the Emperor acknowledged the readiness of the participants. A wave of the Emperor's hand granted them access to his meticulously crafted domain, ensuring their safety throughout the trials that lay ahead. Having familiarized themselves with the rules, the contenders stepped into the portals created by the Emperor, vanishing from the stage in an instant. The participants entered the portal, their actions unfolding on the enormous screen within the arena. The Emperor, being the master of this domain, had no difficulty creating an image that displayed the actions of every prince. As the god of his own domain, he possessed the power to manipulate and control everything within it. Among the crowd, Yudi blended in seamlessly, his presence going unnoticed by all except the Emperor. However, the Emperor chose to ignore his presence, preoccupied with his own thoughts. "Interesting," the Emperor murmured, sensing something peculiar as Dave entered his domain. Swoosh! Dave and Ryan materialized in a primitive forest, instantly aware of numerous monsters lurking in every direction. Ding! The system removes the host's restrictions within the rules of this domain. Dave stood stunned, realizing that his movements were no longer restricted in this place. He sensed the freedom to leave whenever he pleased. Before entering the domain, Dave had consulted the system, inquiring about the consequences. The system had assured him that those entering another's domain would be easily suppressed by the domain's creator, unless they were significantly stronger. Although Dave had yet to create a powerful domain, he worried that his secrets would be exposed should he step into the Emperor's domain. However, the system had reassured him, stating that such restrictions were meaningless to it. Dave marveled at the system's formidable capabilities, even capable of bypassing the rules of a domain. He surveyed his surroundings, his attention shifting to Ryan. Ryan glanced at Dave, breaking the silence. "Young Master Dave, what is our plan?" Before Dave could respond, a terrifying force converged upon their location, alerting Dave to the imminent danger. Reacting swiftly, he teleported Ryan away, ensuring his safety. Boom! A devastating explosion engulfed the area where Dave and Ryan had stood moments before. A massive, 10-meter boar emerged from the flames, its entire body ablaze. Ryan stood in awe, swiftly adjusting his mindset. He turned to Dave and declared, "I'll handle this." Dave nodded, eager to witness Ryan's fighting style. Ryan desired to prove himself capable and not solely reliant on Dave. Drawing his spear from his spatial ring, Ryan lunged at the boar with fierce determination. Dave observed, captivated by Ryan's combat prowess. In just 1 minute, Ryan discerned the boar's weaknesses with ease, displaying exceptional proficiency in managing and efficiently utilizing his mana. Coating his spear with lightning, Ryan moved with incredible speed and precision. Boom! Boom! After 5 minutes of intense battle, the boar's lifeless body collapsed onto the forest floor. Ryan, slightly out of breath, expressed satisfaction with his performance. Dave nodded, acknowledging Ryan's skill. He recognized that Ryan possessed significant potential, on par with his brothers. "Do you think I did well?" Ryan asked, seeking Dave's appraisal. Dave nodded approvingly and replied, "Not bad." He was impressed, though he refrained from expressing it too strongly in front of Ryan. Suddenly, a brilliant light enveloped the boar's corpse, revealing a token that materialized before them. "A token!" Ryan exclaimed, dashing forward to claim it. Dave realized that they needed to slay beasts in order to acquire tokens. The viewers within the arena witnessed their actions, some ministers congratulating the Emperor on having a genius son. Though the Emperor's expression remained impassive, he was secretly astonished by the progress of his youngest son. Other princes, such as the first prince, had also discovered how to acquire tokens, embarking on a beast hunting spree throughout the area. The first prince effortlessly crushed the beasts he encountered with brute force, while the second prince cleaved them in twain with a single slash. The third prince, however, refrained from direct attacks, instead relying on his helper, while the fourth prince remained motionless, resting alongside his companion. The fourth prince's actions puzzled others, raising questions about their objectives. Yet, the Emperor perceived their confidence and realized they must have their own plans in motion. The princes' rankings were based on the number of tokens they collected, displayed on the screen for all to see. Rank 1, Rendon, 20 tokens. Rank 2, Riaz, 17 tokens. Rank 3, Regal, 15 tokens. Rank 4, Ryan, 1 token. Rank 5, Rinj, 0 tokens. The participants, including Dave, viewed the rankings and realized they were falling behind. Dave smirked, turning to Ryan. "Let's catch up to them." After 3 hours, Dave embarked on a relentless killing spree, facing each beast that crossed his path with unwavering determination. With every encounter, he unleashed some of his strength, effortlessly defeating the creatures with a single punch. The onlookers outside the battleground were left stunned by Dave's raw power. Gasps of disbelief echoed through the crowd as they witnessed the seemingly effortless manner in which he dispatched the beasts. It was as if he possessed an innate dominance over them, an overwhelming force that left no room for resistance. Ryan, who had initially been struck numb by the display of Dave's might, felt his astonishment quickly transform into profound admiration. He realized how fortunate he was to have invited Dave to join him on this journey. The weight of gratitude settled in his heart, knowing that he had gained a powerful ally who could effortlessly turn the tide of any battle. As Dave continued his onslaught, the onlookers could do nothing but marvel at the sight before them. Each punch he delivered resonated with the force of a thunderclap, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. The ground beneath his feet quivered with the impact of his strikes, leaving a trail of defeated beasts in his wake. Ryan watched in awe, his respect for Dave growing with every passing moment. He marveled at the seamless fusion of strength, speed, and precision that Dave displayed. Amidst the chaos and carnage, Ryan found solace in the fact that he stood alongside such a formidable ally. He knew that with Dave by his side, their chances of success increased exponentially. Rank 1, Ryan, 300 tokens, Rank 2, Rendon, 200 tokens, Rank 3, Riaz, 180 tokens, Rank 4, Regal, 150 tokens, Rank 5, Rinj, 0 tokens. The rankings shifted, leaving the other princes stunned and bewildered by Ryan's unexpected rise to the top. They were well aware of Ryan's abilities and couldn't fathom how he had managed to swiftly slay so many beasts and amass tokens in such a short span of time. In a mere 3 hours, Dave had killed 300 beasts. However, he deliberately restrained himself, aware that he could have easily dispatched thousands more within the domain. He didn't wish to reveal the full extent of his powers, suspecting that the fourth prince, Rinj, had devised a cunning plan. Hey, Rinj must be aiming to snatch tokens from the other princes without exerting too much effort, Dave sneered, recognizing the familiar tactics employed by the fourth prince. Having encountered similar situations in the past, he was well acquainted with Rinjal's strategies. Though Rinjal might be confident in his demonic helper, Dave found it astounding that the Emperor had remained oblivious to this fact for so long. Demons and demonic cultivators were considered enemies by many cultivators throughout the realms. Demons often incited chaos and tempted cultivators to walk the path of darkness, disrupting the balance in every plane. As Dave and Ryan continued their beast hunt, they suddenly sensed the presence of 4 individuals and decided to conceal themselves to observe what was transpiring. Dave carefully surveyed the surroundings and discovered Regal, the third prince, engaged in combat alongside the enchanting Yara. They faced off against the second prince, Riaz, and his loyal aide, Garen. Dave observed that Regal's side was at a disadvantage. Each sword strike from Prince Riaz reverberated with formidable power, leaving Regal battered and bruised. Despite his reputation for possessing a strong physique, Regal now bore the marks of Riaz's relentless assaults. Meanwhile, Yara and Garen appeared to be evenly matched, locked in a stalemate. "Fifth brother, surrender." "You know you stand no chance against me," Riaz calmly advised, refraining from employing his full strength. Had he unleashed his full power, Regal would have been swiftly defeated and banished within the domain. Gritting his teeth, Regal defiantly replied, "Defeat me with all your might. You've always looked down on me, believing yourself to be superior." In a sudden maneuver, Regal vanished from his original position, reappearing behind Riaz. He swung his fist, aiming to strike his opponent, but to his shock, Riaz's sword pierced through his body. "What?" Regal gasped, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. He had fallen into Riaz's trap, underestimating the speed and skill of his adversary. "I told you, you're no match for me. And when it comes to swordsmanship, no one can surpass me," Riaz declared confidently, his pride in his sword talent evident. Since birth, it had become apparent that Riaz possessed a unique physique and a profound affinity for the sword. The Emperor had hidden these traits, fearing that his son would become a target for those seeking to steal his abilities. Riaz possessed the uncanny ability to comprehend any sword technique encountered, having already created hundreds of his own. He exuded confidence when battling opponents at his level or even those with higher cultivation. Witnessing Regal's elimination, Garen and Yara ceased their duel, recognizing the futility of continuing. Yara's role had become redundant since Regal's defeat. The unexpected clash between the second and third princes surprised onlookers, who admired the power and grace displayed by Prince Riaz. Despite the vast discrepancy in their abilities, no one underestimated the third prince's strength, knowing that he had faced a formidable opponent. The other princes observed as Regal's name turned gray on the list, signifying his elimination. With Regal's tokens transferred to the second prince, Riaz now topped the rankings. The fourth prince sneered at the unfolding events, choosing to rest and sleep while his enigmatic helper stood guard. The first prince, though surprised by the swiftness of Regal's defeat, remained unperturbed, continuing his monster hunt. He knew that Riaz would eventually become his final adversary, as he was the sole contender who posed a genuine threat. Ryan, concealed in the shadows alongside Dave, stood dumbfounded by Riaz's power. Although he was already aware of Riaz's formidable abilities, he couldn't help but feel envious. Yet, as he gazed at Dave standing before him, unperturbed, a sudden realization struck him: this man might possess the strength to defeat Riaz. Ryan had never witnessed Dave's full power, as he easily dispatched encountered beasts with a single blow. Suddenly, Dave emitted his aura and clapped his hands, drawing Riaz's attention. Well, what a splendid show," Dave smiled, leaving Riaz dumbfounded by his unanticipated presence. Riaz couldn't help but feel wariness towards Dave, despite his carefree and aloof appearance. Though he had covertly investigated Dave, all he had discovered was that Dave was a greedy individual who extorted others, and no one had ever seen him engage in combat. Nevertheless, Riaz retained his confidence due to his exceptional swordsmanship skills. Dave scrutinized Riaz's status, name, Riaz Fexer age, 22 race, human power level, Imperial King, mid-tier, physique, sword heart body HP, 130 million MP, 150 million street, 300,000 Aji, 480,000 int, 500,000 soul power, 30,000. Dave was astonished by Riaz's power and reviewed his own skills, noting that he had mastered thousands of sword techniques. Much like his system power that allowed him to merge techniques into stronger ones, Riaz's prowess intrigued him. He sensed that Riaz possessed the traits of a protagonist, distinct from other fortuitous individuals he had encountered, such as Gargander, who now served under him. After subjugating Gargander, Dave had allowed him to train under Ronan, intending for him to embark on a solitary journey, aware that it would be beneficial and would prevent him from meeting an untimely demise. As Dave scanned Riaz, he could feel Riaz scanning him in return. However, Riaz found it difficult to measure Dave's powers. It seemed as though a thick fog was blocking his senses from detecting Dave's true level. "Hey, didn't expect you to have such an interesting helper," Riaz remarked to Ryan, surprised that his youngest brother had invited such a strong character. Ryan, who had been afraid of Riaz, was kicked by Dave, who then said, "TSK, you aspire to be emperor, yet you're afraid to face your own brother." Dave understood that Ryan didn't possess the power to defeat Riaz, but he believed that Ryan could at least show some dignity and not be intimidated by Riaz's presence. Ryan scratched his head in embarrassment, realizing that his actions were not befitting of a prince. "You want to fight me?" Riaz looked at Dave with seriousness, noticing that Dave remained unaffected by his aura. Even Riaz himself felt a sense of danger emanating from Dave. Dave smirked and replied, "As you know, I am also a swordsman, but I never use my sword against unworthy opponents. I've heard that you're strong, so let's see how much of a genius you truly are." Dave felt that this was the perfect opportunity to test his powers. He was even tempted to try and snatch Riaz's unique physique, but he knew he could master numerous techniques without relying on that specific attribute. He had promised to help Ryan, and eliminating the second prince was a crucial step towards fulfilling that promise. "Very well, no one has ever survived 5 strikes from my swords. I hope you can give me a good fight," Riaz declared confidently. "But before that, you must pass," he added, leaving the sentence unfinished. Outside, the spectators were filled with excitement as they anticipated the impending battle. They were curious about Dave's origins, and it seemed as though he held a position of authority, overshadowing Ryan. "Move aside," Dave commanded, waving his hand to signal the onlookers to create some distance. He instructed Ryan not to get too close, emphasizing that if anything were to happen to Ryan, it would be futile to engage in a fight with Riaz. Though Riaz was genuinely interested in Dave, he concealed his curiosity and allowed his helper to engage with him. Despite his confidence in his own power, Riaz remained cautious when confronted with unknown individuals whose abilities he was unfamiliar with. Garen stepped forward and confidently said, "I hope you can last a few rounds against me." He then activated a complex formation, impressing Dave with his skill in this area. Dave had stopped focusing on formations as they were not necessary for him. If he had the opportunity, he planned to purchase knowledge related to formations from the system. In his current state, Garen's formation held no power over Dave. Even though Garen was a low-tier Imperial King, known for his strength in this world, Dave had no fear. Despite being 2 realms lower than Garen, Dave's stats surpassed his opponents by a significant margin. Mystic Shadow Formation. Garen shouted as darkness enveloped Dave, causing his vision to blur. Dave wasn't fazed by the effects of the formation. In just a second, he could see clearly again, while Garen remained oblivious to this fact. Dave swiftly disappeared from his original position and teleported behind Garen. "Gotcha," Dave whispered as he tapped Garen's shoulders. Garen was stunned, caught off guard and unable to react in time. Dave swiftly moved away, returning to his original spot. To Garen, it felt as though everything had been an illusion. How? Garen wondered aloud. His body was protected by a defensive formation, yet Dave had easily bypassed the barriers and even touched his shoulders. Riaz, who had been watching the battle, was equally stunned. Realization dawned upon him. Space magic, huh? He mused. He hadn't expected to encounter someone with such a high level of proficiency in manipulating space. Typically, only those who reached the rank of Imperial Saint King could easily traverse space, but maintaining that ability for an extended period was challenging. The immortal plane differed from the mortal plane, and only those who had attained the rank of Imperial Saint King and beyond could grasp a portion of space's power. Witnessing Dave employ space magic so effortlessly left Riaz in shock. Riaz couldn't comprehend how Dave had managed to pass through the barriers as if he were intangible. Dave had indeed utilized his permeation ability and combined it with his space magic, rendering Garen's tricks useless. While Dave found the permeation skill highly useful, he acknowledged that it wasn't invincible. If he were to encounter a stronger barrier or an attack infused with powerful space energy, his ability might falter. Interesting, Riaz muttered, his calmness intact, keeping his thoughts hidden from others. The onlookers outside the domain were left in a state of shock, completely taken aback by the unexpected revelation that the Fifth Prince's helper was a genius proficient in space magic. Garen, fueled by anger, was eager to launch another attack, but Dave issued a warning that halted him in his tracks. "Hey, don't move. You are already dead," Dave calmly declared, leaving everyone perplexed. Riaz, too, found himself confused, unable to comprehend the reason behind Dave's statement. Believing Dave was merely mocking him, Garen's fury intensified, and he resolved to press on with his assault. Convinced that it was the perfect opportunity to unleash his trump card, he felt confident in turning the tide of the battle. Recognizing Garen's unwavering determination to attack once more, Dave sighed, feeling a tinge of pity. He knew that reasoning with his opponent would be futile. With a heavy heart, he uttered, "Well, if you won't believe me, then goodbye." Dave swiftly flicked his finger, and in an instant, Garen's entire body exploded into a crimson mist, dissipating into thin air. His figure vanished, leaving only bewilderment among the spectators who witnessed the scene. "What?" Garen exclaimed, his mind reeling from the sudden turn of events. As he looked around, he found himself standing in the arena, facing a crowd of bewildered onlookers. Confused and disoriented, he pondered, what happened? He couldn't grasp the details but sensed that he had come perilously close to death, saved only by the protective barriers of the Emperor's domain. The Emperor himself stood in stunned silence, his realization slowly sinking in. "What a terrifying technique," he muttered, awestruck yet filled with a sense of trepidation. Dave's power had left an indelible impression on him. Yudi, Dave's faithful disciple, stood amazed, silently praising his master's unrivaled skill. Deep within his heart, he felt an overwhelming sense of admiration and felt that it was not really a bad choice to follow Dave. As the aftermath of Garen's defeat settled, Yudi couldn't help but whisper, "Blood technique." He had witnessed everything unfold before his eyes. When Dave tapped Garen's shoulder, he meticulously analyzed every aspect of his opponent's body structure. The ability to control an enemy's blood was a truly terrifying skill, one that Yudi had not anticipated Dave possessing. Yudi's analysis was spot on. Dave could kill his adversaries by manipulating their blood, a power granted by his bloodline. However, to execute this technique on those with higher cultivation levels than him like Garen, he needed to be near his target and establish direct contact to thoroughly analyze their body and strengthen his blood mark, allowing him full control over their vital fluid. Dave's proficiency in this blood technique granted him the ability to dispatch weaker opponents effortlessly, as long as he had sufficient energy reserves. Riaz looked at Dave, who had effortlessly defeated his helper in an instant. His intuition had guided him correctly, preventing him from charging recklessly toward Dave. Now, Riaz regarded Dave with a seriousness he hadn't shown before. "As long as I don't get touched by him," he thought to himself, realizing the dire consequences of being marked by Dave's blood magic. Dave observed his fingers, feeling the surge of power within his blood when he employed the newfound blood magic bestowed upon him by his vampiric bloodline. This was his first time utilizing this technique, and he couldn't help but be fascinated by its potency. To employ the blood magic, he needed a substantial amount of mana. However, according to the description of the skill, if Garen had truly died, Dave could absorb his blood and convert it into energy. "This skill will prove invaluable if I face multiple enemies in the future. As long as I slay them and absorb their blood, my mana and energy will be inexhaustible," Dave mumbled, his gaze shifting to Riaz, who observed him warily. "Shall we begin?" Dave asked, smirking, as he spread his hands in the air. Riaz gripped his sword tightly, acknowledging Dave's strength but pointing out what he perceived as a flaw in his technique. "I admit you are strong, but as long as you cannot touch me, your skills are useless against me." Confident in his speed, Dave chuckled and replied, "Very well." In an instant, a portal materialized beneath Riaz's feet, pulling him inside. As Riaz regained his senses, he found himself standing face to face with Dave. Surprise, Dave laughed, attempting to grab Riaz by the neck. However, Riaz swiftly evaded the attack, narrowly escaping Dave's grasp. Swish! Riaz was taken aback as he witnessed the speed of Dave's attack. He remained on high alert, guarding himself against Dave's space magic. "That was a close call," Riaz mumbled, not expecting Dave to possess such abilities. He thanked his quick reflexes for allowing him to react in time, avoiding instant defeat at the hands of Dave. Suddenly, Riaz felt an attack from behind and instinctively used his sword to parry. However, the attack bypassed his blade, striking him directly. Boom! The impact of the attack sent Riaz hurtling through the air, landing on the ground in an awkward position. Once again, he found himself witnessing Dave's permeation technique. Riaz couldn't help but lose his composure as he realized the futility of his own skills against Dave's formidable powers. He had never felt so helpless in all his years of combat training. HMPP, you claim to be a swordsman? Why don't you face me head-on instead of resorting to sneaky attacks? Riaz expressed his frustration, believing that as a swordsman, Dave should have the pride to engage in a fair sword fight. Dave snickered, responding, "As I mentioned before, I don't unsheath my sword against those who aren't worthy enough." Riaz's face turned red with anger, but he managed to calm himself and clear his mind. "Fine, I didn't intend to reveal this to anyone, but since you insist, I will show you my true power," Riaz declared. Suddenly, Riaz's aura transformed, becoming intense and his gaze sharpening. Dave could feel a significant shift in Riaz's personality. "System, what's happening?" Dave inquired, seeking answers from the system. Ding! 10,000 sin points. Dave let out a bitter smile, but he did not care about it and continued. "Proceed," Dave responded, accepting the extraordinary circumstances presented by Riaz's inner abilities. Ding! An ancient consciousness dwells within Riaz Fexer's soul, and he can tap into its power. It will bestow upon him some of its powers and wisdom. This consciousness could communicate with Riaz's mind and temporarily grant him additional powers. The system's explanation further confirmed Dave's suspicions, cementing the notion that Riaz was destined for greatness, guided by an ancient mentor residing within his being. "Another mission, huh?" Dave chuckled, pleased with the opportunities that seemed to arise whenever he encountered a protagonist-like character. He had come to expect these interactions to trigger new missions, and the rewards seemed promising. The system's message revealed the mission details. Ding! You have triggered a new mission. Requirements: defeat Riaz Fexer using your sword skills. Reward: Riaz Fexer favorability, sword heart physique. Dave's smile widened as he considered the potential benefits. This mission differed from his previous encounter with Garganter, where he gained the dragon's loyalty upon completing the task. In Riaz Fexer's case, earning his favorability would prove valuable on its own, indicating that Riaz held a higher status among protagonist types. Furthermore, the promised reward, the sword heart physique, piqued Dave's interest, hinting at a potential enhancement to his own swordsmanship. He asked the system about the full description of the sword heart physique. The sword heart physique is one of the top physiques in the universe and shows the indomitable spirit of a true swordsman. This physique transcends the boundaries of mere physical strength, delving into the realm of the metaphysical and spiritual. Those who possess the sword heart physique exhibit a deep connection between their physical body, their sword, and their innermost being. It is as if their very essence resonates with the blade they wield, forging an unbreakable bond that channels their passion, skill, and resolve into every strike. Physically, individuals blessed with the sword heart physique exude an aura of disciplined grace and precision. Their movements become intricate dances, blending agility, speed, and power seamlessly. The sword heart physique also encompasses mental and emotional aspects. Swordsmen with this physique possess an unyielding determination and unwavering focus, immersing themselves fully in the art of combat. Their minds become a calm and clear lake, free from distractions, allowing them to perceive the subtlest nuances of their opponent's movements and intentions. Furthermore, the sword heart physique grants its bearers an unparalleled connection to the core essence of their weapon. They can sense the sword's every vibration, its rhythm harmonizing with their own heartbeat. This heightened awareness allows them to unleash devastating techniques, effortlessly flowing from one strike to the next, their actions guided by an instinctual understanding of the blade's capabilities. With a sword heart physique, the wielder becomes a living embodiment of the sword itself, an instrument of precision, power, and relentless pursuit of perfection. It is a physique coveted by many swordsmen, as it bestows upon them an unparalleled edge in combat, elevating their swordsmanship to legendary proportions. Seems like it's time for a sword duel, Dave thought, preparing himself for the upcoming battle with Riaz. He relished the opportunity to showcase his sword skills and further explore the depths of his abilities. Riaz exuded an aura of a seasoned swordsman, his stance and posture speaking volumes of the countless enemies he had slain. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his sword, the cold power emanating from it sending shivers down Dave's spine. However, compared to heavenly ice, it still fell short. Swish! Dave countered the attack, unsheathing his own sword with equal prowess. A collision of fire and ice ensued, their clash causing an explosion that decimated everything within a 100-meter radius of their location. Utilizing his Dragon Slayer sword, Dave unleashed a sub-skill to effortlessly counter Riaz's assault. Nice move, Dave remarked, his disappearance and reappearance in front of Riaz demonstrating his lightning-fast speed. Be gone, Dave proclaimed, slashing his sword toward Riaz and employing his Dragon Slayer sword technique. While the technique was specifically designed to combat dragons, its power was enough to overwhelm many adversaries. Reacting swiftly, Riaz dodged the attack, narrowly evading the ensuing ground-shaking explosion. Ryan, who observed the battle from a distance, stood in awe, his mouth agape at the intensity of the spectacle. Among the onlookers, murmurs of excitement filled the air. Who is he? One spectator wondered, unable to fathom the true nature of the combatants. Meanwhile, the Emperor of the Fexer Empire narrowed his eyes, sensing the formidable power emitted by Dave within his domain. However, it was still insufficient to breach his core. Curiosity piqued, Riaz questioned Dave, fear evident in his voice. What technique is that? Riaz's fear, however, stemmed not from Dave's unleashed skill but from the soul residing within his body. The old man within Riaz's body radiated intense trepidation. Dave remained silent, continuing his relentless assault with the black sword in his hand. Blow after blow was exchanged, yet Dave emerged unscathed, his attire untouched, while Riaz bore numerous injuries, his clothes tattered from the onslaught. Confusion clouded Riaz's thoughts as he grappled with the severity of his injuries. Though normally possessing strong regenerative powers, he realized his wounds were not healing and instead worsening with each passing second. Seizing an opportunity, Dave hurled his sword toward Riaz. Anticipating the attack, Riaz prepared to parry it with his strongest sword technique. However, to his astonishment, Dave appeared behind him in an instant, delivering a powerful punch to his head. Boom! Riaz was sent sprawling to the ground, his face battered and blood flowing from his battered body. A pained cry escaped his lips as he came to the realization that he was no match for Dave. Throughout the battle, he had been unable to land a single blow on his opponent, succumbing to defeat all too easily. He found himself immobilized, unable to move his body. With calm composure, Dave approached Riaz, his gaze fixed upon the defeated figure before him. Raising his blade toward Riaz's head, Dave uttered his final words, "See you." A smile played upon Dave's lips as Riaz closed his eyes, accepting his defeat at the hands of a superior adversary. Though defeated, Riaz's mind remained resolute, refusing to succumb to weakness and irrationality. Dave decided to end the battle swiftly out of respect for Riaz's swordsmanship, knowing that he still had more to give but chose not to unleash his full power. Ever since his emergence in the immortal plane and surviving the Purple Lightning Tribulation, Dave had discovered a significant increase in his strength. Despite Riaz's higher level, Dave easily outmatched him without exerting his full potential. Through his diverse skill set, Dave had developed powerful combinations that enhanced his overall prowess. Piercing Riaz's head, Riaz vanished from the domain and reappeared in the arena. As Riaz opened his eyes and gazed at the sky, he muttered, "I was defeated." Yet, he remained undeterred and resolved to grow stronger to challenge Dave once more, longing to witness Dave's true power. He glanced at the screen, watching Dave and Ryan depart from the arena. Clenching his fist, he stood up and left. The Emperor observed Riaz with a complex expression but refrained from uttering a word, allowing him to depart. Meanwhile, Dave and Ryan continued their monster hunting endeavors, rising to the top of the rankings. Rankings: Ryan, 900 tokens, Rendon, 500 tokens, Rinj, 0 tokens. Dave and Ryan decided to rest after a long day of battles, unaware of the events unfolding between Rendon and Rinj. Rendon, stumbling upon Rinj resting with his aide, arrogantly sought to eliminate him. However, Rendon was taken aback by the strength Rinj possessed, matching him blow for blow. Onlookers, including the Emperor, were astonished and amazed by the unexpected parity between his two sons. As the princes clashed, their aides also engaged in combat. Rinj's aide effortlessly defeated Rendon's, joining forces to overpower and eliminate Rendon within 10 minutes. The uproar caused by the spectacle reverberated throughout the surroundings, leaving everyone astonished. Dave and Ryan, too, noticed the shift in the rankings. Ryan was shocked, while Dave remained unfazed, having anticipated such a development. Dave began searching for Rinj and Rendon, spending an hour before locating them. Both princes had been waiting for Dave's arrival. Dave scrutinized Rinj, assessing his abilities. Name: Rinj Fexer, Demon Prince. Age: 17. Race: Demon Power Level: Imperial King. Peak Tier: Physique: Wolf Demon. HP: 170 million MP, 190 million Street, 400.000 OG, 500,000 Int, 370,000 soul power, 20,000 skills, Wolf Devour, Demonic Fist, Disguise. Dave hadn't expected Ringel to possess such formidable strength. Ringel's aide, a peak-tier Imperial King, was also powerful, albeit weaker than Ringel. Name, Warcane, Demon General, Age, 100,000 Race, Demon Power Level, Imperial King, Peak Tier, HP, 150 million MP, 180 million Street, 400,000 Agi, 580,000 Int, 100,000 Soul Power, 30,000 Hey. Found you. Dave smiled as he looked at Ringel and his helper, whose real name was Warcane. Despite their superior strength, he felt no fear, knowing he could escape if things turned sour. Ringel glanced at him with a smug smile and remarked arrogantly, "Humph, you are weak." He sensed that Dave's cultivation level wasn't high due to his special bloodline and wondered how he managed to conceal it. However, Ringel recognized that Dave's true power surpassed his own, evident in his defeat of Riaz. "A demon?" Amused, Dave replied, "Well, I didn't expect demons to be living peacefully in this world." Ringel and Warcane's expressions changed, but they remained silent. Ryan, curious about Dave's comment, asked for an explanation, but Dave ignored him and focused on observing Ringel and Warcane as they communicated telepathically. Although everyone outside could see them, their conversation remained unheard. After a minute, Ringel and Warcane decided to make their move. Boom! Dave swiftly moved, grabbing Ryan by the neck and evading the attacks of Ringel and Warcane. Boom! 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 Fear filled Ryan's eyes as he struggled to speak, his throat constricted by Dave's grip. Recognizing Ryan as a distraction, Dave sealed him within his domain to keep him out of the way. Swaz! Ryan's face reddened due to Dave's firm grip, but suddenly, he found himself in a dark place. Dave sent him a message to reassure him. Ringel and Warcane were astonished as they realized Dave could match their relentless assault. Determined to gain control over him, they attempted to capture Dave and implant a device to silence him. However, Dave's space magic and astonishing speed prevented them from getting hold of his clothes. "Who are you?" Ringel questioned, halting his attack. Dave patted his shirt, removing dust, and replied, "A demon prince and a demon general." "Huh? What is your goal?" Ringel's expression changed, and he suppressed his killing intent as he asked, "How do you know?" Realizing that Dave had already discerned his identity as a demon, Ringel abandoned the pretense. Dave smirked playfully and said, "Just a hunch." Ringel observed his arrogant demeanor and retorted, "Since you seem to know so much, then you will die." Dave smiled fearlessly, unfazed by the fact that he faced two peak Imperial Kings, confident in the rewards he had obtained. The sword-heart physique elevated his sword skills to a new level, instilling him with a greater sense of power. Feeling more formidable than ever, Dave wished to test his limits and decided to confront both Ringel and Warcane. He could have easily exposed them to the Emperor, but he chose not to, still uncertain of their true intentions. Outside the arena, confusion spread among the spectators, unable to comprehend the ongoing conversation. They eagerly anticipated the battle's outcome. The first prince, filled with fury upon his elimination, glanced at the screen, finding solace in Riaz's presence, albeit with a lingering bitterness. Ringel produced a black orb, leaving Dave momentarily immobilized. Dave scanned the item and realized it was a shadow curse that rendered him motionless for 5 seconds. Unable to move his body, Warcane appeared behind him, restraining him to prevent any escape attempts. Ringel sneered, approaching Dave with clawed hands poised to pierce his heart. However, Dave maintained a calm composure, and Ringel soon discovered that he had pierced Warcane's body instead. Utilizing his permeation ability, Dave had executed a clever trick. Though he couldn't move, his body's resilience and regenerative skills assured him that he wouldn't be easily defeated. Nonetheless, he remained cautious and focused on outsmarting his opponents. As the 5 seconds elapsed, Dave evaded falling into Ringel's trap again. "Hey, a nice plan, but you're far from tricking me," he taunted. Ringel retracted his claws from Warcane's body, and the demon general rapidly healed from his injuries as if they had never occurred. "You may have some tricks up your sleeve, but you will die today," Warcane declared, his eyes gleaming with determination. He prepared to employ his lethal killing style technique. Dave felt a shiver of trepidation, sensing an impending attack from behind. Boom! He dodged, but Ringel seized the opportunity to strike as well. Ringel unleashed a scorching fire spell, its heat palpable. "Space swap," Dave sneered, and Warcane sensed the spatial disturbance, causing their positions to switch. As a result, Warcane bore the full brunt of Ringel's attack. Boom! Arg! Warcane roared, sustaining severe injuries from Ringel's devastating assault, as the latter had exerted 80% of his power. Ringel grew increasingly infuriated by Dave's elusive nature, his space powers making him difficult to kill. Though Warcane's wounds swiftly healed, his life force weakened. "Master, this cannot continue. We must eliminate him as soon as possible," Warcane advised urgently. Rindle nodded, recognizing the need to expedite their plans. He retrieved an eyeball, causing Dave's expression to change as he recognized the familiar skill. Shit. Dave was caught off guard, intending to escape but realizing that the space was now locked. Outside, onlookers were disconnected from the battle, unable to witness the events unfolding. "What's happening?" Everyone was stunned, realizing that something had gone awry. The Emperor's face contorted in pain as he attempted to reconnect with his domain, only to find it forcefully severed. Coughing up blood, he suffered a backlash from the severed connection. "Emperor!" His confidants rushed to his side, offering assistance. Yudi's face mirrored concern as he understood that something dire must have befallen his young master. Meanwhile, chaos reigned outside as Dave coughed up blood due to the sudden spatial disruption when he attempted to escape. Fortunately, the injury was minor, quickly healing. Dave regarded Rindle and Warcane with a serious gaze, realizing he had forgotten about such treasures during his time in the mortal plane. This particular eye was not the actual eye of the Demon Lord but an item crafted by a skilled space magic user, capable of interrupting space for 10 minutes. Dave came to a sudden realization that he could no longer send messages to Yudi, but he knew he could still access his own space world if something went wrong. With this in mind, he calmed himself and prepared to face the two demons standing before him. "He, you've forced our hand," chuckled Rindle as his human form transformed into a massive 3-meter black wolf. His aura radiated a demonic presence. Similarly, Warcane abandoned his restraint, and Dave could feel the surge in their power as they embraced their true forms. Swish! Their speed increased, catching Dave off guard. He was caught in their relentless assault and sent crashing to the ground. Boom! The impact shook the earth as Dave struggled to endure the ferocious attacks of the two peak-tier Imperial Kings. Fortunately, his regenerative skills aided him in resisting most of the damage inflicted upon him. Die! Warcane ascended into the air, gathering immense energy from the surroundings before hurling it towards Dave, who lay defenseless on the ground. Closing his eyes, Dave composed himself. Gripping his sword tightly, he whispered, "To defeat an opponent, one must maintain a clear mind." As he faced his adversaries, Dave felt a surge of enlightenment wash over him, realizing that his sword heart body was beginning to take effect. Ding! You have gained enlightenment, sword heart body activated. Your sword strikes will now be 5 times more effective and stronger. Continue accumulating power. The more you accumulate, the better your new form will be unlocked. A smile graced Dave's face as he evaded Warcane's attack with his eyes still shut. Despite the devastation caused by Warcane's assault, Dave felt a sense of calmness envelop him. Boom! Warcane's attack was powerful enough to decimate the surroundings. Yet, witnessing Dave's evasion with closed eyes, Warcane couldn't help but feel humiliated. Precision and swiftness need to be perfected, Dave continued to murmur, his body glowing as he accumulated greater comprehension. Rindle sensed something amiss and roared, attempting to distract Dave's focus. However, a powerful force held Rindle back, while Dave's mind remained steady as a rock. Die! Fueled by anger, Rindle lunged at Dave, but Dave swiftly repelled his attack with a single hand. Boom! Dave coughed up blood, staggering 5 steps back, while Rindle was forced 3 steps away. What incredible resilience! Rindle looked at Dave with greed, captivated by the strength he possessed. It was rare for him to encounter a human with such a formidable body. Dave remained unperturbed, continuing his murmurs. Calmness can be attained through vanquishing your enemies. Unexpectedly, Warcane materialized behind Dave, ready to unleash his full power in a lethal blow. Die, human, he bellowed, his anger surging as Dave continued to outwit him. As the attack neared, Dave opened his eyes, perceiving time slowing down. His eyes exuded an aura of serenity and tranquility. Ding! You have comprehended a new form of the Sword of Calmness. Dave tightened his grip on his sword and declared, Sword of Calmness, first form, Tranquil Whirlwind Slash. Tranquil Whirlwind Slash. This form emphasizes swift and graceful spinning movements while executing powerful slashes with the sword. The practitioner harnesses their inner calmness to create a whirlwind of harmonious energy around them. Each strike is executed with precise timing and controlled power, enabling the wielder to effortlessly slice through multiple opponents in a calm and focused manner. With astonishing accuracy and swiftness, Dave slashed his sword while facing his back toward Warcane. Each strike carried an astounding amount of power, passing through Warcane's head and severing all his limbs. The entire event occurred in a split second, leaving Warcane unable to react, still believing he was about to strike Dave. Dave smirked and sheathed his sword without giving Warcane another glance. Time seemed to return to its normal flow, and Warcane ceased all movement, his eyes filled with confusion. "Why did you stop?" Ringel shouted, only to realize that Warcane's eyes had gone lifeless. Clink. Suddenly, Warcane's body was severed at the neck, his arms, feet, and head disconnected from his torso. Boom. Warcane's head landed on the ground, his expression frozen in a mix of confusion and horror. "What a monumental gain," Dave exclaimed, delighted to have unlocked one of the forms of the Sword Heart technique. The attack had made him as flexible as water, executing swift and decisive strikes without making a sound. Dave had slain Warcane, preventing him from regenerating by slashing all 5 of his hearts with ease. Now that they were separated from their domain, Warcane was permanently dead. What? Horror washed over Ringel's face, realizing that his comrade had perished in such a manner. What technique is that? Fear gripped him as he contemplated his own fate, realizing it would likely be no different from Warcane's. Dave had the option to utilize his Law of Lightning, which was the bane of demons, against Ringel. However, he saw this as an opportunity to train himself and grow stronger without relying solely on his law. Having already gained a significant comprehension, it was time for him to get serious. "Hee, are you afraid?" Dave taunted. Unfortunately, it's too late. Once again, Dave wielded his sword and chanted, "Purple Lightning Sword Technique." Purple thunders enveloped his blade as he swiftly struck at Ringel. What? Ringel stood stunned, not expecting Dave to possess such a fierce attack, one that exploited their weakness, lightning. Boom. Outside the arena, chaos ensued as Yudi mercilessly beat down the Emperor, who lacked the strength to fight back. The Emperor's back was against the wall, weakened by the backlash he had suffered. Yudi's force locked down the arena, leaving no escape for anyone. "Fuck you. If anything happens to my master, I'll kill all of you," Yudi roared with anger, longing to strike the Emperor. But suddenly, the screen flickered, and the Emperor gained access to his domain. "Wait!" the Emperor shouted, his face disheveled from Yudi's relentless assault. He hadn't anticipated Yudi's overwhelming strength. Even in his prime, he was inferior. Yudi halted, turning his attention to the screen, where he saw Dave standing firmly on the ground, holding Ringel, who lay unconscious. The terror in Ringel's expression was visible to everyone. Ringel was no longer among the living, sending a chilling sensation through the crowd. Yudi breathed a sigh of relief, while the Emperor was shocked, realizing that one of his sons had met his demise. He seethed with anger but restrained himself upon seeing Yudi's unwavering gaze. Before taking any further action, the Emperor decided to inquire about what had transpired from Dave himself. Dave stood in the arena, sensing the Emperor's dangerous gaze upon him. However, he refrained from making a move, knowing that Yudi's presence restrained the Emperor's actions. "What happened, Master?" Yudi approached Dave, visibly relieved to see him unharmed. While Dave's clothes were damaged and stained with blood, he didn't sustain any serious injuries. Dave became aware of his newfound power and felt that he could now rival some Imperial Emperors if he went all out. "Take a look for yourself," Dave said, retrieving an orb he had prepared before the battle. It was a recording device he had acquired during his travels to different worlds, known for its popularity. Yudi and the Emperor watched the recording, both shocked and incredulous at the information it revealed. Dave allowed the onlookers to witness the contents of the orb as well. The Emperor regarded Dave with a complex expression, then bowed before him, saying, "I thank you on behalf of the Eloy's world and the Fexer Empire. I didn't expect my 4th son to collude with demons." The Emperor suppressed his anger towards Dave, feeling a mix of sadness for his son's actions and astonishment at Dave's prowess. Dave waved his hand and spoke with a righteous face, "You are kind. It was my duty to eliminate those who collude with demons." The Emperor thought highly of Dave as a righteous individual, but his perspective shattered with Dave's next sentence. "However, I have suffered considerable injuries, and I fear it will impact my cultivation. I hope the Emperor will compensate me for my service," Dave added, feigning a grieving expression while pretending to cough. Yudi approached him and played along with the act. "Don't worry, young master. I know the Emperor will reward you for your assistance," Yudi chimed in, aware that it was time for extortion, playing his role accordingly. The Emperor's face darkened, cursing inwardly. "Damn it! You killed my son, and now you want a reward? You clearly defeated both of them without serious injuries." Nonetheless, the Emperor forced a smile and promised to compensate Dave. He waved his hand, commanding his men to clear the arena. The revelation shocked everyone present, but the Emperor took action, scanning the area to ensure no demons remained. Finding no signs of demonic presence, he breathed a sigh of relief and instructed everyone to leave. The Emperor chose not to suppress the matter, as he knew some spectators held high status and wouldn't be easily silenced. The first prince witnessed Dave's victorious battle against two peak-tier imperial kings and his subsequent comprehension of a powerful technique. He couldn't help but feel fortunate that he hadn't encountered Dave earlier, realizing that he would have had little chance of winning. "How lucky, my fifth brother," he sighed, accepting the reality. The second prince had already left the arena, unaware of the spectacle. If he had witnessed it, Dave was certain he would have faced another blow to his ego. The third prince also resigned himself to the fact that their youngest brother would undoubtedly be crowned as the next emperor. "I must mend my relationship with Ryan," he murmured, realizing the importance of solidifying alliances in the face of Dave's growing strength. Inside the royal hall, the emperor, Dave, and Yudi sat at the table, their expressions grave as they discussed a significant matter. "Are you certain about this information?" The emperor couldn't help but feel shocked by Dave's revelation. Dave nodded, confirming, "Yes, I read some of the memories of the demon prince before I killed him." He retrieved another orb, transferring Ringel's memories that revealed the demon's plans. The atmosphere grew heavy with gloom. "What a deranged plan, just as expected of demons," Yudi remarked, his eyes filled with a resolute determination fueled by the memories of his cruel past at the hands of those demons. Taking the orb from Dave's hand, the emperor said, "You have made a tremendous contribution. I will report it to the royal clan, and I am certain they will reward you generously with contribution points." Gratitude surged within the emperor as the demon's plans instilled fear in him. He continued, "Since you also helped expose the demons and aid our empire, I will grant you access to our sacred spring and provide you with an ample supply of spirit stones." Dave smiled, realizing that the sacred spring was one of his goals, which he had helped Ryan with. He hadn't expected to gain easy access to it through the emperor's favor. "By the way, where is my son Ryan?" the emperor inquired, directing his gaze toward Dave. Dave became aware of Ryan's absence and scanned his domain. He found Ryan trembling in fear, affected by the special effects of his domain. Waving his hand, Dave summoned the disheveled Ryan, who appeared pitiful and scared. "Huh, father, that place is terrifying," Ryan cried like a child, seeking solace in his father's arms. Dave facepalmed, feeling a sense of pity for the future of the empire. "You better raise him well," Yudi advised the emperor before leading Dave to his residence to rest. Inside Dave's room, Yudi looked at Dave, seeking his answer. "Should we assist them?" Dave shook his head and replied, "It is their responsibility, and we should merely observe. However, if they disturb us again, I will be forced to take action. Furthermore, with the information I provided, I am confident that the immortal plane's inhabitants will mobilize their strongest forces to eradicate the demons." After careful consideration, Dave decided not to intervene. Through Ringel's memories, he discovered that the demons had infiltrated numerous worlds, hiding within human bodies. Their ultimate goal was to steal the souls of influential individuals and wreak havoc across multiple realms. Once accomplished, the seals would be broken, allowing demons of tremendous power to descend. The true saints of this plane remained elusive, stationed at the borders to defend against demon invasions. Although there were a few cracks connecting to the demon world, only true saints and those of lower cultivation levels could traverse them. If the demon's plan succeeded, stronger adversaries would infiltrate the immortal plane, posing a threat to all. However, Dave didn't feel compelled to intervene out of righteousness, as he had his own personal space world and sought personal gain in his actions. If things didn't go according to plan, he would allow his father, who resided in the Alexander domain, and his relatives to enter his space world for protection. Inside the dark chamber, a man sat upon a throne made of bones, his slumber interrupted as he opened his eerie, dark eyes. "TSK, one of the demon princes has perished." "What a waste," he muttered, his thoughts hidden behind his sinister gaze. Soon enough, he closed his eyes again, as if nothing had occurred. Dave, Yudi, and the Emperor stood before a colossal door adorned with mystical inscriptions. Unable to decipher the ancient text, Dave's curiosity piqued. There were no records of such words in the Empire's library. Noticing Dave's intrigue, the Emperor provided an explanation. "This door existed long before our empire was established. No one knows who created it, but it will open automatically when the time is right. Beyond lies the sacred spring, capable of transforming ordinary individuals, endowing them with unparalleled talents." He spoke with pride, recounting his own transformation from weakness to a level where he transcended any bottleneck, reaching the rank of Imperial Saint King. Grateful for the profound change the sacred spring brought to his life, he shared that many had coveted this place, yet all those who sought it suffered misfortune, which often extended to their families. While the place carried an aura of mystery, other families experienced the curse of bad luck. However, the Fexer family remained unaffected, as their ancestors had realized that as long as they harbored no ill intentions toward the sacred spring, the curse would spare them. The first and second princes had previously entered the sacred spring, experiencing significant power growth and gaining extraordinary talents. Dave marveled at the accounts and felt an eagerness to enter the door. Turning to the system, he asked if it could translate the ancient texts. Ding. 100,000 sin points, the system responded, and Dave promptly agreed. Ding. Translating, ding. Completed, Spirit Realm. Dave stood astounded by the revelation. He sought further information from the system, willing to spend more sin points. Ding. The Spirit Realm is one of the higher realms within the celestial plane. It is inhabited by fairies, elves, dryads, and nature spirits. Warning, this is a dangerous place. Please exercise caution when entering. Dave never expected such a profound secret behind this door. Suddenly, the Emperor produced the insignia of his royal family, causing the door to swing open. Please enter, but be warned, you can only stay inside for 5 hours, after which the door will close automatically, the Emperor cautioned. Dave nodded, leaving Yudi outside as only one person could enter at a time. Dave stepped through the door, instantly sensing a change in the environment. He felt relieved to still see the exit and the ability to return whenever he pleased. However, as soon as he entered, an immense force immobilized him, causing Dave to cough up blood as he was slammed into the ground. What just happened? Terrified, he hadn't anticipated encountering a formidable entity so soon after entering. Although he believed he could escape even in a dangerous situation, he sensed his entire body being suppressed, unable to use his phasing or any space-related abilities. A demonic aura. I never imagined demons would brazenly infiltrate our spirit realm, a beautiful voice resounded. Dave realized a stunning woman sat upon his body, muttering to herself. Dave's eyes widened, unable to discern the woman's power. His demonic nature was easily detected by her. "Who are you?" he asked, his face creased in a frown, trying to maintain his composure. The woman peered at him curiously, pinching his face before replying, "Wow, you're more handsome than some of the elves I've encountered in my life. It's a pity you're a naughty demon." Despite her beauty, the woman appeared youthful, around 17 to 18 years old, radiating a playful aura. Adorned with long green hair, yellow eyes, and glowing green aura, she possessed 2 pairs of blue fairy wings. Dave attempted to scan her, but the pain searing through his eyes forced him to halt. However, since the woman hadn't killed him outright, he recognized a glimmer of hope. "I am not a demon," Dave calmly asserted, his captivating blue eyes lending weight to his words. "Really?" The woman's large eyes blinked inquisitively. Dave nodded, responding, "My physical appearance is a result of a fortuitous encounter, but I am undoubtedly human." Stunned, the woman scrutinized him once more, realizing he resembled other humans who had entered the spirit realm before. "But how can you prove you're not a demon?" she questioned, her voice laced with fear. "Grandma told me that demons are deceitful and will devour me if they capture me." Dave saw an opportunity amid her apprehension. "If you remove the restrictions you placed on me, I can demonstrate that I am not a demon." The woman contemplated for a moment, eventually nodding and lifting the restrictions. Dave felt his body regain mobility, relief washing over. Swoosh. He waved his hand and summoned Gabriella. The ethereal angel materialized before him, addressing the woman. "This angel is one of my subordinates. I hope her presence is sufficient proof that I am not a demon." The fairy gazed at Gabriella, who, through Dave's telepathic message, understood the situation. She nodded and replied, "Spirit Princess." She bowed respectfully, acknowledging the woman's status. "Wow, an angel. You know me?" the beautiful fairy asked, clearly surprised. Gabriella nodded and explained, "I've heard that spirits with 2 pairs of glowing wings are Spirit Princess or Prince. With proper nurturing, they have the potential to become Spirit Queens or Kings." Gabriella possessed knowledge befitting her status as a top-ranked race. In her previous life, she might have held disdain for the spirits, considering herself a 6-winged archangel capable of matching demon lords. However, the current situation requires a more subtle approach. "You really aren't a demon," the beautiful fairy sighed in relief, her demeanor softening. "Why are you here?" Realizing that he was accompanied by an angel, she understood that the man before her couldn't possibly be a demon. It was highly improbable for a demon and an angel to be friends, unless there were extenuating circumstances. Dave smiled and explained the truth about the door and the sacred spring. "Oh, so you're one of those who sought to enter the sacred spring," she remarked, giving him a peculiar look that conveyed her disdain. "Well, that sacred spring is not really sacred at all. It's actually the urine of Druman, a giant druid," she disclosed, causing Dave to be taken aback. He now realized that even the druid's urine possessed miraculous properties. "So, there's no sacred spring?" Dave asked, feeling disheartened by the prospect of its non-existence. The fairy smiled mischievously and replied, "The sacred pool does exist, and I am its guardian. But why would I allow you to enter?" She smirked, showing that she had grown into an adult who couldn't be easily fooled. Dave was stunned, uncertain of how he could persuade her. She possessed great strength, rendering his charm and sin of lust useless against her. Sigh, "It seems I'll leave empty-handed," Dave muttered in resignation. He waved his hand, allowing Gabriella to enter his personal space. He instructed the system to automatically teleport him to his private space if the fairy attempted to restrain him once more. With this safety measure in place, he no longer feared her and decided it was best to leave, considering the danger of this place. Seeking reassurance, Dave consulted the system, which assured him that his personal space was the safest haven. No one could enter it unless he permitted it. Caught off guard earlier, he hadn't had the chance to retreat to his personal space. However, now that he was prepared and had the means to escape, he no longer feared the fairy's power. "So what if you're strong? I'll come back when I'm stronger and show you how strong my dragon," Dave resolved inwardly. Deciding to depart, Dave caught the fairy off guard. She had anticipated him pleading and trying to convince her to allow him access to the pool. She would have permitted his entry if he had flattered her ego, but she hadn't anticipated his prideful nature. As the bearer of the sin of pride, Dave refused to bow down in such a situation, coming to a realization that reaffirmed his determination. Dave stood by the door, ready to depart from the mysterious realm, when the fairy called out to him, causing him to pause. "Wait!" she exclaimed, surprising Dave. He turned to look at her, his face filled with confusion. "Why?" he questioned, genuinely curious about her intentions. The fairy's face showed amazement as she replied, "Are you really leaving just like that, without even asking for more?" Dave nodded and said, "Well, if there's nothing to gain here, it's better to move on." He recognized the immense strength possessed by the fairy, surpassing even that of a true saint. Dealing with such a formidable opponent made him realize the importance of prioritizing his own safety. With his decision made, Dave teleported closer to the door. However, the fairy swiftly pursued him, desperately trying to catch him before he could escape. "Please don't go," she pleaded, her actions revealing her reluctance to let him leave. Dave was taken aback, caught off guard by her sudden change of heart. Before he could react, the fairy closed the distance between them effortlessly. Her hands reached out, almost touching him, but the system swiftly transported his entire body to his space world, evading her grasp. "What?" the fairy exclaimed, stunned by Dave's unexpected escape. She searched the surroundings for him, but after 5 minutes of fruitless searching, she realized he was nowhere to be found. Overwhelmed by disappointment, she sat on the ground and began sobbing like a child. "What? I'm alone again. Hahoo." Dave, observing her from within the space world, witnessed her actions. He was still unable to leave, trapped in a different plane and unable to teleport directly back to the Fexer Empire. He decided to wait for the fairy to leave before reappearing and making his way through the door. However, her tears caught him off guard. "Please don't leave. I'll let you enter the sacred spring and won't try to catch you again," she pleaded through her tears. Dave didn't expect her sudden change in attitude. Sensing an opportunity, he decided to take a gamble. "Why were you crying like that?" he asked, his voice soothing, and his handsome face exuding calmness. It was a combination that had often proven effective in calming the women he encountered. Underneath the tree, Dave and the fairy, Tracy, sat on the grass. Tracy, the daughter of the Fairy King, revealed that she was a prodigious talent who had reached the peak of Divine Monarch at just 100 years old. She shared her knowledge of the realms beyond the true saint, listing them as follows: Saint Sovereign, Heavenly Sovereign, Divine Monarch, Divine Emperor, Transcendental Being. Tracy proudly mentioned that her father was a peak transcendental being, granting her the freedom to do as she pleased. However, her rebellious actions had led to her father punishing her and confining her to this realm. To escape, she needed to reach the level of Divine Emperor. While she remained confined, she never anticipated stumbling upon a hidden portal in her search for something intriguing. To her dismay, she was unable to access it. Initially dismissing the door as useless, the passage of years left her bored and disinterested. However, her monotony was shattered when a human unexpectedly entered the premises. Filled with joy, she yearned to learn more about this individual, swiftly overpowering them and delving into their memories. Through this act, she gleaned a wealth of knowledge, prompting her to guide the unwitting visitor towards the supposed sacred spring within the druid's dwelling. Relishing the amusement she derived from fooling them, boredom drove her actions. The prospect of companionship excited her, although she soon realized they couldn't remain within this realm for long. History had shown that anyone she compelled to stay beyond a day met a gruesome demise, their souls violently obliterated. Subsequently, she opted to allow them entry, continuing to deceive them about the nature of the alleged sacred spring. Gradually, her interest in their presence waned, and she slumbered for 5 centuries until she detected the arrival of Dave. His soul emitted an unusually radiant aura, leading her to believe he could withstand a lengthier stay. Intrigued by the possibility of having someone to converse with, she sought to ensnare him. However, her detection revealed his demonic bloodline, compelling her to subdue him. Originally, her intention was to capture him to alleviate the tedium of her cultivation, but Dave possessed a means of escape, leaving her in despair. The thought of enduring countless years before another visitor arrived proved unbearable. Dave couldn't help but notice Tracy's pitiful state of mind. Despite living for thousands of years, she still possessed the mentality of a teenager. Time held little significance for her kind, making her imprisonment a minor inconvenience. "How pitiful you are," Dave murmured, gently patting her head. The warmth of his touch comforted Tracy, and Dave remained vigilant, relying on the system for reassurance. A smile blossomed on Tracy's face, akin to a blooming flower, as she eagerly inquired about Dave's world. He shared fragments of his memories, discussing the anime and novels he had encountered. Tracy's curiosity piqued, and Dave retrieved several books from his spatial world, immersing her in the world of novels. Eager to delve into reading, Tracy found herself unexpectedly engrossed. "Wow, Diablo is cool, especially when summoned by Rimuru," she exclaimed with excitement. However, her joy was short-lived when she realized she had already finished the first book. Turning to Dave, she asked for the second installment. Dave, aware of Tracy's swift reading pace, advised her to savor the books rather than rushing through them, emphasizing the importance of full comprehension. With that, he retrieved all his Tensura books, much to Tracy's delight, causing her to embrace him in pure bliss. "Hee, you're the best," she gleefully exclaimed, feeling a growing sense of closeness through their simple interactions. Guilt washed over her for her past actions. "Hey, would you like to visit the sacred spring? While I enjoy my reading, I can grant you access," Tracy proposed. She had previously explained that the true sacred spring resided within her domain, a gift from her father to alleviate boredom. However, it no longer served a purpose and could not enhance her strength, as she had bathed in it during her childhood and used it regularly, rendering it ineffective. "In exchange for some novels, why don't I give it to you?" Tracy offered, feeling rather clever. Dave, though taken aback, maintained his composure, not letting her cunning plan slip through his fingers. "Okay," he agreed, secretly pleased. Tracy waved her hand, conjuring a pearl in her left palm, which she presented to Dave. "This is the sacred pearl, and I have plenty of them in my spatial storage. You just need to place it in the water, and it will instantly sanctify it. However, the more you use it, the less effective it becomes," Tracy explained. Dave marveled at its function and proceeded to find a nearby pond to test it out. With a swift motion, Dave placed the pearl in the water. Swish! In an instant, the once clear pond radiated a brilliant light, only to revert to its previous state a moment later. "You can now bathe in it," Tracy explained, and Dave, trusting her, undressed and entered the pond. Ding! It is detected that you are inside the sacred pool. The system will assist you in absorbing the energy from the sacred pool. Dave understood that even without the system, he could absorb the energy, although it would take significantly longer. But thanks to the system's assistance, he could easily absorb and refine the energies from the sacred pool, enjoying its benefits. Calming himself, Dave closed his eyes. Swoosh! The energies within the sacred pool condensed and flowed into Dave's body in a singular direction. Tracy, who had been keeping a watchful eye, was stunned. Her face flushed due to Dave's nakedness, but she was even more astonished by his extraordinary ability to absorb the energies in such a voracious manner. Had taken her considerable time to amass and absorb a comparable amount, yet Dave surpassed her effortlessly. It satisfied that Dave's body remained unharmed. Tracy let out a relieved sigh, acknowledging his exceptional nature. Meanwhile, Dave felt a warm aura enveloping him, his cells compressing and his body undergoing a profound transformation. Ding! 15% of the energy has been absorbed, the system chimed in, notifying him of his progress. Ding! Your tyrant demonic body has met the requirements and evolved. Congratulations on acquiring a new physique, Overlord demonic body. Plus 500,000 strength, plus 750,000 agility, plus 400,000 intelligence. New skills acquired, Overlord fist, a fist skill granting the user an additional 200,000 strength and damage. Overlord body, grants the user 20% immunity to physical damage and an additional 400 million health. Dave was left stunned by the unexpected growth, but he continued to absorb the energies. Ding! 40% of the energy has been absorbed, your demonic bloodline has leveled up, And your blood magic has reached a new level. Skills related to blood magic have leveled up. Blood clones. Create a clone using your blood, with 70% of the host's strength. You have gained a new skill under blood magic. Blood sanctuary. The more blood you sacrifice, the stronger the summoned creature will be to aid you for a certain time. The absorption process continued, and Dave broke through multiple cultivation realms in rapid succession, thanks to the immense energy of the Ding. Your cultivation has reached low-tier Imperial Lord, Sacred Spring. Ding. Your cultivation has reached mid-tier Imperial Lord. Ding. Your cultivation has reached top-tier Imperial Lord. Ding. Your cultivation has reached peak-tier Imperial Lord. Ding. Your cultivation has reached low-tier Imperial King. Ding. Your cultivation has reached mid-tier Imperial King. Ding. Your cultivation has reached top-tier Imperial King. Ding. Your cultivation has reached peak-tier Imperial King. Ding. Your cultivation has reached low-tier Imperial Emperor. Ding. Your cultivation has reached mid-tier Imperial Emperor. Ding. Your cultivation has reached top-tier Imperial Emperor. Ding. Your cultivation has reached peak-tier Imperial Emperor. Ding. Your cultivation has reached low-tier Imperial Saint. Ding. Your cultivation has reached mid-tier Imperial Saint. Ding. Your cultivation has reached top-tier Imperial Saint. Ding. Your cultivation has reached peak-tier Imperial Saint. Ding. Your body cannot absorb any more energy from the sacred spring due to insufficient accumulation and understanding of the laws. Dave opened his eyes, his handsome face unable to conceal his excitement and elation. I just broke through 3 major realms at once. If only my understanding of the laws were higher, I might have reached an even higher level, he marveled. Checking his transformed body, Dave felt the immense power coursing through him as an Imperial Saint. With this newfound strength, he could establish his own organization or even rule a world if he so desired. He estimated himself to be 100 times stronger than before, confident in his ability to rival anyone above his current level. His thoughts turned to Yudi, itching for a chance to put his newfound power to the test. However, Yudi was not here. Dave looked at himself in amazement, realizing that luck might have played a significant role in bringing him to this point. In an instant, he had reached the peak of Imperial Saint, thanks to the power of the sacred orb he had obtained from Tracy. Curiosity piqued, he wondered about the properties of this pearl. But for now, he set those thoughts aside. Putting on his clothes, Dave glanced at Tracy, who was blushing. However, he didn't care whether she had seen his body or not. "Wow, you absorbed the pearl so easily. It took me a lot of time and hard work," Tracy praised him, her pride preventing her from acknowledging Dave's potential superiority and talent. Dave sighed and replied, "It's unfortunate that my understanding and accumulation of the law are not sufficient." Tracy looked at him, intrigued, and asked, "By the way, which law do you want to study?" Becoming an Imperial Saint Lord required comprehending a law and having a deep understanding of it. Dave answered, "I have already comprehended the law of lightning, but I still need to accumulate more knowledge and understanding." Tracy was stunned and asked incredulously, "You've already comprehended a law?" She found it hard to believe, given Dave's relatively low cultivation. Dave nodded, opening his palm to reveal a spark that formed a small lightning. Tracy's eyes squinted, amazed by the terrifying power emanating from Dave's palm. She couldn't help but feel that Dave was truly extraordinary. Stunned by his accomplishment, Tracy knew firsthand how challenging it was to comprehend a law. She had not expected Dave to achieve it at such a low cultivation level. Dave smiled and casually remarked, "Well, maybe I'm just lucky." He knew that his progress was possible due to the assistance of the system. Curious about the requirements for becoming an Imperial Saint Lord, Dave turned to the system for answers. "System, what percentage of law must I reach to become an Imperial Saint Lord?" he inquired. Currently, he had comprehended 40% of the law of lightning. The system promptly responded, "Ding." Answering the host must achieve a 50% comprehension of any law to transcend to Imperial Saint Lord. Now armed with the knowledge, Dave contemplated his next steps in studying the law. However, he was unsure where to begin. "Hey Tracy, what laws have you comprehended?" Dave asked, seeking insights from Tracy's experience. Without hesitation, Tracy replied, "I have comprehended the laws of illusion and water. It took me many years to reach the grand stage in both laws." Perplexed, Dave questioned, "Grand stage? I've never heard of it. Can you explain?" Tracy patiently explained, "Yes, there are stages and laws. The first stage is the opening stage, followed by the middle stage, then the grand stage, and finally the perfected stage." She clarified that after reaching Imperial Saint, one could comprehend a law, and progression was impossible without understanding the law. Furthermore, Tracy explained that the more laws one comprehended, the harder it became to advance to higher stages due to the challenging conditions of cultivation. As Tracy shared her knowledge, Dave absorbed the information, realizing the complexity of the path ahead. He thanked Tracy for her explanation, knowing that her guidance and support would be invaluable as he continued his journey towards becoming an Imperial Saint Lord. Ding. The initial stage means 25% comprehension, middle stage is 50%, grand stage is 75%, and perfected stage is equivalent to 100% comprehension. Dave now understands, and he needs more 5% of understanding about Law of Lightning, but he did not know where he can find the purple lightning tribulation related again. Tracy, can you explain more about laws? He wanted to seek more knowledge about it, and Tracy is the best person to ask. He would also ask Gabriella and Ronan later, as he knew how ancient both were. Tracy continued to explain the challenges and requirements of advancing through the stages of law comprehension. She mentioned that each stage required a deeper understanding and mastery of the law, as well as accumulating a substantial amount of energy related to that particular law. Dave listened attentively, absorbing the knowledge shared by Tracy. He realized that the path to becoming an Imperial Saint Lord was not an easy one, and he needed to approach it with careful planning and preparation. Tracy, do you have any advice on how to accumulate the energy and understanding of the law? Dave inquired, hoping to gain some insights from her experience. Tracy pondered for a moment before responding. For accumulation, you need to immerse yourself in the essence of the law. Meditate, study ancient texts, observe the natural phenomena related to the law, and seek out opportunities to engage with powerful manifestations of that law. As for understanding, it comes with deep contemplation, introspection, and seeking guidance from higher-level cultivators who have already mastered the law. Dave nodded, taking mental notes of Tracy's suggestions. He understood that he needed to dedicate himself to studying and experiencing the Law of Lightning more profoundly. He had to seek out places of immense natural lightning phenomena and meditate, allowing himself to connect with the essence of the law on a deeper level. Tracy observed Dave's determination and realized that his journey might be challenging but also filled with endless possibilities. She felt a sense of excitement and curiosity, wondering how far Dave could go in his cultivation. Dave, I'll help you in any way I can. If you need guidance or resources, don't hesitate to ask, Tracy offered sincerely. Dave was deeply moved by his encounter with Tracy, despite having just met her. He quickly realized that Tracy was the type of person who treated everyone kindly and with respect. Can you show me your laws? Dave asked, feeling like he might be asking for too much. However, he didn't want to let this opportunity slip away. Tracy smiled, sensing that it was her moment to shine. Certainly, let me demonstrate my law of illusion. She gracefully moved her hands, and suddenly Dave felt as if he had been transported to a completely different place. It was as if he had lived multiple lives, experiencing childhood as a farmer's child, then reincarnating as different individuals. He felt trapped in an endless cycle, unable to break free no matter what he tried. Despite feeling drained of his spiritual energy, Dave decided to sit down and contemplate. He realized something profound. Ancient eyes. Dave channeled his energy into his eyes, enduring the pain that surged through him. He knew he had to stay calm and cherish this opportunity. Purple color, granting him the ability to see everything around him, including various energies. His eyes transformed into a mesmerizing, quickly memorized the intricate structure of the illusion. Suddenly, the illusion shattered before Dave's eyes, and he found himself back in front of Tracy, who looked at him with disbelief. What the? Tracy was about to utter profanities, but she managed to restrain herself, her shock turning into astonishment. You broke my grand stage illusion law? She exclaimed, her gaze fixated on Dave's purple eyes. She felt a sensation of her soul being sucked into an endless void of darkness, but it quickly returned to normal, his eyes regaining their golden hue. Dave let out a sigh, feeling the strain in his eyes from forcefully utilizing his ancient eyes. It was his first time using this ability, and he hadn't anticipated it would be powerful enough to shatter the law of illusion. As expected from the system, Dave mused. He never underestimated the skills he acquired from the system. He had even asked if he could level up without fully comprehending any law to 50% using sin points, and the system had confirmed it was possible. However, he was aware that his foundation wouldn't be as stable, and there was a risk of backlash. His sin points continued to accumulate, even when he wasn't actively using them. He planned to utilize them when the need arose. Suddenly, Dave cried out in pain, clutching his face as he realized his eyes were bleeding. Ding! Your ancient eyes have memorized the entire structure of the law of illusion. Ding! Law of illusion has been acquired, perfected law of illusion. Due to the forceful use of ancient eyes, your eyesight will be lost for a week, Dave screamed in agony, but he was taken aback when he heard the notification from the system. Arg! Tracy was stunned by the sudden change and rushed to Dave's side, offering assistance in healing his eyes and alleviating the pain. After 10 minutes, Dave's agony subsided, but he found himself unable to see. Dave burst into wild laughter, leaving Tracy bewildered, unsure if he had gone mad. She blamed herself for his current condition. Realizing Tracy's concerns, Dave reassured her that he would be fine in a week. He laughed because he realized he had actually gained something rather than suffered a loss. He had obtained a perfected stage law in exchange for a week of blindness. Losing his eyesight wasn't a major setback, as he could still accomplish many tasks using his other senses or retreat to his space world to rest until he recovered. The perfected law held immense power, and although he was tempted to test it, Dave resisted, knowing it wasn't the right time. Nonetheless, he felt elated that he didn't have to work as hard as Tracy, who had only comprehended the law of illusion to the grand stage after living for a much longer time. Currently, Dave could level up to the Imperial Saint Lord, but he was suddenly confronted with a new mission. Ding. The host has triggered a new mission, ding. Comprehend 10 laws to the perfected stage while being Imperial Saint, reward, instant breakthrough to low Imperial Saint Emperor, additional rewards? The mission imposed by the system prevented Dave from attempting to become an Imperial Saint Lord. He understood that the system wouldn't assign such a mission unless it was beneficial for him. There must be a reason, he thought. Dave conjured a shade out of thin air, using various treasures he had obtained through extortion. He then focused his senses on Tracy and asked, "Have you ever heard of someone comprehending 10 laws to perfection while being an Imperial Saint?" Tracy was taken aback by the question but pondered for a moment before recalling something. "I've never heard of someone achieving perfect comprehension of 10 laws while still an Imperial Saint. However, I have heard of an individual who comprehended 7 laws to perfection before breaking through to true saint. It is said that the deeper one's comprehension, the stronger they become, and the quality of their power surpasses that of others. Even I can only cultivate to the grand stage of law as a divine monarch." This person was a legend in the celestial plane, but is no longer alive. Dave was astonished, prompting him to inquire further. Who was this figure? Tracy replied, "He was known as the Ashura King." The legend and deeds of the Ashura King were renowned throughout the celestial plane, and they struck fear into the hearts of many. He was even more terrifying than some demon kings, yet he ultimately met his demise. Dave was stunned, realizing that the Ashura clan had a history intertwined with his spirit world and the mortal plane. He hadn't expected the Ashura King to be a legendary figure who had achieved perfect comprehension of 7 laws while being an Imperial Saint Emperor. Tracy continued, "When the Ashura King became a true saint, he immediately challenged numerous heavenly sovereigns who were 2 major realms higher in cultivation. Remarkably, the Ashura King emerged victorious. His exceptional talent made them a target for other races, but it only fueled his growth. By facing killing intent and danger head-on, the Ashura King rose to prominence, becoming the strongest king of the Ashura race." Dave contemplated Tracy's words, trying to decipher why the system wanted him to comprehend 10 laws to perfection while still an Imperial Saint Lord. "So, if I complete this mission, I can become an extraordinary super-duper genius?" Dave wondered, sensing that this might be the case. The system didn't want him to be ordinary like everyone else, it had paved a different path for him. He could already feel his strength increasing due to the newly acquired law. Dave refrained from informing Tracy that he had comprehended the law of illusion to perfection. He didn't want to shatter her belief in her own genius. Although he hadn't expected to achieve such mastery just by using his ancestral eyes, he couldn't help but feel elated about it. Curious about his progress, Dave checked his current status. Name: Dave Alexander. Age: 18. Race: human. Demonic blood power level: Imperial Saint. Peak tier: LV, 65 horsepower, 500 million MP, 800 million expressway, 065.536 billion STR, 1 million AGI, 1,430,000 int, 1,460,000 soul power, 100,000 laws. Perfected stage: Law of Illusion, 100%. Initial stage: Law of Lightning, 40%. Dave was shocked by his progress, but he quickly calmed himself, knowing that his ultimate goal was still far from reach. "Hey, why are you ignoring me?" Tracy's voice snapped him out of his stupor. Dave smiled and reassured her, "Don't worry about me. My eyesight will heal in a week, so I just need to rest. Losing my eyesight won't hinder me from accomplishing things. I can adapt using my other senses." Tracy nodded, and they continued chatting and discussing various topics. A week later, Dave had thoroughly explored the area where Tracy was confined but didn't encounter any creatures besides her. As she had mentioned, she had been isolated by her father as a punishment, leaving her bored and longing for companionship. During his exploration, Dave collected various spiritual plants and herbs, which he later planted in his space world. His relationship with Tracy had grown closer, and he had come to trust her kind-hearted nature. Although she initially sought companionship, He realized she wasn't a bad person after engaging in conversations with her. Tracy had become engrossed in the books Dave had given her, broadening her knowledge and perspective. Understanding the importance of his ancient eyes, Dave speculated that once his eyesight returned, he might be able to comprehend another law, despite the temporary blindness it would cause. He still needed to comprehend 9 more laws to reach the perfected stage, and he knew it would be a daunting mission. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, trusting in his talent and skills. Dave was particularly interested in comprehending the law of water from Tracy. In just 1 week, he managed to comprehend it to the initial stage, surprising Tracy with his swift progress. Dave was delighted that he could grasp the law of water without relying on his ancient eyes, although he felt that a week was still too slow. If others knew about his thoughts, they would surely scoff at his audacity and perhaps even mock him for being boastful. After all, comprehending a law to the initial stage within a week was an impressive feat for even a talented individual like Tracy to doubt her own abilities. Dave also discovered that the system sold law orbs, which could aid in absorbing desired laws. However, the prices were exorbitant. Even an initial stage law orb carried a staggering cost of 30 billion sin points, and those were only for ordinary laws. Supreme laws like space and time required a jaw-dropping 100 billion sin points for the initial stage alone. With a meager 25 billion sin points to his name, Dave realized he needed to create chaos and accumulate more sin points. This would enable him to afford the law orbs from the system. Tracy watched Dave intently as he prepared to leave, feeling a sense of sadness swelling up within her. She couldn't comprehend why Dave had halted his cultivation to reach a higher realm, but she had a sense that he was embarking on something significant. Dave had become one of her closest friends, and now she felt like a pitiful child being abandoned by her parents. Dave noticed her melancholic expression and pondered for a moment before his eyes lit up with an idea. Yes, this is possible, he thought. He turned to Tracy and said, "Don't be sad. Before I leave, I will introduce you to my companions so that you won't be alone." Tracy was taken aback by his statement, but before she could respond, Dave waved his hand, summoning dozens of people out of thin air. To Tracy's surprise, these individuals were all beautiful women, each possessing a charm that rivaled her own. The women were equally astonished to find themselves in Tracy's presence and looked to Dave for an explanation. "These are my companions," Dave explained. "I will have them stay here with you, so you won't be alone. However, I hope you can help them become stronger." Dave believed that Tracy's amicable personality would make her delighted to have more friends. Furthermore, by allowing his companions to stay with Tracy, they could benefit from her abundant wealth and resources, aiding their growth. Tracy was stunned by the revelation that all these beautiful women were Dave's companions. Yet, considering Dave's exceptional qualities and remarkable handsomeness, Tracy found it plausible. With a smile, Tracy assured Dave, "Don't worry. I will help them become stronger. By the time you return, they will be able to match your strength." Dave chuckled, refraining from arguing with her. He communicated with his companions, urging them to cooperate with Tracy and informing them that they possessed tokens that could transport them to his space world in case of any danger. The women nodded in agreement, but Grace expressed her desire to accompany Dave on his adventure. Dave was surprised by her request, but Grace had a valid reason. She had recently comprehended the power of death and couldn't remain in a peaceful place like Tracy's confinement. Despite her current weakness, Grace yearned to grow stronger to assist Dave. Impressed by her determination, Dave agreed, as he didn't want to confine her potential and believed in her ability to succeed. Dave lent a helping hand to Tracy and introduced everyone to her. He also divulged the truth that Gabriella was an archangel whose powers had been sealed to Tracy. Tracy assured her that she would assist her in unlocking her strength. Tracy had become somewhat numb to the astonishing revelations Dave had shown her, but she couldn't help but feel delighted to have so many people to accompany her. Among the group, she developed a particular fondness for Olivia due to her adorable nature and shared love for reading novels. Tracy also couldn't resist pinching Blizzard's chin, finding her irresistibly cute. After ensuring that everyone was settled, Dave decided it was time to bid farewell and head toward the Fexer Empire. Grace accompanied him, as he was concerned about Yudi's worry and wanted to reassure him. Dave had complete confidence in the safety of his women, firmly believing that by the time he saw them again, they would have grown strong enough to enter the immortal plane. Additionally, Gabriella's newfound strength as an Imperial Saint would enable her to assist Tracy in training the women. Tracy, in turn, would benefit from Gabriella's extensive knowledge and experience. In the Fexer Empire, the Emperor had been standing alongside Yudi for an entire week without leaving, causing him to sweat profusely. He could sense Yudi's deep concern, understanding that something must have happened to Dave for him to remain away for so long. Yudi, despite his worries, reminded himself that Dave was no ordinary individual and must have encountered significant events. He patiently waited, finding solace in the fact that the connection to his former master's domain, which Dave possessed, was still weak but intact. As they continued their wait, the door suddenly swung open, revealing Dave and a beautiful woman standing before them. "Master," Yudi exclaimed excitedly, sensing a subtle change in Dave's aura. Even as a peak Imperial Saint King, Yudi couldn't help but feel a hint of nervousness when facing Dave. Dave smiled and apologized, saying, "Sorry for the wait." With his eyesight now fully recovered, Dave could once again acquire a new law, although he hadn't yet decided which one he desired. Yudi breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "As long as you're fine, Master." Dave then turned to the Emperor and requested, "We will be staying here a little longer. I hope you'll allow us to borrow your teleportation portal." The Emperor nodded in agreement, recognizing Dave as their benefactor and pledging their support for as long as he needed. Dave's fame had spread throughout the Eloy's world due to his remarkable feats, such as defeating other princes and exposing the demon's plans. The royal clan, having received recordings of these events, had sent plentiful resources to support Dave's cause. In addition, they had granted him a token, granting him access to the royal clan's library. Dave hadn't anticipated such generosity from the royal clan. As a neutral force, their sole objective was to maintain peace and stability in the immortal plane. The depth of their knowledge and their reputation for attracting geniuses from other clans impressed Dave. His plan involved visiting Alexander's domain, but before that, he needed to use the royal clan's portal, which connected to Alexander's domain. However, Dave decided to spend the next few days pondering his next course of action. "Move faster. Your movements are too slow. Prepare to endure 100 lashes. Weak. You're far from meeting my standards." Dave entered the treasure he had obtained from Yudi's former master, which he affectionately referred to as the floating castle. He had commanded it to take the form of a floating castle, but its size was still too small for Dave to hold. Every time Dave entered the floating castle, he made it a point to check on Ronan's training progress. This time, as he stepped inside, he was utterly astonished by what he saw. Gargantor, the dragonoid from the beast's world whom Dave had earned the loyalty of, exuded a powerful and intimidating aura. His image had transformed, and his body appeared stronger than ever before. But it wasn't just Gargantor. Each of the other 150 individuals Ronan had selected showed the same signs of growth. Despite being covered in wounds and injuries, their expressions remained resolute, emanating a formidable killing intent. Dave observed Ronan's serious demeanor as he relentlessly pushed the trainees to their limits, spurring them on with harsh lashes and curses. This was the first time Dave had witnessed Ronan, typically amiable, adopt such strict and severe training methods. Ronan was wholly dedicated to making them stronger, even if it meant pushing them to the brink of death. Upon catching sight of Dave, Ronan ceased his actions and approached him with a smile. "Master, I believe they are ready to kill," he declared. Ronan consistently emphasized their weaknesses, as he knew they were not extraordinary like the assassins he had trained in the past, who had already honed their skills to the fullest. Nonetheless, their progress had been swift, with Gargantor emerging as the most outstanding among them, possessing the greatest potential as an assassin. Dave patted Ronan's shoulders approvingly and said, "Well done. I can see that they have grown stronger." Ronan beamed with joy, thrilled to receive praise from his master. Ronan is now currently at Imperial Saint. Sensing Ronan's connection to his soul, Dave knew that Ronan would continue to grow stronger as long as he himself became more powerful. To commemorate their progress, Dave decided to assign Ronan a new mission. He granted him command over the floating castle and tasked him with establishing an assassin organization that would strike fear into the hearts of others. Dave envisioned an organization that could carry out assassinations on his behalf, should the need arise. He also informed Ronan about some of the floating castle's functions. It could consolidate various tokens that allowed individuals to hire their services, exchanging money and treasures for assassinations. Dave encouraged Ronan to spread the tokens and establish the organization, a plan that would ensure the constant accumulation of sin points as others both feared and respected the organization. Dave allowed Ronan to assume leadership and act autonomously, intervening only when necessary. He provided him with a multitude of resources obtained through various means: extortion, gifts, and the resources Tracy had given him. Before bidding Ronan farewell, Dave inquired about the laws Ronan had comprehended. Ronan revealed that in his prime, he had mastered hundreds of laws, but his most formidable creation was the law of assassination. This law was a combination of the law of killing and several other laws associated with taking lives. Dave was astonished by Ronan's ability to create his own law, though he understood that it couldn't be passed down to others since it was Ronan's personal creation. Learning it would only make him inferior to Ronan, following in his footsteps. Nevertheless, Ronan offered Dave the chance to experience his law of slaughter. Using his ancient eyes once again, Dave willingly sacrificed his eyesight, temporarily rendering himself blind. However, this time, he was taken aback when the blindness lasted for over 2 weeks, twice as long as before. In return, he acquired the law of slaughter, mastering it to the perfect stage. Despite his temporary blindness, Dave was overjoyed, realizing that he could complete the mission in a year's time by repeatedly undergoing the same process. Dave once again witnessed changes in his status due to the newly acquired laws. Perfected stage, Law of Illusion, 100%, plus 70,000 soul power, plus 500,000 intelligence. Perfected stage, Law of Slaughter, 100%, plus 500,000 agility, plus 300,000 strength. Dave marveled at the additional bonuses he gained from comprehending a law, feeling a surge of power within him. He understood why individuals with a multitude of laws were often more powerful than others. They possessed a diverse range of abilities and advantages. Draco also becomes stronger like others due to his soul connection with him. He left Draco to Ronan before entering the mysterious portal to the fairy realm, and Draco also undergoes the training of Ronan. He was now stronger than before and only one level below him, who was at mid-Imperial Saint. Draco is now fiercer than before, but in front of Dave, he was a little kid and always wanted to be close to him. Dave examined Draco's transformation and noticed that his stats surpassed those of any Imperial Saint. Additionally, Draco had developed new skills and gained significant combat experience from Ronan's rigorous training. However, Dave felt a tinge of guilt for leaving Draco in Ronan's care without his consent, so he decided to make amends by treating Draco to a meal. He chose a nearby restaurant and brought Grace along with him. Initially, Grace was amazed by the stark difference in spiritual energy in this area, but she quickly adapted to the change. Though she currently possessed only a golden core body, Dave planned to help her grow stronger in the future. He had numerous methods at his disposal to assist her in becoming more powerful. As they leisurely strolled through the streets, Dave sensed a looming danger. He surveyed his surroundings and noticed 3 individuals dressed inconspicuously, but their intent to harm him was clear. To his surprise, he also detected a demonic aura emanating from them. "TSK, it seems they've come for revenge," Dave sneered, immediately sending a message to Grace, alerting her to prepare for a fight. Though initially shocked, Grace soon realized her own vulnerability in the face of danger. On the other hand, Draco remained oblivious to the situation, as the enemy had disguised themselves. However, they couldn't escape Dave's heightened perception. Suddenly, one of the assailants approached Dave, wearing a friendly smile. "Hey there, young master, you look familiar," the man greeted. Dave smirked and replied, "Funny, I was just thinking the same about you." The man appeared taken aback. "You know me?" he asked. Dave nodded, an evil glint in his eye. "I know you're destined for the underworld." Upon assessing their strength, Dave realized that they were only low Imperial Saints and weaker than himself. However, their composition was undoubtedly intimidating. Dave smiled, taking the man by surprise as he seized him by the neck. Hee, I've missed killing," he taunted. The man stood stunned, unable to react as Dave effortlessly sealed his cultivation and tossed him towards Grace. "Your meal has arrived," Dave remarked. With a smile, Grace drew her sword and swiftly ended the man's life, leaving no room for hesitation. Dave gave her a thumbs up in approval, even as the onlookers scattered in fear at the sight of a woman taking a life. As the remaining 2 assassins realized their plans had been thwarted, they attempted to escape and report to their leader. However, Dave wasn't about to let them get away so easily. "Trying to run?" Dave exclaimed, waving his hand to create a blood clone that possessed 70% of his strength, a sufficient force to apprehend the other assassin. "Capture the other one," Dave instructed the clone before patting Grace's head. "Wait for the dessert and main course," he said, teasingly. Grace pouted but nodded, placing her trust in Dave's power and remaining unconcerned about his safety. Dave swiftly vanished, reappearing in front of one of the fleeing assassins. "Where do you think you're going?" he asked, before landing a powerful punch that caught the assassin off guard. Boom! The impact sent the assassin hurtling to the ground, causing some collateral damage to nearby establishments. However, Dave skillfully controlled his power, ensuring no harm came to innocent bystanders. As Dave landed, he delved into the assassin's soul, searching for information about their employer. Despite the assassin's cries of pain, resistance was futile, and Dave ultimately discovered that the demons had targeted him due to his actions against the 4th prince and his subsequent disclosure of their plans to the royal clan. Dave also learned that the demons had established a deep foundation within the immortal plane, with several powerful clans under their control, including 3 within the Eloy's world. These clans were composed of trusted and formidable subordinates of the Emperor, Armed with this newfound knowledge, Dave rendered the assassin unconscious, ensuring that even if he survived, he would be left crippled with a destroyed mind. He reappeared by Grace's side, tossing the assassin's lifeless body to her. "Here's the main course," he remarked. With a smile, Grace swiftly dispatched the assassin once again. Dave observed the changes in Grace, noting the continued growth of her strength through killing. Her death aura grew stronger, reaffirming her status as a chosen individual by the Death Goddess. Dave's clone returned, appearing near him. "Master, I've captured him. This one was cunning and had comprehended the law of fire, but it was futile against me," one of the clones reported. Dave nodded, dispelling the clone and handing the captured assassin over to Grace. "You're the best," she complimented him. Grace smiled, lacking any hesitation or remorse as she executed the assassin. She harbored no qualms about taking the lives of those who threatened her beloved. Noticing Draco's hunger, Dave's demeanor shifted as if nothing had happened. Leading the way, they headed towards a nearby restaurant. The guards soon arrived, questioning Dave about the recent events, but he assured them that he would explain everything to the Emperor. Recognizing Dave as an esteemed guest of the Emperor with unparalleled strength, the guards nodded, acknowledging their limitations. Dave, Draco, and Grace stepped into a bustling restaurant, their demeanor calm and composed. Unbeknownst to the other patrons, they had just dispatched an assassin, but an air of fear and unease permeated the room. No one dared to show their trepidation, afraid to anger them. The restaurant exuded an air of sophistication and elegance. Soft, warm lighting bathed the space, casting a cozy glow over the polished wooden tables and plush chairs. The walls were adorned with tasteful artwork, adding a touch of refinement to the ambience. Attentive waitstaff, dressed in crisp uniforms, moved gracefully between the tables, ensuring that every guest received exceptional service. They wore friendly smiles, their professionalism and efficiency evident in their every gesture. Seated at a spacious table, Dave scanned the extensive menu, his eyes lingering on the myriad of delectable options. His desire to make amends for leaving Draco in Ronan's care without consent prompted him to order a plethora of dishes. He wanted Draco to enjoy his heart's desire, to feast upon the array of delectable foods laid out before them. As they waited for the food to arrive, the atmosphere in the restaurant remained tinged with a subtle undercurrent of fear. Whispers circulated among everyone, hushed conversations carried out behind cautious glances. They had seen what happened outside, so they felt fear when they were near them. Draco, oblivious to the unease surrounding him, revealed at the moment. The aroma of tantalizing dishes filled the air, making his mouth water with anticipation. His hunger, unabated by the recent encounter, only grew stronger as he awaited the feast about to be served. When the food finally arrived, it was a sight to behold. Platters of steaming hot delicacies, bursting with vibrant colors and aromatic spices, were placed before them. The symphony of flavors wafted through the air, enticing their senses, and beckoning them to partake. Draco's eyes widened with delight at the sight of the bountiful spread. He wasted no time, eagerly digging into the dishes, relishing each bite with gusto. His appetite seemed insatiable as he indulged in the culinary delights, savoring every mouthful. Dave watched Draco with a sense of satisfaction, his heart filled with a mix of guilt and joy. Guilt for leaving Draco in Ronan's care without his consent, but joy in witnessing Draco's unrestrained enjoyment of the feast laid before him. It was a small gesture, a way to make amends and strengthen the bond between them. Within the restaurant, the patrons dared not make direct eye contact with the trio, their gazes respectfully averted. Whispers continued to circulate, but they were whispered with a sense of awe and respect, mingled with an undercurrent of fear. The waitstaff, ever diligent, ensured that each dish was replenished promptly, attending to their needs with practiced efficiency. Despite the unspoken tension in the air, their service remained impeccable, reflecting the restaurant's commitment to excellence. After treating both Draco and Grace, they returned to their residence, and Dave seized the opportunity to have a discussion with the Emperor about the startling information he had learned from the assassins. "What? My minister and general are among them?" the Emperor exclaimed in disbelief. Both individuals were highly trusted subordinates, especially since they had served him since he was just the crown prince. Dave nodded in confirmation and replied, "You're correct. If my intuition is accurate, they must have employed a special technique to possess their bodies and deceive others. Demons are skilled in body possession, making it difficult to detect them if not for my heightened senses," Dave added. The Emperor's anger was evident, but he managed to compose himself and said, "In that case, I owe you another debt of gratitude. Allow me to handle this matter personally." Dave nodded, deciding to observe the Emperor's actions from the sidelines. A day passed, and shocking news swept through the Empire. The general and minister were revealed to be demons, and as a warning to other hidden demons, their bodies were displayed at the city gate. The Emperor also provided a list of demon-affiliated clans, sending shockwaves of fear through the commoners. Dave couldn't help but commend the Emperor's bravery and strategizing. The Emperor's actions would undoubtedly attract the attention of stronger demons, but he must have a plan in place. Meanwhile, Dave shared the list of demons with Yuri, instructing him to capture them alive instead of killing them. Grace would be the one to administer their punishments, as she was on the verge of a breakthrough and required more kills to advance. A bloodbath unfolded within the Empire, yet within a week, peace was restored, and many demons had been slain or executed. The Emperor hunted down countless demonic cultivators, leaving no one from Dave's list spared. Initially skeptical, the Emperor's doubts vanished when he witnessed the demons revert to their true forms upon death. He wholeheartedly believed in Dave's words. Dave turned his attention to Grace, who had reached the pinnacle of the Imperial Lord with his guidance and dual cultivation. He generously supplied her with herbs and treasures to ensure a safe breakthrough. In just a week, her strength soared to new heights. Meanwhile, Dave maintained his steady cultivation, dedicating his efforts to further comprehending the law of water. However, he couldn't help but feel that progress was sluggish. While he could recover his eyesight and acquire a new law to the perfected stage within a week, he sensed that it would take much longer this time. Lost in thought, Dave received unexpected good news from the Emperor. The emissary of the Alexander clan would soon arrive in their world, although their purpose remained undisclosed. The Emperor, initially fearful that he had offended the clan, realized that it was merely his own worry. The clan had sent a message stating their arrival in 3 days. Dave couldn't shake the feeling that he was the reason behind their visit, but he paid it little mind. He knew it was time to reunite with his clan, despite lacking extensive information about the elusive Alexander clan. With the meeting set to occur in 3 days, Dave decided to enter his space world and attempt the Tower of Trials once again. As he entered his mansion, he noticed its emptiness, realizing that the girls must be training with Tracy. Determined, he made his way to the tower. Along the way, he was met with respect and reverence from those he encountered. Inside his space domain, he was treated as a deity, and loyalty to him ran deep. Dave also took the opportunity to check on the progress of the Beast's world. The 12 leaders of the mythical clans, now his pets, had all ascended to the rank of Imperial Lord. The shackles that once limited their cultivation had been shattered, allowing them to transcend the immortal level. Approaching the Tower of Trials, Dave spotted the bored Francia standing at the entrance. He approached her, teasingly asking, "Hey, why the pout?" Dave drew nearer, pinching her cheeks playfully. Francia, taken aback, recognized Dave and immediately embraced him, tears streaming down her face. "Master Francia is lonely. The ladies haven't visited me in many days," she whimpered. Dave was struck by realization. As the spirit of the Tower of Trials, Francia was unable to leave its confines and accompany the ladies. He comforted her, assuring her that they would visit the tower in due time. Curiosity piqued, he inquired of the system whether there was a way for Francia to leave the space world. The system responded, "Ding. Yes, if the hosts complete the trials up to level 100, the spirit known as Francia can be freed. The Tower of Trials can then be utilized as a treasure by the host." Dave was astonished, understanding that it would take considerable time and effort to free Francia from the tower's grasp. After offering Francia solace, Dave entered the Tower of Trials, resolute in his determination to progress further. Ding. "Welcome to the 51st level of the Tower of Trials," the system announced. A mission materialized before Dave's eyes: annihilate every centipede monster. There are 10 waves, and the intensity of each wave will increase as the host survives. Rewards will be based on the host's performance. Dave was taken aback by the new challenge presented at the 51st level. The rewards would now depend on his performance, pushing him to unleash his full potential. With steely determination, Dave stepped forward, ready to face the horde of centipede monsters that awaited him. Ding. "Welcome to the 51st level of the Tower of Trials," echoed the system's announcement, startling Dave. He grasped his trusty sword tightly, his gaze focused and determined. As he prepared to confront the upcoming grueling battle, a sense of anticipation filled the air. Stepping forward, the surroundings transformed into a sinister and gloomy landscape. The ground writhed with a horde of centipede monsters, their venomous fangs glinting ominously under the dim lighting. Their vast numbers stretched as far as the eye could see, presenting an imposing sight that could make even the most seasoned warrior falter. Undeterred by the daunting scene, Dave let out a fierce battle cry, channeling his unwavering determination into every fiber of his being. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his sword, its blade radiating a lethal aura. Charging into the swarm of centipede monsters, the clash of steel and the shrill screeches of the creatures filled the air, creating a cacophony of sound. Dave's movements were a blur of speed and precision as he wielded his sword, gracefully slicing through the relentless wave of centipedes. Each swing of his weapon resulted in the demise of multiple monsters, their agonized cries and splattering ichor serving as a testament to his skill and prowess. The centipede monsters launched their attacks from all directions, their numbers seemingly endless. Yet, Dave's agility and combat finesse proved unmatched. With fluid grace, he deftly evaded their venomous strikes, his body moving in perfect harmony with the ebb and flow of the battle. Every swing of Dave's sword unleashed a devastating display of power and technique, bringing down waves of centipedes in their death throes. The battlefield became littered with lifeless husks, the twisted remnants of the once formidable foes. Time seemed to lose its meaning as the battle raged on. Dave remained unwavering in his focus, his senses attuned to the chaos surrounding him. Step by step, the defeated centipedes piled up beneath his feet, bearing witness to his triumphant advance through the relentless onslaught. As the final centipede monster met its demise, a profound silence settled over the battlefield. Dave stood amidst the aftermath, a victorious smile adorning his lips. He had emerged as the sole conqueror of the 51st level, having vanquished the relentless horde with ease. "TSK, not even a drop of sweat," Dave remarked, fully aware of his current strength. The initial waves of centipedes were formidable golden body creatures, but by the time he reached the 10th wave, they had evolved into mighty Imperial Lords, numbering in the thousands. Nevertheless, Dave dispatched them effortlessly, showcasing the extent of his power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the 51st level of the Tower of Trials. Time duration, 4 minutes, grade, S, reward, blank claw orb 1x, holy moly, Dave exclaimed, taken aback by the sight of his reward. A blank law orb? He quickly checked the purpose of the blank law orb and discovered its incredible potential. The orb had the ability to elevate the level of any law by one stage, a revelation that left Dave astounded. It was the perfect solution to his ongoing struggle to strengthen his laws. Unbelievable. The Tower of Trials has provided the answer to my problem, Dave marveled, realizing that the system had orchestrated everything. He remembered that the tower tailored its rewards to each challenger's needs, ensuring they received suitable and beneficial rewards. After all, completing a challenging level only to receive an unsuitable reward would be a great disappointment. The only requirement for using the blank law orb was to have comprehended a law to the initial stage, a condition that Dave fulfilled. He could now utilize the orb to further enhance his understanding of the laws of water and lightning. "Hey, this is going to be exhilarating," Dave exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Deciding to expedite his progress through the levels, Dave resolved to create a formidable monster to assist him. While he could use clones, he understood that doing so would weaken his overall strength. Therefore, employing his death magic was the most effective approach. Waving his hands, Dave summoned the corpses of Imperial saints he had slain, along with numerous bodies of Imperial lords and Imperial kings. During the Empire's purge, he had requested the Emperor to collect these bodies as an exchange for the list, and the Emperor, thinking Dave had some peculiar fetish, had obliged without questioning his motives. Undead synthesis. After making the necessary preparations, Dave commanded his death magic, causing the air to crackle with its dark energy. The bodies of the fallen warriors disintegrated into a macabre meat paste, coalescing into a singular mass under Dave's control. To this amalgamation, he added a drop of his own blood, infusing it with his essence. Boom! The concoction of flesh and blood transformed into a 3-meter-tall man with a muscular physique and snow-white hair. Lifeless eyes radiated an aura of death, while a presence befitting a peak Imperial Saint Lord emanated from its entire being. Although stronger than Dave in terms of raw power and physicality, the monster remained subordinate to his control. Dave was taken aback by the strength of his creation, not expecting it to surpass his current level. However, in terms of overall prowess and capabilities, he remained the superior force. Satisfied with his monstrous creation, Dave recognized its loyalty and perfection as a killing machine. The undead body would never decay, and his own blood endowed it with rapid regeneration. Moreover, the amalgamation inherited certain characteristics from the treasures Dave had acquired from Tracy, granting it additional abilities. It possessed the capacity to absorb various energies, except for life energy, which was the antithesis of death itself. He combined multiple bodies into a singular being, and the result was astounding. The creation stood before him as the ultimate death warrior, unafraid of mortality. Finally, he had the opportunity to utilize the undead synthesis technique he had acquired long ago. The undead creature he had created suddenly blinked its eyes and looked at Dave with reverence. "Almighty God, please grant this humble warrior a name," it pleaded. Kneeling on the ground in a show of respect, the creature's actions gained Dave's approval. "Very well, you shall be called Zegran, and in the future, you will lead my undead soldiers," Dave declared. As a master of naming, he couldn't come up with a name that was anything less than impressive. Zegrin bowed in gratitude and spoke, "I thank you, Almighty God, for bestowing upon me a name. I shall serve you for eternity." Dave nodded and glanced down, remarking, "As expected of me, even yours only falls short compared to mine." He praised Zegrin, knowing that as an undead creature, reproduction was impossible for him. However, as a man, Dave felt the need to bestow a significant gift upon him, a gift of pride. Knowing that both he and the system had bound the undead creatures to their will, Dave felt confident that the chances of betrayal were non-existent. He asked Zegrin if he retained any memories, and the creature nodded, revealing that it possessed the memories of everybody it had been comprised of. It had also absorbed their techniques and even acquired the laws they had once mastered. Zegrin possessed the unique ability to devour his targets, assimilating their memories and strength into his own being. He resembled a ravenous monster, unstoppable and undying, the epitome of a lethal killing machine in warfare. Dave observed Zegrin's exceptional capabilities with satisfaction, realizing the potential in creating more undead warriors like him using the undead synthesis technique. He envisioned a future where Zegrin would lead a formidable army of undead soldiers. However, he decided to put this plan on hold for now as he focused on completing the current level and pushing his own limits. He had never experienced death within the tower and resolved not to exit until he reached his ultimate end. "Let's proceed," Dave declared, a sense of determination in his voice. Zegrin faithfully followed him as they stepped into the portal that transported them to the next level of the tower. Dave decided to give Zegrin the opportunity to showcase his full capabilities in battle. They had reached the 52nd level of the Tower of Trials, which proved to be more challenging than the previous level. Their objective was to eradicate hundreds of thousands of rats, each at the peak of the golden body level. As the rats swarmed towards them, Zegrin unleashed his brute force, delivering powerful punches that turned the rodents into mere meat paste. With every strike, thousands of rats perished, their life forces snuffed out within seconds. Zegrin's speed and strength were astonishing, and Dave struggled to keep up with his relentless movements. Zegrin was determined to impress his liege, so he pushed himself to the limit. With each passing moment, his efficiency increased, and the number of slain rats grew exponentially. His fists moved with lightning speed, obliterating wave after wave of the relentless rodents. Driven by a desire to prove his worth, Zegrin opened his mouth wide, intending to devour the rats. However, to his surprise, he realized that despite his impressive kill count, his body remained unchanged. He absorbed no energy from the slain creatures. Dave approached him, understanding Zegrin's confusion. He explained, "These rats are not living beings, Zegrin. They are merely holograms, illusions created by the tower. You don't need to absorb their energy or enhance your strength. Simply focus on eliminating them in the fastest way possible." Zegrin nodded, comprehension dawning upon him. He adjusted his strategy, abandoning the attempt to absorb energy and instead concentrated on dispatching the holographic rats with even greater speed and efficiency. The rats fell like dominoes before his unstoppable might, reduced to digital simulations crumbling under his powerful strikes. Dave watched in awe as Zegrin decimated the holographic army, his movements becoming a blur. The sheer force and precision with which he exterminated the rats left no doubt of his immense power and skill. Zegrin's loyalty and dedication to impress his liege were undeniable. In the end, the last holographic rat fell, and silence descended upon the battlefield. Zegrin stood amidst the carnage, his chest heaving with exertion. Dave approached him, a proud smile on his face. "Zegrin, you have proven yourself to be an exceptional warrior. Your strength and speed are superb," Dave commended, admiration evident in his voice. Zegrin bowed respectfully, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thank you, my liege. I will continue to serve you faithfully, always giving my best in battle." Dave placed a hand on Zegrin's shoulder, conveying his appreciation. "I have no doubt, Zegrin. Together, we shall conquer even greater challenges that lie ahead." Just like that, Dave continued to challenge each level of the tower, realizing that as long as he completed the challenge within 5 minutes, he would maintain his S grade. So he maintained that pace, not rushing through the levels, but using them as a training ground to practice and improve his skills. After 3 days in the tower, Dave had reached level 70. Despite his strength, he still found it challenging to eliminate hundreds of thousands of Imperial Saints within the time limit. He refused to move on to the next level until he achieved the coveted S grade. In levels 51 to 59, Dave obtained 12 blank orbs as rewards, and he noticed that the higher the level, the more blank orbs he could acquire. Upon reaching level 60, he faced a boss made of fire spirit. This fire spirit was arrogant and incredibly strong, even though it was only an Imperial Emperor. The intense heat emitted by the spirit caused pain to Dave's toughened skin. Dave attempted to use his heavenly ice fragment, which he could now control to some extent, but he was shocked to see the terrifying ice melt before the primordial flame. He failed to defeat the spirit within 5 minutes, so he continued to challenge it for a day, employing various tactics until he finally emerged victorious. Upon subduing the fire spirit, Dave's reward from the tower was the fire spirit boss itself. Although the spirit became loyal to him and enjoyed being around Dave, it remained pretentious and arrogant, even in the presence of Zagran. To manage its behavior, Dave temporarily sealed the spirit's mouth, as it had the ability to anger anyone just by speaking. Dave discovered that the fire spirit was one of the 4 primordial flames, created at the same time as the universe. Each of the primordial flames developed its own consciousness and possessed a unique personality. The 4 primordial flames were the star-devouring flames, gold, chaos flame, purple, abyssal flame, black, and holy flame, red. The fire spirit's memories were fuzzy and unclear about why it was in the tower, but it knew that the abyssal flame resided in the abyss, and the holy flame was located in the holy church, within the domain of the goddess of light. The fire spirit claimed to be the kindest of the primordial flames, prompting Dave to beat it again. It then revealed that it was the star-devouring flames, capable of devouring star energies. Dave also realized that Ronan possessed a primordial flame that was black in color, indicating Ronan's formidable strength to gain recognition from such arrogant flames. Deciding to give the star-devouring flame a name, Dave called it Flamey, much to the flame's anger. However, Flamey's protests were futile as Dave subdued it once more. Dave also inquired about the heavenly ice, and Flamey explained that if the heavenly ice fragment was completed, it could rival one of the primordial fires in power. With the assistance of Zagran and the bothersome Flamey, Dave effortlessly bypassed the subsequent levels and reached level 70. Flamey had reached the level of Imperial Saint when unsealed by the tower, allowing it to command thousands of fire spirits to devour the creatures they needed to eradicate. Flamey could also convert anything it devoured into its own energy, essentially functioning as an energy generator like Zagran. However, they couldn't utilize this energy because the enemies they faced were mere holograms. Between levels 61 and 69, Dave acquired more law orbs, increasing his collection to a total of 29. He was delighted with this progress. He knew that level 70 was the boss room, and in level 69, he had faced thousands of Imperial Saints similar to his level. Without the aid of Flamey and Zagran, he might not have been able to defeat them within the 5-minute time limit. Wanting to be fully prepared, Dave decided to upgrade his laws to perfection. Initial stage, Law of Lightning. Initial stage, Law of Water, ding. Do you want to use a blank law orb to upgrade your Law of Lightning to the middle stage? Ding. Your Law of Lightning has leveled up to the middle stage, ding. Do you want to use a blank law orb to upgrade your Law of Lightning to the grand stage? Ding. Your Law of Lightning has leveled up to the grand stage, ding. Do you want to use a blank law orb to upgrade your Law of Lightning to the perfected stage? Ding. Your Law of Lightning has leveled up to the perfected stage, Law of Lightning, 100%, plus 600,000 intelligence, 50,000 soul power, 300,000 mana, 400,000 health, ding. Do you want to use a blank law orb to upgrade your Law of Water to the middle stage? Ding. Your Law of Water has leveled up to the middle stage, ding. Do you want to use a blank law orb to upgrade your Law of Water to the grand stage? Ding. Your Law of Water has leveled up to the grand stage, ding. Do you want to use a blank law orb to upgrade your Law of Water to the perfected stage? Ding. Your Law of Water has leveled up to the perfected stage, Law of Water, 100% plus 100,000 intelligence, 800,000 mana, 600,000 health, ding. The host now has perfect control over the Law of Water and the Law of Lightning. Although Dave's cultivation had not advanced, his strength and the quality of his powers had significantly improved. What if I comprehend more than 10 laws to perfection? I didn't expect reaching the perfection of a law to be this easy, Dave chuckled to himself. If others heard his words, they would surely admonish him for his arrogance. Dave had already mastered 4 laws to perfection, leaving only 6 more to complete his mission. He had used up 6 blank law orbs, so he now had 23 left. He calculated that he would only need 18 blank law orbs to accomplish the mission, but the challenge lied in learning new laws while his ancestral eyes were still on cooldown. For now, Dave decided to put that issue aside and focused on preparing for the upcoming intense battle. He urged Flamey and Zagran to be ready. Let's go. The enemy will undoubtedly be strong, Dave reminded them, receiving a nod from Zagran while Flamey sneered confidently. Hey, even if the enemy is powerful, my flames will extinguish them easily. Flamey boasted. However, His arrogance was swiftly met with a punch to the head from Dave, showing his slight irritation. "Humph, it's better for you to take this seriously, or I'll feed you to Zegrin," Dave warned. Flamey felt a shiver down his spine, knowing deep within his soul that if he disobeyed his master's command, Dave could compel him to kill himself or prevent him from fighting back if Zegrin desired to devour him. Though Flamey was immortal, the thought of being devoured by Zegrin was terrifying. He believed that no one could consume him. Dave led the group to the next level of the tower. Ding. Welcome to the 70th level, mission, defeat the boss, time limit, 10 minutes, reward? Upon arrival, Dave and his companions found themselves in a gloomy location. Numerous furnaces could be seen, and their attention was drawn to an old man stirring a cauldron, as if concocting a potion. As Dave scanned his adversary, he was astonished to discover that it was merely an Imperial Saint Lord. However, the boss's health was considerably low, while his mana and soul power far surpassed Dave's. Dave also noticed the title associated with the old man and blurted out in shock, "Alchemy Emperor." Even Flamey, upon seeing the old man, was frightened. "Holy shit, that old man, how the hell is he here?" Flamey exclaimed, visibly shaken. Dave looked at Flamey with a questioning gaze, prompting an explanation from the fire spirit. "Master, that old man is the Alchemy Emperor of the High Elven race. He may not be strong personally, but in his prime, he commanded a vast army of pill cultivators capable of battling many immortals. I'm not sure why his strength seems weakened now, but he once captured me to refine pills until I escaped during a confrontation with the Demon King of Envy," Flamey revealed. "I heard he died, but I didn't expect him to be alive and imprisoned here," Flamey added, unaware that he himself had also been locked up previously. All he knew was that he appeared before Dave, with their souls connected as master and servant. Dave's expression turned serious as he realized that this old man must possess numerous tricks up his sleeve. The Alchemy Emperor's gaze was fixed on Flamey. He, what a splendid flame. "You shall be mine," the old man declared, waving his hand as thousands of pills floated in the air. He pointed towards Dave and his companions. "Pill explosion," the Alchemy Emperor announced, and Dave felt the imminent danger, prompting them to swiftly dodge. Boom. The surroundings were instantly reduced to rubble, leaving Dave in shock. "Holy cow," he exclaimed, sensing the destructive force of 10 nuclear bombs. If they had been hit, he couldn't fathom the extent of the injuries they would have sustained. Suddenly, a toxic gas permeated the area, revealing yet another trick from the old man. Dave attempted to dodge, but the gas managed to enter his body. However, Flamey quickly approached and dispelled the toxin. "TSK, what a pathetic toxin. I, the mighty Flame, fear no such thing," Flamey declared. It was his time to shine, and Dave allowed him to do so, recognizing his usefulness. Despite his resistance to poison, it was better to be safe since they were facing the formidable Alchemy Emperor, fully aware that every boss possessed great strength and formidable backgrounds, much like Ronan, the King of Assassins, and Gabriella, the Archangel. In the midst of the battle, the Alchemy Emperor showcased his vast array of tricks and knowledge, compensating for his weak physical prowess. He toyed with Dave and his companions, seemingly unstoppable as he hurled countless pills that exploded relentlessly. Pills of various sizes and colors filled the air, creating a mesmerizing yet dangerous spectacle. The Alchemy Emperor's precise control over these pills allowed him to manipulate their explosions with deadly precision. Dave, Zegrin, and Flamey found themselves in a chaotic dance of evasion, desperately dodging the explosive onslaught. Each pill detonated with tremendous force, sending shockwaves rippling through the area. The ground shook, and debris scattered in all directions. The Alchemy Emperor's laughter echoed through the battlefield, reveling in his ability to overwhelm his adversaries with his alchemical arsenal. He seemed to have an endless supply of pills at his disposal, creating a constant barrage that tested the limits of Dave's reflexes and endurance. Dave's sharp instincts and battle experience allowed him to react swiftly, but even he struggled to keep up with the Alchemy Emperor's relentless assault. His sword slashed through the air, attempting to deflect or destroy the incoming pills, but they multiplied faster than he could eliminate them. Zegrin, with his immense strength, smashed the pills with his fists, creating shockwaves that disrupted their trajectory. Yet, the Alchemy Emperor's pill explosion seemed endless, and Zegrin's efforts only mitigated the onslaught rather than fully neutralizing it. Meanwhile, Flamey used his control over fire to create a barrier of intense flames, attempting to incinerate the pills before they could reach their targets. But the Alchemy Emperor's pills were cleverly designed, resistant to flames, and able to withstand the scorching heat. As the battle raged on, Dave's frustration grew. Despite his mastery over multiple laws and the power of his companions, He found himself outmatched by the Alchemy Emperor's cunning and resourcefulness. The old man's knowledge of alchemy surpassed Dave's expectations, and his ability to manipulate pills to such a degree was nothing short of extraordinary. Realizing that they couldn't rely solely on brute force, Dave formulated a new strategy. He instructed Flamey to create a wall of flames, effectively blocking the pill explosions and creating a temporary shield. With this momentary respite, Dave activated his Law of Lightning, channeling its power to enhance his speed and reflexes. Using his lightning-infused sword, Dave darted through the chaotic battlefield, swiftly striking at the gaps in the Alchemy Emperor's defenses. With each precise strike, he aimed to disrupt the old man's control over the pills and force him into a defensive position. The Alchemy Emperor, caught off guard by Dave's lightning-infused attacks, struggled to maintain his composure. His pill explosions became erratic, causing unintended chain reactions that threatened his own safety. Sensing an opportunity, Zegran unleashed his full might, unleashing a flurry of devastating blows upon the Alchemy Emperor. Each punch sent shockwaves through the air, shattering the old man's defensive formations and causing his control over the pills to waver. Finally, Flamey summoned his fiercest flames, engulfing the Alchemy Emperor in a scorching inferno. The intense heat disrupted his concentration, causing the explosions to falter and lose their coordination. Seizing the moment, Dave unleashed a final, lightning-infused strike, delivering a decisive blow to the weakened Alchemy Emperor. The old man crumbled to the ground, his arsenal of pills scattered and ineffective. Dave let out a sigh of relief as he witnessed the old man's demise from his powerful attack. He realized that many of his skills were ineffective against the old man due to the buffs he gained from the pills. It became clear to Dave that physical damage was the only way to defeat him. As Dave kept track of the time, he felt fortunate that he managed to defeat the old man within 9 minutes and 45 seconds. If the battle had lasted the full 10 minutes, all their efforts would have been wasted, and they would have been forced to restart the level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing level 70, reward, Alchemy Emperor Eldritch, knowledge and experience of Alchemy Emperor Eldritch. Dave was astonished by the rewards. He had expected to subdue the old man and recruit him as a subordinate, but he never anticipated receiving the knowledge and attainment of the Alchemy Emperor Eldritch so easily. Ding! Prepare for an intense transmission of knowledge. Dave was caught off guard as the system sent a torrent of information directly into his mind. The influx of knowledge left him feeling dizzy, but he endured the pain. Ding! Completed. Dave opened his eyes and found himself filled with an abundance of knowledge. He felt as if his mind had matured and expanded. What a surprise, Dave murmured to himself. He noticed that his intelligence and soul powers had soared to another level, with his soul powers being multiplied by 3 times. Dave then turned his gaze toward the shining light, and Eldritch, the old man, appeared before him, kneeling in reverence. Master, Eldritch spoke, acknowledging Dave as his superior. Dave's delight was evident, finally having a loyal subordinate who possessed the skills of an Alchemy Emperor. The title of an Alchemy Emperor held great significance, and had it not been for the knowledge he gained, Dave might have hesitated to accept the old man as his subordinate due to his vast knowledge. Flamey appeared shocked by the turn of events, while Zegran remained calm, having witnessed Flamey's similar transformation. Master, Flamey addressed Dave, who smiled back at him and said, "Well, he is now part of the team. You better get along with your old acquaintance." Flamey felt a chill run down his spine, but seeing his master successfully subdue the Alchemy Emperor, he decided to postpone seeking revenge for another time when their master wasn't present. Dave engaged in conversation with Eldritch, discovering that the old man's memories were also vague and incomplete. Eldritch revealed that he belonged to the now extinct High Elven race, eradicated by the demons. However, some remnants of the race had managed to escape, though their current whereabouts remained unknown to Eldritch. Eldritch, as one of the ancestors of the Elven race, was highly respected due to his alchemical knowledge. He had formed connections with many powerful individuals, deterring those who might try to offend him. Unfortunately, this made him a target for the Demon King of Envy, who sought to seize his pills and enslave him. Eldritch didn't recall the details of what transpired next, but he remembered choosing to self-destruct rather than be used by the demon to strengthen their own race, which had already decimated his beloved High Elven race. "Eldritch, why don't you give your master a present?" Dave beamed with excitement, his eyes shining brightly. Eldritch returned the smile and replied, "Master, I lost some of my star-level pills when I chose to self-destruct, but I still have some sun-level pills with me." He explained that the pills were categorized into moon, sun, and star levels, each with 9 sub-levels. Dave felt a bit disappointed at first, but his spirits lifted when he heard Eldritch's next words. "I have 5 sun pills here, and all of them are at level 9, Eldritch continued, introducing the various pills to Dave, who listened intently. "Next, We have the exploding pill, which can make your strength explode for an hour, effectively doubling your power. This one is the invisibility pill, capable of hiding you from any true saint and those below, for a duration of 1 hour. Here are 2 wood healing pills, they can instantly heal any external or internal wounds. And finally, the body strengthening pill. This one is quite challenging to concoct for any ordinary alchemist, but it provides great benefits for every cultivator, enhancing their physical strength. Moreover, it can be used infinitely without any side effects. However, it's ineffective for those at the Imperial Saint level and above. Dave's delight was evident, especially at the prospect of having the body-strengthening pills for his subordinates. He could create a formidable army with such enhancements. As for the wood healing pills, they would be a boon for his healing needs, sparing him from waiting for his eyes to heal. The other pills would be reserved for future use if necessary. Haha, excellent job, Eldritch. Don't worry, just send me a list of ingredients, and I'll command Ronan and his gang to collect them for you, Dave assured. Eldritch nodded confidently and replied, "Don't worry, Master. I will create many pills for the army." Dave had shared his plans of forming a strong army with Eldritch, who had wholeheartedly accepted and embraced the idea. "Master, may I have Flamey as my assistant?" Eldritch requested, causing Flamey to feel uneasy. "What are you planning, you old bastard? I haven't even had my revenge on you for capturing me before," Flamey retorted with fear. Eldritch smiled in response, "Ah, I remember now. You are that annoying flame who escaped from my lab." Dave patted Eldritch's shoulders approvingly and said, "Do as you wish." Though he didn't want the annoying Flamey near him, Dave recognized Flamey's value. Eldritch explained that with Flamey's assistance, the pills he created would have a higher effect and grade due to Flamey's unique properties. Curiosity got the better of Dave, and he asked Eldritch about the laws he had comprehended. Eldritch replied that he had mastered the law of fire and the law of life. He explained that many elven creatures had a grasp of the law of life, but reaching the perfected stage was rare. As for the law of fire, Eldritch had achieved the perfected stage, while the law of life was at the grand stage. Feeling a newfound hope, Dave quickly consumed the wood healing pill, and his eyes instantly recovered from blindness. He then asked Eldritch to demonstrate his law of life, and Eldritch willingly complied, unaware of his master's intentions. Dave activated his ancient eyes, enduring the pain for a few minutes before becoming blind again. The recovery would take a month, but he had realized that he had only comprehended the law of life to the middle stage. Rather than feeling discouraged, he remained unfazed, knowing he had the blank law orbs to reach perfection without hesitation. He used 2 blank law orbs, and an achievement rang out, ding. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the law of life to the perfected stage. Perfected stage, law of life, 100%. Plus 100,000 intelligence, 800,000 mana, 1,600,000 health. A newfound connection to life surged through Dave. He could feel his life force and that of others. The power to revive someone and the vitality coursing through him were awe-inspiring. He realized he could use this law to heal others as well. Eager to continue, Dave asked Eldritch to showcase his law of fire. After using the wood healing pill once more, he activated his ancient eyes again, accepting the 2 months of blindness that followed. But with determination, he attained the perfected stage of the law of fire in an instant. Perfected stage, law of fire, 100%, plus 100,000 strength, 70,000 soul power, 200,000 mana. Dave had now mastered 6 laws to the perfected stage. His strength, intelligence, and mana had reached new heights. Feeling content with his progress, he thanked Eldritch. Dave now possessed the knowledge of the wood healing pill's ingredients, which were exceedingly rare. He knew it would be challenging to collect them all at this time, but he had a mission to comprehend 10 laws, and this pill could greatly aid him in achieving that goal. With everything settled, the trio advanced to level 71. They faced an army of 100 Imperial Saint Lords, each formidable despite their level. Yet, with Dave's perfected laws, he easily suppressed them. The law of slaughter instilled fear and weakened their strength, while the law of illusion disrupted their minds, leaving them vulnerable to defeat. Their foes couldn't escape Dave's powerful illusions, having reached the perfected stage. Only those with an equally developed law of illusion or strong mental and soul defenses stood a chance. Once immobilized, it was up to Zegran and Flamey to obliterate the enemy with their might. As Dave and his formidable gang continued their ascent through the tower, they faced increasingly challenging adversaries. Level after level, they encountered countless creatures, all of them Imperial Saint Lords. Among them, a few Imperial Saint Kings lurked, their aura intimidating to many, but not to Dave and his perfected laws. Level 72 was the first major test they encountered. Hordes of winged beasts, known as sky soarhawks, filled the skies, ready to unleash their powerful aerial attacks. With a wave of his hand, Dave's perfected law of lightning surged, conjuring a storm of lightning bolts that showered down upon the Skysoar Hawks. Their powerful wings were no match for the devastating barrage, and they fell from the sky, one after another. Level 73 was an underground labyrinth, filled with monstrous earth creatures called stone maulers. These burly giants pounded the ground with immense force, creating tremors that could shatter bones. Zegran's brute strength and Flamey's scorching flames made quick work of them. Level 74 was an ethereal realm inhabited by phantom-like apparitions called soul shriekers. These malicious spirits could manipulate emotions, causing fear and despair to cripple their opponents. However, Dave's law of illusion proved to be their bane. With a focused mind, he dispelled their tricks and broke their ethereal forms, leaving them dissipating into the void. Level 75 housed the Shadow Assassins, skilled in stealth and assassination techniques. But Dave is familiar with assassination and his law of slaughter helped a lot. Dave's counterattacks were swift and precise. Flamey's fiery breath and Zegran's relentless pursuit completed their victory. Level 76 challenged them with spectral creatures, the Ghost Wraiths. These incorporeal entities could phase through solid matter and were nearly invulnerable. Eldritch's law of life proved vital here, as it disrupted the Wraith's spectral nature and weakened their resilience. Dave's law of fire dealt the finishing blow, incinerating their ethereal essence. Level 77 greeted them with aquatic terrors, the Leviathan serpents. Towering waves and ferocious whirlpools threatened to engulf them. Dave's law of water allowed him to manipulate the currents, turning the tides in their favor. Flamey's intense flames evaporated the waters, leaving the Leviathan serpents stranded and powerless. Level 78 presented them with an aerial battle against the Sky Reapers, fearsome beasts of the sky with razor-sharp talons and wings. Dave unleashed his law of lightning again, creating powerful lightning that sent the Sky Reapers spiraling out of control. Eldritch's alchemy skills also proved useful, concocting smoke bombs and explosive pills to counter the aerial assault. Finally, at level 79, they encountered the pinnacle of the tower's challenges. The Divine Titans, ancient giants of immense power, guarded the path to the top. As Dave faced these imposing foes, he combined the might of his perfected laws to unleash devastating attacks. Eldritch's alchemy played a vital role, providing Dave and his allies with various pills to enhance their abilities during the fierce battle. Ding! You have reached level 80, solo boss mode, kill the boss inside alone, no time limit. Rewards? Dave was stunned, and it was the first time he had experienced this kind of situation. He needs to defeat the boss without the help of his subordinate, and he felt that it will not be easy even if there is no time limit. He stretched his hands and mumbles, a brutal fight is about to happen. Ding! Welcome to level 80, good luck to the host. Dave opened his eyes and found himself in a ruined area with towering buildings. The place had an unmistakable sense of being in a land of giants. He readied himself to face the boss of this level. Having already concealed his subordinates within his shadows, Dave suddenly realized that he had lost contact with them as soon as he entered this level. Nonetheless, he pressed on, exploring his surroundings until he came across a colossal figure lying on the ground, fast asleep. It was a giant, an uninspiring creature standing a towering 100 meters tall. With a bald head and a long, flowing beard, the giant exuded a fearsome aura. Using his ancient eyes, Dave tried to discern the giant's status, but he found some information blocked. He, however, managed to learn the name and race of this behemoth. Kegu race, Heavenly Titan race. The words Heavenly Titan race struck a chord in Dave's mind. He knew that this race was a formidable power in the celestial plane, on par with demons and gods. Despite their great strength, they chose seclusion and apathy towards worldly matters. Dave hadn't anticipated facing such a massive challenge in this level. Heavenly Titans possessed unparalleled raw power, enough to rival even dragons. Even demons preferred to avoid direct confrontations with them, relying instead on their cunning and other strengths. Suddenly, the ground rumbled, and the giant stirred, fixing a bored gaze on Dave. "Ho! A human, huh? Oh, wait, I sense the faint trace of our bloodline in you, but it's awfully diluted," the giant's voice boomed, both terrifying and loud. Dave was taken aback by the revelation. "You're saying I have the same bloodline as yours?" Dave asked incredulously, finding it hard to believe. The giant appeared entertained by Dave's curiosity. "Yes, but your bloodline is dormant and feeble. I never thought the mighty Titan bloodline would be inherited by mere humans." Challenged by the giant's words, Dave's pride flared up. He couldn't accept being looked down upon like this. He modified his body, increasing his height to 110 meters, now standing eye to eye with the Titan. Dave's prideful aura intensified as he punched the Titan, who retaliated in kind. Boom! Dave's fists cracked and bled as he was pushed back by 2 steps, while the Titan remained unmoved, looking down at him mockingly. Kegu sneered, understanding that Dave was attempting to defeat him with brute force, using their shared attribute of strength. Yet, Dave's perfected law of life swiftly healed his wounds, and without hesitation, he continued his relentless assault on the Titan. Blow after blow, Dave unleashed his strength, seemingly unconcerned about his energy expenditure. Boom! 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 Despite the battering he took, Dave's determination never wavered. He realized that every time his wounds healed through the power of the law of life, his body grew stronger and more resilient. Keep going, Dave urged himself, benefiting from the law of life's continuous rejuvenation. Boom! 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 The Titan noticed something amiss as Dave's vitality remained unwavering, while the Titan himself had expended some energy but remained unharmed. So, this kid gains strength in battle, the Titan mumbled, intrigued by Dave's unique law. What kind of law is this? He decided to take Dave seriously and activated his law of power, surging his aura with immense strength. The force overwhelmed Dave. Crap, don't force me to use my other laws. I just want to hone my body. Dave cursed, realizing that the Titan had seen through his intention of using the battle as a means to strengthen himself. Boom! The Titan landed another heavy punch, causing Dave to cough up blood. So strong, Dave observed, acknowledging the immense might of the Titan's physique. Their reputation was well earned. Nevertheless, Dave stood up and laughed heartily. Ha! So what if you have a strong body? I have plenty of time, and I'll use you as a whetstone to sharpen my skills. With the timely assistance of his perfected law of life, Dave's body healed once more, undying and ever-evolving. Boom! 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 The two combatants exchanged blows incessantly, and the Titan's confidence began to waver. He was baffled by Dave's ability to grow stronger as the fight continued. Your tenacity is remarkable, the Titan admitted, impressed by Dave's unwavering spirit. Dave grinned, thank you, but I'm far from done. A week later, a deafening explosion shook the ground as 2 colossal giants engaged in an unending battle. Dave's face radiated determination, and surprisingly, the Titan remained strong and kept up the intense pace. Ha! Show me more, Dave exclaimed as he landed a powerful punch on the Titan, forcing him back 2 steps. Observing his progress, Dave's overlord body continued to evolve during the relentless fight. The Titan paused and declared, time to get serious, realizing that he couldn't match the young man's endurance. He decided to unleash his full power by unlocking a mysterious seal, causing his body to be enveloped in a golden aura, and a gleaming golden axe appeared in his hands. Dave, witnessing the surge in the Titan's energy, knew it was time for him to get serious too. Drawing inspiration from the Titan's transformation, Dave's body also donned a golden armor, manifested through his profound understanding of the sin of pride, and he wielded a spear born from the sin of pride. Though not skilled in spearmanship, the spear of pride skill was potent, granting him a sense of mastery over the weapon. The clash of the 2 giants' weapons was cataclysmic, obliterating everything in their vicinity. This intense collision continued for another 2 weeks, and while Dave's energy seemed boundless, the giant began to falter, feeling the weight of fatigue slowing him down. Throughout the battle, Dave learned valuable insights, making the fight increasingly one-sided. The Titan couldn't maintain his golden armor and weapon for long, as they consumed a considerable amount of mana. In contrast, Dave's law of life allowed him to endure and replenish his energy efficiently. Thanks to his perfected law of life, Dave no longer worried about injuries. It instantly healed his wounds, making him stronger than before. His overlord body grew even mightier, with the potential for further evolution if he had more time. Unfortunately, he was constrained within the tower, having just a month left, with 3 days already spent. As the ratio of 1 day outside equated to 10 days inside, he had merely 1 week remaining inside the tower, despite already spending 3 weeks within its confines. Determined to end the fight, Dave taunted the giant, activating his law of illusion to trap him in a nightmarish realm where he appeared minuscule compared to Dave, who now held mastery over illusion. The giant attempted to break free using his Titan flaming eyes, but Dave's comprehension of the law of illusion was perfected, rendering the attempt futile. Realizing Dave's exceptional abilities, the giant nervously inquired, "Who are you?" With a confident smile, Dave replied, "Your future master," before activating his law of slaughter, filling the air with killing intent. Overwhelmed by the onslaught, the giant was crushed under Dave's relentless blows. With a resounding notification, the boss level was cleared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for clearing the boss level 80. Reward, unlocking the host Titan bloodline. Kegu's loyalty, +5 blank law orbs, Dave was suddenly transported outside to the waiting place to collect his rewards. Swoosh! Zegaran, Eldritch, and Flamey appeared in front of Dave and asked what had happened. Dave ignored them as he was curious about why he had the Titan bloodline. Ding! It is detected that the host has the Heavenly Titan bloodline. Do you want to unlock it right now? Dave had a realization. So, the Alexander clan is related to the Heavenly Titan clan? He felt it made sense because his father and shameless grandpa had strong bodies and could become overlords relatively easily. He used to think that the Alexander family simply had a blessed physique, but now it all made sense. The Alexander clan possessed a weak Heavenly Titan bloodline in their bodies, but it was still enough to become overlords in the human race. System, unlock my bloodline, Dave commanded, and it responded immediately. Ding! Unlocking the host's bloodline. Note, it might be a little bit painful. Dave was stunned, recognizing the system's infamous "a little bit painful." Suddenly, pain spread all over his body. Arg! He cried out, feeling as if his bones were turning to gold, and his blood was transforming as well. In concern, his subordinate Zegaran asked, "What happened, Master?" But Dave shouted at them, "Don't disturb me, leave." Waving his hands in difficulty, they followed his command, not daring to disobey. Arg! Dave screamed continuously for 30 minutes until he heard a notification from the system. Ding! Completed. Congratulations to the host for unlocking your Alexander bloodline, Heavenly Titan bloodline, plus 300 million health, plus 500,000 strength, plus 400,000 agility. You've unlocked the particular skill of the Heavenly Titan race, Golden Body, can be tempered using very heat medium and grants the user endless power as long as being exposed to heat or sun. Ding! It is detected that the Golden Body can be fused with the host Overlord body to create a new type of physique. Do you want to continue? Dave was stunned but agreed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new physique, Golden Overlord body. The system explained the benefits of his new body. This body was robust, with a unique golden armor that could be formed by accumulating power to defend against stronger attacks. It could also absorb intense heat, tempering it endlessly and possibly evolving further in the future. Dave's strength exploded, and he felt he could punch a planet into bits with more exerted power. The Golden Overlord body could store any damage he received from enemies and, once it reached its limit, unleash it as a powerful counterattack. Dave believed that his body had undergone a mutation, making him the only person in the world with this kind of physique, thanks to the system. Though eager to continue fighting for the next level, Dave decided to consolidate his newly acquired body and familiarize himself with its capabilities.